Chapter 1. The Beginning of Cultivation, Ascending to the Rank of Emperor. In the vast realm of Xianhuang, located in the Eastern Domain, lies the esteemed Qingxian sect. Changge reclines languidly on a long bench, eyes closed in a state of tranquil repose. Ding! Today's sign-in was successful, yielding 3,000 years of cultivation and 109 turn golden pills. The melodious notification resonates within his mind as Changge casually pops a ginseng fruit into his mouth. The sweet nectar glides down his throat, transforming into a gentle warmth that nourishes his already perfected physique. A decade of consistent sign-in routines has propelled his cultivation to the zenith of this world, the pinnacle of Emperor. The treasures that would drive other cultivators mad have long since become mundane to him. 10 years prior, he was merely an ordinary mountaineering enthusiast on Earth. In a moment of heroism, he plunged down a precipice while attempting to save a young girl who had fallen. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an utterly unfamiliar realm. The air was filled with earth-shattering roars, and as he gazed upward, two figures streaked across the sky like meteors. Each collision unleashed terrifying energy storms, shaking the earth and fracturing the mountains. Changge's eyes widened in terror, a desire to flee surging within him, yet his legs felt weak and immobile. The original soul inhabiting this body had been a young shepherd from a nearby village, orphaned in his early years and surviving by tending to the village chief's cattle. Now, he stood frozen in fear, paralyzed by the sudden chaos of battle. Unfortunately, a wave of catastrophic energy surged forth like a blade, striking the young shepherd down without a sound, extinguishing his life. In that instant, Changge's soul was mysteriously drawn forth, occupying the shepherd's body. When he regained consciousness, he found himself atop a mist-covered mountain, beside a faintly glowing figure, a venerable Zizhu Taoist. The Taoist regarded Changge with a flicker of compassion, recognizing the misfortune that had befallen him due to the battle. He took Changge back to Zizhu Peak, recognizing his potential for cultivation, and imparted the secrets of cultivation to him. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of Zizhu Peak, the Taoist proclaimed. Changge nodded, feeling a mixture of gratitude and bewilderment. He had never imagined transitioning from an ordinary youth to a member of the cultivation world. However, just half a month later, the Zizhu Taoist entrusted the peak to Changge and vanished without a trace. From that moment onward, Changge became the master of Zizhu Peak. Shortly after the Taoist's departure, an electronic voice suddenly echoed in Changge's mind. The sign-in system has been activated. His pupils constricted, his heart gripped by an invisible force, then released, racing as if it might burst forth from his chest. System? He murmured instinctively, realizing that his long-awaited golden finger had finally arrived. As a modern youth well-versed in online literature, he understood the profound significance of those two words better than anyone else. They represented a lifeline in dire straits, a passport to defy fate, and a starting point for countless protagonists on their journey to greatness. Before he could recover from his shock, the chilling electronic voice echoed once again in his mind, each word striking his heart like a hammer. Congratulations, host, for completing today's check-in at Purple Bamboo Peak and receiving the Primordial Divine Body. Primordial Divine Body. Changge gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief, his breath quickening. The term primordial signifies the very essence of creation, representing the origin of all things and the primordial chaos, even in the myths of Earth. Do you wish to integrate? The system has concealed the heavenly secrets, so no anomalies will occur. To his surprise, the system was rather considerate. Integrate. He could distinctly sense a warm, indescribable current surging through his entire being, as if parched land were welcoming a nourishing rain. The meridians, previously sluggish from the integration, began to expand and strengthen at a visibly remarkable pace. Every pore of his body seemed to exult, greedily absorbing the thin spiritual energy in the air. At that moment, information regarding the primordial divine body flooded his mind like a tidal wave. The primordial divine body, the foremost physique across the myriad realms, grants its possessor a cultivation speed 1,000 times greater than that of an ordinary person, an understanding of the laws of heaven and earth that far surpasses the mundane, and immunity to the vast majority of law-based attacks. 1,000 times cultivation speed, immunity to law-based attacks. Changge's heart raced as if ignited by a firecracker, pounding fiercely with incredulous joy etched across his face. He recalled the cataclysmic battle in the sky just half a month ago, the devastation wrought upon him by the energy shockwaves, and the anxiety he felt upon his arrival in this new world. In a realm where destruction was commonplace, weakness was a sin, yet now, the system had bestowed upon him the mightiest of advantages. Changge pinched his thigh. Forcefully, the sharp sensation confirmed that this was no dream. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he burst into hearty laughter. His laughter reverberated across the desolate expanse of purple bamboo peak, a release of pent-up emotions, filled with hope for the future and a tinge of relief at having survived. From an ordinary youth on earth to a perished soul reborn as a humble shepherd, and now the master of purple bamboo peak, ultimately receiving the extraordinary check-in system and the primordial divine body. This brief span of half a month had been more bizarre and tumultuous than the entirety of his previous life combined. Changge took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilaration. With such unprecedented advantages, his path ahead was destined to be anything but ordinary. Yet he understood more than anyone that in this perilous world, caution was the key to survival. What are the primordial divine body? And what are the check-in system? For now, it is wiser to develop in secrecy and preserve my life. Changge inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. From that day forth, he embarked on his daily check-in routine. Every day, he would check in at Purple Bamboo Peak. The rewards for checking in were diverse. Sometimes they were powerful treasures exuding an ancient aura. Other times, elixirs that could enhance his cultivation, with cultivation rewards accounting for about half of the total. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in and receiving 5,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have gained 3,000 years of cultivation and the primordial supreme technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have acquired the supreme emperor weapon, the Changge mirror. With each successive sign-in, Changge's cultivation soared like a rocket. Thanks to the terrifying training speed of his primordial divine body, coupled with the system's continuous rewards of immense cultivation. After a fortnight of consecutive sign-ins, he felt a monumental shift in his realm, having reached the legendary pinnacle of this world, the Emperor realm. As the final trace of energy within Changge underwent transformation, the purple-golden clouds began to swirl, heralding the emergence of an extraordinary phenomenon. Without lifting his eyelids, he lazily addressed the air, "System, conceal it." As his words fell, the purple-golden clouds, poised to surge, abruptly halted as if the switch had been severed, retreating with great force. Even the half-descended chains of law dissipated like smoke scattered by the wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Among the top forces in the eastern region, the ancient beings in seclusion simultaneously opened their eyes, yet perceived nothing amiss. How curious, one elder pondered, stroking his chin. Could it be that my prolonged seclusion has led to hallucinations? The system contained the imperial might that should have shaken the heavens and the earth, shielding it from the gaze of the celestial will and allowing the cultivators of this continent to miss the moment of witnessing a miracle. At this moment, Changge stood atop the purple bamboo peak, his fingertips delicately twirling a strand of newly birthed imperial law, his gaze calm and unwavering. For him, the Emperor realm was merely a commonplace scenery on the path of sign-ins. The true journey had only just begun. He could distinctly sense the immense spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surging within him, each cell brimming with power. Even he himself was uncertain of his current strength, feeling as though a mere wave of his hand could create a chasm in this continent. Yet, Changge did not succumb to arrogance. He continued to sign in punctually each day, merely delving deeper into the concealment of his aura. Chapter 2. The Disciple Recruitment Conference Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in and receiving 5,000 years of cultivation. As the host's cultivation has reached the limit that this world can bear, the cultivation will be temporarily stored in the system and can be extracted at the host's discretion. Changge listened to the system's prompt, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He delicately pinched a freshly picked amethyst grape, its juice trickling through his fingers and forming a small, lustrous stain on the white jade table. Is this what it means to reach the Emperor realm? He raised an eyebrow, gazing into the void as if attempting to pierce through the clouds to glimpse the world's edge. He pondered the appearance of even higher realms. Perhaps the ethereal beings that shatter the void or cosmic wanderers traversing the starry seas. Yet the system's notification felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all his fantasies. The warning that flashed through his mind resurfaced. Detection of the world's barrier strength at the mortal level. Forcibly breaking through the Emperor realm would trigger a collapse of the laws, likely resulting in the disintegration of the plane. Changge clicked his tongue, popping the grape into his mouth. If the plane were to collapse, wouldn't even his precious purple bamboo peak be reduced to dust? He had no desire to become the harbinger of destruction, nor did he wish to witness the entire Xianhuang continent meet its end. Very well, let it be stored. He shrugged his shoulders, not particularly disheartened. After all, the peak cultivation of the Emperor realm was already more than sufficient for him to indulge. Having once faced death, Changge now cherished his life all the more, yearning for longevity. He recalled the excitement he felt upon activating the system, eagerly reading about the Hongming divine body. Convinced that one day he would tread upon the heavens and strike down gods and demons. Yet, upon reaching a state of invincibility, he found himself increasingly valuing life. At this moment, his divine sense could effortlessly sweep across the entire eastern region, perceiving an ancient being in a hidden valley breaking through its bottleneck. He could also catch glimpses of ancient behemoths lurking in the deep sea, stirring up colossal waves as they turned. Yet, the more he grasped the vastness and peril of this world, the less inclined he felt to leave the safety of Purple Bamboo Peak. Although he was currently invincible, what if there truly existed beings from the heavens? Having frequently read novels in his past life, Changge was well aware of the tropes within the fantastical realms. He stroked his chin, deciding to remain prudent. To him, as long as he could steadily sign in at Purple Bamboo Peak, continuously enhancing his strength while avoiding disputes and dangers, that would be more than enough. As for the external splendor and conflicts, he would let them drift away with the wind. 10 years had passed, and his understanding of this world deepened. This realm was known as the Xianhuang Great World, vast and boundless, teeming with formidable beings, and home to countless secret realms and ancient legacies. The cultivation levels, in ascending order, were Body Refinement Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Core Condensation Realm, Purple Mansion Realm, Cave Heaven Realm, Celestial Human Realm, King Realm, Sage Realm, Saint King Realm, Great Sage, Quasi-Emperor, and Emperor. Changge had long since reached the Emperor realm and had surpassed many others. The Xianhuang Great World was divided into 5 major regions: Eastern Region, Western Region, Southern Region, Northern Region, and Central Region. Each major region housed countless powerful factions. The Central Continent served as the heart of the Xianhuang Great World, gathering numerous top-tier forces and formidable beings. In addition to these major regions, the Xianhuang Great World contained many mysterious areas, such as forbidden zones, secret realms, and ancient stars. The forbidden zones are exceedingly perilous realms, rumored to be inhabited by ancient entities of unfathomable power, deterring all but the most audacious from venturing forth. The secret realms, in contrast, are rich with the essence of heaven and earth, abundant in resources, and periodically awaken, beckoning countless cultivators to embark on quests for treasures. The ancient stars are celestial bodies adrift in the firmament, potentially home to formidable civilizations and legacies. The Qingxian sect is nestled deep within the vast Kangming Mountains in the eastern domain of the Xianhuang continent. Its sacred gate serves as the nucleus, and no other sect dares to rival it within a radius of 10,000 miles. In this domain, the Qingxian sect reigns supreme, wherever its influence extends. Both cultivators and common folk regard it with reverence. It stands alongside the 6 other prominent sects, collectively known as the 7 sects of Xianzhou. However, when placed against the expansive eastern domain of the Xianhuang continent, the Qingxian sect's stature appears rather insignificant. The eastern domain is vast and stretches for billions of miles, dotted with countless ancient sects and holy lands that have endured for millennia. Any one of these illustrious establishments boasts a heritage and strength far surpassing that of the Qingxian sect. To these colossal entities, the Qingxian sect is merely an inconspicuous sect within the eastern domain. The Qingxian sect maintains its foothold in this corner of the eastern domain thanks to its foundational 7 main peaks. The Qingyun Peak, the residence of the sect leader, is perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial palace, serving as the epicenter of power for the Qingxian sect. The other 6 peaks are the Danding Peak, the Jianshao Peak, the Qingyue Peak, the Luoxiao Peak, the Jinyue Peak, and the Feiyun Peak. These 7 main peaks, with their millennia-long legacies, each excel in their respective fields, collectively upholding the facade of the Qingxian sect. Beyond the 7 main peaks lies a unique summit known as the Zizhu Peak. A century ago, the Zizhu Taoist wandered into this region, coinciding with a dire moment when the sect leader was pursued by a formidable enemy. The Zizhu Taoist intervened, preserving the leader's life. The two kindred spirits forged an instant bond. Grateful for the Taoist's life-saving intervention, the leader, against the counsel of others, extended an invitation for him to join the Qingxian sect. To honor this bond, the Taoist was granted permission to establish a peak of his own, which he named Zizhu Peak. Although not officially part of the 7 main peaks, Zizhu Peak enjoys an equal status among them. However, the Zizhu Taoist has always preferred a life of freedom, eschewing constraints. Though he became a member of the Qingxian sect, he has never taken a disciple, choosing instead to reside alone on Zizhu Peak, detached from the mundane affairs of the sect. It was only upon the arrival of Changge that Zizhu Peak acquired a second master. Yet, after the departure of the Zizhu Taoist, the vast expanse of Zizhu Peak returned to solitude, with only Changge remaining. Standing atop Zizhu Peak, Changge gazed into the distance, where clouds billowed, his heart awash with myriad emotions. A decade had passed, and he pondered the fate of those in his previous world. He sighed softly, only to break into a smile. Since he had arrived in this realm, he resolved to embrace it fully. Suddenly, a distant, ethereal chime resonated, 3 long notes followed by 2 short ones, signaling the commencement of the Qingxian sect's recruitment assembly. Changge turned his gaze towards the direction of the sect's entrance. Amidst the swirling mists, a throng of figures bustled about, reminiscent of ants in the throes of relocation. At that moment, a light, brisk footfall echoed along the bamboo path, accompanied by the subtle sound of flowing spiritual energy. A steady footstep approached, accompanied by a long, measured breath, clearly indicating that the individual had attained the profound realm of Dan condensation. "Uncle Gu, are you present?" The voice rang clear, tinged with a hint of cautious reverence. Changge turned his head to find a young man clad in a moon-white Taoist robe standing outside the bamboo cottage. With a countenance resembling a jade crown and eyes adorned with gentle laughter lines, it was none other than Li Xianfeng, the direct disciple of the sect leader. At 20 years of age, Li was 2 years senior to Changge, and although they were of similar age, the hierarchy compelled Gu to address him as uncle. Cradled in his hands was a gleaming white jade slip. Upon noticing Change's gaze, he promptly bowed in greeting, the embroidered characters Qing Xian on his sleeve shimmering softly in the sunlight. "Uncle Gu, today marks our sect's recruitment day, and Master has specifically dispatched me to invite you. Perhaps you might find a promising disciple to enhance the prestige of Zizhu Peak," Li Xianfeng stated respectfully, his tone laced with anticipation. As he raised his eyes, his gaze unconsciously swept the surroundings, and his throat subtly moved. Zizhu Peak was indeed a treasure trove. The moment he stepped onto the stone steps, he sensed a lively surge of spiritual energy within his dantian, and now, standing before the bamboo cottage, he felt every pore of his body expand in comfort. The sensation in his sea of consciousness subtly swelled, and the stagnation he felt at the mid-stage bottleneck of Dan condensation began to show signs of loosening. Changge, however, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Was it that time for recruitment again? He let out a resigned sigh, his voice heavy with reluctance. "Every year during the recruitment conference, the sect leader urges me to take on disciples. Yet, I have only practiced for a few years and have just reached the Dan condensation realm. How could I possibly instruct others?" Changge pondered inwardly. It was true that only a handful of gifted disciples in the sect had reached the Dan condensation stage. Having been in the sect for merely a decade, it was not unreasonable for him to manifest his cultivation at this level. To claim otherwise would be rather boastful. His expression was sincere, as if he truly believed himself to be a mere novice cultivator. "Is this even believable?" he thought. While others might conceal their cultivation by hiding 1 or 2 realms, this fellow had audaciously regressed 9 major realms from the emperor stage. Li Xianfeng paused momentarily, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. He could distinctly sense the aura of Dan condensation emanating from Gu Changge, yet he found it difficult to accept. Uncle Gu, you are far too modest. Li Xianfeng maintained a gentle smile, though internally he felt a growing unease. How could Gu Changge, the peak master of Zizhu, possibly be limited to the Dan condensation realm? Perhaps he had already brushed against the threshold of the Purple Mansion realm? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, he was the heir of the Zizhu Taoist. His innate talent must surely be extraordinary, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy in this place. He might simply prefer to remain low-key. Gu Changge cast a slight glance at Li Xianfeng, as if perceiving the young man's thoughts. This lad was indeed more astute than he had anticipated. Let him guess away, and if he could discern my true realm, he'd be impressive. Let us not dwell on that. Gu Changge shifted the topic, his gaze sweeping towards the distant main peak shrouded in mist. How has the sect leader been of late? Master is in good health. Just a few days ago, he mentioned you fondly, Li Xianfeng replied. Li Xianfeng, buoyed by the moment, responded with a noticeably lighter tone. When he first arrived at Zizhu Peak, having just entered the body refinement stage, the several peak masters truly treated him as if he were their own child. Back then, the sect leader would frequently bring him manuals of cultivation methods, grasping his hand to instruct him on breathing techniques, even personally correcting the angles at which spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips. The master of Changge Peak was even more down-to-earth, often preparing pots of body-refining soup, gruffly insisting that one must supplement their growth, and he would only leave after ensuring that Li Xianfeng drank every last drop. At that time, they were all great cultivators at the celestial realm, lowering themselves to guide a mere child in the ways of enlightenment. This kindness has remained etched in Gu Changge's heart. However, as time passed, everyone gradually sensed something amiss. The extraordinary spiritual vein from the system's sign-in had been discreetly infused beneath Zizhu Peak, resulting in a concentration of spiritual energy that far surpassed that of other areas, coupled with the profound essence emitted by various extraordinary treasures. This place had become a veritable paradise for cultivation. As the sect leader taught, he began to meditate atop the peak, claiming it was to cultivate alongside you. The master of Changge Peak, after delivering the soup, would often state his intention to stay and supervise until Li Xianfeng finished drinking. Yet he would end up sitting for half the day, departing with a satisfied pat on his belly, declaring the soup invigorating. With each passing interaction, an unspoken understanding developed among them. Gu Changge cast a sidelong glance at Li Xianfeng, who was secretly circulating his spiritual energy, a faint smile gracing his lips. This lad likely wished to seize the opportunity to absorb some of the spiritual energy. However, considering he was the sect leader's direct disciple, allowing him to linger a while longer was of little consequence. At 20 years of age, reaching the condensation stage was already a mark of distinction within Qingxian sect. Yet within the broader eastern region, many had achieved this milestone at a similar age. As the new generation's chief disciple of Qingxian sect, his cultivation level still felt somewhat lacking. Ah well, perhaps I shall prepare him a special opportunity in the future, Gu Changge mused. I heard your master has recently made a breakthrough? Li Xianfeng paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Indeed. Last month my revered master mentioned that during your brief stay, he had a moment of inspiration and thus broke through. Gu Changge understood. It was the cup of enlightening tea he had casually brewed for the sect leader that had made the difference. When he initially signed in, the system had rewarded him with an abundance of treasures. Gu Changge selected a few inconspicuous items, claiming they were relics left behind by the Zizhu Taoist. At first, the peak masters were hesitant to accept them, but as they realized that treasures from Gu Changge were continually emerging, they begrudgingly accepted them. Presently, while the peak masters of Qingxian sect still presented themselves as cultivators at the celestial realm, they had secretly ascended en masse to the monarch realm, each guarding their newfound status with utmost caution, lest they provoke jealousy from other sections. Even the ancestors, who were in seclusion within the forbidden grounds of the sect, had managed to break through their current realms with Gu Changge's occasional, serendipitous gifts of treasures, greatly extending their lifespans. Yet, these old fellows, despite their breakthroughs, remained stubbornly secluded, maintaining their appearances of frailty, as if their lifespans were nearing their end. Observing this, Gu Changge could not help but internally commend their craftiness. Even the sect leader had quietly reached the pinnacle of the monarch realm, cheerfully dispensing wisdom to everyone, advocating for a steady and measured approach to cultivation. Just like Li Xianfeng before him, who, despite his exceptional talent, had consistently held back his cultivation level, likely in accordance with the sect leader's wishes. You all. Changge shook his head gently and retrieved a jade box from the stone table. Inside lay the serene lotus seeds he had discovered while organizing the storeroom days prior. Take these and brew some tea. They will aid in stabilizing your mind, he advised. Li Xuanfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the gift with both hands. He had encountered references to these lotus seeds in ancient texts, which spoke of their ability to cleanse the heart of demons and enhance one's cultivation speed, truly a treasure for breaking through to higher realms. Just as he intended to express his gratitude, he noticed Changge had already turned and was walking towards the bamboo cottage, leaving him to swallow his thankfulness. Over the years, Li Xianfeng had accompanied his master to Zizhu Peak numerous times, each visit granting him some relics left by the Zizhu Taoist. Gradually, he discerned a pattern. While his master appeared casual, each gift was meticulously chosen, perfectly addressing their immediate predicaments. Master, about the disciple recruitment conference. Li Xianfeng ventured, his tone laced with a hint of trepidation. Changge donned a plain Taoist robe from the corner of the room, leisurely fastening his belt. Let us go and take a look. However, I must clarify that I may not necessarily accept a disciple, he replied. Li Xianfeng understood clearly. The sect master had sent him not solely for the purpose of recruitment. This lad had been stagnating at the condensed Dan realm for some time now, and perhaps a brief sojourn at Zizhu Peak could facilitate his breakthrough. A smile blossomed on Li Xuanfeng's face as he stepped forward. Master, please, allow me to guide you. The two descended the bamboo path together. Li Xianfeng inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant spiritual energy of the bamboo, feeling the power within his dantian grow increasingly vibrant, and couldn't help but marvel internally. No wonder his master spoke of the immense fortune of frequently visiting Zizhu Peak. Changge cast a sidelong glance at the light-footed Li Xianfeng, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Accepting a disciple? Perhaps not. I wish to enjoy a few more years of tranquility. Yet, considering that Li Xianfeng always brings osmanthus cake during his visits, joining in the festivities would not be amiss. Chapter 4. The Eye of Illusion-Shattering Qingxian Sect is a renowned cultivation faction in Xianzhou, celebrated far and wide. Since its establishment, it has nurtured countless formidable individuals who have either safeguarded their realms or turned the tide in tumultuous times, ensuring that the name of Qingxian Sect resonates throughout Xianzhou. The sect upholds principles of fairness and impartiality, never favoring any faction nor engaging in mundane power struggles, regardless of one's origins. As long as one possesses sufficient talent and potential, they are granted equal opportunities within Qingxian Sect. Those of good character, regardless of their background, can find their rightful place here. In this realm, strength and virtue are the sole measures of a person's worth. It is precisely for this reason that Qingxian Sect enjoys immense prestige in Xianzhou, standing resilient through millennia of trials. At this moment, in the sect's main gate square, stood over 100 young cultivators. These were elite individuals who had successfully passed the rigorous evaluations of Qingxian Sect, their youthful features still tinged with innocence. Yet their eyes sparkled with ambition and dreams. Soon, it would be the time for the elders of the sect to select their disciples. Being chosen by any elder as a personal disciple would signify access to unparalleled resources and meticulous guidance, heralding a future of boundless possibilities. The young individuals stood tall, their gazes fervently fixed upon the elders seated before them, yearning to be acknowledged. This year's candidates were indeed remarkable. Take, for instance, that young lad clad in blue, whose extraordinary physique marked him as an excellent candidate for body refinement. An elder from the Danding Peak stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Beside him, an elder from the Sword Howl Peak turned his attention, nodding slightly, remarking, not merely for body refinement. Look at that girl from the east. The sword energy swirling at her fingertips denotes her as a natural-born sword cultivator. Selecting a successor, while talent is undoubtedly significant, virtue must also be accounted for. The elder from the Qingyun Peak spoke solemnly. We cannot entrust the legacy of our Qingxian sect to those with ulterior motives. The elders nodded in agreement, their eyes scanning the young people in the square, meticulously evaluating them. At that moment, all the elders' gazes converged at the entrance of the square. A strikingly handsome man, draped in a flowing white Taoist robe adorned with subtle purple bamboo patterns, strolled in, the sunlight casting a radiant glow upon him. His exquisite features, with sword-like brows arching into his hairline and starry eyes sparkling as if capturing the essence of the Milky Way, were breathtaking. His nose was elegantly shaped, and his lips resembled the hue of crimson, epitomizing a beauty rarely seen in the vast world of Xianzhou. Just how striking was he? One might say he was as stunning as the reader who gazes upon these words. All the female cultivators present instinctively held their breath, while a few young disciples, lacking composure, simply stared in awe. After a moment, several less experienced elders regained their senses, their brows furrowed. Isn't that Gu Changge from the Purple Bamboo Peak? What brings him here? The young attendants exchanged glances, evidently unfamiliar with the name, and could not help but whisper, "Elder, who is he?" "He is the master of the Purple Bamboo Peak, Gu Changge," replied an elder with a head of white hair, his expression somewhat complex. The mention of the Purple Bamboo Peak drew a wave of low gasps from the crowd, while others displayed a look of confusion. The 7 main peaks of the Qingxian sect were renowned, yet there existed a unique entity, the Purple Bamboo Peak. Formerly affiliated with the Qingxian sect, it enjoyed a level of autonomy, refraining from participating in the sect's daily affairs while retaining access to certain sect resources. When the sect leader established this arrangement years ago, it had sparked considerable dissent, but due to the leader's authority and the esteem of the Purple Bamboo Taoist, few dared to voice their objections. Gu Changge, the master of the Purple Bamboo Peak, was a figure shrouded in mystery. Since assuming leadership a decade ago, he had rarely appeared within the sect, leading many newly initiated disciples to be unaware of his existence. It seems Gu Changge possesses only the cultivation of the condensation pill realm? A voice murmured from the crowd, belonging to a newly promoted outer sect attendant. He, too, was at the condensation pill realm, and sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Gu Changge, unmistakably indicative of that level of cultivation. What do you know? Master Gu is still under 20 years old. At your age, you were probably still in the foundation establishment stage. An elder disciple, more seasoned and somewhat familiar with Gu Changge, retorted. As soon as the words were spoken, a hushed silence fell over the square. For a mere young practitioner in the condensing dance stage, not yet 20, possessed talent rivaling that of the sect leader's favored disciple, Brother Li. This was soon followed by a crescendo of whispers. However, what of the 7 main peaks, each presided over by a master in the cave heaven realm? How could one in the condensing dance stage assume the role of a peak leader? Speak not in haste. The Purple Bamboo Taoist has rendered great service to our sect. Is there any fault in his disciple becoming a peak leader? Gu Changge paid no heed to the murmurs around him as he approached the elders' table, offering a slight bow to the assembly, a casual smile gracing his lips. Greetings, esteemed brothers. The peak leader of Danding Peak shook his head in resignation. You, young man, have the sun risen in the west? In past years, you never graced the disciple recruitment event, and today you appear? I grew weary at home and came to join the festivities. Gu Changge shrugged nonchalantly. Brothers, do feel free to select your disciples. Pay me no mind. I merely came to observe. Merely to observe? The peak leader of Zhenyu frowned, his tone turning serious. Changge, as the leader of Purple Bamboo Peak, you ought to consider the legacy of your peak. Over the past decade, you have not even taken a named disciple. Purple Bamboo Peak still relies on you for its furtherance. Gu Changge rubbed his nose, about to respond when a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Triggered a time-limited quest. Passing the lantern of Purple Bamboo. Quest requirement. Recruit a personal disciple with qualifications no less than sacred level. Quest reward. Unknown. The smile on Gu Changge's face faltered momentarily, and he couldn't help but grumble to the system. Seriously? An unknown reward? Are you jesting with me? The system's cold voice reverberated in his mind. The host need not doubt. The rewards for completing the task are assuredly generous. Should the host succeed, an additional reward of the Eye of Illusion Breaking will be granted, capable of piercing through all deceptions and discerning the essence of all things. The Eye of Illusion Breaking? Gu Changge felt a stir of interest. This ability appeared quite practical. With it, discerning sincerity or detecting any trickery in treasures would become a breeze. He pondered briefly before inquiring inwardly. Are you certain the rewards are substantial? I hope I won't just receive a few worthless spirit stones as compensation. The system's credibility is guaranteed. Please complete the task promptly, came the unyielding reply. Gu Changge pursed his lips, choosing not to engage further with the system. After all, there was little risk. Observing might indeed lead him to an eligible candidate. Yet, he held his own standards. If a candidate did not catch his eye, No matter how exceptional their talent or extraordinary their innate constitution, he would not spare them a second glance, let alone accept them as a disciple. Ultimately, the matter of accepting disciples hinged upon fate. As for the system's task, having ascended to the pinnacle of this realm through diligent efforts over the years, a mere task reward hardly piqued his interest. He cast his gaze upon the disciples in the square, at that moment feeling a peculiar warmth in his eyes, as a strange power surged within. The eye of illusion breaking awakened silently, and in tandem, a profound understanding of the levels of constitution blossomed in his mind. In this world, qualifications are categorized from low to high as mortal, spirit, celestial, king, saint, and emperor. Each category corresponds to a minimum level of achievement. For instance, those with celestial qualifications are destined to reach the realm of celestial beings, while individuals with king qualifications, with diligent cultivation, are assured of attaining the king realm, and with fortuitous opportunities, may even knock upon the threshold of becoming a saint. The saint qualification is even more remarkable, with a minimum achievement of becoming a saint, while those with extraordinary talents may ascend to the realm of saint kings, or even the esteemed position of a great emperor. As for the legendary emperor qualification, as long as one does not fall midway, they are destined to ascend to the throne of a great emperor, becoming the sovereign of a realm. Of course, qualifications are not absolute. Just as some are born with mortal qualifications, yet transcend their limitations through extraordinary willpower and boundless opportunities, there are those endowed with saint qualifications who, due to deficiencies in character or untimely demise, ultimately fade into obscurity. Nevertheless, qualifications remain a significant metric for measuring potential. Chapter 5. The body of the war god Changge raised his gaze towards the disciples in the square, and at that moment, a warmth enveloped his eyes as a peculiar force surged into his vision. He understood that this was the early manifestation of the illusion-breaking divine eyes. Instantly, the information of each disciple in the square materialized before him as if displayed on a panel. Name, Zhao Hu. Age, 16. Talent, upper mortal. Physique, mortal body. Comprehension, average. Character, honest and straightforward. Name, Lin Wanner. Age, 14. Talent, lower spirit. Physique, mortal body. Comprehension, superior. Character, soft exterior. Firm interior. Name, Wang Chun. Age, 17. Talent, upper spirit. Physique, mortal body. Comprehension, average. Character, impulsive and hasty. Changge's gaze roamed the square, and within the extraordinary vision granted by the illusion-breaking divine eyes, the talents and physiques of the youth shimmered like fleeting lights. The upper spirit root of lightning and the pinnacle mortal sword bone were mostly viable raw gems, yet none met the system's requirement for saint qualifications. Indeed, saint qualifications are rare. He mused to himself, preparing to retract his gaze, when it abruptly halted at the edge of the square. Name, Xiao Ruobai. Age, 15. Talent, emperor qualification. Physique, war god body. Incomplete, unawakened. Comprehension, extraordinary. Character, resilient and tenacious. Changge's pupils contracted. The war god body. He had encountered this physique in the ancient texts during his system registration, a supreme physique dedicated to combat in ancient times, capable of shaking gods and demons with its physical prowess and breaking myriad laws with a single punch, a veritable emperor qualification. However, the word incomplete glaringly marred the physique section like an unsightly blemish. System, why does this war god body bear the mark of incompleteness? He questioned internally. Detection indicates the target was previously harmed by a life-altering curse, resulting in the innate essence being damaged, leading to incomplete development of the physique. The system's voice remained calm, stating that the innate spiritual essence must be utilized to expel the toxins, and the 9-turn golden pill is required to restore the incomplete physique before any repairs can be made. The young boy lowered his eyelids, casting shadows beneath his long lashes. Despite being merely 15 or 16 years of age, he stood upright like a spear, exuding an air of solemnity that belied his youth. Changge understood and directed his gaze to the boy's eyes, which glimmered with a cold light. This expression was not that of an innocent child, but rather resembled the sharp edge of a blade tempered in blood. Changge stroked his chin, contemplating the prospects. Taking this boy as an apprentice seemed to be a commendable choice. He possessed the body of a war god and boundless potential, and judging by his temperament, he did not appear to be one who would court trouble. However, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Taking on a disciple would entail an additional responsibility, likely depriving him of the leisure he currently enjoyed. His fingertips stirred slightly, and the vision of the broken illusion eye quietly expanded. Fragments of the boy's past flashed before him like a revolving lantern, revealing the southern region of Xianzhou and the Great Yin dynasty. The red candles of the general's residence had yet to burn out, yet the birthing chamber was suffused with a heavy stench of blood. When the bloody General Xiao Zhan stormed in, he found only his wife collapsed in a pool of blood, devoid of breath. While the infant in the cradle miraculously opened his eyes, neither crying nor making a sound. That was the newly born Xiao Ruobai. Xiao Zhan was the guardian deity of the Great Yin dynasty, commanding a formidable army and instilling fear across the lands. Yet his exceptional merits had aroused the emperor's jealousy, making him a thorn in the emperor's side. Seizing the opportunity while he was away at war, a secret edict infiltrated the general's residence, and a silver needle imbued with fatal poison silently pierced the heart of the birthing woman, targeting both her and the fetus within. Perhaps it was fate. That poison needle veered just slightly, allowing Xiao Ruobai to survive, though the chilling essence of the fatal curse began to erode his very being. Investigate. I demand an investigation. Xiao Zhan's roar shook the rafters. He was the guardian deity of the Great Yin dynasty, undefeated in 17 brutal battles in the northern territories. Capable of subduing 1,000,000 barbarian foes with his spear, yet he could not protect his own wife and child. In the ensuing 3 years, spies from the general's residence infiltrated both court and society. Anyone with even the slightest connection to the birthing room was thoroughly scrutinized. Yet that poison needle seemed to have materialized from thin air, and all leads ultimately ended in nothingness. Until the deep autumn of the 3rd year, he finally learned the truth from a dying, old eunuch. But by then, Xiao Zhan had long since lost the strength to overturn the table in rage. To extend Xiao Ruobai's life, he had nearly exhausted his military reputation and depleted his family's resources in pursuit of rare elixirs. The emperor, under the pretense of rewarding military merits, had reassigned his elite troops to the southern frontier, stripping him of his military authority entirely. On the streets outside the residence, the patrolling imperial guards outnumbered even his own personal guards. Father, 3-year-old Xiao Ruobai began to cough in his cradle, his small face turning purple. The chilling essence of the fatal curse was gradually corroding his meridians, making even the simplest actions of running and jumping arduous compared to ordinary children. Watching his son's frail form, Xiao Zhan swallowed the taste of blood that had risen to his lips. He removed his helmet and sealed the spear, which had tasted the blood of countless foes, in the armory. The next day, he submitted his resignation. I, Xiao Zhan, wish to lay down my arms and return to the fields to seek a cure for my son. In the Golden Throne Hall, the emperor feigned reluctance for a moment before swiftly retracting the last vestiges of his military power. Xiao Zhan believed that by relinquishing all power, the royal family would spare him and his son. However, he was mistaken. On the 13th birthday of Xiao Ruobai, the cold autumn rain battered against the dilapidated windows of the general's manor. A group of cloaked figures, wielding standard long knives, scaled the walls. The dragon patterns on their sheaths glimmered ominously in the night rain, a mark only possessed by the royal guard. Xiao Zhan, His Majesty has decreed your and your son's passage to the underworld, the leading commander sneered, raising his blade toward Xiao Ruobai. You scoundrel! Xiao Zhan instinctively shielded his son behind him, confronting the blade with his bare hands, though he had not wielded a weapon in years. The instincts of the god of war from the northern frontier remained, and he shattered the assailant's wrist with a powerful punch. Yet, there were too many cloaked figures. Blades surged from every direction, swiftly carving deep wounds into his back. Ultimately, Xiao Zhan sacrificed his life to ensure Xiao Ruobai's escape from the Great Yin dynasty. After confirming his son's safety, Xiao Zhan closed his eyes, marking the end of an era for the legendary warrior. Xiao Ruobai gazed upon his father's lifeless body, and for the first time at the tender age of 13, he comprehended the essence of deep-seated hatred. These individuals not only murdered his mother and father, but sought to eradicate his entire family. Yet, he could not succumb to death. His father had exchanged his life for his own. He must avenge them. In the following 3 years, Xiao Ruobai became a wanderer in the land of Xianzhou. He attempted to approach the Lihua sect, only to be chased away by the gatekeepers, who derided him as a worthless low-grade mortal daring to seek apprenticeship. He knelt outside Danwang Valley for 3 days and nights, receiving only the taunt of being inherently flawed and incapable of greatness. Such mockery pierced his very bones. Yet his suffering tempered his resolve. He learned to roll in the mud and to bow his head amidst ridicule, but his clenched fists never loosened. He vowed to survive, to grow stronger, to become powerful enough to drag those lofty members of the royal family down and reduce them to ashes. Chapter 6. Taking apprentices. It was only 6 months prior that Xiao Ruobai overheard 2 itinerant merchants chatting in a crumbling temple. Have you heard? Qingxian sect is recruiting disciples. It is a major sect in Xianzhou. They say the Qingxian sect values character and virtue above aptitude. Xiao Ruobai's head snapped up, his previously lifeless eyes igniting with fervor. He exchanged his last few coins for a map and set forth toward Qingxian sect, begging along the way. His straw sandals wore thin, leaving him to tread barefoot. When hunger gnawed at him, he foraged for wild vegetables. When faced with beasts, he fought fiercely with the tenacity he had honed in the valleys. When the gates of Qingxian sect emerged from the mist, Xiao Ruobai's feet were bloodied and battered, yet his spine remained unyieldingly straight. He understood that this was his final opportunity. Father, mother, wait for me. Changge observed the early life of Xiao Ruobai and sighed softly. Poor child. Though this individual bore the remnants of a flawed warrior's physique, it still held promise. More importantly, the resilience hidden within this youth's eyes resonated more profoundly with him than the talents of those who were gifted yet arrogant. Changge had made his decision. He rose from the bench, brushed off non-existent dust from his robes, and leisurely made his way toward the center of the square, where disciples awaited to take on apprentices. He walked at a leisurely pace, yet emanated an invisible aura that compelled the previously boisterous crowd to fall into an instinctive silence, turning their gazes towards him. Eventually, he came to a halt before Xiao Ruobai. The youth was slender, clad in faded garments, his hands tightly gripping the corners of his attire, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. What is your name? Changge inquired, his voice devoid of emotion, yet possessing an uncanny penetrative quality that resonated directly in Xiao Ruobai's ear. Xiao Ruobai, the boy replied, suddenly lifting his head, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, taken aback by this esteemed elder's inquiry. He quickly composed himself, stepping out of the throng, and bowed respectfully to Changge. Disciple Xiao Ruobai, I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. His movements were somewhat awkward, yet carried the distinct discipline of a military upbringing. A murmur arose among the elders seated nearby. Hasn't this child's aptitude been assessed? He ranks as a low-grade mortal, barely meeting the standards for outer disciples. How could the master of Zijou Peak take notice of him? Changge paid no heed to the crowd's bewilderment, his attention fixed on Xiao Ruobai. Beneath his piercing gaze, a faint yet remarkably resilient golden battle energy flowed steadily within the boy. This was the essence of a war god's body, even in its flawed state. It harbored the potential for unprecedented destruction. Are you willing to become my disciple and join Zijou Peak? As soon as Changge's words fell, an uproar erupted in the square. Isn't this individual's aptitude low-grade mortal? Surely, Master Gu has erred? An outer sect steward responsible for registering qualifications exclaimed, dropping the jade slip he held, which clattered to the ground. He distinctly remembered that on Xiao Ruobai's testing crystal, only the dim light representing the lowest tier of aptitude appeared. It seems this Master Gu has been secluded for too long to understand what low-grade mortal signifies, whispered a newly initiated inner disciple. While our Qingxian sect does not solely judge by aptitude, a low-grade mortal can barely even cultivate qi. To accept him as a direct disciple? Some cast curious glances at Changge's plain white robe. The atmosphere among the elders also shifted, becoming subtly tense. The master of Jianshao Peak frowned, his tone laced with disapproval. Changge, taking on a disciple is no trivial matter. This child's aptitude is exceedingly poor. We should select a few promising candidates instead. If you wish to avoid the hassle of teaching, Jianshao Peak can assign an elder to assist you. The master of Danding Peak chimed in. I believe that Shun Jinghong is quite outstanding, possessing celestial-grade aptitude. Keeping him by your side would certainly do justice to Zijou Peak's reputation. The sect master on the high platform cleared his throat, his gaze gentle yet contemplative. Changge, if you merely seek companionship, it would suffice to take him as a registered disciple. Direct discipleship pertains to the inheritance of the Peak's lineage. Perhaps reconsider? They had known Changge for many years, understanding that beneath his seemingly carefree demeanor lay a keen insight. At this moment, however, his choice of the most unremarkable candidate inevitably raised concerns. Standing under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xiao Ruobai clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms. He was acutely aware of his lack of aptitude, insufficient even to be chosen as a servant disciple. Yet hearing these remarks still caused his heart to ache as if gripped by an iron fist. Just then, Changge suddenly smiled, bowing respectfully to the sect master and the other peak masters. Thank you all for your kind intentions. However, when it comes to choosing a disciple, I have always relied solely on my personal impressions. He turned to gaze at Xiao Ruobai, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. What? Are you unwilling to become my disciple? Xiao Ruobai abruptly looked up, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He beheld Changge's clear, serene eyes, and noted how, even amidst the tempest, the man remained composed. At a time when everyone deemed him worthless, it was this individual who, before the entire Qingxian sect, extended a hand to him. The threshold for disciples in the inner sanctum of the Qingxian sect was daunting, and he had presumed that he would only manage to scrape by as a mere errand boy, struggling daily at the bottom, with revenge remaining a distant dream. Yet now, the position of a direct disciple to the master of a peak seemed like a ray of light piercing through the darkness of his existence. I am willing. Xiao Ruobai's voice, though tinged with emotion, was remarkably resolute. He bowed deeply to Changge, his forehead nearly touching the ground. To be accepted by my master, I would face 1,000 deaths willingly. Ding. The system detected that the host has recruited a qualified direct disciple. The task, Zizhu Chuan Ding, has been completed. Rewards issued. Broken illusion divine eye, activated. 100 strands of primordial purple chi, a lake of innate spiritual essence, and the Emperor's technique war god strategy. Changge felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, 100 strands of primordial purple chi were a bountiful reward for accepting a disciple. This essence, said to have emerged at the dawn of creation, contained the most fundamental principles of the Tao. As for the Emperor's technique, the war god strategy, it was evidently tailored for Xiao Ruobai. The innate spiritual essence, a culmination of heaven and earth's quintessence, could cleanse marrow and reshape foundations, making it a perfect treasure for the incomplete war god physique. Changge observed the boundless lake of innate spiritual essence within the system's space. Pondering how lavish the system was, such a generous offering was likely unparalleled throughout the vast Xianhuang world. He glanced at the still-dazed Xiao Ruobai, a faint smile playing on his lips. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple, Changge. Come, let us return to Zizhu Peak. As for the rest of you, I shall take my leave. Disregarding the murmurs behind him, Changge turned and departed. Xiao Ruobai followed closely, his back straightened. He could feel countless gazes fixed upon him, some filled with astonishment, others with disdain or regret, but more importantly, he felt the weight of being chosen, a sensation he had never experienced before. On the elder's seat, the sect master watched the two retreating figures and suddenly smiled at the master of Qingyun Peak beside him. The essence in that boy's gaze is far more precious than heavenly-grade aptitude. Perhaps he truly possesses the potential for great accomplishments. The master of Danding Peak stroked his beard, deep in thought. This lad's vision has become increasingly peculiar. Meanwhile, the subjects of the discussion had already ventured deep into the mist. Chapter 7. The Rules of Zizhu Peak. Xiao Ruobai stepped in Changge's footprints, each step taken with remarkable determination. For years, the mark of his inferior and incomplete mortal physique had been etched upon him like a brand. He had thought that he would live his life as an ordinary person, merely surviving in this world. Until just now, at the disciple recruitment conference, the question, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" struck him like a thunderbolt, cleaving through the drabness of his life. He murmured to himself, "Xiao Ruobai, remember this day. Remember this act of recognition, and more importantly, from this day forth, you shall no longer have the luxury of weakness. Even if my master is merely at the foundation establishment stage, even if the road ahead is fraught with thorns, you must crawl forward for the sake of your parents, and to honor this person before you." He was uncertain why this enigmatic master of the purple bamboo peak had chosen him. Yet he understood this was his sole opportunity to break free from the shackles of fate. "Master." Xiao Ruobai's voice was somewhat hoarse as he hurried to match Changge's pace. "Why did you choose me?" Changge replied nonchalantly, "You simply caught my eye." Those four seemingly light words caused Xiao Ruobai's eyes to instantly redden. He took a deep breath, forcing back the moisture that threatened to spill over, clenching his fists and vowing silently. Step by step, Changge led Xiao Ruobai towards the purple bamboo peak. He glanced sideways at the youth beside him, contemplating. He possessed the spiritual materials necessary to restore the war god's body, and he found himself looking forward to the complete war god form. However, he hoped that this apprentice would not be blinded by vengeance, and would find a semblance of peace after avenging himself, allowing his own tranquil life to continue unperturbed. Traversing the mist-shrouded mountain path, the scenery before them suddenly transformed. Expanses of purple bamboo thrust skyward like swords, with morning dew clinging to the joints reflecting a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. The air was thick with a sweet spiritual aura, and inhaling it caused Xiao Ruobai's dantian to warm slightly. Unable to resist, he slowed his pace, his fingertips lightly brushing against the bamboo stalks, the rough texture surprisingly imbued with a gentle warmth. Changge cast him a sidelong glance and remarked casually, "This is the only merit of Purple Bamboo Peak. The spiritual energy is quite abundant." As they passed through the bamboo grove, a refined bamboo house came into view. On the stone table outside lay fresh spiritual fruits, beside a Dan furnace emitting wisps of green smoke, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Changge lazily leaned against a bamboo chair, tossing a spiritual fruit into the air. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting a serene glow upon his white Taoist robe, evoking a sense of leisurely freedom. "From this day forth, you shall be the chief disciple of Purple Bamboo Peak." He bit into the spiritual fruit, its juice sweet and refreshing. "Although you are currently my only apprentice, rules must still be established." Xiao Ruobai promptly stood upright, holding his breath in attentive anticipation. "First," Changge raised a finger, his tone casual, "do not initiate trouble, but if someone seeks you out, do not shy away. I am aware you have enemies, and if it comes to blows, remember to clean up your mess. If you kill, ensure that not a trace remains to cause me trouble." Xiao Ruobai was taken aback. His master was aware of his enemies. His clenched fists trembled slightly, as if something had struck his heart. For years, he had buried his hatred deep, even grinding his teeth in his dreams, yet he had never confided in anyone. How could this newly appointed master possibly know? Was it discerned from the malice in his eyes? Or had this mysterious peak master already uncovered his entire background? A surge of intricate emotions welled up within, a blend of embarrassment at being seen through and an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The master, fully aware of the enmities that surrounded him, still chose not to disdain me, taking me as his disciple. Secondly, Changge extended another finger, his gaze suddenly taking on a subtle nuance. "Before you have truly matured, if you encounter individuals with the surnames Yi, Xiao, or Chu, especially those who appear utterly unremarkable yet invariably attract fortuitous opportunities, do your utmost to evade them." Xiao Ruobai, perplexed, inquired. "Why?" Changge waved his hand dismissively. "Do not question, simply adhere to my counsel. These surnames often harbor individuals who defy convention. At Zizhu Peak, we seek tranquility and need not engage in such tumult." Yet, within Changge's mind, a quiet murmur persisted. In the novels of his previous life, those bearing the surnames Yi and Xiao were often the chosen ones, endowed with an aura of destiny, and invariably embroiled in a series of troublesome predicaments. It would be prudent to maintain a low profile. As this thought settled, he caught sight of Xiao Ruobai's tense profile and suddenly recalled that this lad also bore the surname Xiao. A chill ran through Changge's heart. This boy, burdened with a deep-seated enmity from a young age, his potential wasted, yet finding himself in the company of a high-ranking master like me, restoring his dormant warrior's essence. Wasn't this the quintessential beginning of a protagonist's journey? With a profound vendetta established, a ruined aptitude acknowledged, a serendipitous encounter with a master secured, and hidden talents unveiled, all the requisite elements were present. Unable to resist, Changge cast a discerning glance at Xiao Ruobai once more. The boy's golden battle aura, though faint, shimmered like embers beneath ashes, hinting at an imminent conflagration. A sudden headache swept over him. All he desired was to lead a quiet life at Zizhu Peak. How had he unwittingly taken on a disciple who bore the hallmarks of a protagonist? Ah well, Changge shook his head, casting aside his concerns. What of the protagonist? Here at Zizhu Peak, he must adhere to my rules. Should this lad ever attract trouble, with my unparalleled strength, could I not quell it? Thirdly, and most importantly, Changge's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness as he lightly tapped his fingers upon the armrest of the bamboo chair, his gaze fixed on Xiao Ruobai's taut shoulders. "Regardless of how much your cultivation advances in the future, remember to conceal your brilliance and temper your sharpness." Xiao Ruobai suddenly looked up, confusion etched across his face. In a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, does not strength serve as the foundation of existence? To hide it, must he continue to endure humiliation? Gu Changge, perceiving his thoughts, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Do not presume that mere strength grants you unbridled freedom. A towering tree invites the wind's fury. Especially when your foundation remains unstable, excessive display will only draw calamity. He picked up a spiritual fruit, intending to toss it to Xiao Ruobai, but after a moment's thought, he retrieved a more mundane one and threw it instead. The spiritual fruit Gu Changge was currently consuming was a peach of immortality, given Xiao Ruobai's current prowess. Even a single bite might overwhelm him. Observing the boy's instinctive reflex to catch, Gu Changge continued, in your future cultivation, revealing merely 30% of your strength in public will suffice. Leave yourself some room to maneuver, prepare multiple escape routes. Even when facing opponents weaker than yourself, consider how to extricate yourself should misfortune arise. Remember, only by surviving can one endure. Xiao Ruobai clutched the icy spirit fruit, his knuckles turning slightly white. Although he did not comprehend why his master placed such paramount importance on the concealed treasures, he could sense the gravity in his words and nodded solemnly. Disciple understands. Gu Changge, observing his disciple's serious demeanor, suddenly had a mischievous thought, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, reminiscent of a fox that had pilfered a chicken. He beckoned Xiao Ruobai closer, lowering his voice with an air of conspiratorial excitement. Come here, my apprentice. As Xiao Ruobai leaned in, he heard his master whispering, let me share a secret. Although I appear to be at the initial stage of the Dan condensation realm, in truth, I have long since reached the mid-stage. Chapter 8. The golden-winged rock. No sooner had Gu Changge finished speaking than a soft chirp echoed from a nearby bamboo branch. A small black bird perched upon it flapped its wings, its bean-sized eyes rolling as it emitted a sound laced with an indescribable mockery. This was no ordinary sparrow. It was the golden-winged rock, a creature of ancient divine lineage, capable of severing galaxies with a single wing and rending the very fabric of the universe with its claws. Even a saintly realm cultivator would not withstand a mere swipe from it. 5 years prior, it had suffered grievous wounds in battle and had plummeted from the heavens, fortuitously landing in a muddy pit outside the gates of Changge sect. It was drawn to the faint, mysterious aura emanating from Zizhu Peak, a sensation that stirred its heart. Intent on stealthily investigating, it was captured by Gu Changge, narrowly avoiding being roasted alive. To save its own life, it pledged allegiance to Gu Changge. Over time, Gu Changge had shown little restraint towards it, and a bond of casual camaraderie had developed. He had long contemplated releasing the bird, for even at a great distance. With his current strength, he could extinguish its life in an instant, despite the restrictions on its soul. Yet, the golden-winged rock stubbornly refused to leave. For where else could it find a more conducive environment for cultivation? At that moment, it tilted its head, clearly perceiving Gu Changge's playful intentions. Here was a being capable of overturning an entire continent, yet it feigned the guise of a novice in the Dan condensation realm before its disciple. Gu Changge felt a tickling amusement at the sight, turning to glare silently at the bamboo branch, forming the shape of a call out again. And I shall pluck your feathers. The little black bird immediately stifled its mirth, fluttering to a higher branch, pretending to preen its feathers. Xiao Ruobai, oblivious to his master's peculiarities, dismissed it as the usual chatter of a sparrow, his attention wholly captured by the mention of the mid-stage of Dan condensation. To him, the Dan condensation realm was an unattainable pinnacle, and the depth of his master's concealment was indeed formidable. Master, he began to speak again, but Gu Changge interrupted with a wave of his hand. Enough of that, bird. Rise, and familiarize yourself with your surroundings. Gather some bamboo to construct a dwelling. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. Xiao Ruobai promptly complied, clutching the spirit fruit as he turned towards the open space in the bamboo grove. The bamboo hut where Gu Changge resided was the very one he had personally erected upon assuming control of Zizhu Peak, neither exquisite nor grand, yet comfortable enough to dwell in. As for the more elegant bamboo house atop the peak, it was the abode of the purple bamboo Taoist during his lifetime, preserved in its original state. On ordinary days, aside from tidying up, he never allowed anyone to approach. Having grown accustomed to solitude over the years, he had never considered preparing a place for anyone else. It seems that if he were to take on disciples in the future, he ought to prioritize building a proper dwelling. It would be unseemly to have each person construct their own bamboo shelter, as it might portray him as a miserly master. Changge observed the busy figure of his disciple and cast a glance at the sparrow perched on the branches, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. This bird had become increasingly unruly. He stretched lazily and turned back to the bamboo house. The next morning, before Changge had even opened his eyes, he was roused by a series of rustling sounds. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped out of the bamboo house and beheld Xiao Ruobai squatting by the stream, rinsing rice. A ceramic pot simmered on the stone stove, wisps of smoke curling gracefully in the morning light. To his surprise, the bamboo clearing, which had been in disarray the night before, was now impeccably clean, with piles of purple bamboo leaves neatly stacked and the stone slabs by the stream polished to a shine. Not far away, a new bamboo house stood illuminated by the morning glow. Although it was not as sturdy as his own, it was distinct in its angles, clearly crafted with considerable effort. "Master, you are awake?" Xiao Ruobai turned upon hearing the noise, his face smeared with a bit of dust, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. "I noticed you had little food, so I went to the back mountain to gather some wild rice and cooked a pot of porridge." Changge raised an eyebrow and approached the stone stove. The porridge in the ceramic pot was sticky, the wild rice cooked to a mushy consistency, almost resembling paste, with a layer of burnt crust on top, indicating a lack of mastery over the cooking process, having forgotten to add water midway through. How thoughtful! He stifled a chuckle, reaching for the pot lid, only to be hastily stopped by Xiao Ruobai. "Master, wait." The young man's face flushed. It might be a bit burnt. In truth, while he had been guarding the stove, his mind wandered to thoughts of the cultivation lessons his master was to impart that day, leading him to overcook the porridge. After surreptitiously tasting a spoonful, he found the wild rice's fragrance overwhelmed by the burnt taste, making it akin to chewing on charcoal. And he was troubled about how to explain this to his master. Changge, perceptive to his embarrassment, teased him deliberately. "Oh, is this a specially made fragrant burnt porridge?" Xiao Ruobai's ears turned even redder as he stammered, "Disciple, I'm not very good at controlling the fire." Just then, a small black bird perched on a branch suddenly swooped down, gripping the rim of the ceramic pot with its claws and pecking at the porridge. In the next instant, as if scalded, it sprang back, flapping its wings to land on Changge's shoulder, chirping incessantly at him, clearly expressing its disdain. "You picky bird." Changge flicked its head lightly, amusement dancing in his eyes. Turning to Xiao Ruobai, he said, "Never mind, let us try a different approach today." With a flick of his wrist, a glistening string of beast meat flew out from his storage ring, marbled with fat and lean, accompanied by glistening ice crystals. It was the notoriously difficult to preserve meat of the snow domain's spirit deer. Changge then gathered some dry twigs and piled them on the ground, expertly igniting them with a flick of his fingertips, his movements displaying a proficiency that belied his status as a cultivator. "Master, what is this?" Xiao Ruobai stood in stunned silence. He had seen wild game being roasted before, but never had he witnessed someone do it with such meticulous care, even the angles of rotation exuding a sense of artistry. Changge remained silent, sprinkling a mysterious spice he had seemingly conjured from thin air onto the flames. As the fat dripped onto the fire, a sizzling sound erupted, releasing a cloud of golden smoke that swiftly filled the air with an enticing aroma, making even the small blackbird perched nearby stretch its neck in curiosity. "Would you care to taste?" After a brief moment, he presented a skewer of perfectly roasted venison, its exterior crisp while the interior remained tender. Xiao Ruobai cautiously took a bite. The meat was succulent and juicy, the rich spices melding harmoniously with the sweet essence of the spirit deer, exploding delightfully on his palate, surpassing any delicacy he had ever encountered. "Master, your culinary skills are astonishing," he stammered, utterly speechless. Changge raised an eyebrow with pride. "I learned this in the mortal realm, and surprisingly, I have not forgotten." In truth, it was the countless nights spent at barbecue stalls in his past life that had honed his skills. The little blackbird danced on his shoulder, chirping for a morsel, and was rewarded with a scrap, which it carried to a bamboo branch to relish. Observing his master skillfully tending to the meat, Xiao Ruobai suddenly felt a sense of mystery surrounding this enigmatic mentor, as if he harbored countless untold tales. He glanced down at the scorched porridge in the clay pot and inhaled the savory scent of the meat in the air, unable to suppress a smile. Perhaps, under his master-esque guidance, he could truly experience a life unlike any other. Changge divided the roasted venison generously, keeping only a skewer for himself, and mumbled, "Once you finish eating, we shall resume our work." Xiao Ruobai nodded vigorously, savoring the meat with unabashed enthusiasm, warmth blooming in his heart. Watching his disciple devour the food with such fervor, Gu Changge stole a glance at the little blackbird enjoying its meal and suddenly thought that the warmth of life on Zizhu Peak was, indeed, quite delightful. Chapter 9. Restoration of Spirit. Leaning back against the bamboo chair, Gu Changge tapped his fingers against the armrest, his gaze fixed upon the youth. Through the broken illusion divine eye, he observed that the incomplete golden battle aura appeared more vibrant than the previous day, likely influenced by the spiritual energy of Zizhu Peak. "Do you understand what kind of constitution you possess?" he asked straightforwardly. Xiao Ruobai hesitated, shaking his head. When tested for spiritual affinity, it was merely classified as low-grade mortal. Low-grade mortal? Gu Changge chuckled softly. "That is indeed the case for you at present. Yet, do you realize that you harbor the battle god physique? Once restored, it shall become one of the mightiest constitutions." Battle god physique? Xiao Ruobai's head snapped up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he hurriedly searched his memory. He had never heard of such a constitution, but the tone of his master suggested it was extraordinarily formidable. "Indeed," Gu Changge affirmed, his voice calm. "You possess the battle god physique, born for combat, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth with your physical form and shattering stars with a single punch. In its complete state, it could invoke celestial phenomena at birth, alas." He paused, observing the battle aura within the youth, ensnared by a malevolent chill. "Your mother was sabotaged during childbirth. The innate poison not only afflicted her, but also infiltrated your body through her bloodline. You were but a fetus then, and the essence of the battle god physique was corroded by this poison. For years, your constitution has been frail, and the prospect of cultivation dimmed. All due to this toxic curse gnawing at your foundation. Had it not been for the innate strength of the battle god physique, you would have long since perished alongside your mother." Xiao Ruobai's fists clenched tightly, his nails embedding deeply into his palms. So he was not a waste. He had merely been marred by that toxic curse. Can it be restored? His voice trembled, yet a spark ignited in his eyes. Gu Changge retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring, pouring out a drop of milky white liquid that hovered delicately in his palm. As soon as the liquid made its appearance, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, infusing the air with a gentle warmth. This was the innate spiritual essence, capable of nurturing one's origin and dispelling coldness. "Over the course of the next 3 days, at this very hour, I shall assist you in purging the poison using this essence, each session lasting an hour. The process will be quite painful, so bear it." Before he could finish speaking, the essence transformed into a golden thread, pressing against Xiao Ruobai's brow. He felt a searing heat coursing through his veins, the cold poison screaming in agony, as if being scorched by fierce flames. His muscles tightened instantaneously, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. Fully aware that this was his only opportunity, Gu Changge observed his tightly pressed lips, a flicker of approval flashing in his eyes. Nearby, a small black bird perched on a bamboo branch for a moment, finding it uninteresting, before flapping away toward the back mountain. An hour later, when Gu Changge withdrew his hand, Xiao Ruobai's back was drenched in cold sweat, and a mass of black mist lay in his palm. This was the portion of poison expelled by the spiritual essence, which let out a piercing shriek upon touching the ground before dissipating swiftly. Thus concluded the first day. Gu Changge offered him a bottle of concentration pills. "Take these for rest, and return at this time tomorrow." On the second day, at the hour of Chun, Xiao Ruobai arrived punctually. The spiritual essence pressed deeper into the source of the poison residing in his dantian, the agony exponentially more intense than the previous day. His jaw clenched audibly, his knuckles turning white, yet he remained silent. On the third day, during the final hour, as the spiritual essence dispelled the last traces of coldness, a brilliant golden light erupted within Xiao Ruobai's body. The golden battle aura surged like a tide throughout him, still somewhat restrained and sluggish. The poison had been completely eradicated. Gu Changge clapped his hands, retrieving an ancient pill box from his storage ring. The moment it was opened, 9 beams of golden light shot skyward, firmly held back by the formations of the purple bamboo grove. "Now, it is time to awaken your battle god physique entirely." He handed over the 9 revolutions golden pill. "Consume it." Xiao Ruobai complied, swallowing it, and the golden pill melted in his throat, transforming into countless radiant points that fused into his limbs and bones. The previously sluggish golden battle aura suddenly boiled over, coalescing behind him into a vivid battle god apparition, wielding a long spear and adorned in golden armor, instilling a sense of awe that made the surrounding purple bamboo tremble slightly. This was the true embodiment of the battle god physique. Changge watched as the youth underwent a remarkable transformation, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xiao Ruobai gazed down at his hands, a subtle golden glow shimmering at his fingertips. A mere fist clenched would summon a fierce gust of wind. He could distinctly sense the power within him, as if it could upheave mountains, the 13 years of repression finally exploding at this moment. Thank you for your benevolent rebirth, Master. He bowed deeply to Changge, his voice raspy from the ordeal, yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Changge waved his hand, tossing him a jade slip. This battle god strategy is perfectly suited to your physique. Take it and practice diligently. Xiao Ruobai received the jade slip with both hands, and as his fingertips brushed against the cool jade, a vast and overwhelming aura surged into his mind. Instinctively, he infused a trace of his recently restored battle aura, causing the surface of the jade slip to illuminate with intricate golden patterns, and an ancient phrase materialized before his eyes. Imperial Grade Martial Art, Battle God Strategy. Imperial Grade Martial Art. Xiao Ruobai suddenly lifted his head, his throat constricted as if obstructed by an unseen force, his voice trembling. Though he had endured years of solitude, he was well aware of the hierarchy of martial arts techniques: mortal, spirit, king, and emperor levels, each separated by insurmountable chasms. The emperor-level techniques, legendary in nature, were said to be accessible solely to the mightiest of sovereigns. With only a handful of sects in the entire Xianzhou able to present even a fragment of such revered scrolls, how could his master, who was merely at the core formation stage, casually bestow upon him a complete emperor-level technique? Was this even plausible? Had the ranks been mistakenly assigned? Xiao Ruobai did not dwell on how his master possessed such a technique, instead lowering his gaze to the scroll. His hands trembled as they cradled the jade tablet, his fingertips gliding over the golden characters that flowed like liquid light. Each inscription seemed to resonate with the fervor of countless battles, stirring the very essence of the warrior within him. The opening phrase, "War can shatter stars, and divinity can shake the heavens," ignited a fervent desire within him, compelling him to seek a battlefield at once. "Master, this is far too precious," he uttered hoarsely, his eyes brimming with warmth. This was no mere technique. It was an embodiment of his master's unwavering trust and expectations for him. From the bamboo house, Changge's languid voice drifted. "If left untouched, it will gather dust. You must wield it to make it worthwhile." Gazing at the closed bamboo door, Xiao Ruobai bowed deeply, pressing his forehead against the cool stone slab. Disciple shall not betray master's profound hopes. He clutched the jade tablet tightly, his knuckles whitening from the intensity of his grip. In that moment, he comprehended the magnitude of his acquisition, not merely an opportunity to restore his physique, but a pivotal starting point that could alter his destiny. Xiao Ruobai refrained from disturbing his master's rest, cradling the war god strategy as he returned to his own bamboo dwelling. As soon as he settled, he eagerly immersed his consciousness within the jade tablet. The profundities of the emperor-level technique surpassed his wildest imaginings. Each page concealed battle skills that sent tremors through his very soul, from the foundational body-refining fist to the world-shaking domain of the war god, as if tailored specifically for him. "Father, mother, can you see?" He gazed out at the purple bamboo, his voice choked yet imbued with strength. "I shall soon avenge you." The essence of the warrior within him flowed gently under the influence of the war god strategy, golden battle energy coursing along the pathways of the technique, refining and fortifying with each pulse through his meridians. Chapter 10. Xiao Ruobai's breakthrough. Xiao Ruobai closed his eyes, allowing the intricacies of the war god strategy to unfold within his mind. The initial body-refining method appeared deceptively simple, yet harbored profound mysteries. Each movement corresponded precisely to the meridian nodes of the war god physique, as if crafted exclusively for him. Following the guidance of the technique, he endeavored to circulate the golden battle energy within him. As soon as he focused his intent, the energy surged forth, racing along a predetermined trajectory. In mere moments, he felt his entire body ablaze with vitality, the subtle crackling of his bones echoing as if shackles were loosening. The elementary breathing method, merely an introduction, proved to be 100-fold more potent than any rudimentary techniques he had secretly practiced in the past. Indeed, it is an emperor-level technique, Xiao Ruobai murmured, his eyes alight with awe and exhilaration as he continued to delve deeper into its mysteries. The tome titled War God Strategy encompasses not only profound cultivation techniques, but also an array of intricate combat skills. From the fundamental shattering stone fist to the unparalleled dominion of the war god realm, each move exudes an indomitable spirit of battle. Particularly, the war god realm is described as a domain that can be constructed using one's own battle aura, within which one's combat prowess is magnified while adversaries are relentlessly subdued by an overwhelming will to fight, truly a manifestation of unrivaled dominance. Should one master this war god realm, the protagonist, Xiao Ruobai, clenches his fists, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. At that juncture, not only would he seek vengeance, but even against those legendary prodigies from sacred lands, he would harbor confidence in emerging victorious. Time seemed to slip away before Xiao Ruobai noticed the encroaching dusk outside his window. Emerging from his reverie, he felt invigorated, the golden battle aura within him now more refined and flowing with greater ease. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, producing a series of crisp sounds. Feeling considerably lighter, it was time to test this body tempering technique. He murmured softly, his consciousness sinking into the jade slip, as the body refining essence of war god strategy surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The moment he initiated the technique, the golden battle aura within him surged along the established pathways of the technique. The spiritual energy of the purple bamboo peak was already 100-fold denser than the outside world, and at this moment, it seemed to respond to his summons, transforming into ribbons of light that penetrated his being, weaving together with his battle aura, cleansing every inch of his sinews and bones. What would ordinarily take months for an average cultivator to achieve in the first layer of body refinement, he accomplished in merely half an hour. The tingling sensation coursing through his meridians was intertwined with the residual warmth of the 9-turn golden pill's medicinal essence, a treasure comparable to an imperial-grade elixir. Previously, only 30% of its potency had been expended to activate the source of the war god body. The remaining 70% of its essence had been sealed deep within his dantian by Changge using secret techniques, now nourishing every fiber of his being as the war god strategy unfolded. In the vast realm of Xianwang, even the mightiest imperial sects might struggle to present such a pill, yet Changge so casually invested 70% of its potency in fortifying his foundation, a gesture that would incite envy among any cultivator. Boom. As the first light of dawn streamed through the bamboo window, Xiao Ruobai abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of golden light illuminating his gaze. He raised his fist and struck the ground, causing the stone bed to fracture with fine cracks. While his hand remained unscathed, he had reached the 9th layer of body refinement in a single night. Such speed, if disseminated, would surely send ripples throughout the entire cultivation community of Xianzhou. Yet, Xiao Ruobai understood well that had it not been for the environment of Purple Bamboo Peak, where spiritual energy was readily accessible, the miraculous effects of the 9-turn golden pill, and the innate strength of the war god body meant for battle, achieving such heights in a single night would be a feat beyond the grasp of even the most gifted. He pushed open the bamboo door, stepping into the morning light where the spiritual energy of the purple bamboo forest swirled, filling his lungs with a sensation akin to being cleansed by pure spring water. Not far away, Changge was dozing on a bench, with a small black bird at his feet diligently feasting on a spiritual fruit. Xiao Ruobai touched the tip of his nose and approached Changge, bowing respectfully. Master, your disciple has ascended to the 9th layer of body refinement. Changge's piercing gaze swept through the tumultuous battle aura within him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Not bad. You have not wasted this physique. You are currently at the 9th level of the refinement of the body stage. Do not hasten your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. He straightened his posture, his gaze resting upon Xiao Ruobai, his demeanor unexpectedly serious. The foundation of the war god body must be meticulously honed to perfection within the refinement of the body stage. Each sinew and bone should be suffused with battle energy, transforming into an impenetrable fortress before contemplating the advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Ruobai was momentarily taken aback. Master, can the refinement of the body stage truly reach such heights? The potential of this body surpasses your imagination. Hastiness in breaking through will only leave hidden dangers. Remember that. After speaking, Changge retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and tossed it over. This technique, Veil of Invisibility, is for you. It can conceal your aura and hide your cultivation, far surpassing ordinary techniques of aura concealment. Xiao Ruobai caught the jade slip, infused it with battle energy, and was instantly shaken to his core. This veil of invisibility not only obscured one's cultivation, but could also simulate the aura of various physiques, even suppressing the brilliance of the war god body, rendering it a talisman for survival in the outside world. "I understand, master," he exclaimed, gripping the jade slip tightly and nodding earnestly. His master was teaching him to conceal his strengths while also ensuring his safety. Just as Changge was about to convey more, he suddenly sensed a few gentle yet potent auras approaching, raising an eyebrow. It was Xianyangzi, that old fox, arriving with company. With a slight motion of his fingertip, a pale blue aura enveloped Xiao Ruobai. "Conceal your aura. Return to the appearance of 3 days ago." Xiao Ruobai felt the battle energy within him instantly subdue, as if shrouded in a thick fog, rendering his entire being pale and weak, indistinguishable from his state prior to detoxification, save for a newfound steadiness in his eyes. "Remember, speak little, they have come to see you." Changge resumed his languid demeanor. Moments later, several figures traversed the formation of the purple bamboo forest. At the forefront was Xianyangzi, clad in a green robe, his countenance warm, followed by several peak masters from Danding Peak and Qingyu Peak, each carrying various items. "Apologies for the intrusion, Junior Brother Gu," Xianyangzi said with a smile. His gaze filled with concern as it settled on Xiao Ruobai. "Having just concluded the disciple recruitment ceremony, we came to see your newly accepted disciple and to present some items for cultivation." The master of Danding Peak stepped forward, offering a jade box. "These are medicinal pills for nurturing and strengthening the foundation, suitable for a child just beginning their journey." His gaze towards Xiao Ruobai was filled with kindness. "Young one, make sure to practice diligently under Master Gu. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to visit Danding Peak and seek my assistance." The master of Qingyu Peak also presented a spirit sword. "This sword is of high-grade spiritual quality, exceptionally sharp. Use it for now." The other peak masters also offered the treasures they had brought to Xiao Ruobai. Following his master's instruction, he timidly accepted the items, whispering, "Thank you, sect leader, thank you." Esteemed peak masters, Xianyangzi observed his frail appearance and sighed. "Junior Brother Gu, this child does indeed appear somewhat weak. He will require considerable attention. However, there must be something extraordinary about him that has caught your eye. Yet, in matters of cultivation, one must not be hasty. Should the supply of medicinal pills fall short, do not hesitate to voice it. The sect's treasury still has some reserves." His genuine concern reflected his hope for the Purple Bamboo Peak's legacy to flourish. Now that he had taken on a disciple, it was only natural for the sect to provide support. Changge clasped his hands in gratitude. "In that case, I thank you, senior brother." Chapter 11. Shun Jinghong Changge promptly inquired, "Master brother, what is the outcome of this disciple recruitment conference?" Xianyangzi stroked his beard, a gentle smile gracing his features. "This cohort exhibits commendable aptitude. There are 3 with inferior celestial grade qualifications, with proper guidance. Their ascension to the human realm should pose little difficulty. Should fortune favor them, they may even aspire to the king realm. Additionally, there are several with superior spiritual grade talent, which is quite satisfactory." His tone bore a hint of contentment, clearly expressing approval of the recruitment results. Celestial grade talent is a rarity within the Qingxian sect, and 3 with inferior celestial grade qualifications are sufficient to uphold the lineage's prestige in the next generation. Changge raised an eyebrow, his divine eye instinctively scanning Xianyangzi's profile. Name: Xianyangzi. Position: Sect Master of Qingxian qualification, superior celestial grade physique, fiery sun body cultivation, pinnacle of the king realm, concealed to the cave heaven realm. He then glanced at the master of Pill Peak beside him, instantaneously revealing the profile information. Name: Li Muron. Position: Master of Pill Peak. Qingxian sect qualification: intermediate celestial grade physique, medicinal spirit body cultivation, mid-king realm, concealed to the purple mansion realm. Following closely was the profile of the elder of the law enforcement hall. Name: Zhao Lai. Position: Elder of the law enforcement hall. Qingxian sect qualification: intermediate celestial grade physique, diamond body cultivation, mid-king realm, concealed to the cave heaven realm. Gu Changge understood well. These venerable figures were indeed cunning. Their apparent cultivation levels significantly lower than their true realms. It was evident that the Qingxian sect's foothold in Xianzhou relied on more than mere surface strength. It surpassed previous cohorts in prowess. Gu Changge retracted his gaze, his tone casual, as if he had merely glanced. Xian Yangzi remained oblivious to any anomaly, his attention shifting to Xiao Ruobai. He spoke warmly. Junior brother Gu, though this child appears frail, his ability to catch your eye suggests exceptional qualities. The Grand Sect competition is merely half a year away. It would be prudent to allow him to participate, fostering interaction with his peers rather than languishing atop Zizhu Peak. Glancing at Xiao Ruobai, who was gazing down shyly, Gu Changge's lips curled into a faint smile. Let us see if he can channel energy into his body by then. Xian Yangzi laughed heartily. Very well, no need to force it. We shall not intrude further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the various peak masters departed from Zizhu Peak. Once they were a distance away, Xiao Ruobai straightened, looking at Gu Changge. Master, they are all wily old foxes. Gu Changge stretched lazily. To them, inferior celestial grade qualifications are treasures, yet in the face of your war god physique, they are inconsequential. He playfully kicked Xiao Ruobai's calf. Now go and cultivate. Xiao Ruobai promptly complied, dashing into the bamboo grove. The subsequent month passed serenely yet productively on Zizhu Peak. Every day, Xiao Ruobai immersed himself in the practice of the war god strategy, the abundant spiritual energy of Zizhu Peak ever present. While the residual medicinal potency of the nine-turned golden pill gradually permeated his being. Additionally, he diligently honed his foundation, deepening his cultivation in the body refinement realm. In the body refinement realm, he had reached its pinnacle. One fateful morning, Xiao Ruobai activated the final stage of the body tempering method within the war god strategy. As golden battle energy surged within him like a roaring river, suddenly breaking through an invisible barrier. Warmth surged from the dantian, as spiritual energy transformed into a liquid state, circulating naturally through the meridians, ultimately leading to a breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm. Gu Changge found himself beside the bamboo grove, observing the flowing foundation establishment energy within him, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. This pace exceeded his expectations by 3 days. Xiao Ruobai, rising from his meditation, felt an unprecedented lightness throughout his being, each movement infused with a ripple of spiritual energy. He could not help but exclaim, Master, before he could finish. A clear female voice resonated from below Zizhu Peak. Is Master Gu present? I am Xin Jinghong, sent by the sect leader to deliver some elixirs. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. The name sounded familiar. Indeed, she was one of the 3 disciples with heavenly grade lower tier talent mentioned by Xian Yangzi. Instinctively, Xiao Ruobai activated his concealment technique, his aura instantly reverting to that of a frail figure. Moments later, a young girl in a green dress stepped into the bamboo grove. As she entered the vicinity of Zizhu Peak, Xin Jinghong was greeted by a torrent of potent spiritual energy, far denser than that of the sect's training grounds. It bore a gentle warmth that seemed to permeate her pores. She felt the solid barriers of her 7th layer in body refinement subtly loosening. Such richness and spiritual energy was astonishing. Xin Jinghong was momentarily taken aback, her steps faltering. No wonder the sect leader sighed wistfully toward Zizhu Peak on the day of the disciple initiation ceremony. What a pity not to have been accepted as a disciple here. When she had inquired about it, her master merely shook his head. It seemed her master's lament was indeed referring to this extraordinary place for cultivation. This assignment to deliver elixirs was something she had eagerly seized, wishing to witness the uniqueness of Zizhu Peak firsthand. Standing at the center of the bamboo grove, Xin Jinghong exuded poise, her brow slightly raised with an air of pride. The hem of her green dress brushed the ground, and the jade pendant at her waist swayed gently with her movements, the morning light illuminating her features with a rebellious glint. Her gaze swept around confidently, finally resting on Xiao Ruobai, scrutinizing him without reservation. The boy appeared pale, his demeanor timid, standing beside Master Gu like a blade of grass swaying in the wind, utterly lacking any remarkable qualities. Gu Changge's piercing gaze had already discerned her true nature. Name, Xin Jinghong. Identity, inner disciple of Qingxian sect. Talent, heavenly grade upper tier. Physique, Jinghong, sword body. Cultivation, 7th layer of body refinement. He noted the heavenly grade upper tier designation on the panel, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his amusement. That old fox, Xianyangzi, indeed had his tricks. He had only disclosed her talent as heavenly grade lower tier, likely wishing to keep it hidden until the opportune moment to catch other sects off guard. With the Jinghong sword body combined with upper tier talent, this girl's potential far surpassed the 3 heavenly grade lower tier disciples combined, as Xianyangzi had claimed. Master Gu. Shen Jinghong withdrew her gaze and clasped her hands respectfully towards him, her voice as clear as jade striking stone. I have come today, firstly to deliver the monthly elixirs from the sect, and secondly, to inquire about something. Leaning back in his bamboo chair, Gu Changge twirled a spiritual fruit between his fingers. Speak. At the disciple initiation ceremony, the sect leader intended for you to accept me as a disciple, yet ultimately chose this junior brother instead. Shen Jinghong met his gaze directly, her eyes filled with curiosity. The disciple considered her innate talents to be quite commendable, particularly her prowess in swordsmanship, which surpassed that of her peers. She wished to inquire of her master why he was reluctant to accept her as his student. Pausing momentarily, she added, I do not question your decision, master, but this matter has lingered in my mind for a month, and I simply cannot fathom it. I took the initiative to deliver the medicinal elixirs, hoping to ask you in person. Her candid words momentarily startled Xiaoruobai, revealing that she had come specifically for this purpose. Gu Changge regarded her earnest gaze and replied slowly, Do you truly wish to know? The answer is rather simple. He flicked his fingers, tossing a spirit fruit to the small black bird perched on his shoulder. Your aptitude is of the heavenly grade, is it not? Shen Jinghong nodded in affirmation. Gu Changge smirked slightly, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. But as you can see, my cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the Dan condensation realm, and my training experience is still quite limited. To take you on as a disciple would only hinder your potential. This statement was a blend of truth and artifice. Given his capabilities, he could easily nurture a disciple who might ascend to the Emperor realm. He simply found no motivation to exert such effort. The excuse of his low cultivation was, however, quite fitting. Shen Jinghong was taken aback, having never considered this reason. In her mind, the peak master who could preside over such a rich spiritual domain should, at the very least, possess cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm. How could he only be at the Dan condensation realm? She had dismissed the rumors that Gu Shirshu was merely at the Dan condensation realm as implausible. However, his calm demeanor and untroubled gaze did not suggest deceit. But you are the peak master, she protested, still unconvinced. Can a peak master not have low cultivation? Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. I have only been in this path for a mere decade, roughly your age, and it is merely by chance that I inherited the position of the master of Zizufeng. If you wish to verify, you may ask the sect leader. He knows my true circumstances. He spoke without deception. Xuanyangzi was indeed aware of his cultivation level. As for his true strength, let Xuanyangzi speculate boldly. Shen Jinghong furrowed her brow, her heart filled with doubt. If Gu Shirshu were genuinely at the Dan condensation realm, then the sect leader's lament of what a pity could it truly refer to missing out on the spiritual essence of Zizufeng? I understand now, she said, suppressing her doubts as she bowed her hands in gratitude. Thank you for clarifying, master. With the elixirs delivered, I shall take my leave. As she turned to depart, she could not resist glancing back at Xiaoruobai, who remained with his head bowed, seemingly unaffected by their conversation. Yet, for some reason, she sensed an indescribable tranquility concealed within that seemingly fragile figure. Once her silhouette vanished into the depths of the bamboo grove, Xiaoruobai finally lifted his head. Unable to suppress a smirk, he gazed at Gu Changge, his eyes gleaming with a hint of pride, as he mused inwardly. Master just claimed to be at the initial stage of the Dan condensation realm, yet only days ago, he confided to me that he is actually at the mid-stage. This secret rests solely with me. Others would never suspect it. His heart swelled with delight, nearly causing him to laugh aloud, prompting him to quickly bow his head and feign a cough. Gu Changge, well aware of his apprentice's little machinations, playfully flicked his forehead. What are you grinning about? Xiaoruobai pressed his forehead and chuckled softly. It's nothing, master. I simply believe you are right. The little black bird chirped nearby, tilting its head as if questioning why this lad was so amused. Gu Changge seized its wing, warning, if you keep chirping, I shall pluck your feathers to make a duster. The little black bird immediately retracted its neck, feigning innocence. Watching this scene, Xiaoruobai felt an even greater joy. The fact that his master shared with him the true state of affairs bestowed upon him a warmth that surpassed the joy of obtaining any treasure. What are you still dawdling for? Gu Changge kicked him lightly. Focus on your cultivation. Xiao Ruobai complied and departed. Meanwhile, Shen Jinghong returned to Qingyun Peak and hurried into Xuanyangzi's study. At that moment, Xuanyangzi was perusing documents at his desk. Upon her entrance, he looked up with a smile. You have returned. Did you gain any insights from your journey to Zizhu Peak? Shen Jinghong bowed respectfully. Master, the elixirs have been delivered to Uncle Gu. After a pause, she could not help but inquire. But the spiritual energy at Zizhu Peak is so abundant. Can Uncle Gu, being only in the Dan condensation realm, truly sustain himself there? Xuanyangzi set aside the documents, his fingers lightly tapping the table as his gaze deepened. Do you know of Uncle Gu's background? 10 years ago, he was taken in by the Zizhu Taoist and practiced at Zizhu Peak. When the Taoist departed on his travels, he entrusted the peak to him. He sighed. The Zizhu Taoist has rendered great kindness to our Qingxian sect. Had it not been for his intervention, I might not stand before you today. Thus, it is only right to show care for Zizhu Peak. Shen Jinghong was enlightened. I see. But why is the spiritual energy there so exceptionally rich? This piqued her curiosity. Xuanyangzi's gaze lifted slightly, a hint of inquiry flickering in his eyes. When the Zizhu Taoist was present, the energy on the peak surpassed that of other places, yet it was still not as abundant as it is now. After his departure, the energy surged several-fold, intertwined with a thread of mysterious Tao essence, greatly benefiting cultivation. He raised his teacup and took a sip, continuing. I deduced this might be a contingency arranged by the Zizhu Taoist for Uncle Gu, assisting him in steadily advancing amidst the nourishing spiritual essence. When Xuanyangzi turned his gaze to Shen Jinghong, a newfound certainty gleamed in his eyes. Your Uncle Gu is not yet 20. Having practiced in such a spiritual land for a decade, how could he merely linger in the Dan condensation realm? I suspect he has perhaps already brushed against the threshold of the Purple Mansion realm. As he spoke, a glimmer of wisdom shone in Xuanyangzi's eyes, as if he had discerned the truth of the matter. Shen Jinghong's pupils contracted slightly. Then why does he claim to be in the Dan condensation realm? His nature is modest. He does not relish ostentation, Xuanyangzi replied. Perhaps he seeks to avoid drawing too much attention, or perhaps he has other considerations. Xuanyangzi shook his head, adding, moreover, the Zizhu Taoist left behind many treasures. Anything that he valued must be extraordinary. He spoke earnestly. Jinghong, although Uncle Gu appears languid, he is, in truth, a deep reservoir of hidden potential. You should visit Zizhu Peak more often. Even a mere touch of its spiritual energy would greatly benefit your Jinghong sword body. With that, Xuanyangzi resumed his examination of the documents, a knowing expression on his brow, silently affirming the accuracy of his deductions. Astute as he was, he had already seen through Gu Changge's subtle intentions. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was merely a spectacle orchestrated by Gu Changge for his observation. Xuanyangzi believed he had discerned the second layer and felt a sense of self-satisfaction. In truth, Gu Changge had already ascended to the third layer. No, he had transcended to the heavens. Should this intention be perceived by Gu Changge, who had long since attained the realm of the great emperor, it would likely elicit nothing more than a barely perceptible smile at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, Xuanyangzi raised his gaze towards Shen Jinghong, his expression turning solemn. Jinghong, the path of cultivation is fraught with hidden dangers. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. You possess exceptional talent, endowed with the Jinghong sword body, yet you must learn to conceal your prowess. Do not be overly ostentatious, lest you attract unnecessary troubles. Just like your Uncle Gu. Despite his remarkable gifts, he reveals only a fraction of his abilities. Therein lies true wisdom. Shen Jinghong nodded earnestly. Disciple understands. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Chapter 13. The Provocation of the Burning Heaven Palace. Xuanyangzi nodded in satisfaction before shifting his tone, a hint of pride evident in his voice. You see, in the eyes of outsiders, I have only showcased my mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. However, this is far from the truth. I have already broken through to the late stage of the cave heaven realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a formidable aura erupted from Xuanyangzi. Though he had intentionally restrained it somewhat, the essence of his late-stage cultivation was unmistakably revealed, causing the air in the study to feel as though it had thickened. Shen Jinghong's face registered surprise, and she promptly bowed. Congratulations, Master, on your advancement in cultivation. Xuanyangzi waved his hand with a smile, retracting his aura, and thought to himself, this girl is still too young. She must not be privy to all my methods. Standing still, Shun Jinghong observed her master's triumphant expression, which seemed to say, "Look how cleverly I conceal my abilities." She couldn't help but murmur inwardly, "Master's tactics are quite akin to Uncle Gu's. One only at the initial stage of the Dan realm, the other claiming to be mid-stage in the Cave Heaven realm, yet both surprise us with their late-stage prowess. Is it a shared trait among the elders of our sect to indulge in such theatrics?" Stealing a glance at Xin Yangzi, who had resumed perusing scrolls with an elusive smile playing on his lips, she rolled her eyes in silence. These two old schemers, each more adept at pretense than the last. While Uncle Gu uses his perceived lack of cultivation as an excuse to decline taking her as a disciple, her master boasts of concealed prowess. Is this how the esteemed figures in the realm of cultivation operate? Suddenly, thoughts of other seniors crossed her mind. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her urge to scoff, respectfully bowing, "Master, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to cultivate." Without lifting his head, Xian Yangzi waved his hand. Shen Jinghong turned and exited the study, but as she rounded the corridor, she could not help but mutter under her breath, "No wonder Master and Uncle Gu get along. Their skill in concealment is truly commendable." As soon as the words left her lips, fearing she might be overheard, she quickened her pace towards her cultivation chamber, though the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. As she walked, Shen Jinghong's mind began to entertain other notions. With both her master and Uncle Gu adept at hiding their cultivation levels, it seemed that the art of concealment was indeed a fundamental lesson in the realm of cultivation. Possessing the extraordinary physique of the surprising phoenix sword and being of heavenly caliber, one must exercise caution. Excessive ostentation could indeed invite trouble. With this thought in mind, she paused momentarily before turning back towards Xuanyangzi's study. If she was to conceal her cultivation, she would certainly require a suitable technique. Her master must possess treasures in this regard. Upon re-entering the study, she found Xuanyangzi engrossed in annotating a document with a wolf hair brush. Noticing her return, he raised his gaze and inquired, "Is there something else?" Shen Jinghong bowed respectfully. "Master, your teachings have profoundly enlightened me. You mentioned the importance of hiding one's talents, and I find great wisdom in your words. However, I am uncertain how to conceal my own cultivation. Do you possess an appropriate technique for this?" Xuanyangzi set down the brush, assessing Shen Jinghong with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "It is excellent that you harbor such thoughts. It appears that today's discourse has indeed resonated with you." He retrieved a yellowed booklet from the bookshelf and handed it to her. "This is the Qingxuan concealment technique. While not the pinnacle of techniques, it suffices for the purpose of concealing one's cultivation. Take it and study it diligently." With both hands, Shen Jinghong accepted the booklet and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master. I shall heed your guidance." Exiting the study with the concealment technique in hand, Shen Jinghong felt a surge of delight. If you too can conceal yourselves, so can I. Once I master this technique, perhaps one day I shall surprise others, allowing them to taste the thrill of being kept in the dark." She glanced down at the booklet, her steps buoyant as she made her way to the training room, envisioning the scene where her concealed prowess would astonish all. 3 days later, the mist outside the gates of Qingyun Peak was suddenly torn apart by a fierce aura, as if fine silk had been sliced by a sharp blade, revealing the majestic mountain gates behind. A procession of figures clad in brocade robes edged with crimson gold approached. The leader's warm jade pendant swaying gently with each step, sending currents of air that caused the dew on the nearby pines to tumble down. The pressure emanating from the initial stage of the celestial realm unfurled like an invisible tidal wave, bending the welcoming pine before the gates, causing morning dew to cascade down and leave a myriad of watermarks on the stone steps. With a slight arch of his brow and a bemused smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he cast a nonchalant glance over the mountain guards, as though appraising ordinary objects. Accompanying him were 4 elders in purple robes, adorned with the blazing sun totem, their spiritual energies intermingling between the cave heaven and purple mansion realms, stirring up a whirlwind outside the gates that sent leaves swirling incessantly. Behind them, 5 young men and women stood tall, swords at their waists shimmering with light, exuding confidence tinged with a hint of arrogance. The foremost youth crossed his arms, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over the gates of Qingxian sect, as if assessing whether this celestial realm merited his attention. "The Lord of the Burning Heaven Palace comes to pay a visit," the brocade-clad man stated, slightly lifting his chin towards the mountain guards. His voice calm, yet imbued with an authoritative weight that startled them. The guards tightened their grips on their spears, feigning composure as they turned to send word. Far away on Zizhu Peak, Changge opened his eyes and glanced towards the mountain gates, sensing the presence of cultivation no greater than that of the celestial realm. He dismissed the group as inconsequential clowns, confident that the sect master would handle them effortlessly, and thus closed his eyes once more. At this moment, in the martial arts arena halfway up Qingyun Peak, Xianyangzi was instructing the disciples alongside several peak masters. The light from the communication talisman illuminated his face. Upon hearing the report, he paused slightly in the act of crushing the talisman, his gaze sweeping across the tumultuous clouds on the horizon. The arrival of the burning heaven palace at this time hinted at ominous intentions. To his right, the peak master of Jinyue Peak glared furiously. These ruffians must be here to flaunt their newly acquired disciples. After losing face in the last Black Wind Ridge contest, they seek to redeem themselves through the younger generation. With a graceful flick of his long sleeves, Xianyangzi commanded, "Let us proceed to the mountain gate." Upon encountering Xianyangzi, the imposing Lai Tianxiong stood beside the welcoming pine, fiddling with the needles, which turned to ashes upon contact with his spiritual energy. Xianyangzi's gaze fell upon the pine tree, his tone neutral, yet laced with an icy undertone. "It has been quite some time since we last saw you. Palace Master Lai, since our parting at Black Wind Ridge, may I inquire as to the purpose of your esteemed visit today?" Lai Tianxiong raised his eyes, the warm jade at his side reflecting dazzling light, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Xianyangzi, it has been well. The contest of the 7 major sects is scheduled to be held at my Burning Heaven Palace next year. I have come to inform you, so your sect may prepare accordingly." Xianyangzi, understanding the implications, maintained a calm facade. "Oh, it is customary for the hosting sect to be the previous champion, so your news is indeed surprising, Palace Master Lai." Lai Tianxiong's smile widened, tinged with a sense of pride. "Times have changed. The strength of my Burning Heaven Palace is more than sufficient to host this competition. However, your Qingxian sect must make an extra effort. It would be unfortunate if you are unable to present a single disciple capable of participating." "Palace Master, you need not worry," Xianyangzi replied nonchalantly, his gaze drifting over the disciples behind Lai Tianxiong. "Though our disciples may not possess the extraordinary talents of yours, they will strive with utmost dedication." Lai Tianxiong, pleased with the response, pointed out a young man beside him with a thumb. "Speaking of which, allow me to introduce you to my prized disciple." The young man stepped forward, his moon-white robe billowing in the mountain breeze, the jade pendant at his waist clinking melodiously yet boastfully. "This is my newly accepted disciple, Zhao Yan, of mid-tier talent, age 16, currently at the 9th level of body refinement, just one step away from the foundation establishment stage." Lai Tianxiong spoke with satisfaction, his eyes scanning the disciples of Qingxian sect. In the entire Xian domain, it is rare to find someone of such age with this level of cultivation. I doubt your Qingxian sect can present a comparable talent. Zhao Yan bowed respectfully to Xianyangzi, his tone seemingly modest, yet pride glimmered in his eyes. "Master Xianyang, it is an honor to meet you." Before he could finish, a youth in a green robe stepped forward, his long sword humming as it was drawn 3 inches from its sheath, the condensed spiritual energy in his palm forming a half-foot flame, exuding provocation. "Master, why not let our disciples spar and exchange insights, so they may witness what true talent looks like? I am Lin Lai, the chief disciple of Burning Heaven Palace, 20 years old, currently in the mid-stage of the condensation realm. I have heard that Qingxian sect is abundant in talents. I wonder which of you dares to battle me?" A low murmur of indignation arose from the ranks of Qingxian sect. The arrogance of their opponent was intolerable. The disciples in the front row clenched their fists, several impulsive ones already grasping the hilt of their swords. Had it not been for their senior brother holding them back, they would have charged forward. Lai Tianxiong observed the reactions of the Qingxian sect disciples, a deeper smile forming on his lips. "I have heard that this year you have also taken in some promising talents. Why not bring them forth for a little exchange, instead of keeping them hidden?" He shifted his tone, casting a probing glance towards the ranks. "I have also heard that you have a favored disciple, namely Xianfeng, who was already in the early stages of the essence nurturing realm last year. Why is he absent today? Is it possible that he is afraid to face us?" Xianyangzi's voice remained calm, yet concealed an icy undertone. "Li Xianfeng is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. However, it seems that the esteemed Lord Lai is quite eager for his disciples to make an appearance. Perhaps you fear that come the sect competition a year hence, there will be no opportunity for further display? Lai Tianxiong's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly responded with a smile. Xuanyangzi, you remain as sharp-tongued as ever. Yet, I wonder if the disciples of your esteemed sect possess the same fortitude as you do. Our disciples have always preferred a low profile, unlike your sect, which seems to revel in ostentation. Xuanyangzi lifted a teacup that had appeared seemingly from nowhere, taking a delicate sip. Nevertheless, if it is truly a contest you desire, let us save it for the grand competition next year, where our strengths will be laid bare. Upon hearing this, Lai Tianxiong pondered inwardly. It seemed he had underestimated Xuanyangzi. He had long known that Qingxian sect had produced several exceptional talents, particularly Li Xianfeng, who had reportedly advanced to the essence-nurturing realm. He had hoped to use this opportunity to gauge the true strength of their younger generation, but it appeared that would not be possible. Xuanyangzi displayed remarkable composure. Concealing his thoughts, Lai Tianxiong feigned a smirk tinged with derision. Since the leader of Xianyang has reservations, we shall not press further. However, I hope that when the 7 great sects compete, your disciples will not remain as unprepared. Turning to his disciples, he announced, since our discussion has come to naught, we shall take our leave. As the group from the Burning Sky Palace departed, Lin Lai intentionally bumped against a disciple of the Qingxian sect, causing the latter to stumble before regaining his footing. Lin Lai, however, continued onward without a backward glance, a smug smile gracing his lips. This child has already walked the path of demise, Xuanyangzi thought coldly. Only after the figures of the Burning Sky Palace had vanished into the mist did Xuanyangzi turn to address his disciples. Each of them bore an expression of indignation. Their eyes ignited with a fire of determination. Their purpose for coming today was twofold: to showcase their strength and to test the waters. Xuanyangzi's voice echoed through the valley. In the competition of the 7 great sects, they wish to provoke us into disarray, but we shall maintain our composure. He approached the trial stone tablet, his gaze sweeping over the intricate patterns engraved upon it. From this day forth, all disciples must engage in diligent cultivation. His eyes scanned each youthful face, his tone grave yet inspiring. The competition in a year's time is not merely for the honor of our sect, but also for your own. To prove that the disciples of Qingxian sect are second to none. The group from the Burning Sky Palace departed Qingxian sect with an air of arrogance. Lai Tianxiong spitting out words in a fervor. Did you see? Xuanyangzi, despite such provocation, did not send forth his disciples. It seems the disciples of Qingxian sect are not so formidable after all. When the grand competition arrives next year, we shall trample their pride beneath our feet. The disciples echoed their agreement, entirely oblivious to the surprise that awaited them in the Blackwind Gorge. Having departed from the Qingxian sect for merely half a day, the group ventured into a desolate canyon when suddenly, shadowy figures emerged from the towering cliffs on either side. Who goes there? The members of the Burning Heaven Palace were startled, their spiritual power nearly faltering as they hastily assumed defensive stances. However, the shadowy figures disregarded any semblance of decorum, launching into a flurry of punches and kicks. Just as Lin Lai had drawn his sword halfway, he was met with a brutal kick to the knee, causing him to yelp in pain, his sword clattering to the ground as he clutched his leg in agony. Zhao Yin attempted to play the hero, but was swiftly met with an elbow strike to the chest, sending him crashing against the rock wall like a severed kite, losing half a tooth in the process. The 4 purple-robed elders barely had time to form a formation before being unceremoniously knocked to the ground by the shadowy figures, groaning as they lay like 4 hens with their tails stepped on. With a furious roar, Lai Tianxiong entered the fray. Yet, as soon as he unleashed his celestial pressure, he was sent sprawling by a sweeping leg kick. Struggling to rise and deliver a fierce retort, he was met with a hook punch that left him seeing stars, blood streaming from his nose. The shadowy figures struck relentlessly, targeting his face, and before long, he bore the appearance of a panda, his cheeks swollen as though harboring 2 walnuts. No one from the Burning Heaven Palace escaped the fate of being thoroughly beaten. A flurry of punches and kicks left them all sprawled on the ground, unable to move. The shadowy figure let out a cold laugh, delivering one final kick that sent Lai Tianxiong rolling like a tumbling gourd, disappearing from sight after a few bounces. Don't you dare run, Lai Tianxiong bellowed, clutching his swollen face in fury. In the depths of the forest, the shadowy figure removed the cloth covering his face, revealing the gentle countenance of Xuanyangzi, the leader of the Qingxian sect, though his brows and eyes were now shadowed with coldness. You dared to uproot my welcoming pine. Consider it fortunate that I did not break your legs. It turned out that this individual was indeed Xianyangzi, the sect master of the Qingxian sect. He changed out of his gray garments into the customary robes of his position, lightly brushing his fingertips across the fabric as he uttered a low, cold snort. To be audacious at my mountain gate is one thing, but to insult my disciples? Do you truly think Xianyangzi is a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? His earlier restraint at the sect gate was merely a matter of maintaining the sect's dignity, not wishing to allow the burning heaven palace to ascertain the Qingxian sect's true capabilities. Yet, Lai Tianxiong's arrogant demeanor and the mockery from his disciples had stoked a fire within him. As a sect leader, what worth is there if he cannot protect the dignity of his disciples? Unable to unleash his wrath openly, could he not seek a secluded spot to reclaim their honor? Xianyangzi brushed the dust from his hands, gazing at the lamentations of the burning heaven palace members, a cold smile gracing his lips. Consider this beating as an interest payment for your arrogance. Chapter 15. A Gentleman Seeks Revenge. From dawn till dusk, the members of the burning heaven palace lay on the ground, moaning and nursing their bruises. Struggling to rise, Lai Tianxiong surveyed the dismal state of his disciples, his teeth grinding in anger. Who could it be? If I do not avenge this grievance, I shall not bear the surname Lai. One elder timidly suggested, could it be the Qingxian sect? Lai Tianxiong spat on the ground in disdain. Impossible. With the cowardice of the Qingxian sect, how could they possess such a master? Unless those ancient monsters in their forbidden grounds have finally emerged. But that individual just now was brimming with vitality, unlike someone on the brink of death. It must be our former enemies. A group of individuals exchanged glances, none able to recall when they had offended such ruthless adversaries. After much effort, they helped each other rise, awkwardly adjusting their tattered garments, and continued on their journey. An hour later, the members of the burning heaven palace had not traveled far when a burly figure in a black robe suddenly emerged from the forest, wielding a wooden club thicker than a thigh. This was none other than SHWNSHN, the master of Qunju Peak. Upon seeing the battered group on the ground, he was momentarily taken aback, then stifled a laugh. Goodness, who did this? Their methods are even harsher than mine. What a relief. LT Nexiying, seeing another person approach, assumed it was the gray shadow returning and immediately became agitated. You again? Do you dare to return? Seeking death. SHWNSHN was startled by his outburst, but soon became enraged himself. What are you shouting about? I was merely passing by. Torn between whether to strike or not, he was provoked into action, swinging his club as he charged forward. Let you taste my great stick. The already injured members of the burning heaven palace were no match for the immense strength of SHWNSHN. He swung the club with abandon, targeting the gaps between their bones. In no time, the canyon echoed with a cacophony of anguished cries. Several members contorted in pain, their limbs at strange angles, suffering even more than after being beaten by Su Nyngzi. SHWNSHN clapped his hands, observing the heap of moaning individuals on the ground with satisfaction. Ah, this is much more to my liking. Now you know who possesses the louder voice, don't you? With that, he hoisted his club and sauntered away, humming a tune. As SHWNSHN made his way back, he unexpectedly encountered a gaunt figure cloaked in black. Both of them bundled up tightly with only their eyes visible. As they brushed past each other, SHWNSHN mused, this fellow's aura seems familiar. The man in black pondered the same, wondering which peak this brute hailed from. They quickened their pace, neither daring to greet the other. As they had just emerged from a fight, their faces still bearing the marks of aggression. The figure in black was Ying, the master of Ji Nexio Peak. He had intended to secretly teach a lesson to the members of the burning heaven palace, but upon arriving at the canyon, he was taken aback. Wow, who is more eager than I? Such ferocity. Observing the groaning individuals from the burning heaven palace, Ying felt a sense of satisfaction. He stroked his chin and concluded, perhaps it would be somewhat unchivalrous to strike them now. I shall allow them some time to recuperate. Once they have regained their strength, I will deliver a surprise double strike. An hour later, just as the members of the burning heaven palace had bandaged their wounds and were limping along, Ying suddenly leaped out from behind a tree. Before long, the canyon was filled with eerie sounds. Some writhed in pain, while others cried for their mothers. Ying clapped his hands, gazing at the convulsing individuals on the ground, then turned and vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind. The members of the Burning Heaven Palace were utterly incapacitated. And Lt. Nexi Ying, staring up at the canyon's peak, let out a desperate roar. Which scoundrel is responsible for this? The echo reverberated through the valley, startling a flock of crows. At this moment atop Purple Bamboo Peak, Changge was using his spiritual awareness to live-stream the spectacle, laughing heartily. The little black bird perched on his shoulder chirped along, as if clapping its wings in delight. It is often said that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Yet the Qingxian sect took a different approach, seeking retribution from dawn till dusk. Changge chuckled softly to himself. Initially, he had contemplated joining the fray, but it appeared that the sect master and the peak masters had acted before him. Observing their dire predicament, he thought it wiser to refrain from intervening today. He decided to let them recuperate, only to strike again tomorrow. Alas, he lamented, I am too kind-hearted, unable to bear the suffering of the world. Changge let out a gentle sigh, imbued with a touch of compassion. This sigh startled the little black bird, which ceased its chirping and tilted its head at him. As if to say, you're just putting on a show. Changge delicately pinched a fallen bamboo leaf between his fingers. Look at them, he mused. First, they were beaten by the sect master like battered dogs, then tossed around by Brother Sure like rolling gourds, and now even Brother Yi couldn't resist stepping on them. TSK, how tragic, truly tragic. He tossed the bamboo leaf into the air, his tone suddenly grave. If I were to add another blow, would it not be taking advantage of their misfortune? They would surely say that Changge is bullying the weak. No, that's not right. I am not yet 20. So it should be that I am a small one bullying the great. The little black bird fluttered its wings and flew above him, circling twice, as though mocking his benevolence. Changge looked up at it and feigned profundity with a sigh. You do not understand. This is the way of a gentleman's revenge, emphasizing a slow and steady approach. In the distance, Xiao Ruobai was still immersed in his arduous cultivation, entirely oblivious to how the sect's prominent figures had delivered a lesson on humility to the Burning Heaven Palace in the most straightforward manner. In this vast expanse, 7 major sects coexisted, maintaining a delicate balance and order within the realm of cultivation. The Qingxian sect was situated in the heart of Xian Prefecture, centered around the Qingyun mountain range, its influence radiating outwards for miles. Besides the Qingxian sect, the other 6 sects each possessed their own unique strengths. The 10,000 Methods Pavilion, the Burning Heaven Palace, the Cold Moon Valley, the Heavenly Transformation Sect, the Jade Purity Sect, and the Array Breaking Sect. The Burning Heaven Palace, located in the extreme southern volcanic region, specialized in fire-based techniques. With its disciples known for their fierce tempers and formidable combat prowess, historically at odds with the Qingxian sect. The conflict at Black Wind Ridge epitomized the animosity between the two factions. Their ostentatious hosting of the competition among the 7 sects was an attempt to solidify their claim as the premier sect of Xian Prefecture. The 10,000 Methods Pavilion is widely recognized as the foremost sect among the 7, nestled within the Wunchang mountain range, housing millions of tomes that encompass alchemy, talismans, formations, and artifacts, alongside a broad and inclusive martial arts heritage. The pavilion's past leaders were often sagacious scholars well-versed in various disciplines. They did not seek expansion, yet none dared to underestimate their profound knowledge. In the past century of competitions among the 7 sects, the 10,000 Methods Pavilion had secured the title of champion 30 times with an overwhelming advantage, leaving the other sects to vie for the runner-up position. Cold Moon Valley maintained a stance of neutrality, yet no one dared to provoke it lightly. Every 3 years, the 7 sects would hold a competition, hosted by the previous champion, aimed at honing skills and delineating resource veins. The outcomes of these contests not only determined the ranking of the sects, but also influenced the allocation of spiritual veins throughout Xian Prefecture. The higher the rank, the more abundant the cultivation resources available. It is precisely for this reason that the Burning Sky Palace is so eager to seize victory in this competition. They have exchanged treasures from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion to host the sect competition. In recent years, they have attracted numerous disciples of heavenly caliber. And with the formidable celestial sovereign Lai Tianxiong at the helm, their ambitions have become manifest. Chapter 16, The Supreme Emperor's Weapon. The 9 Heavens Dragon Soul halberd the following day, as dawn broke and the first rays of light began to illuminate the sky. The mist lingering outside the bamboo cottage had yet to dissipate. Changge slowly opened his eyes upon the bamboo bed, and with a delicate gesture of his fingers, he tapped the void. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. Rewards received. 5,000 years of cultivation. Acquired. The supreme treasure, the chaotic blue lotus. Acquired. The supreme emperor's weapon, the nine heavens dragon soul halberd. As the system notification faded, a subtle smile graced Gu Changge's lips. Ever since he took Xiao Ruobai as his disciple, the rewards from his check-ins had taken on a new dimension, evolving from singular treasures to double portions. Although the newly acquired items were not of unparalleled merit, they were quite suitable for practitioners of this realm. The previous rewards were predominantly treasures of the Great Tao, such as the primordial pearl capable of manifesting 3,000 worlds and the time shuttle that could stabilize the river of time, both formidable artifacts that could overturn star realms with a mere flick of the wrist. Regrettably, these treasures were imbued with such terrifying power that no one in this realm could wield them. Even an emperor would be torn asunder by the Taoist force contained within them. Thus, those divine artifacts now lay quietly, gathering dust in the corners of the system space. Their worth unrecognized by anyone. It seems the system is rather considerate, knowing that he has taken on a disciple and providing rewards that ordinary individuals could utilize. Gu Changge mused. In the past, the treasures he obtained were far beyond the standard, and when he wished to bestow kindness upon the sect master and others, he often had to rummage through the most mundane items. For instance, the peaches of immortality, which blossomed once every 3,000 years and bore fruit in the same span, were too potent for the sect master and others to endure due to the overwhelming energy contained within. As his fingers traced through the void, a translucent panel materialized before him. The nine heavens dragon soul halberd, imbued with the essence of 9 dragon souls, could shatter stars with its blade. This weapon would indeed be fitting for Ruobai. Gu Changge chuckled softly. Such an imperial weapon capable of inciting bloodshed and chaos in the Xianyuan Great World was, to him, merely an ordinary item. As for the chaotic blue lotus, a treasure of the Great Tao, it had already accumulated into a mountain within the system space. It was not that it lacked value. Rather, the laws of this realm were entirely incapable of withstanding its oppressive force, and bringing it forth would likely shatter the entire world. The nine heavens dragon soul halberd, obtained from this check-in, bore 9 ethereal dragon souls entwined around its shaft, capable of summoning the roar of dragons from the 4 seas and shattering the winds of myriad domains. For practitioners of this realm, it was an extraordinary imperial weapon, a rare find that would incite fierce competition among the major factions. With a gentle twist of his fingers, the ethereal image of the nine heavens dragon soul halberd flickered briefly in his palm before being stored within his spatial ring, indicating that he did not hold it in high regard. What truly piqued his interest, however, was that chaotic blue lotus. This remarkable entity, rooted in the essence of chaos, with each leaf embodying a strand of innate Tao, could prove to be quite beneficial. System, please open the personal panel. Host, Gu Changge identity, master of the purple bamboo peak of the Qingxian sect cultivation level, peak emperor, current stored cultivation, 15. 83 million years, technique, primordial chaos original formula supernatural abilities, eye of breaking illusions, words become law, mastery over the universe, invulnerability to all laws physique, primordial divine body treasures, primordial pearl, supreme treasure, time shuttle, supreme treasure, creation jade butterfly, supreme treasure, chaotic green lotus, supreme treasure, skills, alchemy, emperor level, artifact refinement, emperor level, formation, emperor level. At this moment, the group from the burning heaven palace staggered along the mountain path, their garments tattered and their bruised faces starkly illuminated by the morning light. Lai Tianxiong grimaced, clutching his painfully throbbing waist, and urged, "Hurry. We're merely 50 miles from our territory. Let us see who dares to attack us now." After being thoroughly beaten by Yi Guang the previous night, they didn't dare to linger. Dragging their broken limbs, they hurried along, almost crawling in fear of encountering another cloaked figure. As the dawn light spread across the horizon, the outline of the volcano in the direction of the burning heaven palace became visible, and the group's tense nerves began to relax, their breathing becoming noticeably heavier. Palace Master, who was that thin man from last night? His strikes were so ruthless, Zhao Yin mumbled, clutching his dislocated jaw, the gaps in his front teeth still aching. Meanwhile, atop the purple bamboo peak, Gu Changge stretched lazily, his consciousness casually sweeping towards the direction of the burning heaven palace. Noticing they were nearing their domain, he twirled a spiritual fruit with his fingertips and chuckled, Thinking of fleeing? One must honor the promise of gradual progress. A small black bird perched on his shoulder chirped excitedly, as if sensing something. Just as Lai Tianxiong was about to curse, he suddenly felt a shadow loom overhead. In the next moment, the sky above the group from the burning heaven palace darkened abruptly, and an invisible pressure descended like a canopy, causing the very air to seem to solidify. "What is happening?" Lai Tianxiong exclaimed, his pupils dilating as he looked up, only to see a colossal hand descending from the clouds, obscuring the sun. Golden light pulsed between the fingers, as if imbued with the power of collapsing mountains. "Have you ever witnessed a hand descending from the heavens?" A clear voice resonated in everyone's minds, indistinguishable in origin, yet laced with a hint of mockery. The members of the burning heaven palace were struck with terror, their spiritual energy thrown into disarray. The hand, though it appeared to descend slowly, was inescapable, as if the very heavens were enveloped by it, extinguishing any thoughts of retreat. "It must be the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. It has to be their people." Lai Tianxiong felt his heart sink, summoning all his strength to unleash his spiritual energy, reaching the apex of the human celestial realm, crossing his arms protectively over his head. "We won the wager. The right to host should rightfully belong to the burning heaven palace. How could the 10,000 Methods Pavilion act so dishonorably?" His statement was not without merit. A fortnight prior, he had led Lin Lai and others to the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, wagering 3 celestial-grade treasures to compete against the younger generation of the pavilion for the right to host the duel among the 7 major sections. At that time, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion was away on a journey, and the remaining disciples, incensed by the provocations from the burning heaven palace, agreed to the contest. Ultimately, Lin Lai, with his mid-stage Dan condensation cultivation, triumphed over 3 disciples of the pavilion, forcibly seizing the right to host. In the realm of the 7 great sects, who else could possess such transcendent abilities, save for the unfathomable lord of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion? The answer was delivered by a colossal hand that descended with a thunderous impact. Boom! The force of the palm struck the ground, not with a cataclysmic explosion, but rather it unleashed an invisible wave of energy. The members of the burning heaven palace felt an irresistible force surging towards them, as if they were crushed beneath an unseen mountain, instantly brought to their knees, faces pressed into the earth, rendered immobile. This single strike, while not lethal, was sufficient to confine them to their beds for a month. Changge had clearly held back, as he wished to witness how the disciples of the burning heaven palace would be bested in the upcoming tournament a year hence. Lai Tianxiong clutched his chest, trembling as he gazed skyward, his lips quivering. What a spectacle from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion! To lose and then retaliate with such measures. This grievance, the burning heaven palace would remember. He dared not boast any longer. To unleash such formidable power from a distance, one must be at least at the late stage of the king realm. Apart from the nearly 1,000-year-old master of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, none in the entire Xian prefecture could possibly wield such might. Quickly, send a message for reinforcements from the sect. At this moment, Lai Tianxiong and his companions could hardly rise, and could only await salvation from their sect. Once they were carried into the protective mountain array by their sect members, they finally regained their senses, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with a terror born from near calamity. Chapter 17. The 10,000 Great Mountains Upon the Purple Bamboo Peak. Changge retracted his hand, gently patting the little black bird's head, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Much to his surprise, there was an unexpected outcome. Someone had taken the fall, thus sparing him considerable trouble. The 10,000 Methods Pavilion, with its inflated self-importance, would surely face the wrath of the burning heaven palace. And now there was entertainment to behold. He chuckled wickedly, as the little black bird tilted its head, seemingly commenting on the insidiousness of it all. Changge erupted into laughter, flicking away the core of a spirit fruit. In the distance, Xiao Ruobai was practicing under the morning sun, his golden battle aura intertwining with the dawn's light. He vaguely sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from the south, but thought little of it, merely tightening his fists and accelerating the cadence of his war god strategy. Unbeknownst to him, his master's casual strike had cast a stone into the pond of the 7 great sects of Xian Prefecture, creating ripples that would incite tumultuous waves. Changge turned his gaze toward Xiao Ruobai, who was diligently cultivating nearby. "Ruobai, come here." Xiao Ruobai, having just shattered a piece of black iron bamboo with a punch, swiftly turned upon hearing his master's call. Beads of sweat trickled down his pale cheeks, dampening his robes. He approached Changge with haste, bowing respectfully, "Master." With a gentle flick of his fingers, Changge bestowed a soothing wave of spiritual energy upon Xiao Ruobai's shoulder, instantly calming the turbulent energy within him that stemmed from his impatience for rapid advancement. "Your mastery of the war god strategy is commendable, having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. However, your pursuit of explosive power has led you to neglect the flow of your energy." He flicked Xiao Ruobai's wrist lightly. "Just now, as you struck, the spiritual energy here became stagnant for half a breath. Should an opponent exploit this flaw in a real battle, it could lead to your serious injury." Xiao Ruobai's eyes widened in enlightenment as he lowered his gaze to his wrist. Disciple was so focused on breaking through realms that I overlooked these details. Cultivation is akin to sailing against the current. One must not only strive vigorously, but also understand the balance of tension and relaxation. Changge rose and paced. The leaves of the black iron bamboo brushed against his fingertips, yet not a single leaf fell. In the past few days, though he had devoted himself to arduous training and significantly increased his fist strength, his practical combat experience was nearly non-existent. If he were to encounter an enemy, he would be ill-equipped to respond with composure. Xiao Ruobai's cheeks flushed slightly as he implored his master for guidance. Changge halted, casting his gaze toward the mist-shrouded mountains in the distance. Practical combat does not solely entail bloodshed. Sparring, navigating formations, and even engaging with demonic beasts all serve as means to accumulate experience. He turned and patted Xiao Ruobai's shoulder, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. "Follow me." With that, Changge led the way toward the rear mountain. His steps were unhurried, and his azure robe flickered amidst the shadows of the bamboo, seemingly casual, yet perfectly aligned with the most potent currents of spiritual energy. The surrounding bamboo leaves leaned toward him as if in reverence. Xiao Ruobai hurried to keep pace. Having been on Zizhu Peak for over a month, he had never ventured to the rear mountain, only hearing the chirps of the little black bird hinting at the peculiarities that lay within. Each time his master returned from the rear mountain, he bore additional meat from demonic beasts. As he followed his master deeper, he sensed the air thickening with spiritual energy, even condensing into visible motes of light. As he inhaled, the spiritual power within his dantian began to circulate spontaneously, more invigorating than mere meditation. "Master, what awaits at the rear mountain?" "You will know when you arrive," Changge replied, as they continued onward. The deeper they ventured, the more peculiar the atmosphere became. The once familiar bamboo grove now shimmered with elusive glimmers among the branches. The stone path beneath their feet bore strange patterns, and with every few steps, it felt as though they crossed some intangible boundary. "Is this a formation?" Xiao Ruobai exclaimed in astonishment. With a flick of his finger, Changge conjured ripples in the air ahead, revealing 3 floating gates of light, each radiating hues of red, green, and gold. He gestured toward the leftmost red gate. "Step inside and see." As Xiao Ruobai crossed the threshold, a fierce wind engulfed him, and upon opening his eyes, he gasped in shock. Before him lay not the rear mountain, but an endless expanse of desolate wilderness. The distant peaks loomed like colossal beasts, and nearby ancient trees were so massive that 10 men could barely encircle them. The air was thick with a pungent metallic scent, mingling with the roars of demonic beasts. The sounds were fierce, echoing as though ancient malevolence lay in wait within the shadows, poised to pounce on unsuspecting prey. The little black bird joyfully took flight from Changge's shoulder, soaring in circles above the stone gate before chirping encouragingly, as if to bolster Xiao Ruobai's spirits. "Where's this place?" Xiao Ruobai asked, his face filled with confusion. "I have brought forth some creatures for you to practice your skills," Changge replied nonchalantly, fiddling with the jade pendant at his waist while his gaze swept over the mist-enshrouded peaks ahead. "Do you see those mountains? From here to there, the highest level of these demonic beasts is at the condensation realm." His words were vague, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. "You have one day to slay 100 demonic beasts of at least the foundation establishment stage. Remember, only those above this threshold count." Xiao Ruobai's heart trembled at the challenge. The beasts of the foundation establishment realm have already attained a semblance of intelligence, their combat prowess vastly surpassing that of cultivators of the same rank. The notion of slaying 100 of them in a single day is nearly an insurmountable task. However, gazing upon Changge's serene profile, he swallowed back the questions he longed to voice. Since his master had orchestrated this, there must be a rationale behind it. The disciple comprehended this well. At that moment, Changge raised his hand, and with a flicker of light, the extreme Tao imperial weapon, the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd, materialized before Xiao Ruobai. Changge had placed several seals upon this imperial weapon, and at present, it manifested only at the celestial level. This would suffice for Xiao Ruobai's current needs, and as his cultivation progressed, the remaining seals would gradually be undone. Should he encounter an insurmountable foe, the imperial weapon could autonomously unseal itself to protect its master. Although the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd was sealed at the celestial level, its edge remained breathtakingly formidable. Take it, but do not engage in reckless confrontation. If you cannot win, retreat. This halberd, while extraordinary, requires prudence in its use. A wave of overwhelming power surged towards Xiao Ruobai, nearly suffocating him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he trembled while receiving the halberd, filled with awe and reverence. The moment he grasped the halberd, his internal spiritual energy spontaneously boiled, resonating with the dragon's soul within the weapon. Though he was unaware that this was an extreme Tao imperial weapon, he could sense its extraordinary nature, as if by holding it, he had harnessed a force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. His heart raced with shock, despite not knowing its origins. He was certain it surpassed any artifact he had ever encountered. "Thank you, Master," he exclaimed, excitement evident as he clasped his fists in gratitude. The little black bird perched on his shoulder immediately chirped, flapping its wings to fly above Xiao Ruobai's head, proudly ruffling his hair as if encouraging him to forge ahead bravely. "I shall await your return beyond the mountain. Should you fail to return before nightfall, there shall be no supper for you. Rest assured, Master, your disciple will not fail in his mission." He took a deep breath and turned to step into the verdant mountain range. Chapter 18. The Awakening of the War God Body as Xiao Ruobai entered the mountains. The decaying leaves beneath his feet crackled, startling several colorful birds perched in the treetops into flight. A hissing sound emerged from the branches, where a silver-scaled snake coiled, its triangular eyes glinting with a predatory light, clearly regarding him as its next meal. This serpent, with scales shimmering like metal, was unmistakably a silver-scaled snake of the early Foundation establishment stage. With the halberd held before him, spiritual energy surged through his meridians. The silver-scaled snake lunged, its venomous fangs glistening with a blue sheen as it aimed for his face. As he sidestepped to evade, he swept the halberd in a horizontal arc, the tip slicing through the serpent's body with a sharp whistle, cleaving it in two. The severed halves of the snake thrashed on the ground, blood splattering upon the surrounding leaves as he withdrew the halberd. Just as he pondered his next move, rustling from the left shrubbery caught his attention, and three gray-furred wolves emerged, their green eyes greedily fixed on him. The foremost wolf bore an old scar on its neck, its aura reaching the late Foundation establishment stage. With a swift leap, Xiao Ruobai's toes barely grazed the ground, and the halberd cut through the air in a cold arc. In the instant the leading wolf raised its paw to block, the halberd's tip pierced its throat, black blood gushing forth as its massive form collapsed to the earth. The other two wolves, frightened, turned to flee, but he spun around in pursuit, the halberd striking like a serpent emerging from its lair, consecutively piercing their backs. Soon, the lifeless bodies of the three wolves lay on the ground, their eyes wide open, still reflecting the terror that had yet to dissipate. Xiao Ruobai had just finished counting the numbers when he heard heavy footsteps in the distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A towering ironback bear, standing 2 zhang tall, emerged from the thicket, its white fur on its chest forming the character, signaling it was a beast of the late Foundation establishment stage. This bear was more robust than any beast Xiao Ruobai had encountered at the Qingxian sect, and the thunderous sound of its paw striking its chest reverberated painfully in his ears. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ruobai advanced to meet it as the ironback bear roared and swung its paw at him. He evaded like a wisp of willow fluff, simultaneously thrusting his long spear to pierce the bear's abdomen. The spear penetrated deep into the ironback bear, which let out a pained roar, only to become even more frenzied. A chill ran through Xiao Ruobai's heart. He swiftly changed his strategy, channeling all his spiritual energy into the long spear. And with a low shout of break, the spear transformed into a streak of light aimed at the bear's left eye. The bear, in a moment of panic, turned its head to evade but failed to avoid the attack entirely, the spear tip grazing its eye socket and drawing forth a splash of crimson. The colossal bear howled in agony, its front paw wildly slamming down towards Xiao Ruobai. Using the momentum, he leapt back, withdrawing the spear, then thrusting it once more, accurately piercing the ironback bear's heart. Warm blood splattered on his face, which he wiped away, his gaze unwavering. From the depths of the dense forest came a chorus of beastly roars, clearly indicating that the battle had disturbed nearby creatures. Clenching his spear tightly, he gazed at the several cold corpses on the ground, suddenly comprehending his master's intention. Combat was never a game. Mercy towards the enemy was cruelty towards oneself. As Xiao Ruobai ventured deeper, the strength of the beasts he faced grew increasingly formidable. His battle robe was already soaked with beast blood, his hair clinging to his forehead. Yet his eyes grew ever sharper. Gradually, Xiao Ruobai fell into the rhythm of battle, having long since put away the dragon soul spear, opting instead to engage with his own flesh. With each punch he threw, the bloodline of the war god within him surged, resonating with the sound of clashing weapons between his bones, as if ancient battle souls were awakening within his veins. With a resounding boom, a punch struck, piercing through the torso of a fiery red tiger at the initial stage of the condensation realm. Scalding blood splattered across Xiao Ruobai's face, yet he grinned, feeling the shackles within him shattering. At that moment, a massive wolf, entirely silver in hue, blocked his path, its vertical pupil gleaming ominously. This was a three-eyed silver moon wolf at the mid-stage of the condensation realm, a full realm stronger than Xiao Ruobai. With a low growl, the silver wolf transformed into a streak of silver lightning as it lunged at him. Xiao Ruobai did not flinch or evade, instead channeling golden battle radiance into his fists, meeting the silver wolf head-on. As the wind from his punches surged, ancient battle runes manifested around him, each line inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. The fierce clash between man and wolf sent ancient trees toppling and earth flying. The silver wolf's claws tore through the air, while Xiao Ruobai countered with exquisite fist techniques, each strike imbued with indomitable fighting spirit. Fight! Xiao Ruobai suddenly let out a long howl, his entire body illuminated by the battle runes. Seizing the brief opening as the silver wolf lunged, he delivered a heavy punch to its abdomen. The wolf recoiled in pain, its eyes now filled with fierce intent. Growing bolder, Xiao Ruobai felt his war god physique continuously evolving amidst the battle. Gradually, he discerned the wolf's attack patterns and began to gain the upper hand. With a decisive shout of break, he focused all his battle intent, delivering a punch aimed directly at the silver wolf's throat. This punch, though unadorned, encapsulated the most profound spirit of battle. Bang! The silver wolf collapsed in response, struggling briefly before falling still. Xiao Ruobai exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet his body bore not a single trace of injury. He sensed the surging battle intent within him and realized that his war god physique had ascended to a new echelon. With each movement, the surrounding spiritual energy resonated in harmony. His master was indeed correct. True combat is the finest form of cultivation. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pressed deeper into the heart of the dense forest. The spirit of battle swirled around him, as if cloaking him in an invisible suit of armor. As the sun began to set, Xiao Ruobai leaned against an ancient tree, panting, with 57 beast corpses piled at his feet. The most formidable foe had been a mid-stage red-eyed leopard. When he pierced its heart with his spear, his own arm was slashed by its claws, the wound burning with pain, yet his eyes blazed with unyielding resolve. There were still 43 left. He tore a strip from his garment and tightly bound the wound, once more clenching his fist. In the distance, the mountains faded into twilight, his silhouette vanishing deeper into the thicket, the sharp whistle of his strikes intertwining with the anguished cries of dying beasts, weaving a tapestry of slaughter in the dusk of the 10,000 great mountains. Each thrust of his spear heralded the end of a life, devoid of mercy or hesitation, driven solely by an unwavering obsession to slay 100. In this merciless crucible, his fervor only intensified. Changge observed Xiao Ruobai from afar, noting his transformation with a satisfied nod. Instead of departing directly, he wandered deeper into the 10,000 great mountains, his gait leisurely, as if strolling through his own backyard. He intended to see whether the old yellow bull had grown plump. Changge flicked its forehead playfully, his tone laced with jest. Just as his words fell, a distant peak shrouded in mist trembled violently, a mournful roar echoing, causing the clouds to scatter slightly. The roar was rife with despair. "Don't come near. I just grew back my tenderloin yesterday." Changge remained unfazed, casually tracing a line in the air with his fingertip, causing ripples to form in space ahead. With a step, he found himself miles away. The beasts along the way seemed to sense his presence and hastily retreated into their lairs. Even the most ferocious, bloodthirsty wolves tucked their tails and hid within the crevices of rocks, fearing even a glance from him. Upon reaching the foot of a pitch-black mountain, he paused. Atop the peak, a colossal azure sky bull, comparable in size to a small mountain, was scraping the ground with its forelegs, its horns emanating a dense, sacred pressure, trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. Chapter 19. The Woeful Azure Sky Bull Senior Gu. The bull lowered its head with great difficulty, its voice tinged with a whimper. Can we not choose another spot for the meat today? The hind leg we last cut is still not fully grown back. Changge looked up at it, placing a hand on its belly, producing a dull thud. You've gained a bit of weight. However, I'm not here to take meat today. The bull sighed in relief, only to hear him continue. The roasted Kangland snow leopard from yesterday was quite delightful, though it lacked some side dishes. The crimson flame spirit rice you planted should be ripe by now, right? The bull, filled with indignation, raised its head, gazing at the gentle face before it, feeling a shiver run down its spine. In the days of yore, it reigned supreme in the Kangland mountain range, an unassailable sovereign, commanding a legion of 1,000,000 fierce beasts. Never had it endured such humiliation. It was comfortably nestled in its cave, leisurely feasting on a millennia-old spirit herb when, in an instant, it was yanked away by an irresistible force. Upon opening its eyes, it found itself in an unfamiliar realm. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, a figure clad in white gracefully approached, and with a mere flick of a finger, sliced away a translucent piece of flesh from its sacred king-level leg, which had been cultivated over thousands of years. The meat was exquisite, as Changge remarked. The Azure Sky Wild Bull King was incensed, unleashing its kingly aura, with horns radiating dazzling divine light, vowing to crush this audacious human. Yet, Changge merely cast a nonchalant glance at it. Boom! The Azure Sky Wild Bull King was instantly subdued, unable to move a single hair. Do not be alarmed. Nurturing you is for sustainable development, Changge said with a gentle smile, casually sprinkling a drop of life water to hasten the healing of the severed flesh. The Azure Sky Wild Bull King was bewildered. How had it, a once mighty king, been reduced to a mere source of sustenance for a human? To its further dismay, just a few days later, Changge returned. The freshly grown flesh was tender. With a familiar pain and routine, the bull's heart roared, a devil. This person is a devil. Even more infuriating was that it not only became a mobile meat store, but was also forced to toil in planting the so-called Scarlet Flame spirit rice. This spirit rice was obtained by Changge during a recent fortuitous encounter. The grains, crimson as flames, were imbued with profound Taoist essence. The energy contained within was potent enough to benefit even those at the emperor level. After tasting its delightful flavor, Changge decided to keep some as seeds. Preferring not to tend to them himself, he tossed the task to the Azure Sky Wild Bull King, who spent its days idly grinding its teeth. The spirit rice grew rapidly, but was also exceedingly delicate. It required watering with innate spiritual spring 3 times daily, and the amount needed to be meticulously adjusted according to its growth, lest the grains lose their essence. To make matters worse, the energy within this spirit rice was so overwhelming that it attracted heavenly tribulations upon maturity, compelling the bull to endure strikes against its horns, which were often charred black. However, despite this tyrannical treatment, Changge was not entirely cruel. Each time the spirit rice was harvested, he would leave a small portion for the bull. The rich energy of the rice allowed it to feel a surge of spiritual power coursing through its body, far more effective than nibbling on millennia-old spirit herbs. Coupled with the various spiritual treasures Changge provided after each flesh harvest, the bull's cultivation progressed astonishingly. Once a mere novice at the early stages of the sacred king realm, it now stood firmly at the late stages, mere steps away from the great sage realm. Its physical form had been remarkably fortified by the residual essence of the spirit rice and various treasures. Yet, this ironic twist of fate, where adversity led to fortune, was a source of profound vexation. Who would wish to elevate their cultivation merely through selling flesh and tilling fields? The Holy King is hardly better than an ordinary cow. At least the cow is not coerced into cultivating spirit rice and does not worry about lacking a piece of meat today or a leg tomorrow. It would rather reign as a local tyrant in the Kangland Mountains, even if it means not advancing its cultivation for a decade. By the way, you mentioned that the dragon in the east stole your 2 eggs? Perfect, let us prepare a dragon soup tonight for nourishment. He cast a glance at the lamenting blue sky bull, who was still furiously digging the ground, and casually remarked, "Do not forget to prepare the spirit rice for tomorrow. If even a single grain is missing, I shall carve a piece of your foreleg for beef jerky." The bull let out a mournful bellow, filled with accusations, yet dared not resist in the slightest. Changge paid no further attention to the bull, steeped in its inner turmoil, and turned to walk in another direction. His consciousness swept over Xiao Ruobai, who was currently entangled in battle with a mid-stage iron-armored rhinoceros. The spear danced with a fierce wind, displaying greater steadiness than in the morning, despite still harboring some flaws. Soon, a piercing scream echoed through the valley, followed by the sounds of frantic escape. At that moment, Xiao Ruobai was engaged in fierce combat within the mountains. He had just dispatched the iron-armored rhinoceros and was wiping the blood from the spear tip when he suddenly heard a distant, wrathful roar. "You bully the monsters too much." The young man tightened his grip on the spear, feeling that this vast expanse of the great mountains concealed far too many incomprehensible absurdities. Turning his gaze, he beheld a golden light shooting skyward above the peaks in the northwest, as if a formidable beast was releasing its overwhelming pressure. Yet, the brilliance quickly dimmed, as though something had forcefully suppressed it, leaving only a few muffled groans behind. Strange. Xiao Ruobai furrowed his brow, gripping the spear more firmly as he pressed onward. As night deepened, he finally gathered 100 beasts of the Foundation establishment stage or above, dragging his weary form back. He passed by a patch of spiritual fields and vaguely spotted a gigantic azure golden bull squatting in the field, busy with its tasks while murmuring, "Not a single grain can be missing, or else I shall have to carve the foreleg." "Devil!" Xiao Ruobai halted, suddenly realizing that his master's mention of raising some living creatures might differ greatly from his understanding. This was no mere living creature. It was clearly a tamed beast. Shaking his head, he suppressed this absurd thought and quickened his pace toward the light gate. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, the azure golden bull raised its head, casting a sympathetic glance at his retreating figure, as if to say, "Young lad, strive hard. Perhaps when you grow stronger, you too will be forced to cultivate spirit rice." Xiao Ruobai frowned, gripping the spear as he continued forward. He trudged heavily to the light gate, and, upon stepping through the radiant curtain, found Changge squatting beside a campfire. He was turning a bamboo stick skewered with chunks of meat, with sizzling oil splattering onto the flames, filling the air with an enticing aroma. A little black bird perched on his shoulder, bobbing its head in rhythm with the rotating stick, its eyes fixated on the roasted meat, nearly drooling into the fire. Chapter 20. Zuanyangzi, I am still too kind, master. Xiao Ruobai cupped his fists in salute, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, his attire stained with blood, yet unable to conceal the brilliance in his eyes. After a day of fierce battle, although his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, the sharpened edge he had refined was now several times more acute than before. Changge, without lifting his head, casually picked up a vibrant green leaf from the stone platform beside the campfire and brushed it over the roasted meat, causing the already rich aroma to intensify. "You have returned?" he inquired, lightly directing a gentle stream of spiritual energy into Xiao Ruobai's body, instantly soothing the burning pain in his meridians. Xiao Ruobai gazed at the glossy, golden-brown roasted meat, its edges crisp and fragrant. He swallowed, about to speak, when Changge offered him the cooked meat, the bamboo skewer still holding a delicate dagger. "Try a taste." Changge's gaze swept over him, a slight smile gracing his lips. "This meat has been refined with spiritual energy. Although it has lost its original ferocity, it is excellent for nourishing the body. However, given your still nascent cultivation, it would be wise to limit yourself to just 3 or 5 pieces." Xiao Ruobai accepted the roasted meat, warm to the touch. As he sliced a piece with the dagger and took a bite, he felt a gentle flow of spiritual energy glide down his throat. Unlike the violent rush from consuming medicinal pills, this felt like a serene stream permeating his limbs, instantly warming his dantian and alleviating much of the fatigue accumulated throughout the day. Observing his master pick up another skewer laden with meat to roast over the fire, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, what kind of meat is this? It possesses such remarkable effects." "Oh, it's just a small snake that stole some eggs." The meat looked promising, So I caught it and sliced off a bit to roast, Changge replied nonchalantly, turning the skewer as if discussing mere weeds by the roadside. The little black bird nearby chirped softly, rolling its eyes in secret. That is a dragon of the sacred king realm. Xiao Ruobai, oblivious to the blackbird's unusual reaction, took another piece of meat. This time, the flow of spiritual energy coursed even faster, circulating through his meridians and giving him a faint sensation of breaking through a bottleneck. The previously obstructed pathways of spiritual energy had been significantly cleared, and the hidden injuries from the day's battle eased considerably, leaving him invigorated. How do you feel? Changge asked, noticing the increasing clarity in his eyes. Disciple feels a substantial increase in spiritual energy, more effective than 3 days of meditation. Xiao Ruobai exclaimed with delight. Changge nodded, placing another skewer of meat on a stone plate, gesturing for the little black bird to help itself before turning back to Xiao Ruobai. In today's battle, you made considerable progress. You adeptly utilized the terrain to avoid the charge of the iron-armored rhinoceros and adapted your tactics against the golden-armored python. These are commendable strengths. However, your weaknesses are also quite apparent. You are overly fixated on direct confrontation. When faced with speed-oriented beasts, your movements are excessively rigid. Several times, you nearly fell victim to ambushes. If it weren't for your robust physique, you could have suffered significant losses. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruobai's earlier joy faded, and he reflected seriously on the day's combat, acknowledging his master's words with a sense of shame. Disciple recognizes my mistakes. Recognizing one's errors and correcting them is what matters, Changge said, rising and brushing off the grass and debris from his clothes. You are weary from today. Return and rest for now. At dawn tomorrow, I shall teach you a technique known as the shadow step. Mastering it will grant you greater agility in combat. Thank you, Master. Xiao Ruobai's spirit soared as he promptly bowed. The campfire crackled cheerfully, and the moonlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows. As Xiao Ruobai watched his master's figure vanish into the depths of the bamboo grove, he felt a gentle flow of spiritual energy within him, filling his heart with warmth. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Burning Heaven Palace, the sect leader, Lai Tianxiong, lay sprawled upon a soft couch adorned with crimson gold beast skins. One side of his face swollen like fermenting dough. His once sleek hair was now disheveled, with strands clinging to the bruised corner of his forehead. He grimaced and groaned. Every movement sent sharp pains coursing through his body. Gentle, please. The elder responsible for applying the medicine trembled, and upon the ointment's contact with the bruise on his back, Lai Tianxiong winced violently, nearly toppling the medicinal bowl. This salve, crafted from a millennium-old snow lotus, had proven miraculous for healing bone fractures in the past, yet now it could scarcely alleviate the superficial swelling. He attempted to channel his energy for recovery, but was met with an overwhelmingly tyrannical force surging within him. Like a wild stallion unbridled, it resisted all attempts at control, scattering his once mighty spiritual power into disarray, causing him considerable agony. What manner of power is this? How can it be so domineering? Lai Tianxiong gritted his teeth, feeling a mix of astonishment, fury, and profound helplessness. As a powerful being of the celestial realm, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, this force was exceedingly strange. No matter his efforts, he could not expel it, as if it had taken root within him. Master, this force is exceedingly oppressive, remarked the elder with white hair, stroking his beard, his brow furrowed in concern. It clings to the meridians like a malignant sore, burrowing deeper with each attempt to channel energy. Beside him, Lin Lai, nursing a dislocated arm, chimed in through gritted teeth. Indeed, my arm, though seemingly healed, feels as though a great hand is pulling it down whenever I attempt to lift it, causing excruciating pain. Zhao Yin fared worse, his cheeks swollen. He spoke with a slur. Master, will my teeth ever grow back? He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, revealing a half-broken tooth that sent shivers through onlookers. The 4 elders in purple robes were similarly afflicted, each contorted in discomfort, some clutching their bellies, others unable to stand straight due to pain. The most unfortunate among them, with one side of his backside bruised and swollen, could only sit sideways, resembling a wounded shrimp. Continue the investigation. Lai Tianxiong slammed his hand on the couch, eliciting another wince of pain. It must be the doing of that old scoundrel from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. But what kind of divine technique was that descending palm? I have never encountered anything like it before. However, The 10,000 Methods Pavilion specializes in formations. How could they wield such a tyrannical palm technique? An elder countered. In my opinion, it resembles the sky-raising palm of the Qingxian sect, albeit amplified 100-fold. Impossible. Lai Tianxiong vehemently refuted. That old fox, Xuanyangzi, is merely at the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. Even if he were to conceal his prowess, he could at most reach the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. How could he unleash such a world-destroying palm technique? As the crowd bickered endlessly, no resolution emerged, and ultimately, the blame was placed squarely on the shoulders of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Qingxian sect, the sect leader Xuanyangzi held a jade slip that had been delivered by a covert agent from the Burning Heaven Palace, his brow furrowed tightly enough to crush a mosquito. This is not right, he muttered to himself, stroking his beard. I was careful. I merely kicked Lai Tangxing a few times and gave them a good thrashing. How could the injuries be so severe? The slip clearly stated, Lai Tangxing, the lord of the Burning Heaven Palace, lies gravely injured and bedridden, with remnants of domineering palm energy in his meridians, suspected to be the work of a king-level practitioner. His chief disciple, Lin Lai, has suffered a severe arm injury and will be unable to cultivate for a month. The others have varying degrees of internal injuries and will require a month of rest to recover. A palm technique that descended from the heavens? Xuanyangzi was even more perplexed. I was clearly engaged in combat wearing a simple gray outfit. Where did this palm technique come from? Could it be that another disciple from a different peak intervened later with such ferocity? They certainly did well. In comparison, I have been far too lenient. It seems I must exert more force in the future to avoid being outdone by my fellow disciples. Xuanyangzi silently resolved to strengthen his resolve. Simultaneously, Shi Wanshan, the peak master of Qingshan Peak, and Yi Gaiying, the peak master of Sword Howl Peak, who also received the news, began to reflect on the intensity of their own actions, lamenting whether they had been too gentle. It appeared that the two had discovered a new goal, deciding that their future actions must be more decisive and ruthless. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Lai Tangxing, the master of the Burning Heaven Palace, inexplicably felt a chill wash over him, causing him to shiver. He touched his still swollen face, muttering to himself, how can the weather change so abruptly? Chapter 21. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Invincible domain in the Grand Hall of the Breaking Array Gate. The gatekeeper, Chen Taizhan, laughed heartily at a secret letter, his yellowed teeth gleaming in the candlelight. He slapped the table, causing the ink in the inkstone to splatter. Excellent. Well done. They finally understand the pain after daring to seize our Black Wind Ridge's mine last time. An elder beside him chimed in, Gatekeeper, who do you think is responsible for this? Such decisive action. Who cares who it is? Chen Taizhan grinned, his eyes crinkling with delight. It would be best if the 10,000 Methods Pavilion and the Burning Heaven Palace turned on each other like dogs, allowing us to reap the benefits. Go. Send word to all the peaks, instructing our subordinates to be vigilant and closely monitor the movements of the Burning Heaven Palace. We must not miss out on any excitement. Each sect reacted differently, yet all prepared to enjoy the spectacle. According to the intelligence, the Burning Heaven Palace suspected the 10,000 Methods Pavilion was behind the incident, which, in any case, was of no concern to them, as they were eager to watch the unfolding drama. Who cares who it is? An elder from another sect chuckled. Regardless of the losses suffered by the Burning Heaven Palace, it is always a good thing for us. Ensure that the disciples at every stronghold keep their eyes peeled for any new information to be relayed immediately. In contrast, the atmosphere in the study of the master of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion was heavy with tension. He gazed at the words on the letter, stating that the Burning Heaven Palace suspected the 10,000 Methods Pavilion was responsible, and a sardonic smirk crept onto his lips. Those fools from the Burning Heaven Palace. Have their brains been caught in the door? Do they truly believe such clumsy tricks could be attributed to the 10,000 Methods Pavilion? His voice dripped with disdain. Even if it were truly the hand of my Wanfa Pavilion at work, what could they possibly do against me with their meager resources? The elder beside me bowed his head and spoke. Master, please do not be angry. It seems they have suffered losses and are acting out of desperation. Desperation indeed? The master scoffed, rising to approach the window, gazing at the distant peaks shrouded in mist. They seized the opportunity to provoke us while my chief disciple is away on a journey. His fingertips lightly tapped the window frame, and his tone suddenly turned icy. I have yet to settle the old scores with them, and they dare to come knocking first. Do they truly believe my Wanfa Pavilion is a soft target? Nevertheless, We cannot accept this blame without reason. Investigate. I want a thorough inquiry. Who dares to cast this filth upon my Wanfa pavilion? The elder bowed again. I shall investigate immediately. However, the technique employed is indeed peculiar, resembling neither the Qingtian palm of the Qingxin sect nor the Liegdi seal of the Breaking Array sect. The master's brows knitted tighter. Regardless of the technique, anyone who dares to frame my Wanfa pavilion must be prepared to face the consequences. Look into the unfamiliar faces recently appearing in Xianzhou, especially those unfathomably skilled rogue cultivators. Leave no stone unturned. Yes, the elder departed to carry out the order. The master gazed out at the sea of clouds, sensing an oddity in the matter. Although the burning heaven palace was arrogant, it had not yet reached the point of provoking such formidable opponents. Moreover, the technique, while seemingly domineering, exuded an air of restraint, clearly intentional. Who could it be? He murmured to himself, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. At that moment, spies from various sects, like sharks sensing blood, flocked toward the borders of the burning heaven palace and Wanfa pavilion. The tranquility of the 7 major sects of Xianzhou seemed shattered by this sudden upheaval, as an invisible storm brewed quietly. In the early morning, a thin mist enveloped Zizhu Peak. Just as dawn broke, Changge lingered on a bamboo chair, eyes still closed, when the familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successful check-in, earning 5,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Invincible domain, range 10,000 miles. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 10 enlightenment tea trees. Upon hearing the term Invincible domain, Changge's brow arched in intrigue. System, what is the Invincible domain? Replying to the host, it is centered around Zizhu Peak, encompassing a radius of 10,000 miles. Within this domain, the host is absolutely invincible. Whether faced with the strongest beings of this realm or extraterrestrial foes, all may be subdued with a mere thought. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Changge's eyes. Oh? So within this 10,000 miles, I am akin to a deity? Precisely. He chuckled softly, and with a single thought, the formless power of the domain unfurled, instantly enveloping the mountains and rivers. In that moment, he acutely sensed every detail within the domain. The gentle rustle of the wind through bamboo leaves, the flow of the spiritual veins beneath the earth, and the rhythmic breaths of disciples from the Qingxian sect in their training, all as clear as if they were within his grasp. Indeed, this would simplify matters greatly. Previously, he had been concerned about the potential arrival of extraterrestrial beings, but now, with the Invincible domain, all worries had dissipated. He nodded in satisfaction and then turned his attention to the 10 enlightenment trees within the system space. The Tree of Enlightenment, with its leaves resembling jade and its trunk entwined with golden Tao patterns, encapsulates the profound essence of the great Tao within each leaf. The tea harvested from this tree possesses the ability to facilitate sudden enlightenment, albeit only effective for those at the level of the Great Emperor and below, rendering it a priceless treasure in this realm. Changge stroked his chin, recalling the pound of enlightenment tea he had previously received as a reward, which he had carelessly consumed as if it were ordinary tea. Occasionally, he had brewed a pot for Xian Yangzi and others, aiding them in breaking through their cultivation constraints. Now, having acquired 10 of these trees, he pondered planting them atop the purple bamboo peak, alleviating future concerns regarding tea supplies. Where should they be planted? Changge rubbed his chin, his gaze sweeping towards the back mountain. Deep within the mountains lies an isolated space, home to innate spiritual roots such as the peach of immortality trees, the ginseng fruit trees, and the Huangzhong Li, any of which could elevate a person to the status of emperor instantly. Intertwined amidst them are the innate gourd vines. In comparison, while the Tree of Enlightenment is extraordinary, it pales in comparison to these divine entities. Very well, he decided to establish a separate spiritual field. With a wave of his sleeve, a spiritual plot of land, spanning 100 feet in circumference, materialized beside the bamboo grove, its soil shimmering with a rainbow radiance, said to be the fabled 9 heavens restoring soil. He then retrieved several precious plants from his system space, immortal herbs such as the True Dragon's immortal herb, the Phoenix Nirvana grass, and the 9-turned soul recovery flower, treasures that could incite bloodshed in the outside world, and carelessly planted them in the spiritual field, as casually as if he were sowing cabbages. Standing before the newly established spiritual plot, Changge surveyed the land, nodding in satisfaction. The soil, adorned with the 9 heavens restoring soil, glimmered with vibrant hues. As 10 tree of enlightenment saplings took root, their branches stretching forth and the Tao rhythm flowing around them. Surrounding them were several immortal herbs. The vines of the true dragon's immortal herb entwined with the phoenix nirvana grass, while the 9-turned soul recovery flower emitted a gentle golden light. Changge stroked his chin, feeling it was still too conspicuous. With a wave of his hand, an invisible formation enveloped the entire spiritual field. Simultaneously, under the formation's influence, the field rapidly expanded, soon reaching a size of 1,000 acres. Yes, this should suffice for now. Changge observed the spiritual entities within the field, now less crowded. Instantly, to the outside world, it appeared merely as an ordinary bamboo grove. Only those bearing his mark could perceive the true scene. He still needed someone to tend to the medicinal field. Changge turned his gaze towards the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the 10,000 great mountains, the Azure Sky Bull King was preparing today's spiritual rice. 998, 999, 1,000, he murmured, not a single grain should be missing. Although Changge had not taken a piece of his flesh last night, the psychological shadow lingered persistently. I'm ready. That devil shouldn't torment me, right? He muttered, his eyes filled with melancholy. Suddenly, a slender hand emerged from the void, precisely grasping his horn. Moo! The Bull King froze, unable to react before being yanked into a spatial rift. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself before a misty spiritual field, beside the smiling Changge. Old Huang, I found you a new job, Changge said, patting the bull's head and pointing towards the spiritual plot. From now on, this sacred land shall be entrusted to your care. Tend to it daily with water, till the soil, and administer fertilizer, while keeping a vigilant eye for those who might covet the medicinal herbs. The Bull King widened its eyes, surveying the enlightenment tree and the immortal elixir in the spiritual garden, its mouth agape, as if it could swallow an ostrich egg. Is this truly the enlightenment tree, and the genuine immortal elixir? Well, it seems to be just for play. Changge casually plucked a leaf from the enlightenment tea and placed it in the Bull King's mouth. Should you perform well, I shall reward you with a leaf each month. The Bull King chewed a couple of times, and suddenly its entire being trembled, its inner spiritual power surging wildly, nearly grasping the threshold of the great sage. With a thud, it knelt on the ground, tears welling in its eyes. Rest assured, master, this little bull shall guard the medicinal field as if it were its very lifeblood. Changge nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk toward the bamboo cottage. Oh, I must construct a canopy beside the sacred field. The cultivation of the purple flame's spiritual rice must continue without delay. Moo? The ecstasy on the Bull King's face instantly froze, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. It stared blankly at Changge, the excitement in its eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a deep melancholy. So, even in a new location, I must still cultivate spiritual rice? It had hoped that by guarding the enlightenment tree and the immortal elixir, it could escape the fate of tilling the land, only to find that this wretched destiny of farming was inescapable. Before the bamboo cottage, the morning light filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting fragmented golden rays. Xiao Ruobai sat cross-legged on a slab of bluestone, deeply immersed in the cultivation of the war god strategy mental method. Spiritual energy flowed around him like the tide, tracing steady arcs within his meridians, yet encountering obstructions at a certain juncture, as if hindered by an invisible barrier. Suddenly, he heard soft footsteps behind him. Startled, Xiao Ruobai opened his eyes to see Changge approaching, carrying a purple clay teapot from which delicate steam wafted. He quickly rose to bow. Master. Changge waved his hand, placing the teapot on the stone table, then took 2 celadon cups and poured out the amber-colored tea. The tea leaves unfurled and floated in the water, releasing a refreshing fragrance that mingled with the morning's bamboo dew, instantly relaxing Xiao Ruobai's taut nerves. Do try it. It's freshly picked tea leaves. Changge pushed one of the cups toward him. Xiao Ruobai cradled the cup with both hands, his fingertips brushing against the warm walls of the vessel. As he sipped the tea, a peculiar warmth slid down his throat. Unlike the fierce potency of spiritual wine or the heavy weight of medicinal pills, it felt as if countless tiny points of light coursed through his meridians, dissolving the previously stagnant spiritual energy like melting snow. Just as he was struck by wonder, a sudden buzzing resonated in his mind. The scriptures of the war god strategy seemed to come alive, and the once obscure phrases surged forth like a tidal wave, reconstructing the fragmented diagrams into a coherent battle formation before his eyes. He beheld countless ethereal figures clad in armor rehearsing their techniques in his mind, sometimes descending like a fierce tiger, powerful and unparalleled, at other times, coiling like a spiritual serpent around a tree, supple and enduring. So that is how it is, Xiao Ruobai murmured to himself, as the confusion that had previously hindered him at the barrier was suddenly illuminated. His battle energy surged fiercely, the once pale golden currents now radiating a crimson glow, swirling around him like flames. The barriers within his meridians began to shatter under the dual assault of warmth and battle energy, and the spiritual power surged forth like a river breaking through its dam. The energy vortex within his Dantian whirled furiously, expanding and solidifying into the form characteristic of the late foundational stage in mere moments. Xiao Ruobai abruptly opened his eyes, a radiant light gleaming in their depths. He could distinctly sense the breathing of the surrounding flora and the flow of spiritual energy in the wind, now within his grasp. The once heavy halberd felt as light as a feather in his mind, and the variations of techniques flowed effortlessly in his thoughts. "Master, this tea," he exclaimed in astonishment. Raising his gaze, the warmth of the teacup still lingered in his hand, yet the liquid had transformed into pure spiritual essence, merging with his very being. Changge, leisurely sipping his tea, replied nonchalantly, "The tea I planted is over there. In the future, feel free to pick your own." Setting down his teacup, Changge regarded the newly empowered Xiao Ruobai and calmly stated, "Now that your realm has stabilized, I shall impart to you the shadow step." With that, he gently tapped Xiao Ruobai's forehead with a finger. A wave of clarity washed over him, as myriad teachings regarding the shadow step surged into his consciousness. From techniques of exertion to the nuances of footwork, all becoming lucid. This technique emphasized both speed and adaptability. Changge withdrew his hand, maintaining a tranquil tone. Speed lies in the cadence of your steps, making it difficult for opponents to capture your trajectory. Adaptability lies in the ability to change direction instantly when confronted with obstacles, unbound by fixed paths. He refrained from excessive demonstration, simply adding, "The essence of the method is now in your consciousness. The rest relies on your own comprehension. Practice until you can traverse this bamboo grove without disturbing a single leaf." Xiao Ruobai closed his eyes to absorb the teachings, and when he opened them again, clarity shone in his gaze. He bowed respectfully to Changge and turned to enter the bamboo grove, beginning his training according to the principles etched in his mind. Changge resumed his seat on the stone bench, lifting his teacup, observing the young man darting through the bamboo, at times sprinting, at others pivoting, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xiao Ruobai, already gifted with exceptional insight, found the lingering essence of the enlightening tea enhancing his understanding, allowing the teachings to meld seamlessly with his own insights. Initially, his steps were somewhat awkward, the flow of spiritual energy in his legs sluggish, occasionally rustling the bamboo leaves. Yet, within the span of a single incense stick, he discovered the key. His movements quickened, steps falling like a sudden downpour, as he wove through the bamboo, his figure transforming into a faint afterimage. When confronted by the sturdy bamboo trunks, his footwork adjusted instantaneously, shifting left or right, advancing or retreating, always evading with the most skillful angles, as if predicting every obstacle in advance. After another hour, Xiao Ruobai's form had become as fluid as flowing water within the bamboo grove. No longer did he chase speed. Instead, he allowed the spiritual energy to harmonize perfectly with his steps, each footfall landing precisely, not a single leaf disturbed, and even the resulting breeze was gentle, merely causing the bamboo leaves to sway slightly. Clearly, he had grasped the essence of the shadow step, successfully entering its realm. In that moment, his movements were graceful and ethereal, a stark contrast to the boy who once only knew brute force. Chapter 23. The Sect Master. Young people should communicate more. As Xiao Ruobai immersed himself in the profundity of the shadow step, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching from the mountains below, instinctively halting his steps. Recalling his master's usual understated admonitions, a thought flickered through his mind, and he silently began to channel the elusive technique imparted by Changge. The surging spiritual energy within him, akin to a tide, receded inward, while the combat aura retreated deep into his meridians. His robust vitality coalesced within his organs, revealing not a hint of brilliance. In the blink of an eye, the aura surrounding him abruptly diminished, settling firmly at the first level of body refinement. To the untrained eye, he appeared no different from any other disciple at this stage. Save for the lingering clarity in his eyes, a remnant of recent enlightenment. Changge observed this adept maneuvering with a barely perceptible smirk. This lad has swiftly grasped the essence of concealing one's strength. Just moments ago, he exhibited an impressive intensity during his practice. Yet now he could feign innocence with remarkable skill, reminiscent of his own youthful tricks to deceive the elders at the sect. He sipped his tea, allowing a thought to drift leisurely through his mind. Indeed, this child is teachable. Before long, the sound of Xian Yangzi's laughter echoed through the bamboo grove. Junior brother Changge, I have arrived. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruobai had already retracted his aura, presenting himself as one who had just completed foundational training, exuding a calm demeanor devoid of any flaws. As Xian Yangzi settled onto the stone bench, he produced a storage ring from his sleeve and slid it across the table. Here, for your disciple. Changge's consciousness swept over the contents, revealing 100 grayish herbs. Their roots still caked in soil, yet subtly exuding a warm medicinal fragrance. This is the Qingwen grass. Do not underestimate its humble appearance. When brewed into a medicinal bath, it is excellent for nurturing the physical body. I recall when this lad first joined, his constitution was frail, unable to withstand the ordinary body-tempering potions. This herb's gentle nature is just what he needs for nourishment. Changge glanced at the jade box and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. There's no need for such politeness, Xian Yangzi replied, his gaze fixated on the purple clay teapot beside Changge. His hands moved quicker than his words. Seizing the teapot to fill a cup to the brim, the steaming tea rushing into his mouth. The scalding heat made him wince, yet he was reluctant to spit it out, mumbling, your tea truly packs a punch. My inferior brew tastes like plain water in comparison. By the way, what is the origin of this tea? It always leaves me feeling invigorated. During my recent retreat, I was stuck at a bottleneck for half a year. But after just 3 cups of your tea, inexplicably, I broke through. As Xian Yangzi took another hearty sip, he remarked, this tea's effects are astonishing. I expected you to possess only a few leaves, yet you have an abundance. Changge grinned and leisurely replied, it is wild tea picked from the back mountain. Nameless and unremarkable. Stop jesting, Xian Yangzi responded, smacking his lips and pouring himself another cup, his expression tinged with curiosity. Recently, I was perusing the sect's ancient texts and came across illustrations of enlightenment tea. The vein patterns of the leaves resemble yours. But isn't that supposed to be a legendary treasure that grants enlightenment to emperors? Not even our Qingxian sect, let alone the ancient relics of the Wanfa Pavilion, could assemble a single leaf. Changge nudged the teacup toward him, interrupting, drink your tea. Xian Yangzi ceased his chatter, cradling the teacup and closing his eyes. The warmth of the tea unfurled on his tongue, cascading down his throat, transforming into countless shimmering points of light that permeated his limbs and bones. Deep within his consciousness, the obstructed pathways began to loosen, akin to frozen earth thawing under the gentle spring rain. The flow of spiritual energy coursed through his body with increasing fluidity, gradually dissipating the weariness etched upon his brow. Within the depths of purple bamboo peak, the concentrated spiritual essence transformed into an almost imperceptible pale azure current, surging towards Xian Yangzi's form. His robes fluttered lightly, and the ribbon in his hair quivered gently, as if an invisible vortex was quietly swirling within him. As the incense burned through its first and second sticks, only when the sun ascended to the treetops did Xian Yangzi slowly open his eyes. A luminous spark dancing within them, and a smile that was difficult to disguise gracing his lips. He tapped his fingertip lightly upon the stone table, which responded by shimmering with a faint spiritual glow. It was evident that this hour of contemplation proved far more fruitful than his years of seclusion. Good heavens! Xian Yangzi exhaled deeply, casting a complex gaze towards the bamboo grove. This tea of yours is truly remarkable. No sooner had he spoken than his attention shifted to Xiao Ruobai, who was nimbly traversing the bamboo thickets with his light-footed step. He glanced towards the bamboo forest, momentarily pausing on Xiao Ruobai, his brow arching slightly. Your disciple has already reached the first layer of body refinement? Changge followed his gaze, offering a soft, non-committal hum. Xian Yangzi's interest peaked, He stroked his chin in astonishment. If I recall correctly, your disciple possesses only mediocre talent, yet in less than a month, he has achieved the first layer of body refinement. That is quite an impressive pace. Although the first layer is not particularly distinguished within the sect, such momentum is commendable among newly recruited disciples. His temperament is decent, but his aptitude is still inferior to that of your prodigious GNT disciple. A smile graced Gu Changge's lips as he humbly acknowledged the observation. Xian Yangzi's gaze flitted back to the lively figure of Xiao Ruobai. This child, much like you, is taciturn, yet harbors potential within. He continued, long ago, your disciple is indeed a fine talent, but he shouldn't remain secluded on Purple Bamboo Peak for too long. Gu Changge raised his eyes to meet his gaze, remaining silent. Xian Yangzi continued, at the age of 16 or 17, he should be engaging with his peers. It appears this child has been so absorbed in his training that he has not ventured beyond Purple Bamboo Peak since joining. He should be encouraged to explore the front mountain, spar with inner disciples, or even observe duels at the training grounds. Cultivation is not merely about solitary practice. Interaction with others is essential to discern one's weaknesses. Besides, harboring everything within can easily give rise to inner demons. Wouldn't you agree? Gu Changge lightly tapped the rim of his teacup, his gaze resting on Xiao Ruobai, a hint of gentle amusement flickering in his eyes. It is indeed time for this young man to meet others. Xian Yangzi stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing into slits, then shifted the conversation. If Ruobai is reluctant to venture out, it is of no concern. I shall bear some losses and have my disciples, Xianfeng and Jinghong, come to Purple Bamboo Peak to keep him company. After all, for the youth, engaging in more interactions is always beneficial. Gu Changge paused, his hand holding the teacup momentarily faltering, as he looked up at Xian Yangzi. The elder's expression was one of earnest concern for the young disciple, yet a glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in his eyes. Suddenly, Gu Changge realized with a start that he had been led in circles, only to find that this was the underlying intention all along. What concerns about the apprentice being overwhelmed by inner demons? And the call for young people to engage in more communication? This cunning old fox is clearly enamored with the cultivation environment of Zizhu Peak, cleverly seeking benefits for his own disciple. Chapter 24. The Sect Master's Calculations. Senior brother, Gu Changge leisurely sipped his tea. Surely, you cannot be suggesting, Xian Yangzi abruptly interrupted, slapping his thigh. Look at that girl Jinghong. Her talent is commendable, yet her temperament is excessively proud. It would be splendid for her to come to Zizhu Peak and spar with Ruobai, tempering her character in the process. He lowered his voice further. Moreover, regarding your tea leaves, cough, cough. I mean, young people must push each other, striving together for rapid progress. This is all for the future of our sect. The last few words were pronounced with particular emphasis as he straightened his back and clapped his hands upon his knees. Gu Changge observed his senior brother's self-righteous demeanor, nearly unable to suppress a chuckle. This old fox, in his quest for Zizhu Peak's cultivation resources, even resorted to the pretext of refining the disciples' temperaments. He feigned helplessness, sighed, and placed his teacup upon the table, producing a crisp sound of clinking. Very well, but it's agreed then, once every half-month. Any more would be unacceptable, as I wish to indulge in a bit more rest. Yet, internally, he mused that while he had always regarded Xianfeng as a solid chief disciple, his cultivation level in the condensation pill realm was indeed somewhat lacking. This occasion would serve as a perfect opportunity to provide them with some extra guidance. Upon hearing this, Xian Yangzi's eyes sparkled like two luminous lanterns. Instantly forgetting to conceal his excitement, he promptly thumped his chest in agreement. No problem, no problem. Just once every half-month. I'll bring them over tomorrow morning, ensuring it doesn't interrupt your rest. Having concluded the essential matters, Xian Yangzi lifted his empty teacup, wiped its rim with his sleeve, and poured himself another half-cup. His fingertips traced circles along the rim, displaying a hint of mischievous delight. You see, I have bestowed a fine gift upon your disciple. That Qingwen grass was procured by me from the depths of Haifeng Ridge, specifically to bolster this young man's constitution. I have already taken such a loss, allowing my precious disciple to accompany your disciple for some exchanges. He paused, glancing furtively at Gu Changge's expression. Noticing the latter's silence, he pressed further with a sly grin. Could you possibly spare me a bit more of this tea? Just half a jin. No, 3 liang would suffice. Gu Changge raised his gaze to meet his, a knowing glint in his eyes. Xian Yangzi felt slightly uncomfortable under that scrutiny, and cleared his throat, saying, "It's not mere gluttony on my part, primarily. That old stone of Qingyue Peak has recently hit a bottleneck in his breakthrough, and the youngsters of Jianshao Peak have injured their meridians while practicing their swordplay. This tea has calming properties and can aid in enlightenment, right? If they utilize it, perhaps they might break through sooner, thus augmenting our sect's strength." Gu Changge understood his intentions all too well. This sect master, appearing carefree, was nonetheless burdened with the entirety of Qingxian's sect in his heart. Over the years, he had devoted considerable effort to the sect's development, allocating the treasures he acquired either to the reclusive elders to stabilize their realms or distributing them among promising disciples to help them overcome their bottlenecks, leaving himself with little of worth. There were 2 jin on the shelf nearby. Gu Changge withdrew his gaze, speaking in a calm tone, "I can manage it myself." Xian Yangzi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just as he was about to rise, he hesitated, rubbing his hands together and saying, "That would be too much trouble." While his words suggested reluctance, his feet honestly moved towards the bamboo rack, embracing the tea canister with a grin reminiscent of a child who has pilfered sweets. He glanced once more into the bamboo grove, observing Xiao Ruobai as he steadied his breath, firmly locking himself in the initial stage of body refinement practice. After securing the tea leaves, Xian Yangzi indulged in 2 more cups of tea before finally standing up. "I will keep the tea leaves safe for the sect, ensuring they are not misused. Tomorrow, I will have them bring 2 pots of freshly gathered spring water. I have heard that brewing tea with spring water enhances its fragrance and richness." Gu Changge watched his hurried departure, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. This old fox even finds such meticulous excuses. In the bamboo grove, Xiao Ruobai withdrew his energy, gazing at Xian Yangzi's retreating figure before shifting his attention to the jade box on the stone table, his fingertips tingling slightly. He glanced down at his palm. Despite having already surpassed the late stage of foundation establishment, he felt a warmth in his heart due to the herbs and the words, "Your body is weak." On the stone bench, Gu Changge held a tea cup, gazing in the direction of the sect leader, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. Xian Yangzi indeed bears the responsibilities of the sect with great resolve. "Ruobai, come here." Gu Changge summoned Xiao Ruobai closer. "Although this spiritual herb may not be of significant use to you at present, it is a token of your master's sincere intentions. Take it and continue practicing your footwork." "Thank you, master, and please extend my gratitude to my uncle," Xiao Ruobai replied, nodding earnestly as he accepted the spiritual herb. Gently caressing the green-patterned grass gifted by Xian Yangzi, feeling its mild medicinal power. "My uncle truly cares about me," he murmured to himself. Despite everyone perceiving him as a talentless waste, this genuine concern warmed his heart. As he turned to step into the bamboo grove, he felt an added weight in his stride, one that embodied the expectations of the sect, as well as the burdens he must protect. Gu Changge observed his disciple's silhouette, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. The boy, once burdened by deep-seated grievances, was gradually opening his heart. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xian Yangzi called out to the air, "Xian Feng, Jinghong, come here." Before his words faded, 2 figures had already landed in the hall. Li Xianfeng, clad in a moon-white long robe still adorned with traces of morning dew, wore a gentle smile, though his eyes carried a newfound steadiness. He had just closed himself off to break through to the late stage of the core formation realm, his aura as tranquil as a still abyss, appearing serene and undisturbed. A closer inspection would reveal the latent spiritual power within him, akin to a surging dragon, flowing through his meridians with increasing robustness. Shen Jinghong, dressed in a blue robe with his hair tied back, bore a cool demeanor, clutching a long sword, evidently just returned from the sword training grounds. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, and with a bit more tempering, he could break through to the foundation establishment realm. "Master, you seem quite eager. Are you assigning us an important task?" Li Xianfeng inquired, bowing slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity. As Xian Yangzi settled into the Grandmaster's chair and lifted his teacup for a hearty gulp, he cleared his throat. "Tomorrow morning, the 2 of you shall make a trip to Zizhu Peak." Shen Jinghong frowned slightly. "To Zizhu Peak? Isn't Master Gu fond of tranquility and averse to disturbances from outsiders? What do you know?" Xuanzi shot her a glance before adopting a serious demeanor. "Primarily, it is to accompany your junior brother, Xiao Ruobai. He is rather reserved and spends his days sequestered at Zizhu Peak, deprived of conversation. How pitiful." Xianfeng nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. What master says is true. I have been in seclusion for my breakthrough, and now that I have emerged, it is indeed time to pay him a visit. Chapter 25. Night at Zizhu Peak. However, there is something I must clarify with you both regarding Ruobai's aptitude. It is not exceptional, so when you spar, do exercise restraint. Xian Yangzi spoke earnestly, emphasizing his words. Especially you, Jinghong. Refrain from unsheathing your sword at every whim. Temper your Jinghong's sword intent. If you frighten the boy and dampen his enthusiasm for cultivation, I shall not spare you. Shin Jinghong twitched her lips. Master, am I truly so thoughtless? Do you even have the audacity to ask? Xian Yangzi snorted. Last time you dueled with that fellow from Jinshao Peak, he conceded defeat, and yet you relentlessly pursued him. Had I not intervened, he would still be bedridden. Li Xianfeng stifled a laugh at the side, only to be met with a frosty glare from Shin Jinghong, prompting him to quickly silence himself. Xian Yangzi turned his attention back to the two, his expression becoming grave. There is one more thing you must remember. Your Master Gu possesses a calm disposition and despises disturbances at Zizhu Peak. The abundance of spiritual energy there, which you have witnessed, is not to be trifled with. Not only the condensing Dan realm, but even we would greatly benefit from it. Suddenly, Xian Yangzi's demeanor shifted, his voice growing serious. Once you arrive at Zizhu Peak, I expect you to obey my instructions. If I tell you to head east, do not wander west. If I instruct you to weed, do not water. Should anyone dare to disturb Master Gu's peace, I shall flay their skin. Why? Shin Jinghong pressed. Why so many questions? Xian Yangzi glared. Your Master Gu possesses treasures surpassing those in the sect's treasury. If he is pleased, even a mere hint of his generosity could suffice for your breakthroughs. Li Xianfeng suddenly understood, hastily clasping his hands in acknowledgement. Disciple comprehends. Let it be so. With the two acquiescing, Xian Yangzi finally revealed a satisfied expression, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable pride. He leisurely retrieved a jade slip from his robe, its luminous white surface and faint spiritual glow indicating its extraordinary nature, and tossed it casually to Shin Jinghong. This contains the essentials of the Qingtian palm. Deliver it to Ruobai. As his words fell, Xian Yangzi seemed to recall an urgent matter, abruptly slapping his thigh. Leaning forward, he scanned the cave dwelling to ensure no one was present before lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Remember, depart at the crack of dawn tomorrow. Return only after nightfall, and tread lightly to avoid encounters with others from the peaks. He leaned in closer, his voice laced with caution. The venerable Qingtian Peak, a shrewd old stone spirit, possessed keen eyes akin to those of a hawk, capable of perceiving the slightest rustle of the wind or movement of grass. The individuals from Jinshao Peak were no less astute. Each one was sharp-witted. Should they catch sight of us, they might very well petition Master Gu for special favors, leading to an overwhelming influx of applicants and potentially excluding us from the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanfeng's eyes sparkled with a brilliance reminiscent of ignited starlight. He patted his chest vigorously, his assurances resonating with conviction. Rest assured, Master, I shall remain silent and discreet, treading lightly so that not a soul will notice us. Exiting the room, the mountain breeze caressed him, imbued with the fragrant essence of flora. He weighed the jade slip in his palm, its icy touch spread through him, and a rare, gentle smile graced his lips, while anticipation flickered in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, the chance to cultivate at Zizhu Peak and bask in its spiritual energy was indeed a blessing. Tomorrow, it was imperative to set off early. This opportunity must not be squandered. He gazed longingly towards the ethereal, mist-shrouded Zizhu Peak, his voice laced with dreams of the future. Shin Jinghong walked beside him, her fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the hilt of her sword, her eyes reflecting a shared sense of eagerness. In the dark of night, the world was enveloped in an impenetrable blackness, with even the stars and moon retreating behind thick clouds. Two shadowy figures, seamlessly blending into the inky night, silently traversed the path leading to Zizhu Peak. Li Xianfeng and Shin Jinghong donned form-fitting black attire suitable for nocturnal escapades, their faces veiled in dark cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. Shin Jinghong moved with a lightness that belied her silence, but after a few steps, she could not resist nudging Li Xianfeng with her elbow. Lowering her voice, she questioned, "Senior brother, is this truly necessary? We appear as if we are up to no good." Li Xianfeng turned to her, his eyes gleaming brightly in the darkness. He too lowered his voice, yet his tone carried an air of seriousness. It is indeed essential. You are well aware of the allure of Zizhu Peak. Who wouldn't covet it? He paused, leaning closer as if sharing a monumental secret. Recently, while I was taking a breather after a breakthrough, I happened upon the Stone Peak Master from Qingtian Peak. Under the cover of night, he was searching for a concealed entrance halfway up Zizhu Peak, presumably hoping to sneak in for clandestine cultivation. Shen Jinghong raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback. Even the Stone Peak Master? Indeed, Li Xianfeng chuckled lightly. Thus, we must exercise caution. We cannot afford to falter at the final hurdle. If we are discovered, not only would we miss the chance to absorb the spiritual energy, but Master would surely berate us incessantly. The mere thought of Zuanyangzi's incessant nagging sent a shiver down Shen Jinghong's spine, prompting her to remain silent and tread even more softly. The two hastened along their path, using the shadows of the trees for cover, akin to two nimble night owls stealthily making their way towards the mist-laden summit of Zizhu Peak. As they drew nearer, the spiritual energy in the air thickened, invigorating them with each breath, enhancing the flow of their own spiritual power. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong exchanged glances, excitement and anticipation mirrored in their eyes. At last, the gates of Zizhu Peak stood before them. The mountain gate was constructed from two sturdy purple bamboos, entwined with unknown vines that were indistinct in the night. Li Xianfeng gestured for Shen Jinghong to halt and cautiously advanced to probe the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before beckoning her forward. The two held their breath, tiptoeing toward the mountain gate, on the brink of crossing into the territory of Purple Bamboo Peak. Suddenly, Shen Jinghong's foot seemed to encounter something. A faint white light flickered past her feet, instantly expanding to form an invisible net. Alarm surged through Li Xuanfeng's heart as he attempted to warn Shen Jinghong to retreat. But it was too late. With a soft hum, the invisible net abruptly tightened, ensnaring both of them securely. In the next moment, a powerful force yanked them into the air, suspending them between the two bamboos. Shen Jinghong swayed slightly, unable to suppress an expletive. Damn. This formation from Master Gu is far too concealed. Li Xianfeng wore a helpless expression. He struggled momentarily, but found the net only tightened further. With a wry smile, he remarked, "It seems our skills in thievery are still lacking." The night remained dense, and the suspended pair could only watch helplessly as flickers of spiritual light glimmered deep within Purple Bamboo Peak, unable to move. They silently prayed that neither Master Gu nor that disciple named Xiao Ruobai would discover their embarrassing predicament. Chapter 26. Disciple, you must practice more, brother. This net is constricting my bones. What should we do? I have no idea. This formation is quite sinister, and any movement only tightens it further. Shall we call for Master? Surely he would have a solution. Call Master? Are you mad? If he sees us hanging here like cured meat, we'll be lucky to get out of bed tomorrow. But we can't just hang here indefinitely, can we? Dawn is approaching. If Ruobai sees us in this state during his morning practice, we will lose all face. What do you suggest we do? Perhaps we should try our luck and call for Master Gu? Call for Master Gu? What if he thinks we are here to steal and toss us down the mountain to feed the wolves? Then how about we pretend to be unconscious? If someone passes by, they might let us down. Are you foolish? This net has spiritual energy fluctuations. If we feign unconsciousness, we only suffer more. If I had known it would be this troublesome, I should never have listened to Master S' advice about setting off before dawn. Now we've lost both the chicken and the rice. Indeed, he only wanted to sneak some tea leaves and pushed us out as decoys. Hush, it seems their essay sound. Don't move. What if it's Master Gu? After a brief silence, where is he? You startled me. It turned out to be a small bird. What shall we do now? My arms have gone numb. What else can we do? We wait. Perhaps the formation will release us on its own. Your consolation is worse than silence. The surrounding darkness seemed to solidify, and the stillness of Purple Bamboo Peak allowed them to hear the soft rustle of bamboo leaves falling. Only the suspended pair occasionally exchanged a few words. Within the bamboo house, Changge delicately twirled the teacup with his fingertips, gazing through the window at the two shadowy figures suspended in midair, a faint smile gracing his lips. The water mirror on the table reflected the two struggling silhouettes, their hushed dialogues clear and distinct. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Changge mused that this Zuanyangzi had indeed trained disciples akin to himself, who were inclined towards mischief. He raised his gaze towards the window, observing the two individuals in the net still bickering softly, and decided to rise and step outside. As he crossed the threshold, a small bird fluttered down, landing gracefully on his shoulder, tilting its head to peer at the two figures above. Gu Changge's smile broadened, his eyes sweeping over the suspended Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, infused with a mix of jest and exasperation. Enough of this, he thought. If they remain here much longer, they might truly become dried meat. With that, he flicked his finger, releasing a wisp of pale azure spiritual energy that silently soared forth. The invisible net in midair suddenly slackened, causing the two shadows to tumble to the ground with a thud, accompanied by muffled cries of pain. Gu Changge spoke slowly, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach their ears. Next time you wish to sneak around at midnight, it would be wise to tread carefully. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, having fallen to the ground and grimacing in pain, froze upon hearing Gu Changge's voice, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Struggling to rise, they brushed off the dust from their clothes, their heads bowed in an attempt to avoid his gaze. Gu Changge ambled over to them, the little bird on his shoulder chirping twice, seemingly mocking their disheveled state. You too, he gently shook his head. With such meager skills, you aspire to be stealthy? Look at your Uncle Shi, who knows to dig a hole to sneak in at midnight, while you two merely crash into the formation. Meanwhile, far away on Qingyue Peak, Shi Wanshan was blissfully sleeping with his beloved stone pillow when a sudden chill swept through. Achoo! He jolted awake with a sneeze, his brow furrowing in his slumber. He smacked his lips, turned over, and snuggled his stone pillow closer, soon resuming his deep slumber. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong buried their heads even lower, their cheeks aflame. At that moment, a clear youthful voice rang out. Master, what has transpired? The crowd turned to see Xiao Ruobai, clad in a plain training outfit, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he emerged from the room. Upon seeing Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong clad in dark attire and looking disheveled, he was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a flick of his hand, a glimmering Jutian dragon soul halberd materialized, and he alertly exclaimed, Intruders! Master, step back. Intruders? Li Xianfeng was taken aback, then chuckled incredulously as he lifted the black cloth from his face. Ruobai, it's us, Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong from Qingyue Peak. Shen Jinghong followed suit, removing his covering to reveal a face marked by embarrassment and a hint of coolness, just having risen from the ground. His disheveled hair combined with his dark attire made him appear rather suspicious. Xiao Ruobai tightened his grip on the Jiotian dragon soul halberd, his gaze remaining wary. You two, dressed in dark clothing and intruding at midnight, hardly appear to be up to any good. The little bird perched on Gu Changge's shoulder chirped cheerfully, as if echoing his sentiments. He cleared his throat softly and patted Xiao Ruobai's arm. You may set it down. It was sent by your master Xianyang. Xiao Ruobai blinked, recalling that he had overheard a conversation between his master and his senior uncle about this matter yesterday. However, his gaze shifted between Li Xianfeng and the others. Was it necessary to dress in such a manner for communication at this hour? Li Xuanfeng's smile faltered slightly. He couldn't very well admit that he had come seeking spiritual energy and had been ensnared by the formation for quite some time. Could he? He cleared his throat to divert the topic. Junior brother, you may not be aware, but Sister Jinghong and I intended to test your vigilance. It isn't merely my suggestion. You see, both your sister and I managed to reach the gates of Zizhu Peak without your notice. It is indeed impressive that Master Gu can sense any disturbances in the formation once it is activated. As he spoke, he covertly glanced at Gu Changge, who wore a knowing smile, prompting him to seize the moment. Junior brother, you must practice more. Consider this as your first lesson from your senior brother. In the realm of cultivation, vigilance is an essential skill for survival. Listening nearby, Shen Jinghong couldn't help but twitch her lips. Her senior brother had become increasingly adept at spinning tales, presenting the embarrassing incident of being ensnared by the formation in such a grandiloquent manner. Moreover, he had even managed to flatter Master Gu, demonstrating an audacious boldness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruobai turned earnestly to Gu Changge, finding no contradiction in his master's response. Thus believing most of it, he sheathed the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul halberd and respectfully saluted Li Xianfeng with sincerity. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. It was indeed my oversight. I shall diligently practice to enhance my vigilance henceforth. His earnest demeanor nearly caused Li Xuanfeng's composure to falter, struggling to maintain a straight face. Gu Changge looked at Li Xianfeng, stifling his laughter, and mused inwardly about how he had never noticed this amusing trait in Xianfeng before. He spun tales so effortlessly that he had successfully deceived the naive Ruobai. My dear disciple, You truly ought to practice more, at the very least. You should cultivate a thick skin like your senior brother. Now that everyone is here, let us not linger here any longer. You may proceed with your discussions, Changge declared, breaking the subtle tension. With that, he turned and walked towards the bamboo house. Meanwhile, far away on Changge Peak, Shi Wanshan shivered in his sleep, mumbling, "Dog hole, my dog hole." Chapter 27. The delicacies of Zizhu Peak are irresistible. Li Xianfeng sighed in relief as Changge entered the bamboo house, then turned to Xiao Ruobai with a serious expression. From his robes, he produced a glistening white jade slip, his demeanor solemn. "Junior brother Ruobai, this is the essence of the Qing Tian palm that my master instructed me to deliver to you. Do you understand? The Qing Tian palm is the core secret of our Qing Xian sect. It is a genuine king-level technique, one that ordinary disciples rarely encounter. Only disciples directly taught by the peak master may practice it. You must safeguard it diligently and ensure it is not disclosed to others." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruobai's expression grew serious as he accepted the jade slip with both hands. His fingertips touched the cool surface of the jade, and he could distinctly feel the dense spiritual energy circulating within. He solemnly tucked the jade slip into his robe and bowed respectfully towards the direction of Qingyun Peak. "Thank you, Master Xianyang, for your generous favor, and thank you, senior brother, for delivering this personally. Your master and my master share a profound bond. It is only natural that we should look out for one another." Li Xianfeng smiled, noticing the curiosity in Xiao Ruobai's brow regarding the martial art. He proposed, "Since you have not yet practiced the Qingtian palm, allow me to demonstrate some foundational techniques for you to observe." Shen Jinghong sat nearby on a clean green stone, cradling her sword in silence, as moonlight filtered through the bamboo leaves and cast a serene glow upon her face, dissipating her earlier embarrassment and imbuing her with tranquility. Xiao Ruobai quickly stepped back 2 paces, focusing intently. Li Xianfeng took a deep breath, allowing his spiritual energy to flow gradually. Although he intentionally concealed the aura of a late-stage Dan formation, it still emanated a steady pressure. With a firm shout, he slowly extended his right palm, a faint golden light emerging from his palm as he directed the palm wind, infused with spiritual energy, toward a nearby boulder. Just before making contact with the stone's surface, he skillfully retracted his force. A resonant hum echoed as rippling patterns appeared on the stone's exterior, gradually fracturing. This first technique, Qing Shi, emphasizes the accumulation of energy within the palm, balancing strength and softness. It may appear forceful, yet it conceals a method of force release, making it ideally suited for your current foundational level in body refinement. Li Xianfeng retracted his palm and approached Xiao Ruobai, patiently explaining, "Feel the energy in your palm. There is no need to pursue sheer power. First, seek the right sensation." He then imparted his insights from practicing the Qingtian palm. When first learning this technique, one must avoid the temptation of haste. "I once suffered from blocked meridians for several days due to an obsessive pursuit of overwhelming palm strength. Remember, when channeling energy to the dantian, it should flow gently like a trickling stream, gradually converging at the palm, akin to the melting snow of spring, seemingly soft yet with enduring strength." Xiao Ruobai listened intently, nodding occasionally to take notes. Subsequently, she settled into a meditative position, attempting to cultivate the Qingtian palm according to Li Xuanfeng's instructions. With her eyes gently closed and a look of deep concentration on her face, she engaged in the flow of spiritual energy, albeit with some clumsiness. Yet, each subtle movement radiated a sense of resilience. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong exchanged knowing smiles. The rich spiritual energy of Zizhu Peak enveloped them like a tangible mist. Even a minute lost in cultivation would be a misfortune. Therefore, they refrained from further conversation, each finding a clear space. Li Xianfeng continued to refine his late-stage Dan formation cultivation, while Shen Jinghong focused on consolidating her sword intent. Time flowed slowly in the tranquility of their practice, the bamboo grove occasionally resonating with the rustling of leaves in the wind and the steady rhythm of their breathing. As the moonlight gradually faded, a hint of dawn began to appear in the east. Changge stood at the entrance of the bamboo house, observing the 3 figures engrossed in their cultivation, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Particularly, Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong sat up straight, their spiritual energy swirling faster than a windmill, seemingly eager to absorb all the spiritual essence of Zizhu Peak. Li Xuanfeng's white robes billowed with the force of his spiritual energy, his fingers unconsciously digging into the green stone beneath him, as though afraid of losing even a trace of spiritual energy. Shen Jinghong was even more remarkable. Her eyes closed as she silently formed hand seals, her sword leaning beside her. The beads on the sword tassel jingled harmoniously with the spiritual energy, resembling a little hoarder afraid of running out of supplies. Gu Changge could hardly contain his amusement. Could it be that these two individuals regarded Zizufeng as a sentient reservoir of spiritual energy? He stealthily turned and entered the newly cultivated spirit field. There, he spotted the stolen Azure Sky Bull King pawing at the ground beneath the moonlight. Upon noticing Gu Changge's arrival, its massive frame shrank abruptly, nearly wedging itself into the corner of the barn. TSK, Old Huang. Your enlightenment tea has surely not gone to waste. You've grown quite plump. Gu Changge observed the vibrant purple flame spirit rice in the field, the heavy ears bending under their own weight, each grain so plump it gleamed. He casually plucked a couple of the most robust stalks. Farming is certainly far more admirable than throwing a tantrum like a bull. He then approached the old cow. Do not hide. Today, I shall take a small portion. With a smile, Gu Changge produced a chopping knife. Last time you pilfered my enlightenment tea leaves, you must compensate with some meat, right? The Bull King gazed up with tearful eyes at the piece of tenderloin being sliced away, whimpering in indignation but daring not to utter a word of complaint. By the time Gu Changge returned with the spirit rice and beef, the horizon was just beginning to blush with dawn. He looked at the ingredients in his hands and suddenly chuckled. This old cow is indeed remarkable. Not only does it serve to cultivate the land, but its meat can also nourish my disciples. Bringing it down from the mountains was a splendid investment. As smoke wafted from the peak, Li Xianfeng abruptly opened his eyes, sniffing the air. What a delightful aroma! What spirit rice is this? Shen Jinghong sheathed his sword, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features at the thought of Master Gu personally preparing the meal. Come now, the meal is ready. Gu Changge called as he lifted the door curtain. Li Xianfeng sprang up as if activated by a switch, his nose still fervently sniffing. Master Gu, this spirit rice smells so comforting. It must be brimming with spiritual energy. Shen Jinghong also sheathed his sword and entered the bamboo hut. Just as he crossed the threshold, he froze. On the table lay a rough porcelain bowl filled with rice porridge that shimmered with a faint purple glow. The grains were round and plump, seemingly enveloped in layers of starlight. Beside it, a green porcelain plate held slices of roasted meat, glistening with oil and emitting wisps of white steam. The savory fragrance wafting into the air, even stirring the spiritual energy within his dantian. Sit, Gu Changge proclaimed as he took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing toward the bowl and chopsticks. Do not overindulge. Moderation is key. As he spoke, he gently twirled his wrist, and a soft light emanated from his fingertips, sweeping over the bowl and plate. The previously somewhat domineering spiritual energy instantly retreated, leaving behind a gentle warmth, transforming even the oily sheen of the roasted meat into a refreshing essence. Li Xianfeng could no longer restrain himself. He seized a spoonful of porridge, and as it entered his mouth, his eyes widened in astonishment. The grains melted on his tongue, a wave of warmth cascading down his throat, soothing his meridians as if they had been steeped in warm water, so pleasurable that he nearly moaned with delight. He grabbed a chopstick full of beef, the texture so tender it was almost surreal. After a few chews, it transformed into pure vitality, penetrating his limbs and bones. Even the lingering discomfort from previous sword training faded, as if gently mended. This is simply extraordinary. Li Xianfeng's mouth was stuffed, and he mumbled, This is 100 times better than the spirit food at the main peak's dining hall. Chapter 28, Qualification Enhancement, Innate Sword Body Initially. Shen Jinghong sought to maintain an air of modesty in front of her junior disciple. She held her jade chopsticks with poise, delicately scooping only half a spoonful of rice porridge and placing mere fragments of meat into her mouth. Yet, as the purple flame spirit rice touched her tongue, it transformed into a warm current that glided down her throat and into her dantian, awakening her stagnated sword body with a subtle hum, akin to a parched riverbed being rejuvenated by a fresh spring. With restrained grace, she picked up a piece of beef, the moment her teeth broke the tender fibers. A surge of vitality burst forth, seeping through the crevices of her teeth. It felt as though a gentle hearth was meandering through her meridians, dissipating the chill accumulated in her joints from sword practice. Unconsciously, she pressed her lips together, and her fingers quickened their pace with the jade chopsticks. The rice porridge she had previously sipped so cautiously was now hastily consumed in 3 generous spoonfuls, the porcelain bowl ringing with a crisp sound as it clashed against itself. The meat slices were no longer meticulously cut. She stuffed them whole into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a squirrel hoarding pine cones. Only when the bottom of the bowl revealed itself did she belatedly raise her gaze, colliding with Changge's barely suppressed laughter. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly wiped her mouth with her sleeve, which still bore traces of beef grease. This spirit food. She cleared her throat, attempting to regain her usual composure, yet the satisfaction in her eyes betrayed her. It was indeed superior to the offerings of the dining hall. Once the 3 had nearly finished their meal, Changge fetched a purple clay teapot, pouring each of them a cup of tea. The amber-hued brew revealed the tea leaves unfurling and floating, releasing a crisp fragrance that mingled with the morning's bamboo dew, invigorating the 3 who had just satisfied their appetites. "Do try this," Changge urged, pushing the teacup toward them. Li Xianfeng lifted the cup, bringing it close to his nose, and was immediately enveloped by the aromatic steam. A resonant buzz echoed in his mind. The cultivation challenges he faced days prior, while breaking through to the late stage of the condensation pill, suddenly became as transparent as a cleaved mist, the pathways of energy clear as day. The previously convoluted routes of spiritual energy now flowed smoothly, and the obstructions within his purple mansion began to crackle and pop. Is this enlightenment? Li Xuanfeng's pupils constricted in surprise, instinctively recalling his master Xuanyangzi's repeated admonitions to proceed steadily, for haste could lead to hidden perils. "Do not suppress it," Changge said softly, flicking his finger to conjure a radiant golden pill, the legendary 9-turn golden pill. He crushed the pill, extracting 1/5 of the powder and, with a flick of his finger, infused it into Li Xuanfeng's spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he introduced several drops of innate spiritual essence into Li Xuanfeng's body. "With this force, I shall help you solidify your foundation." As soon as the words left his lips, the spiritual energy of purple bamboo peaks surged forth, as if drawn by an invisible hand, flooding toward Li Xianfeng. Under Changge's guidance, the energy flowed obediently, cascading through his meridians. The 1/5 of the golden pill powder transformed into a warm current, meticulously purging the impurities from his spiritual power. What had once stalled at the late stage of the condensation pill now surged forward with unstoppable momentum, reaching the pinnacle of the condensation pill realm and entering the early stage of the purple mansion realm. In mere moments, Li Xuanfeng's aura stabilized at the mid-stage of the purple mansion realm. He subconsciously channeled his spiritual energy, feeling an unprecedented smoothness in the flow within him. 100-fold increase compared to before. The ethereal glow dancing at his fingertips was now several times more condensed, and even the speed at which he perceived the world's spiritual essence in his consciousness had significantly accelerated. To his astonishment, upon introspecting his innate qualities, he discovered a remarkable enhancement in his aptitude. The flow of spiritual energy had indeed expedited by more than 100 times. Li Xianfeng clenched his fist tightly, sensing the surging yet composed power within him, his voice trembling with emotion. "Master Gu, your generosity humbles me." He bowed deeply to Changge, his forehead nearly touching the table, vowing never to forget this profound kindness. Meanwhile, Xin Jinghong had just sipped her tea when the sword within her dantian suddenly emitted a resonant hum. A refreshing sensation cascaded down her throat, akin to cool water splashing into boiling oil, instantly igniting the sword intent within her. Her sword body, the Jinghong sword, was thoroughly awakened. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, and the sword energy enveloped her, forming a resplendent curtain of blades. "This girl's sword body is even purer than what Xian Yangzi described," Changge remarked, raising an eyebrow. He employed the same technique again, incorporating some 9-turn golden elixir powder into the spiritual energy, with the innate spiritual marrow entering her body. Xin Jinghong felt a warmth at her brow, and the sword intent surged forth like a raging river breaking through a dam, shattering the barriers of the 9th level of body refinement, propelling her directly into the foundation establishment realm. Even more astonishing was that upon introspecting herself, she found the speed of her spiritual energy flow had increased over 100-fold, and the previously sluggish sword techniques became remarkably fluid in her mind's practice. Her cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, with the residual power of the 9-turn golden elixir still dormant within her. like a seed planted for future boundless potential. The innate sword body? Has the flow of spiritual energy increased so dramatically? Shen Jinghong opened her eyes, her fingertips channeling sword energy shimmering in the sunlight. She offered a graceful bow to Gu Changge, her cool voice betraying her excitement. Thank you, Master, for your blessings. This kindness, I shall repay with my life. An innate sword body? Gu Changge was somewhat taken aback, stroking his chin. It appears that the innate spiritual marrow and the 9-turn golden elixir can indeed enhance one's aptitude. I had previously regarded these as mere trivial elixirs, unaware of their true efficacy. On the windowsill, a small black bird had alighted at some point, chirping at Gu Changge with a tone that unmistakably conveyed a sense of wastefulness. Beside him, Xiao Ruobai stared in astonishment, the spiritual energy within him stirring restlessly. Gu Changge, quick to act, flicked his finger against Xiao Ruobai's forehead, advising, do not rush. Your path must be traversed step by step. Setting down his teacup, Gu Changge observed Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, still immersed in the joy of their breakthroughs, and spoke gently. In this early stage of your new realm, it is crucial to maintain composure. You too should retreat to the bamboo forest to solidify your cultivation. Do not squander the spiritual energy of Purple Bamboo Peak. Li Xianfeng, upon hearing this, straightened up, promptly retracting his outwardly radiating spiritual light. Thank you for your reminder, Master. Shen Jinghong also contained her sword energy, nodding slightly in acknowledgement to Gu Changge. The two turned in unison, retreating into the depths of the bamboo grove, each seeking a secluded corner to sit cross-legged in meditation. They understood that stabilizing their realms at this critical moment of breakthrough at Purple Bamboo Peak was a rare opportunity. The bamboo house fell into a tranquil silence as Gu Changge turned to Xiao Ruobai, gently tapping his fingers on the tabletop. Come with me. The young boy, uncertain of his master's intentions, followed closely behind Gu Changge as they made their way to the back mountain. Upon passing through a luminous archway, Xiao Ruobai's eyes widened slightly at the familiar sight before him. Suddenly realizing, he questioned with uncertainty, Master, are you asking me to slay the demon beasts? Chapter 29. The discovery of Shi Wanshan. Gu Changge pointed toward the mist-laden valley ahead. Do you understand why I have delayed your breakthrough? Xiao Ruobai shook his head, confusion evident in his gaze. Your war god physique, though seemingly powerful, is fundamentally unstable. You must comprehend the essence of battle. Gu Changge turned to face him, his expression somber. Though you have reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, your training has been brief. The battle energy within you resembles untempered iron, hard on the surface, yet fraught with hidden vulnerabilities. The youth was taken aback. He had believed his master's reluctance stemmed from his insufficient vitality, unaware that it was due to this deeper issue. Then what should I do? Gu Changge raised his hand, gesturing toward the depths of the valley, where a formidable aura of demon beasts could be sensed. Venture inside and slay demon beasts of the condensation realm and above. Return only after you have vanquished 500. Xiao Ruobai's pupils constricted in shock. 500? Are you afraid? Gu Changge arched an eyebrow. I am not afraid. Xiao Ruobai clenched his fists, determination igniting within him. For this battle, let us increase the difficulty. You are forbidden from using the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd, relying solely on your physical prowess and mundane weaponry. I understand. He bowed deeply to Gu Changge. I will not return until I have slain 500. Gu Changge observed the youth's retreating figure as he dashed into the valley, his expression complex. He waved his hand, casting an invisible barrier around the valley's perimeter. Let this vast mountain range teach you what it truly means to be a war god. Deep within the valley, the roars of demon beasts and the sharp sounds of clashing weapons soon echoed. Gu Changge remained still for a moment, confirming that Xiao Ruobai had engaged in battle with a late-stage iron-armored bear of the condensation realm. 500 of such beasts was merely the beginning. He murmured to himself, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his eyes. The tempering of the war god physique is never a process of pampered nurturing. As he took a few steps forward, a small black bird fluttered up, circling above his head while clutching a half-eaten piece of enlightenment tea leaves in its beak. Are you truly letting him go alone? Gu Changge glanced at it, flicking its head lightly with his finger. Do not worry, he will not perish. He had already laid down 3 contingencies. The invisible barrier not only insulated against external disturbances, but would also activate protection automatically should Xiao Ruobai face mortal danger. The seemingly chaotic distribution of demon beasts within the valley was, in fact, methodically arranged from weak to strong. even if high-level demon beasts lurked within. Should Xiao Ruobai find himself on the brink of death, the restrictions left within him would safeguard his life. The small black bird tilted its head and suddenly called out twice toward the valley, its tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Changge ignored it and proceeded directly back to Zizhu Peak. Upon arriving at the entrance of the bamboo dwelling, Li Xianfeng was seen sitting cross-legged upon a blue stone. His aura swirling around him like a vortex, the essence of his mid-phase purple mansion realm firmly establishing itself. Meanwhile, Shun Jinghong stood before an ancient bamboo, his fingertips coalescing a delicate stream of sword energy, repeatedly slicing against the bamboo's surface. This seemingly gentle sword energy deftly avoided the nodes of the bamboo, etching a myriad of intricate scars upon its smooth surface. Clearly, he was honing his swordsmanship to refine his state of mind, solidifying the newly achieved innate sword body. In the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, Xiao Ruobai gripped a simple iron dagger, embroiled in a fierce struggle with a late-stage iron-armored bear. The bear's massive paws struck the ground, sending mud flying and a foul wind rushing toward him. Utilizing the nimbleness of his shadow-treading steps, he darted through the gaps between the bear's claws, beads of sweat already forming upon his brow. The bear's formidable physique, coupled with its significant advantage in cultivation, rendered the confrontation far more challenging than he had anticipated. With a roar, the iron-armored bear became enraged, rising up on its hind legs, its enormous body resembling a small mountain as it bore down upon him. Xiao Ruobai's gaze sharpened, and in an instant he ceased evading, channeling his entire martial energy into his right arm. The iron dagger in his grasp emitted a resonant hum, faint golden hues shimmering upon its blade. "Fight!" he exclaimed, charging toward the bear's paw with determination. At the moment their forces collided, a piercing sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Although Xiao Ruobai felt a numbing sensation in his arm, he harnessed the recoil to leap upward, his dagger slicing through the bear's neck, the area of its weakest defense. With a splatter of blood, the iron-armored bear let out a heart-wrenching howl, its colossal form crashing to the ground. Breathing heavily and leaning on his dagger, Xiao Ruobai gazed at the fallen beast, a smile breaking across his face. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed that his martial energy had become even more refined. The first one down, wiping the blood from his face, his resolve grew stronger as he turned to venture deeper into the valley. Sunlight filtered through the miasma, illuminating the silhouette of the young man and the path forged by the bones of slain beasts beneath his feet. Li Xianfeng and Shun Jinghong were immersed in their cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. The radiance within the depths of the bamboo grove gradually faded, and both Li Xianfeng and Shun Jinghong simultaneously retracted their energies, which receded like the tide. The sky was now adorned with countless stars, and the evening breeze wafted the fragrance of bamboo past them. They exchanged glances, each perceiving an unspoken reluctance in the other's eyes. The spiritual energy of Purple Bamboo Peak was as rich as unyielding honey. Lingering for just a moment longer was a boon to their practice. Master Gu, Li Xianfeng was the first to rise, offering a respectful salute to Gu Changge. In my focus on consolidating my cultivation today, I regret neglecting the opportunity to engage with junior brother Ruobai. That was indeed impolite. Stealing a glance at Gu Changge's expression, and seeing no sign of anger, he pressed further, as a gesture of apology. "Perhaps my junior sister and I could visit tomorrow? We could bring some freshly gathered spiritual fruits from the main peak to nourish junior brother Ruobai." Shun Jinghong nodded in agreement. Her usually cold visage softened with a rare earnestness. "It was my oversight. We shall certainly arrive early tomorrow to spar with junior brother Ruobai." Gu Changge paused, his hand holding the teacup momentarily stilled, a glint of derision flickering in his eyes. These two youngsters are cut from the same mold as Zunyangzi, adept at conjuring excuses with remarkable finesse. "Begone. Return in a fortnight. Next time, come at dawn and do not disturb my slumber." "Yes, thank you, Master Uncle." The pair, as if granted a reprieve, bowed in exuberance, their movements radiating joy as they turned, their steps light as if treading upon a breeze. Just as they stepped beyond the boundary of Zizhu Peak, Li Xianfeng suddenly grasped Shun Jinghong's shoulder, and they both came to an abrupt halt. In the next instant, Li Xuanfeng's formidable aura, characteristic of the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, swiftly retracted within him. The brilliance at his fingertips extinguished abruptly. As he stabilized his presence back to the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm, even the sway of his garments intentionally subdued, akin to a deflated balloon. Shen Jinghong was even more extraordinary. The resplendent sword chi surrounding her instantly converged into her meridians, her peak foundation establishment realm's spiritual energy receding like a retreating tide, reverting to her youthful form of the 9th level of the refinement realm. Yet, those starry eyes, reflecting the awakening radiance of her sword spirit, could not be concealed, akin to harboring a tiny star within. "Hurry up," Li Xianfeng urged, pulling her swiftly towards Qingyun Peak, his voice barely above a whisper. "We must not allow others from the peaks to see us. Otherwise, they will all swarm to Zizhu Peak." The two hunched their necks and sneaked along the walls, resembling two weasels that had just stolen a chicken. At the entrance of the bamboo house, Gu Changge observed this scene and could not suppress a chuckle, nearly spilling his tea. These two youngsters have fully mastered the crooked ways of Xuanyangzi. Just as he intended to turn away, a glimpse of a small hole in the mountainside caught his eye. Squatting at the entrance was an old man in gray robes, none other than Shi Wanshan, the master of Qinghua Peak. Shi Wanshan squinted, vigorously pulling at the vines, watching the furtive silhouettes of Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, then glancing towards Zizhu Peak, his murky eyes suddenly gleaming like searchlights. He stroked his chin, muttering, "Something is amiss." These two children were merely at the late stage of the condensation pill and the 9th level of the refinement realm just a few days ago. How is it that in just one day, their auras have grown considerably stronger? Chapter 30. The astonishment of Xuanyangzi. Gu Changge's form abruptly halted, a sense of dread washing over him. This is bad. That old fellow is particularly fond of meddling and has likely discerned the peculiarities at hand. Shi Wanshan smacked his thigh suddenly, turning and racing towards Qinghua Peak. Gu Changge gazed at his retreating figure, then cast his eyes toward the distant Qingyun Peak, feeling an unsettling throb at his temples. With a slap to his forehead, he realized that peaceful days were likely drawing to a close. "All you little rascals, come out this instant. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to Zizhu Peak to visit your master Uncle Gu." As Gu Changge sat by the window of the bamboo house, a sudden chime echoed in his mind, signaling the system's notification. In his heart, he silently recited, "Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing today's sign-in. Earning 5,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Songyun secret realm." Simultaneously, a beam of golden light manifested, transforming into a palm-sized bronze token within the system space. The token was intricately engraved with layers of swirling clouds and towering mountains, with the words Songyun secret realm shimmering with a soft luminescence. The Songyun secret realm is sealed within the token, ready for release at any moment. Should one wish to relocate the secret realm, it may be reabsorbed into the token at will. Gu Changge grasped the bronze token, and a gentle aura enveloped him, causing annotations from the system to materialize in his mind. Within the depths of the Songyun secret realm lay a vast expanse of spiritual soil, with a concentration of spiritual energy 100 times that of the outside world. Hidden within its depths were ancient treasures and immortal legacies. This secret realm served not only as an exceptional place for cultivation, but also as a repository for living beings and artifacts, resembling a portable miniature world. As Gu Changge toyed with the bronze token in his hand, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Today's harvest was indeed commendable. In the main hall of Qingyun Peak, Xuanyangzi paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind him, occasionally rising on tiptoe to glance outside the hall. Upon hearing the door creak, he abruptly turned, nearly tripping over the threshold. "What news? What news?" Xuanyangzi rushed to Li Xianfeng, fervently shaking his arm. "Did you manage to avoid angering your master Gu? How was your experience on Zizhu Peak? Did you have any disputes with Ruobai?" A barrage of questions left Li Xianfeng feeling dizzy. He scanned the surroundings, lowering his voice. "Master, is your cave dwelling secure?" "What do you mean by secure?" Xuanyangzi asked. Perplexed, "I have set up 3 layers of soundproof formations in this main hall of Qingyun Peak. Not only whispers, but even the sound of thunder cannot escape." Suddenly, his eyes glinted with curiosity as he leaned in closer. "What is the matter? Did you perhaps uncover some treasure on Zizhu Peak?" Li Xianfeng exchanged a glance with Shen Jinghong, both simultaneously shedding their disguises. A torrent of spiritual energy, akin to a volcanic eruption, surged from Li Xianfeng, enveloping him in a soft golden vortex of spiritual aura. Shen Jinghong was even more astonishing. The awakening of his innate sword body radiated a luminous brilliance, with his peak foundational sword energy striking the ceiling, causing the suspended glazed lanterns to chime. Xuanyangzi's mouth gaped wider and wider, until it could contain a fist. He pointed at the two, then abruptly retracted his hand, scratching his head in disbelief. After confirming 3 times, he leaped up, slapping the stone table with a resounding crack. The hard bluestone surface split open with a fissure. Midstage in the Purple Mansion realm. Peak Foundation establishment. Xuanyangzi's voice trembled as he circled around the two. Suddenly, he grasped Li Xuanfeng's wrist to check his pulse, then scrutinized Shen Jinghong's eyes. Finally, he collapsed into the armchair, murmuring, "You two have crossed a significant realm in just one day? Quickly, tell me what transpired?" "Master, please calm yourself." Li Xianfeng supported him, recounting the day's events. "Master Gu treated us to breakfast first, and then brewed a pot of tea for us to each enjoy a cup." "Ah, your Master Gu has exquisite tea." Xuanyangzi suddenly sat up straight. Shen Jinghong added, "Later, Master Gu crushed a golden elixir, mixed a bit of powder into the spiritual energy, and added a few drops of milky spiritual liquid, claiming it would help us solidify our foundations." "Such miraculous elixirs and mysterious spiritual liquids exist?" Xuanyangzi suddenly sprang to his feet, frantically pacing the hall. One moment he was tugging at his hair and laughing foolishly. The next he was bowing to the air. "I told you, Master Changge is hiding treasures. Sending you for sparring was indeed the right choice." That tea, once consumed, allowed disciples stuck at the late stage of elixir formation to break through like a pierced paper window. Li Xianfeng recalled that cup of tea, still feeling a sense of trepidation. The powdered elixir of the golden core is indeed remarkable, purging all impurities from one's spiritual essence, rendering it more transparent and fluid than even glass. Shen Jinghong nodded, recalling the awakening of the sword's spirit. The few drops of spiritual liquid coursed through his meridians, cleansing the dull pain that had long resided in his bones. Now, with a mere flick of his sword, he could invoke the essence of the heavens and earth. Xuanyangzi, captivated by the two, suddenly froze in place as if struck by a celestial thunderbolt. His eyes widened, and he fumbled in his robes. No, he muttered as he searched, "Your innate talent." Before he could finish, he grasped a palm-sized, grayish-white stone. Its surface intricately etched with lines of spiritual energy, the spirit-testing jade. "Quick, place your hand upon it." Xuanyangzi's voice tightened as he thrust the jade toward Li Xianfeng, his palm damp with sweat. Years ago, when Li Xianfeng was assessed as having mid-grade heavenly aptitude, Xuanyangzi was already content. Now, if this young man were to leap across realms, what an extraordinary sight that would be. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong exchanged a glance, both sensing the tension mirrored in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Li Xianfeng placed his palm upon the spirit-testing jade, channeling his inner spiritual power. In the next instant, the jade erupted in a dazzling display of purple-gold radiance, within which constellations twinkled. The surface of the stone revealed 4 ancient characters, low-grade saint level. The brilliance illuminated the entire main hall, and fortunately, Xuanyangzi's habitual caution prevented the light from escaping the cave. The spirit-testing jade slipped from Xuanyangzi's grasp with a clatter, yet he remained oblivious, fixated on the 4 characters, his lips trembling, unable to utter a sound for what felt like an eternity. Low-grade saint level. The words struck him like a hammer to the heart. A realm so exalted that even the sect's texts dared only to hint at it. A legend surpassing both the heavenly and royal levels. "Saint level?" he murmured, suddenly frantically snatching up the spirit-testing jade and thrusting it before Shen Jinghong. "Your turn. You must test." "Jinghong, you were once mid-grade heavenly." His voice trembled with excitement. Shen Jinghong's fingertips quivered as he placed his hand upon the jade. As he did, the jade erupted with an even more intense radiance, resembling a small azure sun. A resonant humming sound emanated from within, and the words that appeared were unmistakably, "Mid-grade saint level." Boom. Xuanyangzi felt as though a thunderclap had detonated in his mind, staggering back 3 steps before collapsing to the ground. The spirit-testing jade slipped from his fingers and rolled a few times across the floor. He gaped, producing a rasping sound in his throat, and after what seemed like an eternity, he let out a deafening roar. "Saint level. 2 of them. Our Qingxian sect possesses 2 individuals of heavenly aptitude, both transformed into saint level." He danced about like a child, tears and snot streaking his face, then abruptly clutched his head and laughed maniacally. "Mid-grade heavenly aptitude is a rarity in a century. Saint level. This would surely infuriate the ancient masters of other sects. Suddenly, he lunged at Li Xianfeng, gripping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously with enough force to nearly crush his bones. You young man, in an astonishing leap, one has transcended the royal level and ascended to the sacred level. Is this a challenge to the heavens? Turning abruptly to Shen Jinghong, I beheld the ethereal glow of her innate sword body, my voice trembling uncontrollably. Child, you are of the top tier of the heavenly level. The Jinghong sword body marks you as a prodigy of the sword path, and yet you have instantly elevated to the mid-tier of the sacred level, accompanied by an innate sword body. Li Xianfeng, his head spinning from the revelations, fixated intently on the inscriptions upon the spirit-testing jade, his heart racing as if it might shatter his ribcage. Remarkably, both individuals possess sacred-level aptitude, the legendary potential that, barring misfortune, guarantees one will become a sage. An immense wave of euphoria engulfed him, compelling him to clench his fists until his knuckles turned pale. Shen Jinghong, in tranquil stillness, felt the sword energy at her fingertips quiver slightly, stirred by her tumultuous emotions. The terms mid-tier of the sacred level and innate sword body, once mere words from ancient texts, now adorned her like a badge of honor. She gazed down at her palm, and for the first time, a fervent flame ignited within her cool eyes. It was a boundless yearning for the future, intertwined with an ineffable gratitude towards Gu Changge. Suddenly, Xian Yangzi ceased his exuberance, rising abruptly to his feet, adjusting his disheveled robes, and bowing reverently 3 times towards the direction of Zizhu Peak. After completing his bows, he turned to grasp both individuals, his expression serious as if imparting a monumental secret. Remember, your aptitude must not be disclosed to a 5th person, aside from myself and your esteemed Master Gu. Having said this, he could not suppress a foolish grin as he circled around them, repeatedly murmuring. Within the main hall, the lingering glow of the spirit-testing jade illuminated the faces of the 3, each reflecting a spectrum of emotions, excitement, shock, and aspiration. Xian Yangzi suddenly slammed his hand on the table. This will not do. Tomorrow, I must personally visit Zizhu Peak. With a thud upon his thigh, his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, as if he had caught sight of an immense opportunity. Li Xianfeng was momentarily taken aback. What do you intend to do? What do you understand? Xian Yangzi shot him a glare, yet his face betrayed an uncontrollable excitement. Your Master Gu has bestowed upon you such a tremendous fortune. As your teacher, how can I not express my gratitude? Besides, your Master Gu is profoundly enigmatic. He might possess treasures we are entirely unaware of. As he spoke, he dashed towards the inner hall, his footsteps unsteady yet brisk, muttering to himself, I must find something presentable. I cannot go empty-handed. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of exasperation. Xian Yangzi rummaged through a mountain of storage rings, first pulling out a palm-sized warm jade, weighing it momentarily before casting it aside. No, this jade may nurture spiritual power, but to Changge, it would be no more than a pebble by the roadside. Next, he retrieved a sword gleaming with a cold light, its blade adorned with intricate runes. This azure edge was earned through my slaying of 3 thunderous serpents. It is indeed a treasure of the heavenly tier. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he sighed and shook his head, declaring, alas. The elixirs and spiritual liquids that Changge casually provides could alter fate itself. This flying sword, if presented, would surely invite ridicule. His search grew increasingly frantic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, until he eventually crouched down and struck a seemingly unremarkable blue stone tile 3 times. With a click, the tile popped open, revealing a deep recess where a black ceramic wine jar lay quietly, its mouth tightly bound with red cloth and adorned with a yellowed talisman paper, faintly inscribed with the words 1000-day drunkenness. This is it. Xian Yangzi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he carefully extracted the wine jar, the wrinkles on his face blossoming into a smile. This jar of 1000-day drunkenness was a treasure I procured during my youth at the border of Mazhou, exchanged from a master brewer. Back then, I fought fiercely with 3 demonic cultivators for 3 days and nights just to obtain it, nearly losing my life in the process. He cradled the jar as if it were a rare gem, gently caressing its surface. This wine, fermented with a myriad of spiritual herbs, has been stored for a full 300 years, and upon its opening, it can resonate with the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius. I have kept it untouched for 50 years, unwilling to let even a drop go. During the sect's grand competition, countless people begged me to open it, but I could not bring myself to do so. Li Xianfeng listened in astonishment. He had heard tales of his master's hidden exquisite wine, but never imagined it had such a remarkable backstory. Xian Yangzi carefully reaffixed the talisman and enveloped the jar with 3 layers of protective seals using spiritual power before reverently storing it away. Observing his master's expression of joy and anticipation, he suddenly felt a sense of realization. Master, it is not gratitude you seek, but rather a desire to trade this unparalleled wine for further opportunities from Uncle Gu. As the morning mist lingered, a subtle sound emerged from the bamboo house at Purple Bamboo Peak. Gu Changge had just checked on Xiao Ruobai's progress on the back mountain and was preparing to return to the bamboo house for a nap. Just as he stepped out, he halted abruptly, for he saw 3 pieces of cured meat hanging from the 2 purple bamboos at the entrance. No, it seemed rather like people. To be precise, it was Shi Wanshan and his 2 disciples, bound and suspended like zongzi from the old bamboo branches, swaying in the morning breeze like grasshoppers strung together. The dew-soaked gray robe of Shi Wanshan clung to his round belly, while his usually well-groomed beard was now a disheveled mess, adorned with a few bamboo leaves, resembling a disheveled old man freshly pulled from a mud pit. Junior brother Changge, save me! Shi Wanshan exclaimed upon spotting Gu Changge, as if he had seen a savior. Wriggling desperately, only to tighten the ropes further, causing him to grimace in pain. This wretched barrier is unreasonable. I merely intended to drop by, and it ensnared me. His 2 disciples fared even worse. One was dangling face down, barely 3 feet from the ground, with his nose almost touching the moss-covered stones. The other was upside down, his face flushed, tongue nearly protruding, with a piece of bamboo leaf stuffed in his mouth. Chapter 32. The incident of being hung like cured meat at Purple Bamboo Peak for one night. The night at Qinghua Peak was particularly serene, with the moonlight of the tiger hour spilling like water across the window panes of the quiet chamber. Shi Jingxian was immersed in the tranquility of his cultivation when suddenly, his blanket was yanked away with brute force. Jingxian, Mo-chun, wake up! Shi Wanshan's rotund figure burst in, his usually imposing face glowing with an unusual hue, resembling a rat that had just pilfered oil. In the dim light, the small eyes darted about, making a gesture for silence. I shall lead you to a great opportunity, but do not make a sound. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Shi Jingxian stumbled as he was pulled along, while Lin Maching, rubbing his drowsy eyes, was dragged out as well. This lad, 2 years younger than Shi Jingxian, possessed mid-tier celestial grade talent, and at that moment, his hair was a chaotic nest, still clouded by sleep. Master, why must we seek this opportunity in the dead of night? To Zizhu Peak, Shi Wanshan proclaimed mysteriously, rubbing his plump hands together with conviction. After those 2 disciples of Xuanyangzi returned from there, their cultivation saw a remarkable increase. Surely, that young Gu Changge has hidden treasures. Confusion washed over Shi Jingxian. Although the master of Zizhu Peak, Gu Changge, was a peak lord, he was known only for his cultivation at the Dan formation stage and rarely ventured out. How could there be a great opportunity? He quietly cautioned, Master, isn't it inappropriate to intrude upon another peak? What is there to fear? Shi Wanshan patted his round belly, justifying himself. I am the lord of Qinghua Peak. What harm is there in visiting a junior brother? Thus, under the moonlight, the trio stealthily made their way towards Zizhu Peak. Along the way, Shi Wanshan continued to chatter incessantly, though your Uncle Gu's cultivation is not high. He possesses many treasures. Be sharp and seize any good items you see. Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching exchanged a glance of resignation. Their master was not merely visiting. He was clearly intent on acquiring treasures. As the outline of Zizhu Peak emerged in the moonlight, Shi Jingxian found himself holding his breath. The entire mountain was enveloped in a soft purple mist, the bamboo leaves swaying gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. More remarkably, the spiritual energy in the air was so dense it seemed to take on a tangible form, drifting slowly about. What rich spiritual energy! Lin Maching inhaled deeply, his eyes suddenly brightening. Shi Wanshan, stroking his beard with pride, declared, See, I told you there are good things here. Let us ascend the mountain. As they climbed the stone steps, the spiritual energy intensified. Shi Jingxian felt his golden dance stirring within him, instinctively absorbing the surrounding essence. Just as he was about to respond to Lin Maching's question of whether Uncle Gu truly only possessed the Dan formation stage, His ankle was suddenly gripped tightly by a vibrant, green vine that had ensnared him unbeknownst to him. Master! Shi Jingxuan's cry was caught in his throat as he found himself inverted. The startled exclamations of Shi Wanshan and Lin Maching echoed in his ears, and in an instant, the three of them were suspended like dried meat, bound by the binding spirit vine between two stout purple bamboos. Binding spirit vine, Shi Wanshan exclaimed, his face flushing crimson. You little rascal, Gu Changge, how dare you set such treacherous traps at your own doorstep? Upside down, with blood rushing to his head, Shi Jingxuan's vision turned a deep red. He managed to shift his eyes and saw his master bound like a zongzi. His gray robe rolled up to reveal his plump belly, with a bamboo leaf stuck in his beard. Lin Maching fared worse, his mouth stuffed with a bamboo leaf. Resembling a captured frog, only able to emit muffled sounds. Master, is this truly the great opportunity you spoke of? Shi Jingxian struggled to speak, his voice hoarse from the pressure. Shi Wanshan coughed awkwardly, desperately attempting to defend himself. It was an accident, purely an accident. This binding spirit vine only ensnares those with ill intentions, which means there must be something fishy at Zizhu Peak. As the night breeze passed, the three swayed gently like wind chimes. Lin Maching struggled to spit out the bamboo leaves from his mouth, while Shi Wanshan continued to futilely fight against the binding spirit vine, which only tightened with each attempt, rendering him speechless in the end. As dawn broke, Shi Jingxian finally discerned in the morning light that every bamboo on Zizhu Peak radiated a faint purple glow, with shimmering runes flickering at the joints. Strangely, their dripping sweat was absorbed by the earth of Zizhu Peak in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Senior brother, look. Lin Maching pointed to the ground with great difficulty, his tone filled with astonishment. Ahem. Shi Wanshan suddenly cleared his throat, lowering his voice. Jingxian, Maching, when Gu Changge arrives, remember to appear quite pitiful. We've truly embarrassed ourselves this time. We must salvage something from this situation. Shi Jingxian couldn't help but smile wryly. After being suspended all night, their master still thought about gaining some benefit. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from deep within the bamboo grove. A figure clad in a green robe approached leisurely, shrouded in morning mist, resembling an immortal from a poetic painting. He was a young man of no more than 20, with a handsome visage and captivating features, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Though he emanated only the spiritual energy of the condensation realm, his eyes were profound, as if they could see through one's very soul. It was none other than Gu Changge, the master of Zizhu Peak. What play is Shi Xixiang performing? Gu Changge circled around the three, his voice clear as the sound of jade striking against jade. Early in the morning, instead of attending to your disciples at Qingyue Peak, you come here to swing in my bamboo forest? Shi Wanshan's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly pleaded, Junior brother, please don't mock me. Just let us down. Gu Changge chuckled lightly, his fingertips glowing with a verdant light as he gently tapped. The binding spirit vine instantly loosened, and the three of them tumbled to the ground, rubbing their numb limbs as Gu Changge added with a teasing smile. How was I to know that Shi Xixiang would come to Zizhu Peak at such an hour with ulterior motives or to steal teachings? Please, Junior brother, spare me the jests. Shi Wanshan grimaced, his eyes darting to the woeful state of his two disciples, quickly shifting the topic. Yesterday, I saw Xian Yangzi's two disciples leave your place. Their energy fell off, so I knew you must be hiding something valuable. Look at my two disciples. Their talents are mediocre, stuck in the early stages of the condensation realm after years of training. Could you show a bit of compassion and let them gain some insight? These two disciples of yours, one possesses inferior heavenly grade talent, and the other has medium heavenly grade talent. In any of the 7 major sects, wouldn't they be considered treasures? Is this what you call mediocre talent? Gu Changge's tone was calm, yet it sent a jolt through Shi Jingxian's heart. The realization that Gu Shirshu could discern their talents at a glance was no feat of a mere condensation realm cultivator. Shi Wanshan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Compared to Xian Yangzi's disciples, they do seem rather unremarkable. Gu Changge shook his head, his gaze shifting to Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching, a glimmer of meaning flashing in his eyes. You two little fellows have certainly endured hardships under this old rascal of a master. The two bowed respectfully. Disciples Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching pay their respects to Gu Shirshu. Rise. Gu Changge waved his hand, his tone softening. Since you are here, come in and have a cup of tea. Upon hearing this, Shi Wanshan's earlier disgrace evaporated, his face breaking into a broad smile as he followed. Now this is more like it. Come, come. The purple bamboo tea brewed by junior brother is indeed a marvel of our sect. Observing his master's eager figure trailing behind Gu Changge, Shi Jingxian exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Maching. This seemingly nascent Golden Dan realm Uncle Gu appeared rather different from the tales they had heard. Chapter 33. Recent unrest outside. Gu Changge's gaze fell upon the two youths. At such tender ages, one merely 18 and the other 20, they had already attained the Golden Dan realm, their foundations remarkably solid, marking them as prodigies among their peers. Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching quickly straightened their postures, standing attentively with hands clasped, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Although Shi Jingxian's nose bore traces of moss, he paid it no heed, while Lin Maching discreetly expelled the bamboo leaves from his mouth, his throat still rasping from a recent cough. Shi's senior brother typically showed great care towards the purple bamboo peak. Thus, he mused, one should not favor one over the other. However, as he glanced towards the old ox diligently watering the enlightenment tree, he inwardly sighed, feeling pity for the old creature. I have little to offer you. The spiritual energy here is merely abundant. Please find a place to cultivate while I prepare breakfast. No need. Uncle Gu, we are not hungry. The two boys hastily waved their hands, still embarrassed from their recent predicament of being suspended from bamboo branches. Nonsense. Shi Wanshan swiftly seized the shoulders of his two disciples, applying such force that they nearly toppled over. How can you not be hungry? After all the commotion this early in the morning, your stomach must surely be empty. You must accept junior brother Changge's kind offer. As he spoke, he cast them a knowing glance, internally lamenting, what do these Na'vi boys know? Can any ordinary breakfast compare to what junior brother Changge can prepare? This is a rare opportunity not to be squandered. Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching, compelled by Shi Wanshan's insistence, could only nod in agreement. Then we shall trouble Uncle Gu. Gu Changge observed the interaction with a faint smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Not at all. Just in time. Old Huang has freshly milled some spiritual rice flour. I shall stew a piece of beef, and it will be ready shortly. Meanwhile, the old ox in the spiritual field shed tears of sorrow. Why must I always be the one to suffer when guests arrive at Purple Bamboo Peak? Turning to enter the bamboo cottage, Gu Changge soon emerged with a large ceramic basin, filled with golden-hued spiritual rice porridge. Each grain was plump and glimmered with a faint purple light, steam rising invitingly into the air. Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching's stomachs audibly protested, and they exchanged embarrassed glances, their faces betraying their hunger. Shi Wanshan, however, remained unfazed, pulling them toward the stone table in front of the cottage, his eyes fixed eagerly on the door as though he were a glutton waiting for a feast. The old ox, with a mournful bellow, expressed its indignation, its hooves digging shallow pits in the earth. Having just endured a cut of beef, it lay beneath the enlightenment tree, licking its wound, casting a gaze at Shi Wanshan filled with enmity. Following closely was a clay pot, and the moment the lid was lifted, the aroma of tenderly stewed beef burst forth, enticing all three, Shi Wanshan and his two disciples, to inhale in unison. The spiritual rice and beef were of such high quality that in order for everyone to partake, Gu Changge had to temper the ingredients, rendering the spiritual energy more gentle. Please, take a seat. Gu Changge arranged the bowls and chopsticks, serving himself a bowl of porridge and savoring it leisurely. Shi Wanshan, unabashed, gestured for his two disciples to sit down. Just as he was about to reach for the beef, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the mountain path, accompanied by a familiar boisterous voice. Changge, my junior. I'm not late, am I? Xian Yangzi rushed over, clutching a black pottery jar, breathless, with beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Upon spotting Shi Wanshan, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening as he stroked his beard. Well, if it isn't you, Fat Stone. I knew the magpies were singing joyfully this morning. Turns out this great Buddha arrived first and brought along two disciples. What is the matter? Is the spiritual rice from Qingshan Peak insufficient? Xian Yangzi mused inwardly, realizing that yesterday, Xian Feng and Jing Hong had visited Zizhu Peak, which must have caught the attention of this gluttonous fellow. It's certainly better than some people who are always scheming to mooch off food and drink. Besides, my junior Changge's culinary skills warrant frequent visits. Shi Wanshan, with beef stuffed in his mouth, mumbled an indistinct retort. He then added another piece of meat to the bowls of his disciples. Eat up, and ignore this old fool. Who are you calling an old fool? Xian Yangzi huffed, turning to place the food box on the stone table. carefully unfastening 3 layers of restrictions to reveal a black pottery jar adorned with the talisman of Thousand-Day Drunk. IV brought something splendid, unlike some who dare to show up empty-handed. Shi Wanshan's gaze was instantly captivated by the jar of wine, forgetting to chew the beef in his mouth. Thousand-Day Drunk. You actually unearthed this jar? During the grand competition years ago, I implored you to open it, and you said you would wait until your disciples married to present it as a gift. Was it all just a ruse? I can give it to whomever I please. Xian Yangzi triumphantly patted the jar, originally intending to bring it for his junior Changge. But now it seemed fortuitously advantageous for Shi Wanshan. Who's being greedy? I'm merely concerned that your wine might spoil. And I'm helping my junior Changge by tasting it. After all, in terms of wine tasting, Qingshan Peak certainly knows more than Qingyun Peak. Huh. Who is it that secretly drank my Lingxi brew and passed out in the scripture pavilion for 3 days and nights? Xian Yangzi peeled back the seal, and an intoxicating aroma of wine instantly wafted through the air, causing the surrounding Zizhu to sway gently, with dew rolling down the leaves as if the fragrance had awakened their spiritual essence. Gu Changge gazed at the jar of wine, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table, when suddenly, a notification from the system flashed through his mind. Indeed, during the system sign-in, he had received a plethora of fine wines, such as Yaoqi Celestial Brew and Forget Worry wine, enough to open a tavern. However, he had always preferred tea, and those wines had merely gathered dust in the corners of his storage ring. Now likely accumulated a thick layer of spiritual energy dust, stacked higher than the bamboo groves of Zizhu Peak. Junior Changge, would you care to taste? Xian Yangzi poured a bowl of wine for Gu Changge, the liquid shimmering with an amber hue, gently swaying in the bowl and reflecting delicate golden glimmers. The wine was smooth upon entry, yet possessed a robust aftertaste. Your cultivation is still nascent. It would be prudent to drink sparingly. Shi Wanshan, unable to contain his impatience, seized the wine jug and poured himself a generous serving. Just as he was about to drink, Xian Yangzi smacked his hand away, exclaiming, "No decorum. Junior Changge has yet to take a sip. I shall taste it for any poison on behalf of my junior." Shi Wanshan retorted defiantly, and when Xian Yangzi was momentarily distracted, he tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful, instantly squinting his eyes in bliss. Ah, what exquisite wine! Truly exceptional. The spiritual essence glides down my throat, more gratifying than swallowing a condensation pill. Xian Yangzi, infuriated, attempted to snatch the wine jug back, only for Shi Wanshan to evade him, the two darting around the stone table like children vying for sweets. Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching watched in astonishment, forgetting the spiritual rice porridge in their hands. Typically, at Qingtian Peak, their master would maintain a stern demeanor and preach rules. Never had they witnessed such levity. If Li Xianfeng were present, he might very well drop his jaw in disbelief, realizing that the leaders of Qingtian and Qingyue Peaks indulged in such antics in private. Gu Changge lifted his wine bowl to his lips, savoring a sip as the aroma unfurled on his tongue, imbued with a subtle sweetness reminiscent of a spiritual spring. Undoubtedly a rare vintage. He glanced at the raucous duo, a faint smile gracing his lips. If you continue this commotion, the beef will grow cold. This admonition proved more effective than any reprimand, as Shi Wanshan and Xian Yangzi immediately ceased their antics, returning to their seats, though their quest for the wine jug remained unabated. TSK, this spiritual rice is indeed remarkable. It warms my entire being. Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching sipped their porridge, feeling a gentle warmth flow down their throats and into their dantian, experiencing the rich, yet gentle spiritual energy. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting astonishment in the other's eyes. This is no mere breakfast. It is a rare opportunity for cultivation. Junior Changge, your beef stew is truly exceptional, Xian Yangzi exclaimed, his cheeks bulging as he continued to stir the contents of the clay pot with his chopsticks. Shi Wanshan, unwilling to be outdone, held his porridge bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other, swiftly ladling spiritual rice into the bowls of his two disciples. Jingxian, Maching, hurry and eat. This spiritual rice will not linger long. As the morning mist gradually dispersed, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting a warm glow upon the earthenware basin and wine bowl on the stone table. The fragrance of wine mingled with the sweetness of the spiritual rice, wafting through the bamboo grove, accompanied by the playful banter of the two men and the mournful bellowing of the old yellow cow in the spiritual fields. The freshly cut beef brisket was currently being snatched up by the two peak masters. Changge observed the lively scene before him, taking a sip of fragrant tea, a hint of softness flickering in his eyes. Perhaps, engaging in such merriment occasionally is more delightful than guarding fine wine in solitude. Now that everyone relishes good wine, there shall be no shortage of it from the rings in the future. Changge, where's Ruobai? Why have I not seen him? Xian Yangzi inquired, scanning the surroundings for Xiao Ruobai's figure with curiosity. Changge replied nonchalantly, I have sent Ruobai to enter seclusion for cultivation. It is an opportune moment for him to solidify his abilities. Xian Yangzi nodded thoughtfully at this, then set down his bowl and chopsticks, his expression taking on a rare seriousness. Recently, the world outside has been rather tumultuous. It would be wise for you and Ruobai to refrain from leaving Qingxian sect for the time being. Changge was momentarily taken aback. His thoughts had been consumed by Xiao Ruobai's cultivation, leaving him somewhat oblivious to the external disturbances. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, what has transpired? Chapter 34. The tragic Lai Tianxiong. It is none other than the conflict between the burning heaven palace and the 10,000 law pavilion. Zhuan Yangzi clicked his tongue, then shifted the tone to one of amusement. Ironically, after departing from our Qingxian sect, the burning heaven palace endured 4 beatings in one night. It was truly pitiful. I have heard that they are still bedridden, unable to even rise. Sure, Wanshan nodded in agreement. Indeed. I have also heard that it was the work of the 10,000 law pavilion. They seem to be taking liberties, emboldened by their own strength. Changge's hand, which held the teacup, paused slightly, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He observed the two as they exchanged banter, their faces adorned with expressions of indignation and schadenfreude. While internally, he remained acutely aware. Had it not been for his knowledge that both had covertly accompanied the group and engaged in the altercation with Burning Heaven Palace, outsiders might have been deceived by their theatrics. And now? Changge inquired nonchalantly. What else could it be? Zhuan Yangzi shrugged. The two factions have clashed several times already, and the Burning Heaven Palace has suffered considerable losses, including several elders of the Purple Mansion realm, with reports of 3 cave heaven guardians also perishing in the fray. The 10,000 law pavilion fared better, with only a few injured in the cave heaven realm and merely 2 fatalities in the Purple Mansion realm. Most critically, a spiritual stone vein belonging to the Burning Heaven Palace was forcefully seized by the 10,000 law pavilion. This will surely infuriate them. Sure, Wanshan sighed in response. It remains uncertain how long this turmoil will persist. It is prudent for us to remain uninvolved. Upon hearing this, Changge recalled the earlier strike he had delivered to the members of the Burning Heaven Palace, wondering how they fared now. As his thoughts stirred, his consciousness extended like an invisible net, traversing mountains and rivers, quietly enveloping the Burning Heaven Palace. Within the depths of the palace, the master Lai Tianxiong lay awkwardly on his bed, his once imposing visage now etched with weariness, and strands of white hair had inexplicably appeared at his temples. He occasionally emitted muffled groans, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Whenever the treacherous energy surged within him, he curled into a ball, as if gripped by an unseen hand clutching at his very organs. Surrounding the bed stood 3 elderly men clad in grayish-blue medicinal robes, their sleeves adorned with intricately embroidered spiritual mushrooms. They were elders from the Yaowang Valley's 100 Herbs Hall. After a prolonged examination of Lai Tianxiong's pulse, their brows furrowed in deep concern. Strange, indeed. The elder with a white beard withdrew his finger, stroking his beard and shaking his head. The energy within the palace master is extremely domineering, yet cunningly concealed, akin to a festering affliction. We have administered 7 types of detoxifying pills and 3 kinds of energy dispersants, yet we have barely grazed its surface. Lai Tianxiong, gasping for breath, was incensed by their words. Are you capable of treating this or not? If this continues, my life shall be consumed by it. The 3 elders exchanged glances, and finally, the elder with the white beard sighed. Lord Lai, it is not that we lack capability, but rather that this energy is excessively tyrannical, and the injury is exceedingly peculiar. Our skills are insufficient to address it. As for the remuneration, we have no face to accept it. Farewell. The 3 elders of the Medicine King Valley cupped their hands in salute, and, as they stepped out of the chamber, the atmosphere within grew heavy. The Grand Elder of the Burning Heaven Palace, gazing at Lai Tianxiong's contorted face, hesitated before speaking. Lord, should we not lower our heads and seek the assistance of that old man from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion? It is said that the pavilion master, Yin Songhai, possesses a broken calamity pill, which may alleviate your strange affliction. If he is willing to assist us, we could even relinquish some mineral vein profits. Preposterous. Lai Tianxiong's voice rose sharply, pulling at the energy within him, causing him to wince in pain. Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Am I to beg that old curmudgeon? He would relish my demise. This injury may very well be his doing. The second elder, Lai Yin, turned pale with rage, striking the table with force. What nonsense is the Grand Elder uttering? The 10,000 Methods Pavilion has been excessively overbearing of late. Not only have they seized one of our mineral veins, but they also slaughtered 3 of our cave heaven realm guardians at the border. This enmity cannot be overlooked. How can we seek their aid? But the master's injury. The Grand Elder, frantic, began to pace. If this continues, I fear. Lai Tianxiong curled in agony, his knuckles turning white with strain. Find me a more formidable alchemist. If there are none in Xianzhou, seek them in other states. I refuse to believe that without the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, there exists no alternative to treat my injury. Lai Tianxiong gasped sharply, but his mind remained active. In recent days, he had been reflecting on the encounters following his departure from the Qingxian sect. For brutal beatings, each more severe than the last. Especially the final strike, a palm technique that descended from the heavens, fierce and domineering, which had left him with this troublesome affliction. Initially, he had been certain that the 10,000 Methods Pavilion was responsible, as few sects in Xianzhou possessed such power. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, something felt amiss. The members of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion held themselves in high regard, often disdainful of such underhanded tactics, let alone striking 4 times consecutively. It simply did not align with their modus operandi. Perhaps only the final strike was theirs. The previous 3 felt more like an opportunity for someone to vent their frustrations. Moreover, those 4 assaults appeared to be a premeditated and organized joint effort. To deploy 4 experts of such caliber could not solely be the work of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. They had not yet sunk to such extravagance. Could it be that other sects had allied together? Lai Tianxiong's heart raced. In recent days, he had challenged the Qingxian sect and the Breaking Array sect, offending numerous factions. While these sects might not overtly match the Burning Heaven Palace in strength, who knew if they harbored hidden masters? It was entirely possible that the ancestors of those sects had intervened. These conniving individuals resort to underhanded tactics when they cannot win in a fair fight. With this thought, a fierce glint flashed in Lai Tianxiong's eyes. The energy within him seemed to resonate with his fury, surging once more and causing him to wince in pain. This debt cannot simply be left unsettled. Li Tianxiong gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse with pain. The power of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion is formidable, for now. I cannot contend with them. However, when it comes to dealing with other sects, my Burning Heaven Palace remains quite capable. He cast a resolute glance at the elder beside him. I suspect that they were involved that fateful night. Elder, I kindly ask you to discreetly visit the Qingxian sect and the array-breaking sect. Should I uncover who is orchestrating this behind the scenes, they will undoubtedly pay the price. The elder nodded respectfully, saying, Yes, Palace Master, I shall attend to it immediately. The second elder stepped forward, a heavy expression on his face, yet inwardly he sighed. He spoke slowly, Palace Master, perhaps we should momentarily set aside the matters concerning the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Li Tianxiong waved his hand, inhaling sharply due to the pain. The most pressing concern is to clarify the events of that night and to find someone capable of healing my injuries. As for the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, we shall hold our ground for the time being. Once I am healed, we will settle accounts with them at our leisure. The second elder's heart sank. It seemed this spectacle might not unfold as he had hoped. Stealing a glance at the pained Li Tianxiong, he muttered to himself, I had anticipated watching the Burning Heaven Palace and the 10,000 Laws Pavilion engage in a mutually destructive conflict, allowing the Qingxian sect to benefit, but unexpectedly. This old fellow has changed his tune. It appears I must promptly send word to the Qingxian sect, urging them to prepare, lest they fall prey to this dim-witted giant. Within the palace, Li Tianxiong's intermittent groans of pain persisted, yet his gaze was imbued with a calculating intensity. The second elder, standing nearby, wore a worried expression while discreetly forming a communication seal within his sleeve, a gesture understood only within the Qingxian sect. The third elder, who had remained silent, was also quietly sending messages, though it was uncertain to whom they were directed. On Zijou Peak, Changge observed the commotion within the palace through his spiritual sense. The Burning Heaven Palace conceals quite a number of intriguing characters. This turmoil appears to be more lively than Gu Changge had anticipated. As he withdrew his spiritual sense, he coincidentally met the gaze of Xian Yangzi, who was looking at him curiously. "What is on your mind, junior brother Changge?" Xian Yangzi inquired. "I noticed your gaze wandering. Could it be that you two are concerned about the troubles of the Burning Heaven Palace?" Gu Changge took a delicate sip of tea, his tone calm and unruffled. "It is nothing. I was merely pondering that after suffering such significant losses, the Burning Heaven Palace is unlikely to relent." Shi Wanshan chimed in from the side. "Indeed. It is said that Li Tianxiong harbors a deep grudge. With the loss of a guardian in the cave heaven realm and the depletion of their mine, he might be concocting some sinister ploy." Just then, a communication jade talisman in Xian Yangzi's sleeve emitted a slight warmth. He discreetly tapped it with his fingertip, and after discerning its contents, his brow arched slightly before he returned to his usual demeanor. He scooped a generous spoonful of spirit rice porridge, smacking his lips, saying, "Whatever schemes they may have, our priority is to fill our bellies first." As the group chatted while dining, the pot of beef was soon emptied, and only the bottom of the pot remained of the spirit rice porridge, which was ultimately consumed cleanly by Xian Yangzi, who mixed it with spirit fruits. Shi Jingxian and Lin Machin held their empty bowls, a satisfied blush gracing their faces, while their spiritual energy continued to circulate gently within them. As Gu Changge tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, he brewed a pot of enlightenment tea. As the tea was freshly poured into the cups, a delicate mist rose, carrying with it an ethereal melody. Shi Jingxian and Lin Machin took a sip, and suddenly, they closed their eyes simultaneously, their bodies enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, entering a state of profound enlightenment. Gu Changge, employing his previous techniques, solidified the foundation using the remnants of a 9-turn golden pill and some innate spiritual essence. When they opened their eyes again, a layer of luminous sheen had appeared in their gaze. Their spiritual power had coalesced to the pinnacle of the condensation pill stage, requiring merely a few days of contemplation to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. "Thank you, Master Gu." They both bowed deeply, their voices brimming with gratitude. Their original heavenly grade talents had transformed into resplendent kingly qualifications. This scene left Zhuan Yangzi and Shi Wanshan utterly astounded. Gu Changge possessed such remarkable abilities. The intensity of their gaze upon him was akin to a ravenous wolf, as if they wished to devour him whole. This was a matter of elevating one's talent, directly impacting the future achievements of the practitioners. Zhuan Yangzi had previously witnessed the enhancement of his two disciples' qualifications and was somewhat prepared for it. However, Shi Wanshan was genuinely dumbfounded, staring incredulously at his two disciples, his lips moving without sound for a long while. Zhuan Yangzi fixed his gaze upon Gu Changge, yet his thoughts wandered far afield. If one could genuinely enhance qualifications in bulk, would not the Qingxian sect flourish in the future? Not only could they aspire to dominate the Xian domain, but they might even contend for a position among the Holy Lands. Feeling uncomfortable under their fervent gazes, Gu Changge furrowed his brow. "Please do not look at me like that. I possess only this one 9-turn golden pill, and there is little left now. As for the innate spiritual essence, I have scarcely 10 drops remaining, which I must reserve for nurturing my disciples' health." At this moment, Zhuan Yangzi regained his composure, acknowledging the rarity of such divine substances. If it were possible to acquire them in bulk, it would be truly extraordinary. The fact that Changge possessed such treasures and was willing to share them with other disciples was a kindness most precious. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Junior brother Changge, that was not my intention. I merely find your methods to be exceptionally marvelous." Shi Wanshan quickly nodded, an honest smile spreading across his face. Indeed. Junior brother Changge, we are sincerely grateful for today's event. The opportunity for Jingxian and others is entirely thanks to your assistance." Gu Changge pondered inwardly, for in truth, he possessed a mountain of 9-turn golden pills and an entire lake of innate spiritual essence. However, the path of cultivation ought to be fraught with trials. If he were to readily dispense these divine substances, allowing the disciples to ascend effortlessly, how would they learn to cherish them? That which is easily obtained is often undervalued, fostering complacency and hindering their future growth. He glanced at the still excited Shi Jingxian and Lin Machin, contemplating that such a well-timed boon would ensure they remembered it deeply, prompting them to devote themselves more diligently to their cultivation. Gesturing dismissively, Gu Changge pushed the teacup towards them, saying, "All right, let us partake in tea. Afterward, We shall focus on our training. With that, they turned their attention back to the tea, savoring each sip, as the fragrant liquid flowed down their throats. The previously agitated spiritual energy gradually settled. They soon immersed themselves in their cultivation. In the grand hall of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, the incense wafted gently, and Yun Songhai sat majestically at the head, his fingers lightly tapping the table before him, his gaze profound and contemplative. I have heard that Lai Tianxiong's injury has yet to heal. The Grand Elder, standing below, bowed and replied, indeed. It is said that the 3 elders from the Medicine King Valley personally visited the Burning Heaven Palace, yet they were utterly helpless, declaring that the energy within Lai Tianxiong is exceedingly peculiar, rendering them incapable of expelling it. Yun Songhai raised an eyebrow. Oh, even the practitioners from the Medicine King Valley are at a loss. This is quite intriguing. When did such a master emerge in the Xin domain, capable of rendering Lai Tianxiong in such a state and leaving behind such an unusual injury? The second elder stepped forward and spoke solemnly, Master. The individuals from the Burning Heaven Palace have become increasingly brazen in recent days. They firmly assert that it is our 10,000 Methods Pavilion that has acted against them, repeatedly provoking us at the borders and even threatening retaliation. We have not indulged them, taking this opportunity to seize one of their minds and eliminate several from the Cave Heaven realm, serving as a lesson for them. Although our 10,000 Methods Pavilion does not fear them, Yun Songhai paused, his tone growing colder. We cannot bear this unjust blame. To have such accusations levied against us would tarnish our reputation. The second elder nodded in agreement. What you say is indeed true. We have been investigating during this period. Yet thus far, we have not discovered any new formidable figures in the Xin domain. Those with such strength should not remain so discreet. Could it be that an ancestor from another sect has intervened? The third elder suddenly interjected, a glimmer of speculation in his eyes. Among the 7 great sects of the Xin domain, aside from our 10,000 Methods Pavilion, there may be another sect concealing a ruler-level ancestor. Take the Qingxian sect. For instance, to my knowledge, they once had a peak celestial realm ancestor named Xianqinzi. He appeared a century ago during a crisis for the Qingxian sect. Though he was nearing the end of his lifespan, were he still alive, he might have broken through to the ruler level by now, though that possibility is rather slim. Yun Songhai fell into silence for a moment, his movements stilled. Xianqinzi, it has indeed been a while since I last heard that name. He then turned his gaze to the Grand Elder and said, Grand Elder, I kindly ask you to personally visit the Qingxian sect and the Breaking Formation sect to conduct a discreet investigation. Please ascertain whether they have exhibited any unusual activities of late. Remember, exercise utmost caution and do not reveal your identity. The Grand Elder clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Yes, Master, I shall attend to this matter immediately. Yun Songhai slightly nodded, his gaze shifting to the window, a hint of confidence in his tone. Regardless of who is scheming behind the scenes, any who dare to stir trouble in the Xian domain shall not overlook the existence of our 10,000 Methods Pavilion. With my prowess at the ruler level, should anyone truly dare to provoke us, they will undoubtedly face consequences. Meanwhile, far away at the Qingxian sect, Gu Changge sat serenely in a pavilion atop Purple Bamboo Peak, toying with a jade pendant in his hand. His consciousness had quietly enveloped the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, allowing him to overhear the conversation between Yun Songhai and the elders with crystal clarity. The people from the Burning Heaven Palace are coming, as are those from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. Things are becoming increasingly lively. Chapter 36. Breakthrough to the Condensation Dan realm as the sun began to set. Only the humming of spiritual energy resonated through the bamboo grove of Purple Bamboo Peak. Time slipped away unnoticed as the practitioners immersed themselves in their cultivation. And when dusk painted the horizon of Purple Bamboo Peak in crimson hues, everyone experienced a surge in their aura, undergoing a transformation. Shiwa Mountain clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. The pressure of the peak of the King realm contained like a deep abyss. He gazed at the faint golden spiritual light swirling in his palm, his eyes filled with disbelief. This advancement was more abundant than the fruits of his 10 years of seclusion. Meanwhile, Xian Yangzi slightly closed his eyes, his fingertips surrounded by wisps of sacred aura. The spiritual energy around him surging like a relentless river. He could distinctly sense the invisible barrier that lay between the King realm and the sacred realm, which now showed signs of loosening. For millennia, no one had dared to touch the threshold of the sacred realm in the Xin domain. Yet within a single day on Zizhu Peak, he had managed to brush against it. This miracle made his fingertips tremble slightly. Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching stood side by side, their spiritual power having coalesced to the pinnacle of the condensation pill realm. The group exchanged silent glances, their eyes sparkling with shock and elation. The gains of this day on Zizhu Peak far surpassed the cumulative efforts of decades of arduous cultivation. As if an invisible hand had paved their path of cultivation. It is getting late. We should return. Xian Yangzi broke the silence first, rising to clasp his hands toward Gu Changge. Thank you, junior brother Changge, for your hospitality today. This kindness shall not be forgotten. Shi Wanshan promptly rose with his two disciples to bow. Junior brother Changge, such great kindness requires no words of thanks. Should there be a need in the future, I shall serve Mount Qingyue without hesitation. Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching also bowed deeply. Thank you, Master Gu, for your generosity. Gu Changge waved his hand. Travel safely. As the group turned to leave, shortly after departing from Zizhu Peak, Xian Yangzi seemed to sense something and turned back. Junior brother Changge, is there something else? Gu Changge produced a jade vial and a brocade box from his sleeve, placing them into Xian Yangzi's hands. Inside is a 9-turn golden pill and a vial of innate spirit marrow. How to use them is up to you as the sect leader. Xian Yangzi was taken aback, gazing at the items in his hands, and then his eyes ignited with astonishing brilliance. Clutching the jade vial and brocade box tightly, he deeply bowed to Gu Changge. Junior brother Changge, go. Gu Changge interrupted him. Xian Yangzi refrained from saying more, nodding solemnly before turning to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Gu Changge smiled faintly and returned to the bamboo house. As Gu Changge passed through the light gate, the night had already enveloped the valley. Upon stepping into the realm of the 10,000 great mountains, he heard the sharp clang of metal and the piercing cries of demonic beasts ahead. Following the sound, he saw Xiao Ruabai entangled with a massive python covered in azure scales. The azure-scaled python was at least 10 zhang long, its scales glimmering with a cold sheen. Flicking its forked tongue, and each swing of its tail bore the force to uproot boulders. It was a ferocious beast at the pinnacle of the condensation pill realm. The young man stood bare-chested, his bronze skin marred with wounds of varying depths, the deepest gash running from his shoulder to his side, flesh turned outward. Yet it did not hinder his movements in the slightest. The iron knife in his hand had dulled, yet he gripped it tightly. Employing the shadow step to weave around the serpent, his figure as agile as the wind. Now is the moment. Xiao Ruabai seized the fleeting opportunity as the azure-scaled python raised its head and flicked its tongue. He swiftly crouched down, the blade gliding close to the ground, and delivered a precise strike to the creature's vital point. The sharp sound of shattering scales mingled with the stench of blood as it splattered in a crimson rain. The python writhed in agony, its massive form thrashing violently, sending a flurry of fallen leaves into the air. Gu Changge stood atop the rocky outcrop, quietly observing. Beneath the gaze of his ethereal eyes, the youth's golden battle aura underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. What once flowed like a stream had now coalesced into a river, purging all impurities through relentless combat, becoming as refined as liquid gold, each circulation resonating through his meridians with a faint hum. This marked the slaying of his 442nd beast of the condensing pill realm. In merely 2 short days, Xiao Ruabai's combat instincts and mastery of battle aura had been transformed beyond recognition. As the dying python retaliated, it ensnared Xiao Ruabai in its powerful coils, threatening to crush his bones. Xiao Ruabai's face flushed red, yet suddenly, a fierce smile broke across his lips, a glint of determination sparking in his eyes. In an audacious move, he relinquished his grip on the hilt, clasping the python's scales with both hands, channeling his internal battle aura into his fingertips, and forcefully tore open a gap. The aura surged through the opening, eliciting a heart-wrenching howl from the azure python as its constricting force slackened. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ruabai broke free, retrieved the iron blade from the ground, and thrust it into the python's vital point. The beast succumbed completely, its body slumping lifelessly. Xiao Ruabai collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, sweat mingling with blood as it soaked into the earth beneath him. Yet he could not hide the brilliance in his eyes. Just then, he felt the battle aura within him stir restlessly, akin to gunpowder igniting, violently assaulting an invisible barrier along his meridians. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. The battle god physique had been fully activated through life and death trials, and coupled with the prior effects of the 9 turns golden pill and the spiritual energy of Zizhu Peak. This breakthrough was but a natural progression. Xiao Ruobai sensed the change and promptly settled into a cross-legged position, channeling the battle god strategy to guide his battle aura. The golden aura surged like a tide against the barrier of the condensing pill realm, each impact sending searing pain through his meridians, yet simultaneously refining the aura further. After an hour, Xiao Ruobai abruptly opened his eyes, golden light flashing within, radiating the oppressive presence of an early-stage condensing pill warrior. Master. Xiao Ruobai rose to pay his respects, his voice hoarse yet brimming with uncontainable excitement. His wounds had scabbed under the nurturing of battle aura, and his previously frail form now bore a more robust physique, the timidity in his brow replaced by an aura of lethal determination. Standing in the morning light, he resembled a blade that had just begun to reveal its sharpness. Changge descended the slope and flicked a drop of innate spiritual essence from his fingers. The condensing pill was merely the beginning. 58 beasts remained. However, the next adversaries would be creatures of the Purple Mansion realm. With a subtle gesture, the invisible barrier at the mountain's edge expanded outward, and the formidable pressure of the Purple Mansion beasts surged forth like a tidal wave. Xiao Ruobai caught the spiritual essence, and the golden pill in his dantian began to spin violently, amplifying his battle aura several-fold. Gripping the iron blade tightly, he looked up to see a vibrant giant tiger bursting forth from the dense thicket, measuring over 3 zhang in length. Its fur ablaze with an ethereal fire, a manifestation of the early-stage netherworld tiger of the Purple Mansion realm. The black royal pattern adorned the tiger's brow, its fangs protruding menacingly. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly, clearly indicating that it had attained sentience, scrutinizing Xiao Ruobai with a piercing gaze. This was an opportune moment. Xiao Ruobai let out a low growl, initiating the shadow step technique, his form gliding like a specter to the tiger's side. The iron blade imbued with golden battle energy slicing towards the beast's flank. The phantom tiger reacted with astonishing swiftness, twisting its body to counter the blade with its claws. The sharp clash of blade and claw reverberated through the forest, and Xiao Ruobai felt a searing pain in his arm as the long knife nearly slipped from his grasp. Using the momentum, he leapt backward, landing steadily beside a tree trunk, gazing at the deep claw marks on his blade that revealed the bone beneath. His throat tightened at the realization that the strength of a beast in the Purple Mansion realm surpassed that of even a Golden Dan realm cultivator by several folds. As the phantom tiger landed, it sent leaves swirling in the air, its black royal pattern gleaming with a cold light. Its amber vertical pupils fixated on Xiao Ruobai, saliva dripping from its maw, corroding the ground beneath. It began to pace slowly, exuding a palpable pressure from its Purple Mansion realm aura, rendering the air viscous. Clearly regarding the Golden Dan realm human with disdain. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ruobai felt a sudden surge of warmth from within as the battle god physique activated. Golden battle energy coursing through his meridians, each circulation causing his bones to hum faintly. His previously numb right arm quickly regained sensation under the nurturing flow of battle energy. Gripping the iron blade tightly, the edge shimmered with a faint golden light, a unique manifestation of the battle god physique, empowering ordinary metal to breach defenses without external aid. No longer rushing to attack, he maximized the shadow step technique. His figure danced around the phantom tiger, occasionally using tree trunks for cover against the sweeping tail, and leaping onto branches to evade the tiger's lunging claws. Each evasion was perfectly timed, neither intimidated by the beast's oppressive aura nor losing the distance necessary for a counterattack. Frustrated by this elusive maneuvering, the phantom tiger let out a thunderous roar, its Purple Mansion realm energy stirring a tempest, causing nearby trees to rustle ominously. It propelled itself forward with immense force, its massive body resembling an arrow loosed from its bow, the foul wind carrying an aura of deadly intent. In this critical moment, Xiao Ruobai's battle god physique fully activated. The golden battle energy coalesced into intricate patterns upon his skin, and his seemingly frail form erupted with an unexpected strength. Rather than retreating, he surged forward, ducking beneath the tiger's gaping maw, and with a diagonal slash, drove the iron blade upward along the curve of the tiger's abdomen. This strike harnessed all his battle energy, the blade slicing through the air with relentless determination. The blade struck the tiger's hide with a resounding clang, the sound akin to metal clashing. Xiao Ruobai's heart sank. The beast's defenses were sturdier than anticipated. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment, using the recoil to spin. Pressing his left hand against the tiger's back while thrusting the iron blade downward, piercing through the fur with ferocity. A chilling howl erupted from the phantom tiger, its immense body thrashing violently, attempting to dislodge the human from its back. Xiao Ruobai clung fiercely to the hilt, enduring the tiger's claws as they carved deep wounds into his back, forcing the blade deeper still until its tip grazed the beast's core. In the fleeting moment when the battle aura erupted along the blade, he abruptly released his grip and leaped backward, landing firmly on the ground. The spectral tiger staggered a few steps before its massive form crashed to the earth, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Xiao Ruobai clutched his bleeding back, gazing at the lifeless body of the beast on the ground, his chest heaving violently. He lowered his gaze to his hands, where the battle markings on his palms still glimmered faintly. That previous strike had unmistakably harnessed the precision control of the battle god physique, exploiting the delicate seam where the beast's fur met its flesh, thereby breaching its defenses. From the depths of the dense forest came the sound of more heavy footsteps, clearly indicating that other Purple Mansion realm beasts had been roused. Xiao Ruobai retrieved the iron blade from the ground, the golden battle aura rising once more, his gaze sharper than before. He understood that the transformation of the battle god physique never relied on external factors, each encounter with formidable adversaries, each breakthrough of his own limits, served as the finest tempering. With a flicker of motion, he willingly plunged into the deeper shadows, the clash of blades and the roars of tigers resonating once more through the woods. This time, the youth's battle cry was more resounding than the beast's roar. This was the essence of the battle god physique, Gu Changge murmured to himself. The current Xiao Ruobai was no longer the youthful brute who relied solely on sheer strength. He had learned to navigate and probe, to leverage his opponent's weaknesses. He could even unleash a more potent battle spirit when gravely injured, akin to a sword hammered repeatedly in fierce flames, growing ever sharper. In the rear mountains of Qingxian, an invisible barrier rippled like water. Xian Yangzi, holding a token, passed through the threshold, and the scenery before him transformed abruptly. The once clear sky was replaced by thick, gray clouds, and the air was suffused with the ancient scent of sandalwood mingled with herbs. At the center of the forbidden ground, 5 stone peaks, shaped like hands, rose majestically. Atop each peak sat an elder with white hair. The stone platforms beneath them were marred by cracks wrought by the passage of time, surrounded by extinguished bronze lamps long forgotten. As Xian Yangzi stepped into the barrier, he beheld the 5 ancestors seated in meditation, each with hair and beard like snow, their breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible, as if they might vanish with the slightest breeze. He softened his footsteps, intending to pay his respects, but noticed that the elders did not so much as lift their eyelids, seemingly still in slumber. Little did he know, 5 barely perceptible strands of consciousness had converged in the air, transforming into a communication only they could comprehend. Is it truly wise to keep such secrets from Xiao Yangzi? The voice of the 3rd elder resonated within their shared consciousness, tinged with a hint of hesitation. He maintained a hunched posture, his frail fingers resting on his knees, appearing no different from an ordinary elderly man nearing the end of his days. The consciousness of the 5 elders followed, imbued with a touch of sorrow. This child has toiled tirelessly for the sect these past years, his hair already turned mostly gray from worry and diligence. To deceive him now feels like a betrayal. His lips barely moved as he spoke, the wrinkles at the corners remaining still, making outsiders perceive him as still lost in a drowsy state. The 2nd elder's consciousness drifted in slowly, imbued with a sense of conviction. In my view, it is better not to inform him. Why? The 4th elder's consciousness brimmed with confusion, purposefully coughing twice to enhance his feigned frailty. Finally, the eldest elder, who had remained in meditation, spoke, his consciousness resonating with undeniable authority. We are now all at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, and I have ascended to the highest peak of it. Should this matter reach Xiao Yangzi, with his temperament, it is certain he would become unrestrained with joy. He paused, his thoughts growing heavier. If a disciple were to attract calamity through reckless actions, the minds of the other 4 ancestors fell into a profound silence. After a considerable time, the 3rd ancestor sighed, his thoughts tinged with resignation. The eldest brother speaks true. It is best to keep this under wraps for now. Once the foundation of our sect is more secure, we may share the news with him. The 5 consciousnesses quietly dispersed, and the 5 ancestors on the stone platform remained in their weary states, as if their prior exchange had never occurred. Xianyangzi observed this with a pang of sorrow in his heart. The 5 ancestors had participated in numerous great battles for the sake of supporting the Qingxian sect, and now they were utterly exhausted. He touched the jade box he had brought from the purple bamboo peak, feeling a sting at the tip of his nose. Inside lay the spiritual tea and 10 drops of innate spiritual essence gifted by Gu Changge. As for the 9 turns golden pill and the remaining innate spiritual essence, Xianyangzi pondered whether he could nurture more talented disciples for the sect. Disciple Xianyang pays respects to the esteemed elders. He bowed deeply, his voice barely above a whisper, fearful of startling the frail elders. Cough. It is young Yangzi. The great ancestor slowly opened his eyes, his eyelids trembling like a candle flickering in the wind. What brings you here today to visit us, old bones? Xianyangzi felt a warmth welling up in his eyes. Look, even their speech is halting. He hurried a few steps closer. Elders, please take care of your health. The disciple has. Words caught in his throat as he beheld the elders' frail forms. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, he swallowed back the words. What if he shared the joyous news and the elders became overly excited, leading to an unfortunate outcome? Would he not then be a sinner in the eyes of the sect? What did you say? The 5 elders weakly raised their hands, their movements so slow it seemed they might fall apart at any moment. Xianyangzi took a deep breath and produced the jade box and tea canister. The disciple chanced upon some spiritual tea and a few drops of spiritual liquid. My junior brother mentioned it is innate spiritual essence, hoping it may offer some slight assistance to the elders. A chorus of coughs erupted from the stone platform. In truth, he swallowed hard. Products from the purple bamboo peak are surely of the finest quality. The great ancestor coughed. This is far too precious. The second ancestor chimed in. It cannot be accepted, it cannot. Their thoughts screamed, quickly accept it, quickly accept it. The third ancestor trembled as he waved his hand. We old men have lived long enough. Let it be given to those in the sect who are in greater need. Yet inwardly he mused. Why does this tea resemble the legendary enlightenment tea? This cannot be right. Am I truly growing old, my sight failing? He discreetly rubbed his eyes. Seeing this, Xianyangzi felt even more heartbroken and suddenly knelt, exclaiming, I beseech the elders to accept this humble offering from the disciple. The 5 consciousnesses erupted in a flurry. What is this? This child is showing such deep respect. Quickly accept it. I see he is about to cry. The venerable ancestor, suppressing his anguish, continued to perform. Since this is the case, 5th brother, your constitution is the frailest. You shall go first. The elder nearly faltered but managed to tremblingly extend his hand, murmuring, I, an old fool, gratefully accept this. Chapter 38. The Enlightenment of the Ancestors with Reddened Eyes. Xianyangzi handed over the jade box, watching as the 5th ancestor struggled to lift the lid, his heart heavy with sorrow. The ancestors were so enfeebled that they could scarcely open the box. When the lid finally opened, a rich aura emanated from the innate spiritual essence, causing the very spirit energy of the forbidden ground to vibrate. The 5th ancestor trembled. Could that little brat Gu Changge truly part with such a precious item? This is far too valuable. The 5th ancestor was genuinely shaken this time. However, Xianyangzi misunderstood the situation and quickly steadied his trembling hand. Elder, do not be agitated. Take your time. He then turned to the other ancestors and said, This spiritual tea is also a treasure collected by junior brother Gu. It is said to calm the spirit and nurture vitality, with a chance of entering a state of enlightenment. The 4th ancestor's beard quivered imperceptibly. Could it truly be the enlightenment tea? The grand elder, sensing the impending exposure, hastily diverted the topic with a feeble tone. Little Xianyang, how has the sect been faring lately? Thanks to the ancestors' blessings. All is well, Xianyangzi replied respectfully, feeling a surge of emotion as he thought of the ancestors' concern for the sect despite their dire state, nearly bringing him to tears. Suddenly, the 2nd ancestor erupted into a violent coughing fit. It is getting late. You should return to your duties. Xianyangzi understood. The ancestors were exhausted. He quickly rose, saying, Disciple takes his leave. May the ancestors rest well. Before departing, he gently placed the tea canister by the stone platform. Once Xianyangzi's figure had completely vanished and the barrier of the forbidden ground sealed shut, the 5 frail elders instantly sprang to life. Quick! Reinforce the barrier with 3 layers. The grand elder's voice boomed, now devoid of weakness. The 5th ancestor, already circling the stone platform with the tea, exclaimed, Is this truly the enlightenment tea? I have only seen it described in ancient texts. The third ancestor, clutching the tea canister, inhaled deeply. I feel that just a whiff of the tea's fragrance is propelling me towards enlightenment. The fourth ancestor, unable to contain his eagerness, snatched the canister, his fingers trembling. Hurry, let us brew a pot and taste it. However, the second ancestor suddenly restrained the tea canister, his expression grave. Wait, if this tea is indeed the enlightenment tea, we must first adjust our states. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. The second is correct. We must first prepare ourselves. Before he could finish his sentence, the fifth ancestor had secretly broken off a small piece of tea leaf and placed it in his mouth. Fifth, you. The third ancestor's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, the fifth ancestor's entire body shuddered, and 3 golden lotus phantoms appeared above his head, with the essence of the Tao swirling around him. With his eyes tightly shut, he unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment. What a wasteful brat. The Grand Elder stomped his foot in frustration. He just swallowed a piece of tea leaf. What a squandering of resources. The fourth ancestor, quick-witted, swiftly cradled the remaining tea leaves protectively. Not a single leaf shall be lost. We must find that little rascal Changge and inquire about the origin of this tea. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from outside the barrier, belonging to Xuanyangzi. Elders, I forgot to mention that the sect's grand competition is in 4 months. The 5 old men froze instantly, their frail forms returning to a state of near exhaustion with the swiftness of lightning. The Grand Elder even collapsed with a thud, not forgetting to pull the Elder of Enlightenment down with him. As the barrier opened, Xuanyangzi gazed at the sprawled elders, panic overtaking him. Elders, what has happened to you? The third elder weakly raised a hand. And no, it's nothing. Elder Wu's old injuries have reoccurred. The fifth elder cooperatively twitched a couple of times, with remnants of tea leaves still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Xuanyangzi, flustered, fumbled to retrieve a communication jade slip. I shall summon Junior Brother Gu at once. Stop. The 4 elders simultaneously sat up in a startled manner, their feeble states momentarily forgotten, causing Xuanyangzi to jump in surprise. The Grand Elder hurriedly explained, this trivial matter does not require Long Ji's assistance. You may return. Xuanyangzi, suspiciously observing the chaos around him and the suddenly spirited elders, felt an unsettling dissonance. Meanwhile, the 5th elder was furiously cursing in his mind. You old codgers. I was in the midst of enlightenment, and you interrupted me. With a heavy heart, Xuanyangzi retreated from the forbidden area, the barrier slowly closing behind him. The elder's brief moment of vitality was exceedingly peculiar, particularly the green remnants of tea leaves at the corner of the 5th elder's mouth, which pricked at his heart like a thorn. However, upon reflection, he deduced that the elders might have been briefly invigorated by the fragrance of the spirit tea, yet their frail bodies were ultimately depleted. Suppressing the urge to look back, he turned towards Qingyan Peak. Within the barrier, the withered trees atop the 5 stone platforms sprang to life. Quick, reinforce the barrier. The Grand Elder suddenly leaped from the stone platform, his formerly hunched back straightening with an imposing presence, his voice resonating like a thunderclap that caused stone debris to tumble. He formed a seal with his fingers, sending 3 beams of golden light into the edges of the forbidden area, transforming the originally translucent barrier into a solid form akin to glass, as if the very air had been frozen. The 5th elder had already crouched on the ground with the box of innate spirit essence in hand, his fingers trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze as he cautiously extracted a drop of the essence. The moment the spirit liquid met the air, it transformed into wisps of mist, exuding a nurturing aura capable of fostering moss on stones. Ah, this is indeed innate spirit essence. He eagerly brought the liquid to his lips, and at once his entire being trembled, the murkiness in his eyes clearing away. Just how many treasures did the purple bamboo Taoist leave for that lad Changge? Don't indulge yourself alone. The 3rd elder snatched the tea container, roughly prying the lid open, and an intense aroma of tea erupted, coalescing into specks of golden light upon the stone platform. He pinched a tea leaf, bringing it to his nose, inhaling deeply, causing his beard to ripple like waves. It's the enlightenment tea. Truly, it is the enlightenment tea. Ancient texts claim that a single leaf can lead a sage to enlightenment. Less chatter, brew it. The 2nd elder had already brought over a stone basin, rummaging to produce a chipped coarse porcelain bowl. Use the spirit spring water. The 4th elder was swift and nimble, flicking his fingers, causing a pool of clear spring water to gush from the stone crevices, its sound ringing melodiously as it fell into the bowl. A faint layer of spiritual light floating atop the water's surface. The three elders, trembling as they held the tea leaves, ultimately cast them into the 5 leaves with a heavy heart, fearing they might succumb to madness in that moment. Such a wasteful indulgence. The eldest elder was about to scold, but the aroma wafting from the bowl struck him with profound astonishment. The fragrance infiltrated his nostrils and penetrated his sea of consciousness, instantly transforming into countless tiny specks of light, jarring him against the bottleneck he had reached at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, causing a resonating hum. He could no longer afford to chastise the 5th elder and lifted the coarse porcelain bowl to drink it all in one gulp. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and felt his spiritual energy surge like a tsunami, mending the cracks on the stone platform under its nurturing flow. The 2nd and 4th elders hurriedly shared the tea, and after a few sips, each found a clean stone platform to sit upon. On that platform, the 5 elders, some seated and others reclining, were enveloped in a faint glow, transforming the previously lifeless forbidden ground into a scene more vibrant than the spiritual fields of Zizhu Peak. Only the 5th elder's interrupted epiphany lingered in his consciousness, drifting intermittently. Once I emerge, I shall surely teach that Xian Yangzi a lesson. Before the thought could fully form, he was completely submerged by the tidal wave of enlightenment. A great rumble echoed in his sea of consciousness. The golden light surrounding him grew ever more intense, and even the moss on the stone platform became infused with spiritual energy, wildly blossoming into emerald-like vines. Chapter 39. Master, I wish to spar with you the following morning. Xiao Ruobai emerged slowly from the back mountain, his plain robe already soaked with the blood of demon beasts, congealed into dark red clumps. His hair hung tousled over his forehead, yet his brows radiated an unprecedented sharpness, resembling a sword unsheathed, its edge exposed. A potent scent of blood surrounded him, a testament to 3 consecutive days and nights of battling demon beasts. His gaze was steadier than before, and every movement exuded a decisive aura of lethality, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Gu Changge stood before the bamboo hut, his eyes landing on Xiao Ruobai, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing within. He mused, truly, one of imperial caliber. In less than a month, he has progressed from having no cultivation to the mid-stage of the Dan formation realm. And this is despite my deliberate restraint. However, he also recognized that Xiao Ruobai's rapid advancement was not solely due to the innate gift of the god of war body, but also closely tied to the abundant resources of Zizhu Peak. As Xiao Ruobai turned, he noticed his master leaning against a bamboo stalk, savoring a skewer of candied hawthorn. Master, he exclaimed excitedly, rushing over. I've made a breakthrough. I can now take on mid-stage demon beasts of the Purple Mansion realm. Gu Changge glanced at him with a look of disdain. Don't come too close. You carry the scent of demon beast saliva. I'll wash up first and change my clothes. Then I'll return, Xiao Ruobai replied. Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Ruobai scratched his head, grinning, before darting towards the mountain stream. The icy spring water washed away the grime of battle, gradually easing his taut nerves. He looked down at his hands, calloused from prolonged sword-wielding, with several small scars still visible on his knuckles, recalling the moment he first entered the sect, when his master had quietly confided that he had already reached the mid-stage of the Dan formation realm. In this moment, Xiao Ruobai found himself astonished at how swiftly he had attained this level of mastery, even sensing a faint indication of a breakthrough into the later stage of his cultivation. A thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Had he, perhaps, reached a realm akin to that of his master? After all, his master spent most of his time either munching on sunflower seeds or sipping tea, seemingly neglecting his own cultivation. It was conceivable that he remained stuck in the mid-stages of the qi condensation realm. With such a splendid environment for cultivation on Zizhu Peak, it baffled Xiao Ruobai that his master did not cherish it and dedicate himself to rigorous training. At this moment, an inexplicable feeling of frustration surged within him, akin to a mentor disappointed in a wayward disciple. Unable to contain his curiosity, he discreetly extended a thread of his spiritual awareness towards Gu Changge, seeking to uncover the truth of his master's cultivation level. Gu Changge sat peacefully in a bamboo chair, eyes closed in meditation, and upon sensing the faint ripple of spiritual energy, his lips curled into a slight smirk. This audacious boy dares to probe into his master's cultivation? He still has much to learn. Xiao Ruobai's spiritual awareness circled around Gu Changge, yet he could only perceive the fluctuations of early-stage qi condensation energy, leaving him perplexed. It appeared that Changge had mastered the art of concealment to an extraordinary degree. Henceforth, he resolved to intensify his own training, ensuring that others would not easily discern his capabilities. With this thought, a hint of pride swelled within him. Having reached the mid-stage of qi condensation, and even being capable of vanquishing beasts of the Purple Mansion realm, was it possible that he had surpassed his master? The notion sent a rush of exhilaration through Xiao Ruobai. Perhaps, he mused, he truly was stronger than Changge now? Rubbing his hands together, he began to envision the astonished expression on his master's face after he defeated him. Once he triumphed over Changge, he would have the grounds to urge his master to cultivate more diligently. However, he reminded himself that all his accomplishments were thanks to his master. Even if Changge's cultivation did not progress in the future, he vowed to protect him fiercely. Master, it will be my turn to safeguard you from now on. After bathing, Xiao Ruobai donned a fresh robe and approached Changge with renewed vigor, bowing respectfully. Master, your disciple is ready. Changge opened his eyes, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Have you completed your little investigation? Xiao Ruobai paused, his face flushing slightly with embarrassment as he lowered his gaze. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Changge waved his hand dismissively, not holding a grudge, and simply remarked, it is commendable that you have made progress. But remember to remain humble and not let pride cloud your judgment. Xiao Ruobai nodded, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Master, I wish to spar with you. Changge raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, you wish to test your strength against mine? Xiao Ruobai chuckled. I dare not presume. I merely seek to gauge the difference between our powers. With a light chuckle, Changge rose to his feet. Very well, let us indulge in this playful exchange. They moved to an open space within the bamboo grove, and Xiao Ruobai took a deep breath, unleashing the aura of his mid-stage qi condensation. His battle spirit enveloped him, resembling a war deity descending upon the earth. With a swift step, he surged towards Changge, his fists slicing through the air with fierce intent, aiming directly at his master's chest. However, Changge merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. Unwilling to concede, Xiao Ruobai unleashed a flurry of techniques, his fists raining down like a tempest, yet he could not even graze the hem of Changge's robe. Throughout the exchange, Changge remained anchored in his mid-stage qi condensation, his movements enigmatic, as if he had already foreseen every action Xiao Ruobai would take. After a stick of incense, Master, please stop, please stop. I realize my mistake, pleaded the bruised and battered Xiao Ruobai, his words barely intelligible. Changge lightly tapped his toes on the ground, retracting his hand that had been poised in the air, leisurely adjusting his sleeves. Realize your mistake? Who was it just now that insisted on gauging the difference? Xiao Ruobai mumbled through his swollen cheeks, his voice muffled. He had thought that his words would go uninterrupted, but he was cut off by his own gasps. Master, you truly have a ruthless heart. You strike where it hurts the most. Master, you are clearly also in the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm. Why is it that I cannot even touch the hem of your garment? Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back and replied coolly. Cultivation is merely the foundation. True strength lies in the mastery of power and the seizing of opportunities in battle. Though you have made rapid progress, your combat experience is still lacking, and you require further honing. Xiao Ruobai bowed his head in genuine submission. I understand, Master. Changge nodded, his tone softening slightly. However, achieving the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm in such a short time greatly surpasses the average person. Next, I shall impart to you a set of combat techniques suited for the war god physique, known as the 9 styles of war heaven. Devote yourself to its cultivation. Xiao Ruobai's eyes brightened, and he quickly cupped his hands. Thank you, Master. Changge raised his hand. A beam of golden light entered Xiao Ruobai's brow, instantly imprinting the cultivation methods of the 9 styles of war heaven into his consciousness. After a moment of closed-eyed contemplation, he opened his eyes, brimming with fighting spirit. Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Changge smiled with satisfaction and turned to walk toward the bamboo cottage, leaving behind a single phrase drifting in the wind. I look forward to your next challenge. Suddenly, Xiao Ruobai felt an intensifying pain in his teeth. Chapter 40. The Unfortunate Broken Array Gate System. Sign in. Changge opened his eyes on the bamboo couch and addressed the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received 5,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Earth Profound Yellow Linglong Tower. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 Imperial-grade spiritual veins. Not bad. Another day of effortless gains. Changge stretched lazily, tossing a spiritual fruit between his fingers. This life feels so empty. I truly envy those beasts in my past life who could enjoy the 996 blessings. Why am I not so fortunate? He sighed, taking a bite of the spiritual fruit. Its sweet juice coursed over his tongue, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable delight. His gaze swept across the treasures quietly hovering in the system space. The Heavenly Earth Profound Yellow Linglong Tower emanated an ancient golden glow, its surface adorned with mysterious runes that subtly conveyed an aura of suppressing all laws, instilling a sense of tranquility just by looking at it. The 10 Imperial-grade spiritual veins resembled winding golden dragons, enveloped in dense spiritual energy capable of driving any sect mad with desire, slowly meandering through the space. Just right, the elders in the forbidden area have advanced considerably, and their spiritual energy might be somewhat insufficient, Changge thought nonchalantly, lightly tapping his fingers in the void to temporarily store the spiritual veins. When night falls and all is quiet, I shall bury them beneath the depths of the forbidden area. The elderly have it tough. It's time to improve their living conditions. Changge then glanced at the bronze token inscribed with Sunyan's secret realm nestled in the corner of the space, which had been lying idle since its acquisition during the last sign-in. In the depths of the secret realm, the million miles of spiritual soil and ancient legacies were, to him, mere trifles, better left as a training ground for the Changge sect. With this thought fleeting through his mind, Changge's gaze suddenly turned icy. He flicked his fingers, and 3 luminous jade slips materialized in his palm, still pulsating with residual spiritual energy. These were the confidential messages intercepted over the past few days. 2 of the slips were directed to the Burning Sky Palace, revealing internal movements within the Changge sect. The third was sent to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, subtly alluding to vulnerabilities in the defenses of the sect's forbidden grounds. The hidden vermin lurking in the shadows were becoming increasingly audacious. With a flick of his finger, the 3 jade slips disintegrated into powder, scattering on the wind. Leaning back in his bamboo chair, he gazed towards the distant main peak shrouded in mist, a cold smile gracing his lips. In recent days, while probing the outside world with his divine sense, he had discovered numerous anomalies within the sect. There were long-standing infiltrators from the Burning Sky Palace, spies planted by other sects, and even a few seemingly loyal elders covertly colluding with the outside. Since they could not endure the silence, it was time to cleanse them. He tapped the armrest lightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. This was also one of the reasons why Xian Yangzi and Shi Wanshan were intent on preserving their development. The 7 major sects in Xianzhou were embroiled in constant strife, each placing spies among the others, a common tactic indeed. Although a few spies were occasionally uncovered, some were remarkably elusive and could not be detected at once. If one were careless, these hidden pests would inevitably cause great trouble. It seemed a discussion with the sect master was in order. In the grand hall of the sect, Xian Yangzi's fingers tightened around the jade slip, turning pale as the characters glimmered coldly under the infusion of spiritual energy. The elder of the Burning Sky Palace, Yin Tsangyun, would breach the array gate tonight, and subsequently approach the Changge sect. Shi Wanshan leaned in for a glance, his rotund belly trembling with anger. This old fool truly overestimates himself. Does he think our Changge sect is a soft target? Shall I bring a few elders to sit down with him? Xian Yangzi raised a hand to restrain him, lightly tapping on the stone table. The Burning Sky Palace and the 10,000 Laws Pavilion are currently in fierce conflict. If we intervene now, we would merely become live targets. A calculating glint flickered in his eyes, since they were the first to breach the array gate. Let them serve as a shield for now, assessing the situation as it unfolds. Shi Wanshan clucked his tongue. What if Yin Tsangyun manages to reach us? Xian Yangzi deliberately elongated his tone, a knowing smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Let him experience the consequences of being dealt with 4 times a day. That night, before the bamboo house on Purple Bamboo Peak, Changge leaned casually in his bamboo chair, idly spinning a purple crystal grape between his fingers. His divine sense wandered over the expanse of Xianzhou, fortuitously encountering 2 furtive figures. Yin Tsangyun, the elder of the Burning Sky Palace, stealthily approaching the array gate, followed closely by Mo Lingzi, the elder of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, with the tassel of his jade sword quivering slightly, clearly harboring ill intentions. Oh, two cunning old foxes have come together, Changge thought, preparing to enjoy the spectacle of their performance. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike him, a smile creeping across his lips, resembling one who had just committed a mischievous act. With a gentle flick of his fingertip in the void, an almost imperceptible ripple of spiritual energy silently permeated the protective mountain array of the breaking array gate. Meanwhile, Xian Yangzi and the others remained on high alert, vigilantly guarding against the arrival of Yin Songyun. The following morning, a rumor took flight throughout Xianzhou, leaving the populace astounded and bewildered. The tea house buzzed with animated chatter as patrons gathered in groups, exchanging words, with the conversation predominantly revolving around the commotion at the breaking array gate the previous night. Have you heard? The elder from the Burning Heaven Palace and the elder from the 10,000 Law Pavilion actually clashed at the breaking array gate. A newly seated cultivator set down his teacup, captivated by the gossip from the neighboring table. Not just clashed, interjected a man in a gray robe, sipping his tea, his tone tinged with incredulity. I heard that Yin Songyun from the Burning Heaven Palace was beaten until he coughed up blood, and half of the scripture pavilion at the breaking array gate was set ablaze, with scarcely any ancient texts left intact. I also heard that the elder from the 10,000 Law Pavilion struck with such force that he cleaved through the protective mountain array of the breaking array gate. Someone else chimed in, gesticulating animatedly. The flames illuminated the sky, visible even from 100 miles away. These two factions have been at odds for days, fiercely competing over mining resources. But why did the fight have to spill into the breaking array gate? A scholar-like cultivator furrowed his brow, perplexed. Isn't it evident that they are ruining the place? Another tea patron replied, a hint of derision lacing his voice. I hear they were brawling like lunatics, specifically targeting critical areas of the breaking array gate, causing havoc in the alchemy chamber and the martial arts arena. If it weren't for the ancestral master of the breaking array gate emerging from seclusion to activate the protective array, who knows what destruction might have ensued. At that moment, a voice from the corner interjected in a hushed tone. I heard from a disciple of the breaking array gate that it wasn't even a prearranged fight. Those two old fools sneaked into the breaking array gate in the dead of night and ended up running into each other, both convinced the other was colluding with the breaking array gate. Is that true? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. The voice continued. The elder from the 10,000 Law Pavilion is exceptionally formidable, being at the late stage of the celestial transformation realm, a rarity within the entirety of Xianzhou. Is Yin Songyun in danger? Another asked. Yin Songyun possesses the solar command from the Burning Heaven Palace, and it is said that even after such a beating, he survived, thanks to this treasure. As for the elder from the 10,000 Law Pavilion, rumor has it that he lost his beard in the flames. Imagine the absurdity of that. Chapter 41. Surely, Master Isnt losing his sanity? The discussions grew increasingly animated, with some lamenting the misfortune of the breaking array gate, while others mocked the absurdity of the two elders. There were whispers of speculations regarding deeper motives behind the clash. Amidst the clamor, even passing cultivators outside the tea house paused, straining to catch wind of this sensational tale. It turned out that last night, Changge had already enveloped the surroundings of the breaking array gate with his consciousness, sealing it off with an impenetrable veil. As Yin Songyun stealthily infiltrated the array-breaking sect's protective formation, Changge delicately traced his fingertips through the air, summoning a pale azure spiritual energy that entwined around the array patterns like spider silk. In that fleeting moment, the scene before Yin Songyun distorted ever so slightly. He distinctly beheld the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, Mo Lingzi, engaged in hushed conversation with the leader of the array-breaking sect in front of the scripture hall. The scroll unfurled in their hands revealed a clear depiction of the mining veins of the Burning Heaven Palace. Their voices drifted through the breeze. Once we unite our sects, we shall seize all the mining veins of the Burning Heaven Palace, and then breach their mountain gates. Simultaneously, Mo Lingzi, having just evaded patrolling disciples, found himself ensnared in an illusion. He saw Yin Songyun brandishing a token engraved with the array-breaking sect's insignia. Grinning malevolently at his confidant, the defensive map of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion is in our grasp. Tonight, we shall incinerate their scripture hall. As the two beheld this scene, fury ignited within their hearts. A gust of wind swept by, causing their masks to fall away. When adversaries meet, their eyes burn with animosity. You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Yin Songyun's eyes blazed with rage as the burning heaven fire flag unfurled, unleashing a torrent of fiery crows that surged towards Mo Lingzi like a wave of molten heat. Seeking death, Mo Lingzi roared, drawing his jade sword. In that instant, the sword's aura cascaded towards Yin Songyun like a waterfall. Within the illusion, they exchanged blows, each targeting the other's vital points, both assuming that the array-breaking sect was an ally of the other. Their movements were as if guided by invisible threads, striking at the most critical points of the array-breaking sect. Yin Songyun's fiery crows ignited the ancient texts within the scripture hall, while Yun Qin's sword aura cleaved through the heart of the protective formation, reducing even the stone tablet inscribed with the sect's history in the martial arts arena to rubble. It was not until Yin Songyun was struck and gravely wounded by Mo Lingzi's sword, causing him to spit blood, that his blazing sun token erupted with golden light to shield him. Yun Qin's beard was singed away by sparks, and only then did they momentarily regain clarity amidst their agony, yet still believe they were victims of the other's conspiracy with the array-breaking sect. The battle escalated fiercely, ultimately leaving behind a desolate landscape of yellow sand and smoldering ruins, along with the astonished faces of the array-breaking sect's disciples. In the main hall of the array-breaking sect, Chen Taizhan slumped in his grand chair, gazing out the window towards the charred remains of the scripture hall, his lips twitching as if stricken by a stroke. Clutching a shattered array disc, his knuckles turned white from exertion, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table, causing the tea within the cup to splash. How outrageous! How utterly outrageous! Enraged, he paced back and forth, his round-collared robe askew, his normally meticulously groomed beard now disheveled, resembling a frenzied tomcat. If you wish to fight, then fight. If you want to seize mining veins, then seize them. But why must you two lunatics come to my array-breaking sect to wreak havoc? Chen Taizhan pointed towards the door, his voice trembling with indignation. 3 boxes of rare tomes in the scripture hall have been incinerated. 7 of our millennium-old alchemical furnaces have been shattered. Even the heart of the protective formation is billowing black smoke. What have I done to deserve this? Beside him, the Grand Elder covered his forehead, a frown etched deeply upon his face. Sectmaster, the ancestor has just emerged from seclusion, only to be so enraged that he has retreated once more. Before he left, he insisted that you must seek an explanation. Seek an explanation? From whom? Chen Taizhan plopped back down, seizing a spiritual fruit from the table and biting into it fiercely, juice trickling down his chin. Should I seek it from the Burning Heaven Palace? Or from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion? Those 2 old fools likely still believe they are in the right, resolutely convinced that my broken formation sect is in collusion with the enemy. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and suddenly he slapped his thigh. I finally see it clearly. These 2 are doing this on purpose. They know our broken formation sect is easy to bully, treating us as their battleground. Once I have repaired the grand formation, I shall make them experience the formidable power of the 1,000 mechanisms trapping God's formation. Despite these words, as he gazed upon the ravaged sect, he could not help but let out a long sigh, a deep sense of helplessness swelling within him. After all, the broken formation sect lacks the might of the Burning Heaven Palace and the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. This bitter loss, I fear, must be swallowed for now. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sect, in the Grand Hall, Xian Yangzi held the recently received communication jade slip regarding the substantial losses of the broken formation sect and Chun Tieshan's tearful plight. He first coughed sharply twice, then could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Shi Wanshan leaned in to snatch the jade slip, his eyes lighting up the more he read, ultimately slamming the table with laughter so hard he could hardly stand upright. Ha! That old scoundrel Chen Taizhan. He thought he could seize our spiritual herbs last time. Well, how about this? His sect has been half dismantled by 2 madmen. He deserves it. Li Muron, the master of Danding Peak, stroked his beard with a smile on his lips. It is curious indeed. After so many years of conflict between Yin Songyun and Mo Lingzi, why did they choose to strike at the broken formation sect? They specifically targeted the scripture repository and the alchemy chamber, almost as if someone was pushing them from behind. Xian Yangzi lifted his teacup, concealing the brilliance in his eyes, and spoke leisurely. Who knows? Perhaps it is fate, letting the Burning Heaven Palace and the 10,000 Methods Pavilion become mortal enemies, while simultaneously ensnaring the broken formation sect in the process, avenging the last theft of spiritual herbs, and allowing the Qingxian sect to watch the spectacle in peace. It is truly remarkable. Shi Wanshan continued to exclaim, I see. This is poetic justice. While he was busy scheming to profit from others, he has now become a stepping stone for someone else. The next time I see him, I must ask if those 3 chests of rare books burned painfully. The laughter of the Peak Masters filled the hall, creating an atmosphere more relaxed than ever. On Zhu Peak, where the bamboo shadows danced, Gu Changge leaned against a bamboo chair, his spiritual sense absorbing the laughter from the Qingxian sect's grand hall and the sorrowful clouds hanging over the broken formation sect. When he heard Chun Tieshan's lament of who did I offend, he finally couldn't hold back and chuckled softly. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting a warm glow on his face, highlighting his mischievous smile, reminiscent of a child who had hidden away candy. Master? Xiao Ruobai had just completed practicing the 9 styles of war, a light sheen of sweat gracing his forehead. Seeing Gu Changge laughing with his eyes closed, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. What has gotten into Master lately, laughing inexplicably at times? I hope Master hasn't become mentally unhinged from staying too long on Zhu Peak. Xiao Ruobai mused, yet his feet unconsciously drew nearer, his curiosity piqued by Gu Changge's barely concealed smile. Ever since Master took him as a disciple, he occasionally drifted off into laughter. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, unable to resist probing. Master, have you encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation, perhaps gone astray? Gu Changge, still savoring the image of Chun Tieshan's tearful countenance, nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing this. He opened his eyes and observed his disciple's serious expression filled with concern, the cunning glint in his eyes swiftly transforming into helplessness. What thoughts occupy your mind all day? Gu Changge flicked his finger against his forehead. I am perfectly well, far more normal than you, a lad who tumbles while practicing martial arts. Xiao Ruobai covered his forehead but breathed a sigh of relief, grinning widely. That's good to hear. I thought, perhaps, after staying on Zhu Peak for too long, you had developed some hidden worries. He narcissistically mused that it might be due to his own exceptional talent that his master was so pleased. Chapter 42. Chun Taizhan. A sinister plot within the grand hall of the Wanfa Pavilion. Mo Lingzi clutched his singed beard, dramatically relaying the dismal state of the broken array gate to the pavilion master, Yun Songhai. He passionately described how the Burning Sky Palace conspired with the broken array gate to launch a surprise attack, and how he fought valiantly amidst the bloodshed. Yet he conveniently omitted the details of his burnt beard. Master, that old scoundrel Yin Songyun has become far too arrogant. I wondered how he dared to provoke our Wanfa Pavilion. It turns out he is allied with the broken array gate. Mo Lingzi slammed his hand on the table in fury. Yun Songhai tapped his fingertips on the desk, his gaze profound. Are you certain you witnessed the alliance between the Burning Sky Palace and the broken array gate? Mo Lingzi affirmed earnestly, absolutely. I saw Yin Songyun conspiring with the leader of the broken array gate with my own eyes. Yun Songhai ceased his inquiries, gathering a strand of sword energy at his fingertips. Since they have openly torn their masks, we shall not hold back. Dispatch orders immediately. All disciples of the Wanfa Pavilion are to enter a state of readiness from this day forth. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Burning Sky Palace, the atmosphere grew increasingly strange. Yin Songyun, wounded by Mo Lingzi's sword, lay on a soft couch grimacing as he applied ointment, while Lai Tianxiong lounged across from him, listening to his grievances regarding the underhanded actions of the Wanfa Pavilion. Very well. The Wanfa Pavilion and the broken array gate both wish to trample upon us. Perfect timing. The competition among the 7 major sects is approaching. We shall settle both new and old scores at the event. As Lai Tianxiong listened to the elder's lament, stroking the lingering marks on his face, he suddenly grinned menacingly and crushed the jade cup in his hand. That old fox Yin Songhai. Summon those 3 ancient monsters from the Earthfire Cave, and tell them I permit them to use the Burning Sky technique. At this moment, within the broken array gate, Chun Taizhan was leading the elders in cleaning up the aftermath. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in with urgent news. Master, the Wanfa Pavilion claims we conspired with the Burning Sky Palace, and the Burning Sky Palace accuses us of colluding with the Wanfa Pavilion. Both major sects demand an explanation. Chun Taizhan nearly spewed blood in frustration, collapsing onto the ruins. What a calamity. As the sun rose high, joyous footsteps echoed along the bamboo path of Zhu Peak. Xian Yangzi, clad in a blue robe and carrying a food box, called out from a distance, Junior Brother Changge, look at the delightful treasures I bring for you. Gu Changge, seated at a stone table and fiddling with a freshly picked purple crystal fruit, raised his gaze upon hearing the voice. Noticing the undeniable joy in Xian Yangzi's eyes, even his usually neatly groomed beard seemed to lift slightly, indicating that this old fox had encountered some delightful news. "What has brought you such joy?" Changge twirled a finger, quickly surmising it must pertain to matters concerning the Burning Sky Palace and the Wanfa Pavilion. Observing Xian Yangzi's excitement, Changge feigned ignorance and inquired. Xian Yangzi strode to the stone table, placing the food box upon it and lifting the lid to reveal the layers of spirit cakes within. Little did you know, the recent happenings in Xian Prefecture have been quite the spectacle. He settled into a bamboo chair and took a hearty gulp from the teacup handed to him by Changge, his brows dancing with excitement as he recounted the recent events. Beside him, Xiao Ruobai, who was polishing the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul halberd, listened in astonishment, nearly dropping the cloth in his hand. He had presumed that conflicts within the cultivation realm were conducted with utmost integrity. Yet he was taken aback by the absurdities that unfolded. Unable to restrain himself, he murmured, "Is it truly possible to be like this? My horizons have certainly broadened." Changge cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "The cultivation world is rife with complexities. Practice the battle of heaven's 9 forms and master the 3rd form before lunch." "Yes, master." Once Xiao Ruobai had walked away, Changge retrieved a palm-sized jade pendant from his sleeve. Its surface gleamed as smoothly as autumn waters, with intricate cloud patterns carved along its edges, subtly shimmering with light. This was a reward he had acquired 3 days prior. When he grasped the pendant, a piece of information naturally surfaced in his mind: heart-testing jade, capable of discerning loyalty and treachery. Indeed, this was an excellent tool for purging internal dissent. "What is this?" Xian Yangzi inquired curiously, leaning closer and momentarily taken aback. "The heart-testing jade." Changge gently tapped the surface of the pendant, causing ripples to dance across it. The jade could sense the true intentions buried deep within a person's heart. Should one harbor disloyal thoughts towards the sect, the pendant would reveal a dark, ominous aura. Conversely, unwavering loyalty would manifest as golden light, much like yours, which signifies a heart of sincerity. "Junior brother Changge, can this treasure really uncover all traitors?" His voice tightened, eyes glimmering with the fervor of a hunter spotting its prey. Changge leisurely peeled a spirit tangerine, flicking the skin with precision into a bamboo basket 3 paces away. "What? The esteemed leader of the Qingxian sect lacks the resolve to cleanse the ranks? Preposterous." Xian Yangzi slammed the stone table, causing the teacup to jump. "I have awaited this day for a century. Though the Qingxian sect appears tranquil, beneath the surface lies a tumultuous tide. The spies from the Burning Heaven Palace and the eyes of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion have been lurking, hidden so well that we have yet to purge them. This heart-testing jade is truly a timely boon. Its usage is straightforward." Changge handed him the pendant. "Simply approach the person, concentrate for a moment, and the outcome will be revealed. But remember, this treasure must not be shown lightly, lest we alarm the snakes in the grass." Xian Yangzi cradled the pendant, his fingers trembling with anticipation. Suddenly, he rose, bowing deeply to Changge. "Junior brother Changge, I express my gratitude on behalf of the Qingxian sect for this generous gift." "Do not be hasty in your thanks," Changge said, lifting his teacup. "When dealing with traitors, be discreet to avoid inciting panic. After all, some may merely be momentarily misguided." "I understand." Xian Yangzi carefully stored the pendant in his storage ring, then patted the food box. "This spirit cake is freshly made from the Danding Peak, using 1,000-year-old snow lotus powder. Keep it as a snack. I shall return now and start my inquiries with the elders." With that, he set off briskly down the mountain, only to turn back at the bend in the bamboo path to call out, "By the way, should I detain any traitors I discover until you arrive to deal with them?" Changge waved his hand and said, "You are the sect leader. This matter is yours to decide." As he observed the eager figure of Xian Yangzi departing, a faint smile graced Changge's lips. With the heart-testing jade pendant in hand, it was time to cleanse the murky waters of the Qingxian sect. Just as Xian Yangzi's silhouette vanished into the mist, Changge flicked his fingers, and the amethyst fruit on the stone table transformed into a streak of light, landing precisely in the beak of the little black bird perched on his shoulder. The bird flapped its wings, its black bean-like eyes brimming with mischief, seemingly mocking Xian Yangzi's eager demeanor, as if he had stumbled upon treasure. Changge playfully flicked its head with his fingers, his gaze shifting toward the peak of the Qingxian sect. Xian Yangzi descended from the purple bamboo peak, his steps light, yet his thoughts heavy. His fingertips caressed the smooth surface of the jade pendant, its chilling touch momentarily calming his chaotic thoughts. The treasures presented by his junior disciple had never failed. But the issue of an internal traitor was pivotal to the foundation of the sect. Thus, one must tread carefully. Chapter 43. The internal traitor, Xian Yangzi, stroked his beard, unconsciously directing his gaze toward the law enforcement hall, where the old man Wang Daolong resided. In recent years, he had maintained close, albeit covert, dealings with the people of the Burning Heaven Palace. Although no concrete evidence had been uncovered, the flickering gaze and deliberately avoided topics had already betrayed him. Let us see how effective this jade pendant truly is, Xian Yangzi murmured softly to himself, and the pendant in his sleeve seemed to resonate with his thoughts, emanating a faint glow. Inside the law enforcement hall, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air. Several elders were gathered around a table discussing matters, with Wang Daolong furrowing his brow as he passionately analyzed the movements of the Burning Heaven Palace, exuding an air of unwavering loyalty to the sect. In my opinion, the Burning Heaven Palace has been quite active lately. They must be planning some minor schemes ahead of the competition among the 7 major sections. We need to prepare in advance and ensure they do not find any openings. Just as Xian Yangzi entered, he overheard these words and could not help but smirk internally. The performance was remarkably convincing. Had he not harbored suspicions beforehand, he might have been deceived by such a facade. Esteemed elders, you have worked hard, Xian Yangzi said with a smile, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the assembly. Today, I fortuitously acquired some freshly picked spiritual tea to share with you all. As he spoke, he approached, and when he reached Wang Daolong's side, the jade pendant suddenly trembled violently. A thick, gray-black malevolence surged from the jade surface, coiling around Wang Daolong like a living venomous vine, forming a faint black mist around him. A glint of cold light flashed in Xian Yangzi's eyes. Sure enough, there was a problem. A flicker of barely perceptible panic crossed Wang Daolong's face, but he quickly composed himself. Why has the sect leader personally brought tea today? This is quite an honor for us subordinates. We are all brothers here. No need for such formality, Xian Yangzi replied with an unchanged smile. Yet his fingers tightened around the jade pendant in his sleeve, the gray mist growing denser. He did not linger, exchanging pleasantries with the other elders. When he deliberately approached elderly, the pendant instantly emanated a warm golden light, gentle as the sun in early spring. Elderly, your cultivation has noticeably advanced. It seems you are one step closer to the cave heaven realm. Xian Yangzi patted his shoulder, feeling a sense of reassurance. The jade pendant was indeed genuine. Subsequently, Xian Yangzi conducted tests on each individual in the law enforcement hall, and the results were favorable. Only Wang Daolong was the internal traitor. As Xian Yangzi departed from the law enforcement hall, his steps were steady, yet his palms betrayed a sheen of perspiration. He gazed skyward, where the clouds billowed like waves, mirroring the undercurrents concealed within the Qingxian sect at this very moment. Wang Daolong, he murmured, the last vestiges of doubt in his eyes transforming into resolute determination. And lurking in the shadows were the malevolent spirits. This time, none would escape. The heart-testing jade pendant lay quietly in his sleeve, appearing as an ordinary piece of jade. Yet Xian Yangzi understood that within this seemingly innocuous charm resided the key to purging the sect of its malignant elements. He turned and hastened towards the forbidden grounds, his pace quickening, for it was time to unveil the unsightly truths to the light of day. On the morning 3 days hence, a delicate aroma of tea wafted through the main hall of Qingyun Peak. Seated in a grand armchair, Xian Yangzi toyed with the heart-testing jade pendant, its reflective surface revealing the tranquility in his gaze. Before him lay a schematic of the Qingxian sect's influence, 3 names circled in vermilion: Wang Daolong, elder of the law enforcement hall; Lu Xian, steward of Danding Peak; and Zhang Meng, instructor of the outer sect. These were the traitors unearthed through the jade pendant under the guise of delivering spirit tea, discussing martial arts, and inspecting internal affairs. Fewer than anticipated. It seemed that under his stewardship, the foundation of the Qingxian sect remained robust. Xian Yangzi's lips curled into a smile as he surveyed the names before him, a flicker of self-satisfaction dancing in his eyes. The Qingxian sect has always prioritized the integrity of its disciples. The initial trial of clarity serves to eliminate the majority lacking in steadfast resolve. Those few who have managed to infiltrate the sect, like fish slipping through the net, find it difficult to evade the keen discernment of the Changge sect over prolonged periods of concealment. Once identified, they are dealt with swiftly and decisively, akin to autumn leaves swept away by a brisk wind. You might wonder how Xianyangzi could uncover this treachery. The answer lies in the spies of the Changge sect embedded within other sects, who relay vital information. Ultimately, these spies are dispatched on missions such as hunting beasts, leading to their honorable demise. Not to mention, among the core personnel, only 3 traitors have been revealed, while across the entire realm of Xianzhou, which sect remains untouched by the subtle threads that the Changge sect has woven. In the law enforcement hall of the Burning Heaven Palace, the scripture repository of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, and the Elder Council of the Breaking Array sect, at least 3 spies of the Changge sect are discreetly positioned within each sect's leadership, lingering for years to relay messages at critical moments. This is the foundation of his years of concealing his capabilities. On the surface, the Changge sect appears to be disengaged from worldly affairs, yet in reality, it has intricately woven a network within the very fabric of the major powers. Interconnected, this is the survival strategy of the 7 great sects of Xianzhou. The Changge sect's ability to endure for a millennium in this realm is not solely attributed to its apparent martial prowess. Xianyangzi folded the schematic, his fingers tracing the patterns on the heart-testing jade pendant. Though these 3 traitors may seem inconsequential, they wield significant power. Wang Daolong oversees law enforcement. Lu Xian manages medicinal resources, and Zhang Meng recruits new disciples. There is no rush. He would allow the hidden threads to follow their movements, hoping to unearth further valuable intelligence. Once the matter of traitors spreads, it is inevitable that anxiety will ensue. Rather than conducting a grand inquisition, it would be wiser to adopt a more insidious approach, subtly eliminating impurities within the daily routine. The sunlight outside the hall grew increasingly radiant as Xianyangzi lifted his teacup, watching the rising mist of tea with a light-hearted smile. Beneath the bamboo shade of Zizhu Peak, Gu Changge listened to Xianyangzi's seemingly self-satisfied boast, unable to suppress a chuckle. 3. That's cleaner than I had anticipated. It is indeed the fortune bestowed by the disciple. Xianyangzi's tone was laced with gratitude. Were it not for this heart-testing jade pendant, he might still be in ignorance, especially regarding Lu Xian, who had concealed his intentions too deeply. He recalled the scene from 3 days prior when Lu Xian spoke eloquently about the alchemical pursuits of his sect, how he aimed to strengthen the Pill Cauldron Peak. Yet, the gray mist emanating from the jade pendant was thick and inescapable. The dissonance of his words and his heart now seemed rather ironic. Do not rejoice too soon. You have yet to investigate the ordinary disciples, Gu Changge reminded, his gaze sweeping over the ethereal Changge sect. Xianyangzi's smugness instantly diminished, and he cleared his throat twice. That is natural. Once the core members have been scrutinized, the disciples must follow suit. However, his tone shifted, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes. Our Changge sect's cleansing heart trial for new disciples is no mere formality. Most who enter the inner sect have passed this test. Even if there are a few inconspicuous fish slipping through the net, they shall not stir any significant waves. He paused before adding, I intend to advance the sect's grand competition by a month, using this opportunity to assess all disciples. And the reason for this sudden change of schedule? Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. Prepared for this, Xianyangzi stroked his beard and chuckled. We shall say that the 7 great sects are about to compete, and we need to select participants in advance. This rationale was reasonable and left no room for dispute. Gu Changge pondered and nodded. Utilizing the grand competition as a guise for the assessment is indeed a clever strategy. That is only natural. Xianyangzi took a sip from his teacup, his voice tinged with anticipation. Once we have filtered through the ordinary disciples, the Changge sect will be thoroughly cleansed. Chapter 44. I know you are wealthy, but I didn't expect you to be this wealthy. Disciple Gu, Xianyangzi set down his cup, his voice subtly probing, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening like a cunning old fox eyeing a henhouse. You see, with the grand competition approaching, the disciples are fervently cultivating. Yet this reward list remains empty. As their grandmaster, shouldn't you present some treasures as incentives? As he spoke, he unconsciously rubbed his fingers together, casting a glance at Gu Changge's storage ring, as if he could see the treasures piled within. Gu Changge casually pushed forward the cleaned grapes, his tone unremarkable. There are no treasures, merely a denser spiritual aura than elsewhere, nothing more. Oh, You are being rather unrealistic. Xian Yangzi slapped his thigh, his beard bristling with excitement. You have grown up under my watchful eye. Do you think I do not know you? Gu Changge raised his eyes to glance at him. What do you desire? Goodness. Listen to this. Asking what I desire rather than what I possess. With a sudden jolt, Xian Yangzi straightened up, nearly dropping his teacup. The treasures in Gu Changge's possession were likely beyond his imagination. He swallowed hard, suppressing his excitement, and rubbed his hands together. They need not be too precious, just suitable for young disciples, perhaps artifacts to stabilize their realms or elixirs to aid them in breaking through their bottlenecks. Gu Changge did not respond, his consciousness sweeping through the system space. In the realm of the system space, treasures piled high flickered with ethereal shadows, the radiant glow of the Hongmeng pearl, the profound essence of the chaotic azure lotus, the overwhelming pressure of the supreme imperial weapons, and the innate spiritual fruits, all of which were artifacts too formidable for the younger disciples to withstand. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. Let us procure 3 royal-grade treasures, 10 celestial-grade treasures, and an additional 20 washing marrow pills. His consciousness deftly maneuvered within the system space, swiftly refining these items. With a gentle sound, the still smoldering treasures landed successively upon the stone table. The last remnants of the Tao rhythm on the scabbard of the royal-grade spiritual sword had yet to fully solidify, while the innate Tao patterns on the scales of the royal-grade armor continued to evolve autonomously. The remaining treasures were freshly minted. 20 washing marrow pills spun about in a jade platter, their aroma intertwined with the searing warmth of their recent creation. Suddenly, Xian Yangzi, who had just sipped his spiritual tea, spewed it forth, letting it trickle down his beard. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he beheld the treasures before him. His voice trembling. What? Surely I misheard? Royal grade? Celestial grade treasures? Grasping Gu Changge's wrist with such force that it nearly crushed the bones, he exclaimed. Do you comprehend the significance of royal grade treasures? There are but 2 in the entire Qingxian sect. One is held by the ancestor in the Forbidden Grounds, and the other is the heart-guarding mirror that I risked my life to seize from the demon abyss. And you, during the competition for young disciples, dare to offer such treasures as rewards? Gu Changge calmly withdrew his hand and brushed off his sleeve. You mentioned the necessity to motivate the younger disciples. I understand your wealth, but how can you be so extravagant? Each of these is a treasure that safeguards the sect. Xian Yangzi glared at the treasures, exuding tremendous pressure, his beard bristling with indignation as he paced around the stone table, thrice in agitation. Those are royal grade. Tossing even one would incite a fray among the 7 major sects. You prodigal. With a heart heavy with regret, Xian Yangzi stomped his foot, his white beard quivering in fury. Do you think royal artifacts are mere roasted sweet potatoes? Oh, how can they still be warm? He suddenly lunged toward the table, arms outstretched to shield the treasures, hastily stowing them away in his storage ring. Fearing that if he delayed even a moment, Gu Changge might rescind his offer. I'll take these for now. For the competition rewards, let us settle on a celestial grade treasure. No, a terrestrial grade. A terrestrial grade will suffice. Before he could finish, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the jade platter. Wait, you mentioned the washing marrow pills? I recently heard that the 9 transformation golden pill and the innate spiritual marrow can enhance one's aptitude. Gu Changge picked up a pearly pill, its surface adorned with intricate golden patterns. I was rather idle and pondered upon it, refining some casually. Perhaps it could elevate one's aptitude. Xian Yangzi's breath caught in his throat, his eyes locked onto the pill as if witnessing an unimaginable miracle. He swallowed hard, his voice quaking. Enhancing aptitude? Do you grasp the implications of this? So many disciples are stymied at their bottlenecks due to insufficient aptitude. If this truly proves effective, who knows? It has yet to be tested, Gu Changge replied, retrieving a jade vial and nonchalantly placing the pill inside, tossing it lightly. If you desire it, you may take these back for now. Xian Yangzi seized the jade vial with trembling hands, as if he were sifting grain, and hastily sealed the mouth of the bottle with 3 layers of spiritual energy. Gazing at the gentle radiance emanating from the vial, a sudden thought struck him, and he grasped Gu Changge's arm firmly. No, the effects of this elixir are unclear. It cannot be administered to disciples casually. Should I perhaps find a disciple to test it? No, I shall personally undertake the trial. Gu Changge, having just shelled a sunflower seed, looked up at him. You? Who else? Xian Yangzi retorted, his neck stiffened, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the vial. It would be inappropriate to use disciples as mere test subjects. At my age, with my level of cultivation being stable, even if the potion is potent, I should be able to endure it. He paused, suddenly grasping Changge's wrist, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Should anything unfortunate befall me, I entrust you to look after those elders of the Qingxian sect. And also, those few, such as Li Xianfeng, are rather impetuous. They require firm guidance. Enough. Changge withdrew his hand, observing Xian Yangzi's somber demeanor as if preparing for his own demise, a smirk involuntarily tugging at his lips. You won't die? Yet, Xian Yangzi remained resolute, tightening his grip on the jade vial. Such words cannot be taken lightly. My senior brother once tested a new medicine. Changge, uninterested in his ramblings, flicked his finger, causing another elixir to drop onto the table. This one was significantly larger than the previous cleansing elixir, its body shimmering with a pearlescent glow, and the intricate golden patterns on its surface seemed to swirl with a faint aura of spiritual energy. Use this one. Xian Yangzi blinked. What is the difference? It has a richer formulation. Changge replied casually. Xian Yangzi swallowed hard, suddenly grasping Changge's sleeve, a sycophantic smile contorting his face. Changge, I've treated you well. Haven Ti? Noticing Changge raise an eyebrow, he hurriedly counted on his fingers. When you first joined Zizhu Peak, did I not secretly provide you with 3 bottles of spirit concentration elixir? Previously, when you mentioned a shortage of spiritual rice, did I not arrange for half of the spiritual rice from Danding Peak to be allocated to you? His tone grew increasingly aggrieved. Even if I occasionally sought a bit of spiritual energy or requested a few treasures, it was all for the sake of the sect. I trust you immensely. You must not betray that trust. I have yet to find a wife. Changge, witnessing his animated expression, could no longer suppress a laugh. He took the enriched cleansing elixir and placed it into Xian Yangzi's trembling hands. Rest assured, you won't perish. Xian Yangzi shakily held the elixir and tossed it into his mouth. Chapter 45. Xian Yangzi. A saint-level talent, the elixir dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. A wave of warmth cascading down his throat, initially gentle as the melting snow of spring, but then suddenly erupting as it reached his heart. Countless golden specks flowed like a galaxy, surging through his meridians. The long-blocked barriers of spiritual energy shattered under the onslaught of light, a comforting warmth spreading throughout his body, as if invisible hands were meticulously smoothing out the creases of his being. Xian Yangzi could not suppress a muffled groan, his spiritual energy swirling chaotically into a vortex. The aura of peak kingly realm erupting like a volcano. The spiritual fruits on the stone table were swept away by the force, the leaves of the Zizhu forest rustling, with half of them transforming into fragments of spiritual light, hastening to merge into his body. Changge flicked his fingers lightly, a green radiance descending like a glass dome, firmly stabilizing his surging aura at the brink of eruption. He leaned against the bamboo chair, nonchalantly observing the radiant aura enveloping Xuanyangzi, whose white strands of hair had taken on a golden sheen. Half an hour later, the brilliance suddenly receded. Xuanyangzi abruptly opened his eyes, and the golden light in his gaze flashed like lightning, while the spiritual energy surrounding him had become 100-fold more concentrated than before. Instinctively, he turned his focus inward, and suddenly froze, trembling as he retrieved the jade measuring stone from his pocket. The jade, which had previously emitted only a faint golden glow, now shone brilliantly like the sun, with 4 ancient characters appearing at its edge. Saint-level mid-tier. My aptitude. My aptitude. Xuanyangzi's voice trembled as he repeatedly traced those 4 characters with his fingertip, suddenly grasping Changge's arm tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His eyes instantly reddened, and murky tears rolled down his weathered cheeks. Saint-level mid-tier. I was merely a heavenly-level mid-tier. Memories flooded back of 100 years ago when he had measured his aptitude, the stone glowing only halfway. He recalled the elder's lamentations about his potential being moldable, yet difficult to reach the saintly realm, and the countless sleepless nights spent wrestling with his limitations. At this moment, the jade in his palm felt warm and heated, the halo of the saint-level mid-tier illuminating his aged face, making him weep like a child who has received a sweet treat. Changge handed him a silk handkerchief and remarked lightly, "It is merely a pill. Is it truly that significant?" "Indeed, it is immensely significant," Xuanyangzi exclaimed, snatching the handkerchief to wipe his face, sobbing like a child. "You do not understand. This signifies that I can break through to a higher level. that the Qingxian sect will grow ever stronger. Suddenly, he embraced Gu Changge, patting his back with resounding thuds. Changge, my dear junior brother, from this day forth, you are under my protection on Zizhu Peak. Should anyone dare to provoke you, I, Xuanyangzi, shall be the first to uproot their mountain gate. The little black bird perched on a bamboo branch rolled its eyes at the display, fluttering down to snatch the last spirit fruit from the stone table. Just recently, this man had claimed to be without a wife, and now it seemed he was already contemplating names for his great-grandchildren. Gu Changge, exasperated, pushed him away and flicked his fingers, causing 5 bottles of marrow-cleansing pills to land on the table. Here you go. Xuanyangzi, lost in tears, suddenly caught sight of the 5 bottles of marrow-cleansing pills Gu Changge offered, and his sobs ceased abruptly. He snatched the jade bottles, caressing them as if they were rare treasures. The earlier sorrow was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy. Even the creases on his face seemed to radiate with delight. The 5 ancestors of the Forbidden Land, each would receive 1 pill. Their time was drawing near, and perhaps the medicinal power could help them advance further. The 6 peak masters of Danding Peak and Jianshao Peak would also each receive 1, along with several elders, the pillars of the sect. Elevating their aptitude would stabilize the foundation of the sect. Xuanyangzi calculated meticulously, assigning the remaining pills to the chief disciples of the major peaks: Jinyue Peak's Lu Qinyu, Danding Peak's Lin Shaowan, and Jianshao Peak's Chu Jingqian. These children could improve their aptitude, enabling them to shoulder greater responsibilities in the future. He paused, tucking the jade bottles back into his robe, smiling like a squirrel that had gathered enough provisions. With this distribution, the ancestors, peak masters, and chief disciples would all benefit. For the time being, it would suffice. Once the grand competition concluded, he would reassess who possessed the greatest potential, saving the remainder for focused cultivation. Then he recalled an earlier thought. He had intended to utilize the 9-turn golden pill and the innate spiritual marrow to see if he could further enhance several disciples' aptitudes. Now, behold the miraculous cleansing pills. What a remarkable discovery. Woohoo, let us soar. Gu Changge observed Xuanyangzi, who suddenly halted, grinning foolishly with exuberant delight, resembling a simpleton. After a brief moment, Xuanyangzi composed himself. Remembering something, he earnestly bowed to Gu Changge, proclaiming, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. From this day forth, my life, Xuanyangzi, belongs to you. With that, he turned and dashed down the mountain, only to pause and look back. I shall accept the king-level treasure. My disciples are not yet strong enough, so I will personally draft the reward list for the grand competition. A single celestial-grade treasure will surely drive all disciples into a frenzy. Watching his spirited retreat, Gu Changge shook his head, amused. At the back mountain's forbidden area, Xuanyangzi called out, Ancestors, look at the splendid treasures I have brought for you. He raised his voice in excitement and quickened his pace, hoping to surprise his forebears. However, upon reaching the barrier, a dull thud echoed as a semi-transparent shield abruptly materialized, shimmering with a lustrous sheen, forcefully rebuffing him and nearly causing him to tumble. Clutching his injured arm, Xuanyangzi gawked at the barrier. The runes swirling upon it were multiple times denser than before, faintly resonating with the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries, and touching it elicited a sharp, prickling pain. The strength of this barrier had increased at least 3-fold. Curiously, he circled the barrier twice, stroking his chin in contemplation. I certainly did not instruct anyone to reinforce it. Could it be? Suddenly recalling the enlightenment tea he had delivered to his ancestors a few days prior, Xuanyangzi's eyes widened in realization. It was likely that the ancestors, having consumed the tea, had advanced in their cultivation, thereby fortifying the barrier. He gazed at the 5 stone peaks, barely visible beyond the barrier, where mist swirled and the stone platforms where the ancestors meditated glimmered with a faint golden light, indicating their deep contemplation. Xuanyangzi weighed the cleansing pill in his hand, clicking his tongue. It would be unwise to interrupt the ancestors' cultivation for the sake of a single pill. That would be a loss indeed. He turned away from the forbidden area. On the stone peaks beyond the barrier, 5 venerable figures slowly opened their eyes. The grand ancestor stroked his beard, peering through the semi-transparent barrier at Xuanyangzi's retreating figure, unable to suppress a light grunt. Who reinforced this barrier? Shouldn't it be removed promptly? The elder ancestor, while brushing away tea stains from the stone platform with spiritual energy, rolled his eyes in response. Who else could it be? It was you all who hastily fortified the barrier to enjoy your tea. The third ancestor chuckled, scratching his head. I thought it prudent to ensure our safety. Who could have known that young Yangzi would arrive at this moment? The grand ancestor flicked his fingers against the stone table. Remnants of the Enlightenment tea leaving faint golden stains. Look at that jade bottle in his hand, radiating with spiritual light. It must contain something extraordinary. Just a few days ago, that Enlightenment tea allowed me to brush against the threshold of the holy realm, and this bottle. The fourth ancestor abruptly interrupted, pointing towards the direction where Xian Yangzi had vanished. That lad just mentioned bringing good things. It is highly likely he was coming for us. Now, alas, he has been thwarted by this wretched barrier. Should we call him back? Chapter 46. Are you moved? Indeed, you should be. Xian Yangzi hummed a cheerful tune. His steps light as he hurried back to the Qingyun Peak main hall. As he walked, a gentle breeze seemed to accompany him. Even the furrowed brows that usually adorned his face were tinged with a hint of joy. Ah, Gu Shidi is indeed generous this time. He absent-mindedly touched the jade vial hidden in his sleeve, the corners of his mouth curving upwards unconsciously. The effects of this cleansing elixir are simply extraordinary. Upon stepping through the grand entrance of the main hall, Xuanyangzi could hardly contain his excitement as he produced a communication jade slip, his fingertips flashing with spiritual energy. And words sprang forth upon its surface. Sure Shidi, there is good news, come quickly. The jade slip transformed into a streak of light, and, in no time, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Shi Wanshan's rotund silhouette burst through the doors, his gray robe still speckled with soil from the spiritual fields. Evidently having rushed directly from the back mountain. What good news could be so urgent? Shi Wanshan wiped the sweat from his brow, plopping down on the Grandmaster's chair and grabbing a spiritual fruit from the table, shoving it into his mouth. My patch of golden-threaded spiritual rice is at a crucial stage. Xuanyangzi smiled mysteriously, refraining from an immediate reply. He flicked his fingers at the hall's entrance, and with a series of gestures, he unleashed spiritual light, creating a delicate azure barrier that enveloped the entire hall securely. Shi Wanshan's chewing abruptly halted, his brows arching high. What else with this grand setup? Could it be that you've stumbled upon a great treasure? Even more precious than that. Xuanyangzi slowly retrieved a lustrous, white jade vial from his sleeve, its surface radiating a gentle glow, his fingers trembling slightly as they grasped the cork, treating it as though it were fragile glass. Shi Wanshan's gaze was instantly captivated by the vial, his throat tightening. Anything that warranted such careful handling by Xuanyangzi could not be an ordinary item. This. Shi Wanshan's throat bobbed, his fruit-stained beard bristling with excitement. He was all too familiar with this expression 30 years ago, when Xuanyangzi discovered the ancient elixir formula. He bore the same mixture of excitement and restraint. Sure Shidi. Xuanyangzi suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice, his eyes sparkling with barely contained enthusiasm. Do you know what this is? Each word was articulated with utmost delicacy, as if fearing to disturb the treasure within the vial. Shi Wanshan stared at the vial for a while, then his pupils dilated in realization. With a resounding slap to his thigh, he inadvertently spat out the pit of the spiritual fruit. Could it be the legendary? Yes, indeed. Xuanyangzi was about to speak when Shi Wanshan interjected. Haha, it truly is the fabled mighty tiger sun elixir. His voice boomed like thunder, spittle flying onto Xuanyangzi's face. His enormous hands rubbed together in excitement. I've heard this treasure can rejuvenate old trees, even allow an 80-year-old man to. Oh my. Xuanyangzi's hand, poised to remove the cork, abruptly froze, his smile stiffening. His robe billowed with agitation, and the usually gentle expression on his face turned crimson. Slowly he turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief at the absurdity of Shi Wanshan's words. After a moment, he managed to squeeze out through gritted teeth. What nonsense are you spouting? I swear. Xuanyangzi was so enraged he nearly hurled the jade vial to the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Shi Wanshan, his voice cracking. Who told you this is a tonic for vitality? This is a cleansing elixir that enhances one's aptitude. Enhances aptitude. Do you understand? The last 3 words were almost shouted out, causing the dust on the beams to fall like rain. Xian Yangzi seemed to recall something as he slowly lifted his gaze towards a certain spot on Shi Wanshan. Suddenly, Shi Wanshan noticed Xian Yangzi's eyes curiously drifting between his belly and waist. That gaze bore a mix of 3 parts pity and 7 parts bewilderment, reminiscent of a physician observing a terminally ill patient. In the prime of his life, Could it be that he harbored such a hidden ailment? No wonder he spent his days tending to the spirit fields, manipulating those herbs for nurturing the essence. It all made sense now. Senior brother? Shi Wanshan felt uneasy under that gaze, an inexplicable chill coursing through him as he instinctively tightened his belt. He coughed twice. Why are you looking at me like that? Xian Yangzi suddenly sighed deeply, patting him on the shoulder. Alas, what can I do? After all, I am the senior brother. His tone softened by several degrees. Junior brother. Rest assured, I understand your feelings. For the sake of your happiness, I shall certainly seek help from junior brother Gu for you. Ridiculous. Shi Wanshan's chubby face instantly flushed deeper than a cooked crab. His entire body quivered with indignation. I am quite formidable indeed. He suddenly realized something, his eyes widening. Wait a moment. You say this is the marrow-cleansing pill that can enhance one's aptitude? This is a rare treasure I specifically sought from junior brother Gu on Purple Bamboo Peak. Xian Yangzi took a deep breath, extending the nearly crushed jade vial before Shi Wanshan, the smooth sheen of the bottle reflecting a glimmer in his eyes. There are only 2 in the entire Qingxian sect. I already consumed one, and my aptitude has soared. This is the last one, and you were the first person I thought of. He paused, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. This matter must remain confidential. After all, there is only this one left. I do not wish to incite resentment among the other sect brothers. Shi Wanshan's flushed face suddenly froze, his hand that had been gripping the back of his head slowly lowering, making his rounded belly less conspicuous. He gazed at Xian Yangzi's reddened eyes filled with excitement, then glanced at the pill shimmering like a pearl within the jade vial, suddenly feeling a tightness in his throat. Is this real? His voice was slightly hoarse as his fingertips rubbed against his knee. Of course it's real. Xian Yangzi thumped his chest, wearing an expression that conveyed, I am doing you the greatest favor. You are my dear junior brother. I haven't told anyone else. I saved it just for you. He seized Shi Wanshan's hand, pressing the jade vial into his palm with enough force to crush blue stone. Hurry and take it. Shi Wanshan clutched the warm jade vial, his fingertips gliding over the swirling spiritual light on its surface. Suddenly, he chuckled, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He no longer hesitated, uncorked the vial, and tossed the pill into his mouth, mumbling, Then I shall not be polite. In the future, I will protect the Qingxian sect. Xian Yangzi chuckled inwardly. You. Old fellow, always vying with me for spirit fields and resources. Now that you have taken my marrow-cleansing pill, let us see if you will still dare to turn red in the face before me. Feel touched? You should feel touched, from now on. You must obediently follow my lead. The moment the pill slid down his throat, a golden warmth erupted within him, causing Shi Wanshan to throw his head back as his spirit energy surged like a tsunami in the mid-stage of the King realm, shaking the barrier until it hummed loudly. Golden rays surged over him like a tide, and to his astonishment, a layer of dark impurities emerged upon his skin. As these impurities were expelled, the aura surrounding Shi Wanshan grew increasingly formidable, and his once rotund figure gradually became more upright. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, 2 brilliant beams of golden light shooting forth, exuding an overwhelming presence. Ha ha, I have broken through, Shi Wanshan exclaimed, reveling in the surge of spiritual energy within him, his laughter echoing with excitement. His cultivation had ascended from the mid-stage of the King realm to the late stage, and his aptitude had reached the lower tier of the sacred level. Chapter 47. A mere trifle. Xian Yangzi also displayed a pleased expression, patting Shi Wanshan on the shoulder. Congratulations, junior brother Shi. Our Qingxian sect has gained another source of strength. Shi Wanshan grasped Xian Yangzi's hand tightly, expressing his gratitude. Brother, I shall remember this kindness. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I would brave mountains of blades or seas of fire without a second thought. Observing Shi Wanshan's earnest vow, Xian Yangzi felt a swell of pride within. Mission accomplished. Indeed, this strategy proved effective. How could you, once so arrogant when you seized my 1,000-year snow lotus, not now feel a sense of gratitude towards me, with thoughts of future sect matters? Xian Yangzi dismissed Shi Wanshan and promptly shattered a communication jade slip. Shi Wanshan was settled. Now it was time to deal with Li Muruan, that old fellow who constantly quibbled over the rights to the alchemy furnace. This time, he would owe me a personal favor. Half an hour later, Li Muruan, the master of Dan Ding Peak, walked into the Qingyun Hall, enveloped in the fragrance of herbs. As he took his seat, he noticed Xian Yangzi setting up a barrier, holding a pristine jade vial, his demeanor more solemn than when the alchemy furnace had exploded years ago. "Brotherly, do you know what this is?" Xian Yangzi asked, removing the vial's cork, releasing a refreshing aroma of elixir. Li Muruan paused, his hand stroking his beard, about to speak when Xian Yangzi interjected with a grave tone. "This is the cleansing marrow pill, sought by junior brother Gu. It has the power to alter one's aptitude. There are only 2 of these in the entire Qingxian sect. I have already consumed one, and this final one." He pushed the jade vial toward Li Muruan, his gaze earnest. "I immediately thought of you." Li Muruan's grip on the alchemy furnace tightened, his knuckles whitening. Does this treasure truly possess such an effect? There has been no word of any elixir capable of enhancing aptitude throughout the entire Xianhuang Great World. Gazing at the swirling spiritual light within the vial, he found himself momentarily speechless. "You are the cornerstone of Danding Peak. Half of the sect's alchemical resources rely on your support." Xian Yangzi patted his shoulder, his tone sincere. "This elixir is more deserving of you than anyone else." Xian Yangzi felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. "Look at your expression. You must be deeply moved. After all, there are only 2 such pills in the entire sect, and I've reserved the last solely for you. This bond will surely be remembered for a lifetime." Li Muruan suddenly raised his head, his eyes glistening, seizing the elixir and preparing to consume it. "This kindness, I shall remember," he murmured. "In the future, should you require any elixirs, do not hesitate to ask. Danding Peak will provide unwavering support." Seeing Li Muruan so overwhelmed with emotion, Xian Yangzi's smile widened. "All right then. This hurdle with Danding Peak is cleared. Henceforth, our sect's supply of elixirs is secure. This favor was well worth it." As the elixir entered his abdomen, azure flames erupted around Li Murang's body. A tempest of violent spiritual energy engulfed the grand hall in an instant, and the azure flames transformed into 9 fire dragons that spiraled upwards. Xian Yangzi hastily performed a hand seal to stabilize the barrier, only to witness Li Murang's spiritual power surge dramatically. The facade of being in the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm was effortlessly torn apart like paper, revealing his true cultivation level at the initial stage of the king realm. With the aid of the marrow cleansing elixir, he surged forward, breaking through to the mid-stage of the king realm, and his aptitude reached the lower grade of the saint level. What a remarkable young man! Xian Yangzi nearly dropped his feather duster, internally grumbling. He had always pretended to be at the cave heaven realm, yet it turned out that he was already at the king realm. Suddenly, he recalled the extraordinary phenomenon during Shi Wanshan's breakthrough, his anger causing his beard to bristle. Shi Shidi was the same. These scoundrels pretended to be subservient before their senior brother, yet each had concealed 2 significant realms. Not once did they consider that he himself had also hidden 2 realms. Li Murang slowly opened his eyes, the elixir flames swirling in his gaze. Xian Yangzi's lips twitched, struggling to suppress an eye roll. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Shidi." Yet inwardly, he cursed, "You sly one, Li Murang, always acting so innocent, even daring to deceive your senior brother. Your kindness, senior brother, shall be engraved in my heart." Li Murang suddenly bowed deeply, presenting a purple gold elixir token with both hands. "From this day forth, all elixirs from the Danding Peak are at your disposal, senior brother." As Xian Yangzi received the token, he caught a glimpse of the elixir patterns faintly visible beneath Li Murang's collar, clearly the 9 revolutions golden elixir pattern. It could only be revealed upon mastering the Tao Qing Dan Jing to perfection. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. How many secrets was this rascal hiding? Li Shidi. He elongated the syllables, casting a bemused gaze at the seemingly simple man before him. Li Murang's body stiffened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As senior brother? Such deep concealment. Xian Yangzi exclaimed as he clasped Li Murang's shoulder, the force causing the latter to grimace. Who would have thought that my little Shidi from Danding Peak was already at the king realm? The sect would surely depend on him in the future. The last few words were nearly ground out through clenched teeth. Li Murang sheepishly shrank back. "Senior brother, please see clearly. I've only concealed a tiny bit." "A tiny bit?" Xian Yangzi's eyebrows shot up as he pointed at the 9 colossal elixir fire dragons still swirling in the hall. "Is this merely a tiny bit?" He then tugged at Li Murang's collar, exposing the 9 revolutions golden elixir pattern beneath. "And this is also a tiny bit?" Suddenly, Li Murang straightened his back, speaking earnestly. "In response to senior brother, it is indeed 8 billion tiny bits." As he spoke, he extended his pinky finger for emphasis, his eyes blinking innocently. You rascal, Li Murang. Xian Yangzi was infuriated, stamping his foot, always pretending to be timid like a quail. When it came time to refine an elixir, he would claim to lack skill and make excuses, all while putting on a show for his senior brother. I dare not, senior brother. It's merely that my energy has been focused on refining the soul-condensing elixir, Li Murang said, rubbing his hands together. He then lowered his voice and produced a jade box from his sleeve. Senior brother, would you like to try? I specially saved this for you. Xian Yangzi opened the jade box, revealing 3 radiant elixirs, each entwined with 9 swirling cloud patterns. His hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop the box. At least you have a conscience. Once Li Murang departed, Xian Yangzi retrieved another identical jade vial from his sleeve. Twirling it delicately between his fingers, a sly smile graced his lips. Who shall be my next target? For the subsequent 3 days, the barrier of Qingyun Hall remained undisturbed. Xian Yangzi, akin to a benevolent benefactor, cradled the final soul-cleansing pill, summoning each peak master in turn. After meeting with the last peak master, he extracted a storage ring, peering within to find 4 remaining vials of soul-cleansing pills. A chuckle escaped him as he shook the ring with pride, thinking to himself, a pack of old foxes, challenging me? They have all been won over by just a few pills. Now, each of them owed me a favor. And in future sect discussions, who would dare oppose me? Upon Zizhu Peak, Changge lounged against a bamboo chair, twirling a purple crystal grape with his fingertips, his consciousness casting an invisible net to capture the happenings within Qingyun Hall. Witnessing Xian Yangzi present the last soul-cleansing pill while extolling his exclusive favor to the 6th peak master, he marveled, exclaiming inwardly at the proficiency displayed. Unable to contain himself, a soft laugh escaped his lips. Ah, this old fox's cunning has certainly become more refined. Changge plucked a ginseng fruit, savoring its sweet juice as it flowed over his tongue, reflecting on the reality that none who could firmly grasp the position of sect leader were simple characters. Initially, he had merely provided a few vials of elixirs. Yet Xian Yangzi had managed to use this slight advantage to garner absolute loyalty from the peak masters of the entire Qingxian sect, a stratagem that truly broadened his horizons. Not far away, Xiao Ruobai was diligently practicing, but upon hearing his master's laughter, he abruptly halted. Raising his head, he beheld Changge leaning back in the bamboo chair, laughing with crescent-shaped eyes, a spirit fruit in hand, resembling a bear that had stumbled upon honey in the mountains. The youth furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a discreet sigh. It appeared that his master's condition had worsened again. Once the sect's grand competition concluded with a victory, he would certainly seek a tranquilizing pill from Danding Peak. Perhaps it would alleviate his master's ailment. Chapter 48. The Peculiar Sect Meeting the following morning. The Grand Hall of Qingxian Sect was suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood, as the 7 peak masters and core elders gathered in unison. Xian Yangzi took his seat at the head, clearing his throat. Esteemed brothers and disciples, I have summoned you today to announce a matter of great importance. The hall fell silent, with numerous gazes fixated upon him. Xian Yangzi did not mince words, stating directly, I have decided to advance the sect's grand competition, originally scheduled for 3 months hence, to 1 month from now. As his words hung in the air, the hall first fell into silence, followed by a murmur of unrest. Advance. Why the sudden haste? One elder furrowed his brow, concerned that the disciples might not be adequately prepared. Indeed, each peak's training schedule is already planned until the year's end, another elder chimed in. At that moment, Shi Wanshan exclaimed boisterously, I think an earlier date is beneficial. The youngsters from Qingtian Peak have been itching for a challenge. It's the perfect opportunity for them to hone their skills. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Li Murang, stroking his beard, spoke in a voice that was gentle yet resolute. Brother Shi is correct. The Danding Peak has recently concocted a new batch of elixirs, which is perfect for our disciples to test their efficacy prior to the grand competition. I am in favor. Following suit, Yi Gang succinctly added, I concur. I fully support this. We shall defer to the arrangements of the sect leader. The 6 peak masters echoed in unison, their voices imbued with a rare sense of harmony. Xian Yangzi observed this synchronized agreement and subtly curled his fingers beneath the table, a sense of satisfaction bubbling within him. Ah, this tactic proves to be effective. A handful of cleansing elixirs had rendered these typically quarrelsome elders obedient. In the past, even minor adjustments to the competition schedule would incite lengthy disputes, yet today, it felt as if they had conspired in advance. How refreshing. The elders, however, were left utterly bewildered. Historically, not only had they argued over the timing of competitions, but even minor alterations to the contest rules would spark fierce debates among the peak masters. Yet today, it was as if they had been enchanted. Not a single voice of dissent was heard. The peak masters themselves were taken aback. Just as Shi Wanshan had expressed his agreement, Li Muron had interjected, turning to see Yi Guiying nodding in agreement, leaving the flesh on his round face momentarily frozen in disbelief. His eagerness to secure his stance before opposition arose had backfired, as these usual adversaries had followed suit with remarkable speed. At that moment, the hall fell silent except for the faint crackle of sandalwood incense. The 6 peak masters exchanged glances, none daring to speak first, yet each was pondering the same thought. Had these cunning old foxes perhaps received some hidden benefit? Subsequently, the discussion shifted to the rewards and details of the grand competition. When Xian Yangzi announced that the first prize would be a heavenly grade weapon, an astonished silence enveloped the hall. The elders' faces displayed sheer surprise, and even several peak masters raised their eyebrows slightly. Heavenly grade weapons were traditionally the treasures of the Qingxian sect, and the sect leader's willingness to offer one as a reward underscored the significance he placed on this competition. Suppressing a smile, Xian Yangzi feigned seriousness as he surveyed the assembly. Since the peak masters have no objections, this matter is settled. Upon returning to your respective peaks, ensure that your disciples are thoroughly prepared to give their utmost. As the meeting adjourned, the elders exchanged puzzled glances, clustering in small groups to murmur, "Something is amiss. This is far too unusual." The peak master sure didn't he even argue with the sect leader today? Indeed. And did you notice Li peak master's gaze towards the sect leader? It was as if he were looking at a beloved brother. Could it be that something transpired last night? How have the 6 peak masters suddenly united? A single bell tolled, resonating through the mists of Qingxian sect. And Xian Yangzi's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, reached all 7 peaks. Attention, disciples. The sect's grand competition will be held a month earlier than scheduled, and all sect disciples are encouraged to participate. The disciples gathered in the courtyard, engaged in their morning exercises, erupted in chaos. Some dropped their long spears with a clatter, while others rubbed their ears, doubting their hearing. With 3 to 4 months remaining until the originally scheduled competition, how could it be suddenly advanced? This grand competition aims to identify and cultivate outstanding disciples in preparation for the 7 sects competition next year. All disciples should prepare diligently, and let it be known that this year's rewards will be even more substantial than in previous years. Strive, young ones. As the last words faded, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Last year, the first prize in the sect competition was a low-grade earthly weapon. This year, the rewards appeared more bountiful. Could it be that a mid-grade earthly treasure would make its debut? Some disciples could not restrain their curiosity. I have heard whispers that there might be more than one. Yesterday, I vaguely overheard the peak master mention that the first prize is shrouded in mystery. Could it be a high-grade earthly treasure? A multitude of disciples engaged in fervent discussions. Setting aside the enigmatic first prize, the allure of mid-grade earthly treasures alone was immensely captivating to the disciples. The hierarchy of treasures ascends from low to high as follows: yellow, xian, earthly, heavenly, kingly, and saintly. Ordinary disciples possess only yellow-grade weapons, while only the peak master's personal disciples and the most talented individuals might wield xian-grade weapons. As for earthly treasures, they are exceedingly rare. Even some elders at the Purple Mansion or the Cave Heaven realms may lack earthly weapons, which underscores the magnetic pull these treasures hold for the disciples. A youth clad in outer sect attire clenched his fists, knuckles turning pale. I will give it my all, even if it costs me dearly. I must break into the top 3. Dream on. Lu Chenyu from Jinyue Peak has already reached the Dan condensation stage. You have only just begun your foundation. So what? Perhaps I can create a miracle. Amidst the rising tide of speculation, disciples from various peaks became fervent, transforming what was once a casual morning practice into a frenzied bout of arduous training. Some embraced boulders to practice their punches, while others meditated beneath waterfalls. Even the laziest disciples from Danding Peak clutched baskets of herbs and rushed to the spiritual fields, eager to accumulate more body-refining pills. In no time, core disciples from the major peaks were rolling up their sleeves, vying for a coveted position among the top 3. On Qingtian Peak, Shi Wanshan pulled Lin Maching and Shi Jingxian before him. I do not ask you to secure the first place. Attaining the second or third will suffice. Lin Maching was taken aback. Master, why? Shi Wanshan tapped his head. Do you comprehend why I insist you conceal your true cultivation until reaching the initial stage of Dan condensation? A tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. Have you not noticed that old fox from Qingyun Peak slinking over to Purple Bamboo Peak every so often? That kid, Li Xianfeng, could be at any stage now. We will not contend for first place. He paused, a calculating smile playing upon his lips. However, the second and third spots must be secured. It would not be worth my while to have spent an entire night with you at Purple Bamboo Peak otherwise. Upon hearing this, Shi Jingxian and Lin Moqing could not help but chuckle, recalling the day they were ensnared by the spirit-binding vine and hung from bamboo branches. Though it was a humiliating experience, they had obtained an astonishing opportunity at Purple Bamboo Peak. What opportunities would the disciples from other peaks have? They would gladly endure another 3 days and nights suspended if it meant such a chance. Remember, Shi Wanshan's expression suddenly grew serious, unless absolutely necessary. Do not reveal your true cultivation. Once we secure the rewards, I will take you to Purple Bamboo Peak to express our gratitude to the master, and perhaps enjoy some fine tea. The last remark was spoken lightly, yet it ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of the two disciples. In the fragrant atmosphere of Danding Peak, mingled with the scent of gunpowder, Li Muron leisurely toyed with a pill furnace, stating, during the competition, all medicinal supplies from Danding Peak will be freely available. Just as his disciples were about to erupt in cheers, he shifted the tone of his words. However, there exists a stipulation. Anyone who dares to disgrace the honor of Danding Peak in the competition shall forfeit their access to the alchemy room for the next 3 years. With a flick of his fingers, he produced 3 luminous Dan pills. Shaowan, our alchemists are not adept in combat. If you can place in the top 5, these 3 purple flame pills shall be reserved for your future advancements in the Purple Palace realm. The girl with twin buns brightened at this, bowing earnestly. I shall not fail my mission. In the bamboo grove of Sword Cry Peak, Mu Chunyu drew his sword from its sheath. The blade's aura cleaving through a massive stone, Tinzhong away in an instant. Yi Guing approached. Chinyu, you have now reached the mid-stage of the condensing Dan realm, yet your flowing cloud sword technique lacks the final move. Strive to comprehend it before the grand competition, and secure a top 3 finish for your master. Mu Chunyu sheathed his sword, exuding an indomitable spirit. I will not disappoint my master's expectations. Chapter 49. The unassuming junior disciple within the Azure Cloud Hall. Xianyang Zi scrutinized Li Xianfeng and Xin Jinghong, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Xianfeng, you have reached the mid-stage of the Purple Palace realm, commendable indeed. He suddenly spoke, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. However, during the competition, you should only reveal your strength at the peak of the condensing Dan realm. Li Xianfeng was taken aback. Master, why? Xianyang Zi rapped the table. You need only secure first place. There is no need to reveal all your cards. Li Xianfeng realized. Bowing, I understand, and I shall not fail my master's trust. Xianyang Zi turned to Xin Jinghong, his tone more grave. Jinghong, you must conceal your power even more. The girl was perplexed. I am at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. Must I also? You need only let them perceive you as being at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Xianyang Zi interrupted her. You have just joined the sect. There is no need to astonish everyone right away. Preserve your strength. There will be ample opportunities for its use in the future. Xin Jinghong tightened her grip on the sword hilt, responding softly. I shall remember this. Xianyang Zi looked at the two and suddenly smiled. By the way, you should also visit Purple Bamboo Peak and inform them that I request Xiao Ruobai's participation in the grand competition. The spiritual energy at Purple Bamboo Peak was as thick as unyielding honey. As Li Xianfeng and Xin Jinghong stepped onto the stone steps, they felt their Dantian's spiritual power rejoicing. Xiao Ruobai was practicing punches in the bamboo grove, each strike infused with intense battle spirit. Though outwardly it appeared he only possessed the fluctuations of the 3rd level of body refinement. Junior brother Ruobai, Li Xianfeng greeted with a bow. The sect leader has sent us to invite you to participate in the sect's grand competition. Xiao Ruobai ceased his training, wiping away sweat. Me? With my current cultivation. Junior brother need not belittle himself. Xin Jinghong interjected kindly. The significance of the competition lies in participation. Consider it an opportunity for camaraderie with your fellow disciples. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the unspoken understanding. Surely, Master Gu's prowess is unparalleled. How could Xiao Ruobai only be at the 3rd level of body refinement? He must have long surpassed the late stage of body refinement. Perhaps even entered the foundation establishment realm. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Xiao Ruobai scratched his head. I will give it a try. Li Xianfeng patted his shoulder. That's the spirit. Who knows, you might just pull off an upset. Suddenly, he rubbed his hands together, casting a sly glance deeper into the bamboo grove. Junior brother Ruobai, he said cheerfully, his eyes subtly darting toward the bamboo house. Last time I was so focused on training that I neglected the bonds we brothers should nurture. How about a friendly spar? Shen Jinghong nodded in agreement, her fingers lightly stirring the sword hilt. I, too, wish to learn a few techniques from junior brother. Upon concluding their conversation, both individuals instinctively held their breath, stealing glances at Gu Changge by the entrance of the bamboo house. Sunlight cascaded through the bamboo leaves, illuminating his pristine white robe as he leisurely peeled a spiritual fruit, seemingly oblivious to their discussion. Xiao Ruobai was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking toward his master. Gu Changge reclined on a long bench, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These two youngsters, under the guise of sparring, evidently sought to linger at Zizhu Peak to absorb more spiritual energy. Just yesterday, Zuanyangzi had visited, and today he sent his disciples to his doorstep, treating this place as a sanctuary for cultivation. If they wish to spar, so be it. He spoke in a leisurely manner, his fingertips twirling a purple crystal grape. However, since they intended to stay, they would be responsible for lunch. Li Xuanfeng's eyes brightened, and he promptly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. No problem. Although my culinary skills are modest, I am quite adept at roasting a spiritual deer. Both felt a sense of relief. As long as they could remain in this treasure trove of spiritual energy, they would gladly take on the tasks of cooking, chopping wood, or fetching water. Junior brother Xiao, I see you are currently at the 3rd level of body refinement. I shall not take advantage of you. I will suppress my cultivation to match yours. How about we engage in a bout? Li Xianfeng suddenly reigned in his spiritual energy, stabilizing his aura at the 3rd level of body refinement, deliberately slowing his blood flow to appear indistinguishable from Xiao Ruobai. Then I shall rely on your guidance, senior brother. In the clearing of the bamboo forest, Xiao Ruobai clasped his hands in respect. Be careful, junior brother. Li Xianfeng shouted, a gust of golden spiritual energy rushing forth with his fist. He deliberately employed the most fundamental opening mountain fist, concealing within it the essence of the purple mansion realm, appearing forceful yet leaving room for leniency. After all, his opponent only displayed the aura of the 3rd level of body refinement. He could not truly strike with full force. Xiao Ruobai took a light step, activating the shadow step, his figure evading the fist's wind like a willow catkin. He did not draw his sword but clenched his fist, its edge glowing faintly with golden light, embodying the foundational body refinement fist from the war god strategy. This technique, seemingly simple, corresponded precisely with the meridian points of the war god physique. Within its robust execution lay a fluidity that allowed him to capitalize on the fleeting moments of Li Xuanfeng's attack transitions. Li Xianfeng felt a jolt of surprise. He had intended to go easy on his junior brother at the 3rd level of body refinement, but he did not anticipate that the latter's footwork would be so exquisite, nor his strikes imbued with an unexpected level of maturity. The punches, although seemingly slow, always managed to preemptively seal off his openings for change, as if he could predict every move. He hastily altered his technique, his fist grazing past Xiao Ruobai's with a whoosh, stirring the bamboo leaves into a gentle rustle. Standing aside, Shen Jinghong observed the duel, his brow slightly furrowed. Although Xiao Ruobai's fist technique appeared somewhat unrefined, the angles of his strikes conveyed a fierce intensity, particularly in the stability of his weight shifts while evading, which was remarkable for someone who had only trained for a few months. His keen grasp of combat opportunities was evidently honed through countless battles, thanks to Gu Shirshu's guidance. In front of the bamboo house, Gu Changge held a teacup, watching the two combatants entwined in their struggle. The more Li Xianfeng fought, the more astonished he became. Although he deliberately suppressed his cultivation, Xiao Ruobai's reaction speed and timing surpassed that of many practitioners at the nascent soul stage. Within what appears to be an ordinary fist lies a formidable strength, capable of both yielding and striking with precision. Although it could confront directly, it chooses instead to evade the solid and attack the intangible. Such combat awareness is not commonly found among those merely practicing physical cultivation. Senior brother, I cannot continue. Xiao Ruobai gasped after 30 exchanges, deflecting Li Xuanqing's punch and retreating 2 steps, a fine sheen of sweat appearing at his temple, perfectly portraying a semblance of exhaustion. Li Xiansheng, panting, waved his hand, yet his mind was tumultuous. In the moment their fists collided, he distinctly sensed a subtle battle intent emanating from his opponent's punch. Though fleeting, it carried a sharpness that tore through the air, a power beyond that of mere physical cultivation. It was evident that being under the tutelage of Master Gu was no trivial matter. Xiao, the junior brother, concealed depths greater than anyone could imagine. Particularly notable was his calmness in countering attacks. It was less of a talent and more of an instinct honed through the trials of life and death. Such profound foundations were likely unmatched by many senior disciples. Junior brother, you are impressive, Li Xianxing sincerely complimented, catching a glimpse of Shun Jinghong's eager gaze. He added with a smile, how about you, junior sister? Come and exchange a few moves? Shen Jinghong unsheathed her sword, its tip pointed towards the ground. Please, instruct me. Junior brother. She deliberately suppressed her spiritual energy, revealing only the aura of the 5th level of physical cultivation. However, after 10 exchanges, she sensed something amiss. Xiao Ruobai's footwork consistently evaded the trajectory of her sword energy, and the occasional counterattacks, though seemingly slow, bore a rhythm that forced her to divide her focus. Gu Changge observed the increasingly grave expression on Shun Jinghong's face, unable to suppress a chuckle. This girl thought that lowering her cultivation level would allow her to take it easy? Little did she know, Xiao Ruobai's battle-hardened physique excelled in combat beyond his level. And even while only exhibiting physical cultivation, his practical abilities far surpassed those of his peers. After half an hour, the sparring finally ceased. Xiao Ruobai was panting heavily, and Li Xianxing exchanged a glance with Shen Jinghong, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. This journey to Zizhu Peak was not in vain. Not only did they benefit from the spiritual energy, but they also discovered a concealed gem among their junior brother. Chapter 50, Second Disciple, Chaotic Sword Body Zizhu Peak. Early morning. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving 5,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Acquired the Tao-level treasure, Primordial Sword Embryo. Ding. Acquired 10 Emperor-level techniques, Tai Xian Sword Cannon, Heavenly Flame Battle Codex, Primitive Tao Formula. Gu Changge caressed the newly condensed spiritual energy at his fingertips, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. The system, as always, was generous, bestowing him with 10 Emperor-level techniques at once. This encompassed the myriad paths of Tao, indeed providing a substantial gift for the Qingxian sect. Once the sect competition concluded, he intended to present the techniques to Xianyangzi and then unlock the Cangyun secret realm. As this thought settled, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Triggered a time-limited task. Zizhu add seedlings. Task requirements. Recruit a second personal disciple with qualifications no lower than saint level. Task reward. Expansion of the Invincible domain to a radius of 100 miles. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. The system had issued yet another task. He glanced at Xiao Ruobai, who was diligently practicing and could manage on his own without much concern from him. Considering the merits of this invincible domain, it wouldn't hurt to take on an additional disciple. With this 100-mile invincible domain, it would soon encompass a significant portion of the eastern region. Though the rare holy level aptitude is scarce, possessing the eye of breaking illusions makes the search considerably easier. He lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips, and his consciousness expanded instantaneously, penetrating through the layers of clouds. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to uncover the hidden talents that still flourished in this world. Gu Changge's awareness flowed like the Milky Way, swiftly traversing vast expanses. Merely brushing past the Qingxian sect and the 10,000 Laws Pavilion in Xianzhou as if they were but specks of dust. These forces, which dominated Xianzhou, were but a drop in the ocean when placed in a broader context. As Gu Changge's consciousness explored further, heavenly and royal-level talents appeared scattered like stars. Yet none caught his discerning eye. It was not until his awareness reached Zhongzhou that the eye of breaking illusions suddenly detected a faint yet pure golden light. This emanated from a young man contemplating by a stone tablet, his cultivation having reached the purple mansion realm. Gu Changge paused in surprise. The young man possessed low-grade holy-level aptitude, which barely met the criteria for a disciple. Just as Gu Changge hesitated on whether to accept a disciple, his consciousness swept over the token at the young man's waist. The Xiantai token of the Tai Xian Holy Land glimmered coldly under the blazing sun. So, there was already a power involved. Alas, young man, What a pity for this opportunity. He chuckled softly as his consciousness receded like a tide. The Taishan Holy Land, located in Zhongzhou, is an ancient power with a long-standing legacy. And since this youth belonged to its ranks, Gu Changge had no intention of intervening further. His awareness continued to extend, sweeping across much of the eastern region. 3 more holy-level auras flickered past, but regrettably, they had already been claimed by various holy lands. It was a crowded affair. Gu Changge shook his head. These holy sects had long established an intricate web. Any seedlings with holy-level aptitude would be collected upon birth, leaving little chance of wandering into the world of mortals. Just as he intended to retract his consciousness, a thread of chaotic light unexpectedly flickered at the fringes of the eye of breaking illusions. This radiance, more subdued than the golden light of holy-level aptitude, concealed an edge sharp enough to rend the heavens. The chaotic light pierced through the layers of realms, ultimately coming to rest deep within the forbidden area of the Dian Holy Land in Yuzhou. Gu Changge's consciousness sliced through the 9-layered barrier outside the forbidden zone, and the sight before him sent a chill through his eyes. At the center of the forbidden ground, a young man was pinned to the stone pillar by 7 iron stakes inscribed with soul-binding incantations. Specially crafted spirit-locking nails pierced through his rib and dantian. Faint golden chaotic sword energy was being drawn from the stakes, coalescing into a shrinking orb in midair. His skin was charred black from the runes, and flesh had been brutally carved away from his chest, exposing the pulsating essence of the sword body beneath. Each flicker of that essence was accompanied by the youth's suppressed groans of pain. 3 elders clad in the robes of the Dian Holy Land surrounded the altar, the leading elder wielding a bone blade that glimmered with a sinister green poison light, the blade inscribed with soul-eating patterns, slowly approaching the young man's chest. The time had come. Once the chaotic sword body essence was stripped away and merged with our Holy Land's Dian sword fetus, within a millennium, an imperial weapon could be forged. At that time, our Holy Land would possess a second supreme imperial weapon, becoming the most powerful Holy Land in the eastern region. The voice of the gray-robed elder was cold and sinister, his gaze greedy enough to seem as if it could bleed. Such a defiant physique should not belong to a mere mortal. It rightfully belongs to our Holy Land. What my senior brother says is indeed true. The elder in the white robe licked his parched lips, his fingertips forming seals as the runes on the altar suddenly surged. The young man struggled fiercely. Intensify the restraints to prevent the essence from dissipating. Blood mixed with foam spilled from his throat, staining his collar, yet he mustered his last ounce of strength to roar. My parents entrusted me to this sacred ground, believing you would protect me, yet you covet my innate qualities. If there is a next life, I shall overturn your hypocritical sanctum. Even at death's door, he remained defiant. Not even the emperor could save you. The gray-robed elder's gaze sharpened, the bone blade accelerating swiftly, its tip already grazing the pulsating essence, a sinister green poison instantly eroding a dark mark. Such audacity! A voice as clear and cold as ice suddenly erupted within the forbidden ground, causing the rune's radiance to tremble violently. The previously surging sword energy abruptly stagnated, dimming even the soul-binding incantation on the iron stake. The 3 elders' faces paled, and they turned abruptly to see a figure in a green robe standing at the entrance of the forbidden ground, having appeared unnoticed. This figure stood with hands clasped behind, an aura seemingly mundane, yet inciting chaos within their spiritual powers, causing the hand gripping the bone blade to tremble uncontrollably. Who are you? Dare to intrude upon my Dian's sacred ground's forbidden area? The gray-robed elder questioned, his voice laced with intimidation, while he discreetly crushed a jade slip for help. Gu Changge's avatar focused on the wound on the young man's chest, where the essence of the chaotic sword body had been eroded by the poisonous light by nearly half. Threads of black mist mingling with the pale golden radiance, evidently on the brink of total collapse. The sacred ground, inherited for 1,000,000 years, had resorted to such despicable acts of plundering one's innate abilities. He lightly tapped the void with his fingertips, the chill in his tone almost freezing the forbidden ground. I see no necessity for the existence of the Dian's sacred ground any longer. Seeking death, the elder in white roared as he summoned his long sword, the blade shimmering with spiritual light, thrusting directly at Gu Changge's face. The avatar's gaze turned frosty, and with a flick of his finger, an invisible sword energy surged like a tidal wave, shattering the long sword into countless fragments. The white-robed elder screamed as he was sent flying, meeting his demise. At that moment, a flurry of piercing sounds echoed from outside the forbidden ground. Evidently the law enforcement team of the Dayin sacred ground summoned by the Jade Slip for help. The gray-robed elder grinned menacingly. Perfect timing. Anyone daring to wreak havoc in my Dayin sacred ground shall find no place to rest. Oh, is that so? Changge's avatar strode toward the altar, and as he approached, the iron stake spontaneously shattered. Today, none shall save you. He gathered a strand of primordial purple energy at his fingertips, gently pressing it against the young man's chest. The purple energy surged into him like a living entity, causing the chaotic sword body's essence to erupt in dazzling golden light, gradually repelling the sinister green poison as fresh flesh began to emerge from the charred wound. The young man stared in astonishment at the figure in the green robe. Feeling a warm current spreading through his meridians, his previously blurred vision gradually sharpening. He could sense that this avatar, though not exerting its full power, bore an overwhelming pressure capable of crushing the entire Dayin sacred ground, as if it could overturn the forbidden area with a mere gesture. You. The young man's voice was hoarse, filled with the bewilderment of having survived a catastrophe. Changge's avatar smiled slightly, raising his hand to remove the spirit-binding nails from the young man. From this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. Chapter 51. The bloodstained sacred land of Dayin. Outside the altar, the figures of the enforcement team had already appeared at the edge of the barrier. Changge, in his avatar form, cast a glance over his shoulder, a cold smirk gracing his lips. It was time for them to comprehend the consequences of laying a hand on my disciple. As his words lingered in the air, Changge wielded his finger as a sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged skyward, instantly accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries from beyond the forbidden ground. The three elders were struck with terror, their souls seemingly fleeing as they turned to escape, only to be pinned in place by an invisible sword energy, rendered immobile. As the sword energy swept through, their bodies were swiftly reduced to nothingness. The youth gazed at the outstretched hand, brushed his healing chest, and suddenly clenched his fists, deeply bowing to the avatar. For the first time, a fierce, unquenchable brilliance ignited upon his blood-stained visage. Disciple Feng Hanyu pays homage to master. Boom. From beyond the shattered barrier of the forbidden ground, a figure clad in a robe of purple and gold descended through the air. The oppressive aura of a sage surged like a tumultuous ocean. Debris floated in his wake. It was the sovereign of the Dayin sacred land. Flanked by two old men in gray robes, their profound auras indicating they too were of the sage realm. Who dares to act recklessly within my Dayin sacred land? The sovereign's gaze crackled like lightning, fixating upon Changge's avatar, his pupils constricting in shock. That figure in the azure robe, though merely an avatar, instilled a primal dread within him, as if he were standing before the very essence of chaos that birthed the heavens and the earth. Changge's avatar remained unfazed, his fingertips flicking gently, sending forth a strand of sword energy slicing through the air. The defensive treasure summoned by the sovereign, the Yantian shield, instantly became riddled with cracks, and he himself was struck with immense force, spewing forth a mouthful of golden blood. He was compelled to retreat repeatedly, until, with a resounding thud, he knelt upon the ground, leaving two deep impressions in the earth. The sovereign, kneeling? The enforcement team, arriving in haste, stared in disbelief, their treasures clattering to the ground. They had never envisioned that the invincible sovereign would bow before a mere youth. The two accompanying sage elders, witnessing this scene, were paralyzed with fear, their instincts urging them to flee, but they found themselves ensnared by Changge's divine consciousness. That consciousness weighed heavily upon them, like a mountain pressing down, causing them to collapse to the ground, their foreheads pressed firmly against the earth, lacking even the courage to lift their heads. Is this the extent of the Dayin sacred land's prowess? Changge's avatar slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the three kneeling figures. His tone as flat as discussing the weather. If you allow the elders to exploit the disciples' innate gifts, then your position as sovereign is surely precarious. The sovereign trembled, his lips quivering, rendered speechless. He felt that with a mere thought, his sage-level cultivation could be reduced to ash. When did such a figure emerge in this world? Akin to confronting an emperor? Changge no longer regarded him, instead turning to the now-standing Feng Hanyu. Shall I eliminate these individuals for you now? Or would you prefer to exact your revenge in the future? Feng Hanyu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, the chaotic sword energy within him boiling with fury. Master, this grudge must be avenged by my own hand. They have harmed my origin and insulted my parents. Today's account must not go unreckoned. Such ambition. A slight smile graced Changge's avatar. Thus, I shall first assist you in collecting some interest. At this moment, the sovereign of the great Yin sacred land suddenly bellowed, summoned the extreme Tao imperial weapon. A resonating sound echoed from the depths of the great Yin sacred land. 9 towering stone tablets illuminated simultaneously, their inscriptions dancing as if alive, drawing forth the extreme Tao imperial weapon, the Yin Tian sword, from the depths of the earth. The sword was entwined with chains forged from the essence of the saint's blood, and though it had not yet fully awakened, it emanated a pressure capable of tearing the heavens apart. An extreme Tao imperial weapon? The incarnation of Changge raised his gaze, pressing lightly with his fingertip. The weapon, which had been on the verge of revival, suddenly fell back to the ground as if struck by a hammer, the inscriptions dimming instantaneously, and the earth trembled thrice before falling silent. This seemingly effortless display left the sovereign in shock. The extreme Tao imperial weapon was the very foundation of the sacred land, and the mere presence of the opponent had subdued it. Such power surpassed his comprehension. Who exactly are you? The sovereign's voice trembled, his fists clenched tightly beneath his purple-gold robe. The incarnation of Changge did not respond, yet his gaze pierced through the layers of the forbidden ground, resting upon the deepest depths of the burial of immortals. There, a few ancient auras were quietly reviving, evidently indicating that the ancestors in seclusion felt a crisis and sought to break free from their confinement. However, as their gazes collided with Changge's consciousness, the reviving auras abruptly froze and retreated to the depths of the abyss like startled rabbits. The seal of the burial of immortals re-strengthened by 3 parts, as if it had never awakened. How swiftly you retreat. The incarnation of Changge chuckled lightly, withdrawing his gaze. Merely a few lingering remnants of ancient saints dared to act arrogantly before him. He then directed a subtle point of his fingertip towards the kneeling sovereign. The sovereign's pupils constricted. He attempted to summon his spiritual power to resist, only to find his essence frozen in place, helplessly watching as a beam of azure light pierced through his forehead. This sovereign, who had dominated the region for a millennium, could not even muster a scream before disintegrating into ashes. Sovereign, the 2 elders of the saint realm were paralyzed with fear, frantically bowing and pleading for mercy. The incarnation of Changge remained unfazed, moving his fingertip once more. 2 beams of azure light flashed, and the 2 elders were similarly reduced to dust, not a trace of their souls remaining. Just as Changge intended to depart with Feng Hanyu, he noticed a young man clad in splendid robes amidst the crowd, radiating the aura of a top-tier saint. This was none other than the sacred son of the great Yin sacred land. He wielded a flowing longsword, his eyes burning with the fire of vengeance, clearly a prodigy of great expectations. Oh, a fish that slipped through the net, the incarnation of Changge mused, casting a glance at him. Through his piercing gaze, he discerned a faint golden halo of fortune surrounding the youth. Could he be a destined child? He chuckled softly. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west? Such theatrics do not pique my interest. Before the sacred son could react, an azure light had already pierced through his heart. The youth looked down in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, the hatred in his eyes solidifying. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend why he, a sacred son with exceptional qualifications and seemingly destined for greatness, appeared to the opponent as nothing more than an ant. The disciples of the enforcement team lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at the figure clad in azure robes, as if beholding an unfathomable demonic deity. What manner of terrifying existence could annihilate even those at the saint level with such ease? Feng Hanyu stood motionless, staring at the ashes of his adversary, and suddenly bowed deeply before the avatar of Changge. In that moment, he truly comprehended the unparalleled might of his master. The avatar of Changge gently patted his shoulder and said, "Let us depart. As for the remaining scum, you may deal with them in the future." With those words, the azure-robed figure and Feng Hanyu vanished into the forbidden ground, leaving behind a profound silence both within and beyond its confines. Chapter 52. Tremors in the eastern domain. The mists of Zizhu Peak gradually closed behind Changge as he stepped aside, revealing Feng Hanyu. The bloodstains on the youth had been cleansed, and he now donned a plain white robe, though his fists still trembled slightly, not from fear, but due to the chaotic sword energy swirling within him. yet to be fully subdued. From now on, this shall be your residence. Changge indicated an empty patch of land beside Xiao Rabai's bamboo house. Build a bamboo hut. If you lack materials, go to the back mountain and gather some. Fang Hanyu looked up to see the rich spiritual energy of Zizhu Peak coalescing into a tangible light, exuding an atmosphere of serene detachment from worldly affairs. Suddenly reminded of the bloodshed at Dian's sacred land, his eyes grew warm with emotion, and he bowed deeply to Changge, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. Changge waved his hand dismissively. You are my second disciple. You have an elder brother, currently honing his skills in the back mountain. You shall meet him upon his return. Meanwhile, news of the upheaval at Dian's sacred land reverberated like thunder, swiftly sweeping across the entire eastern domain and beyond into other great territories. Have you heard? Dian's sacred land has been upended. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every tavern and tea house in the eastern domain within mere hours. Cultivators pounded on tables, their astonishment spilling over into their tea. Not just upended, its lord was turned to ashes on the spot. Two venerable elders left no trace of their souls. A cultivator clad in green robes gulped down his drink, his throat tightening. Even the prodigy revered as a once-in-a-millennium talent of Dian, rumored to possess saintly qualifications, reportedly had no chance to resist and was gone in an instant. An elderly man with white hair stroked his beard, his fingertips trembling slightly. I inquired with disciples stationed outside the sacred ground using a communication talisman. They reported that a sword energy struck down from above the forbidden ground, shattering all 9 mountain ceiling stone tablets, and even the supreme imperial weapon, Yintian's sword, was subdued to the ground, unable to emit a sound. Supreme imperial weapon. That is an artifact capable of contending with emperors. A cultivator in armor clenched his fists, knuckles widening. Who possesses such power? Could it be that a hidden ancient monster has intervened? I suspect it is the presence from the forbidden zone. Someone whispered, casting furtive glances toward the window, as if fearing that some unseen entity might overhear. Who, apart from those supreme beings that have lived for countless eons, could suppress a supreme imperial weapon? At this utterance, the once boisterous tea house fell into an eerie silence. The forbidden zone, the most enigmatic and terrifying existence in the Xianhuang Great World, was said to be the resting place of ancient supreme beings. They were once the overlords who roamed the cosmos, yet, nearing the end of their lifespans, they chose to linger in the forbidden zone, clinging to existence. Every inch of land there is soaked with the blood of time, and each gust of wind carries the scent of death. They rarely awaken, but once they step beyond the forbidden zone, darkness reigns over the world. Yet, does the sovereign of the forbidden zone not refrain from meddling in worldly disputes? A trembling voice inquired. Who knows? The white-haired elder sighed. Perhaps the Dayan sacred land has disturbed ancestral graves? Otherwise, how could such a harbinger of death arise? Speculations surged like a tide, yet none could elucidate the origins of that figure in the azure robe. One thing is unequivocal. The heavens of the eastern domain are about to change. In the eastern domain, the god-burial forbidden zone looms. Black mist, as thick as ink, lingers year-round, impervious to sunlight. Ruined altars, hidden within the fog, bear ancient, long-lost runes, and occasionally, desiccated bones tumble from the altars, producing a faint clatter. In the deepest recesses of the bronze palace, a figure that has sat cross-legged for 100,000 years slowly opens its eyes. Within those eyes, there are no pupils, only an abyss of darkness, seemingly capable of devouring light. He is the master of the forbidden zone, a supreme being who has survived since ancient times, once extraordinarily gifted, now a mere husk, forced to slumber to extend his life. Such formidable sword intent. A hoarse voice emerged from his throat, grating like metal on metal. To suppress the ultimate imperial weapon, such power. He waved his hand, and the black mist receded like a tide, unveiling the vast territories beyond the forbidden zone. His consciousness unfurled like a celestial net, scanning every inch of the eastern domain, from the bustling sacred land to the desolate wasteland. Even the ants in the depths of the earth were clearly visible. Yet, that figure in azure seemed as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Curiously, a flicker of doubt crossed the dark eyes of the master of the forbidden zone. To remain entirely concealed from my perception, one must either be of the same rank or, behind him, several ancient presences quietly stirred. My lord, shall we venture out to seek? A figure cloaked in black asked, bowing. Its arms had long turned to withered bone, yet it still emanated an aura that made even saints tremble. The master of the Forbidden Zone remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. There is no need. He closed his eyes once more, and the bronze palace was again shrouded in black mist, sinking into silence. The dire state of the Dayin sacred land was like a massive stone cast into the power landscape of the eastern domain, stirring up tumultuous waves. In the Tai Xian sacred land, within the council hall, the Lord gazed at the words on the message jade slip, crushing a jade teacup with his fingertips. Tea spilling through his fingers and staining the golden bricks with dark traces. To think such a powerful being still exists. He murmured solemnly. If even the ultimate imperial weapon can be suppressed, we must tread carefully. The elders below fell silent, none daring to speak. To overpower saints and suppress imperial weapons, such strength transcended their comprehension. In the heavenly mechanism pavilion, the pavilion master stood atop the highest level of the Star Palace. Gazing towards the direction of the Dayin sacred land, his brow furrowed. His fingers caressed a tortoiseshell. The pavilion's treasured artifact, the sky-gazing symbol, now shattered by an invisible force during a recent probe. This individual's strength is beyond estimation, he mumbled. A flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Issue a decree. Close the pavilion. Without my command, no one is permitted to step outside the heavenly mechanism pavilion. In the eastern domain, the major sacred sites are either sealed off, frantically exploring, or secretly forming alliances. A figure clad in a blue robe casts a shadow over the hearts of all factions. No one knows his identity or whereabouts, only that with a mere gesture, he can obliterate a sacred site that has existed for 1,000,000 years. As the sandalwood incense in the Cheongyun Palace burned down to the 3rd inch, the communication jade slip in Xian Yangzi's hand suddenly illuminated. Ahem. Good heavens. Xian Yangzi wiped the tea stains from his beard, his eyes wide as saucers. Which malevolent spirit has the Dayin sacred site summoned? Even the extreme Dao imperial weapon has been forced to the ground? Outside the hall, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed as Shi Wanshan, with his rotund figure, burst through the hall doors, holding a half-eaten spirit melon. Master, have you heard? The Dayin sacred site has fallen. The Holy Master and 2 elders are dead. I just received the news. Xian Yangzi rubbed his throbbing temples. What kind of power must this be? With a mere flick, a sacred site that has stood for 1,000,000 years is uprooted. And they dare to suppress even the extreme Dao imperial weapons. Those sacred sites, usually so high and mighty, have now been overturned. It is truly remarkable, exhilarating. The more he spoke, the more astonished he became, suddenly recalling his recent pride when he felt he was on the threshold of the sacred realm, causing a chill to run down his neck. At that time, he was contemplating a leisurely trip to Zhongzhou after his breakthrough. But now it seems fortunate that he did not act impulsively. There are formidable individuals hidden in the eastern domain, perhaps more than the weeds in a spirit field. With his current cultivation, he might not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. No, I must remain steady. Xian Yangzi slapped his thigh and rushed out of the hall. Quickly summoned the peak masters. This matter must be discussed thoroughly. Chapter 53. Just entering the sect. My worldview shattered. The commotion in the Cheongyun Palace had yet to reach the Zizhu Peak, which remained shrouded in mist. With spiritual energy as rich as sweet honey wine, the formidable individual Xian Yangzi spoke of, Gu Changge, reclined on a newly constructed bamboo couch. Spinning a lustrous white spirit fruit between his fingers, his gaze fixed on an open space nearby. Fang Hanyu was vigorously chopping bamboo with a black iron axe, though slender. The boy moved with the steadiness of a rock, each strike landing precisely on the bamboo joints, causing the verdant stalks to snap. At the broken ends, chaotic streams of energy swirled, indicating that even such a trivial task as chopping bamboo was subtly refining his sword body's essence. Master, Fang Hanyu said, arranging the piled bamboo, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. The bamboo hut will be ready by evening. Gu Changge nodded, casually tossing a water pouch over. No rush, take a break first. As the boy caught the water pouch, a fleeting glimmer appeared in Gu Changge's eyes, and the eye of void subtly unfurled, revealing Fang Hanyu's attribute panel. Name, Fang Hanyu. Identity, second disciple of Gu Changge. Talent, imperial grade physique, chaotic sword body, initially awakened, cultivation, early stage of Dan condensation, originally at the pinnacle of Purple Mansion. The eye of void pierced through the veil of time, glimpsing fragments of the boy's past. Feng Hanyu's parents were the lowest-ranking outer disciples of the Da Yin sacred site. His father, Feng Lin, was tasked with sweeping the forbidden stone steps, while his mother, Su Wan, dried herbs in the alchemy chamber. Both remained at the foundation establishment stage, lacking even the qualifications to enter the Dan condensation realm. Feng Hanyu was born on an autumn night, with cold rain falling like a veil. In a stone house that let in the chill, Su Wan wrapped her newborn son in her warmth, only to notice a fleeting glimmer of chaotic light between his brows. At that time, they were unaware that this was a sign of the awakening of the chaotic sword body, believing instead that their child was frail. As he cried incessantly through the night, when he turned 10, Feng Hanyu played in the mud outside the alchemy chamber and absent-mindedly picked up a dry twig to etch on the ground, inadvertently shattering the bluestone steps before the chamber. An elder passing by witnessed this moment. "This child is a raw gem. To remain with you is to squander his potential," the elder remarked, crouching down to pinch Feng Hanyu's cheek. "Come with me. You shall henceforth be a core disciple of the sacred grounds." Although Feng Lin and his wife felt reluctant, they could not resist the allure of the title core disciple, which meant their child could escape the identity of a menial servant and have the opportunity to cultivate supreme techniques. With tears in their eyes, they entrusted Feng Hanyu to the elder, who indeed received special training upon entering the inner sect. He resided in the Jade Courtyard, where spiritual energy was abundant, and practiced the Yuan Tian sword classic daily. At 11, he broke through to the foundation establishment stage. By 14, he ascended to the Purple Mansion realm, becoming a paragon among the younger generation of the sacred grounds. Yet, he always sensed something amiss. The way the elders regarded him felt more like assessing an object than a disciple. On his 15th birthday, he was taken to the Forbidden Grounds. The altar was frigid, and runes coiled like venomous serpents around him. Only then did he discern the object in the elder's hands, a bone blade inscribed with devouring spirit patterns. Chaotic sword body, a rarity of millennia, yet regrettably born in the wrong time, the leading elder sneered. For 100,000 years, no great emperor has emerged. The path has long since faded. No matter your talent, how far can you truly go? Rather, allow us to forge a supreme imperial weapon for the sacred grounds. With 2 imperial weapons, we shall suppress the eastern region, and it will be your fortune." As the bone blade pierced his chest, Feng Hanyu glimpsed his parents outside the Forbidden Grounds. They had somehow learned of his plight and bravely fought their way in to save him, only to be effortlessly struck down by the elder's sword, their bodies collapsing onto the stone steps. His mother called out his name in her final moments, her voice shattering in the cold rain. Agonizing pain and seething hatred intertwined within him, and the chaotic sword energy surged violently, yet was ruthlessly restrained by the runes. Just as his essence was about to be extracted, a green shadow shattered the clouds, and a hand that lightly tapped the void became the last light before he fell into darkness. Though Feng Hanyu was unaware of his surroundings, only knowing he was at the purple bamboo peak, the sight of his master, Changge, brought him a sense of tranquility. He accepted the water skin and drank deeply, the cool spiritual water sliding down his throat, alleviating some of his fatigue. His gaze instinctively fell upon Changge, his master who had effortlessly annihilated his enemies, exuding an aura that instilled profound reassurance, as if he could steadfastly withstand the collapse of the heavens. As dusk approached, a faint rustling sound emerged from the direction of the back mountain, revealing the figure of Xiao Ruobai at the edge of the bamboo grove. His black attire was soaked in blood, strands of hair clinging to his sweat-drenched forehead, and blood droplets from the long spear in his hand splattered onto the bluestone, creating a darkened patch. Although he intentionally concealed the aura of a late-stage core formation cultivator, it still carried the sharpness of one who had endured countless battles. "Master," he greeted. Xiao Ruobai cupped his hands in salute, his voice somewhat hoarse from exhaustion. As his gaze inadvertently brushed over Feng Hanyu, he suddenly froze. He remained rooted in place, his eyes lingering on the youth before him. Clad in a plain white robe, the boy appeared delicate and scholarly, his cultivation merely at the initial stage of the condensing Dan realm. Yet, Xiao Ruobai sensed an obscure, yet formidable aura emanating from him, akin to a sword concealed within its sheath. Though it had yet to be drawn, its sharpness subtly seeped through. This sensation instinctively tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, prompting him to glance at Changge with a questioning look. Changge twirled a white spirit fruit between his fingers, his tone unassuming. "This is Feng Hanyu, my second disciple. He will henceforth be your junior brother." Fang Hanyu stepped forward, bowing slightly to Xiao Ruobai. "I greet you, senior brother." Xiao Ruobai retracted his scrutinizing gaze, his tense posture relaxing somewhat as he returned the salute. "No need for excessive courtesy. My name is Xiao Ruobai." He observed the lingering youthfulness in Fang Hanyu's features and reminisced about his own arrival at the bamboo peak, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. "As we both train under Master, feel free to ask me anything you do not comprehend." Fang Hanyu nodded, clenching his fists within his sleeves. He could sense the intense battle aura emanating from this senior brother, a flavor forged through countless real-world encounters. Starkly different from the bloodshed he had encountered in the Forbidden Grounds, imbued with a fierce integrity. Changge watched the two, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Ruobai has just returned from the back mountain for his training. It is a perfect opportunity for him to explain the rules of Bamboo Peak to you, junior brother." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruobai wiped the blood from his face, revealing a hint of youthful exuberance. "What Master says is true, junior brother Hanyu. The rules of Bamboo Peak are threefold, simple yet intricate, as you will come to appreciate." He seated himself on the stone bench beside the bamboo couch, his spear thrust into the ground, its tip embedding half an inch into the stone slab, adopting a teasing tone reminiscent of an experienced individual. "First, do not initiate trouble, but do not shy away from it either." Xiao Ruobai tapped the spear with his fingertips. "When you venture out for training, remember this. If it comes to blows, ensure to clean up after yourself. If you kill, leave no trace behind. Master wishes to avoid unnecessary complications." Fang Hanyu blinked in surprise, silently nodding. As for the second rule, Xiao Ruobai deliberately elongated his words, glancing at Changge, who feigned to be resting with closed eyes, lowering his voice. "Steer clear of individuals with the surnames Yi, Xiao, and Shu, especially those who seem ordinary yet possess extraordinary luck. Master says these surnames carry an inherent troublesome nature. Once entangled, it is nigh impossible to extricate oneself." Fang Hanyu listened with an expression of bewilderment. Is there truly such a rule? Yet seeing the seriousness in his senior brother's demeanor, he committed it to memory. The third rule, which is of utmost importance. Xiao Ruobai stowed away the jest, adopting a more solemn tone. "Conceal your strength. Do not be overly ostentatious." He patted his chest. "Though I currently stand at the condensing Dan realm, I have long hidden my true cultivation at the body refinement stage. Just look at Master." He gestured towards Changge. "Although he appears to exhibit only the foundation establishment realm, allow me to share a secret. Master's true cultivation has indeed reached the mid-stage of the condensing Dan realm. However, he is who he is. During our last spar, I was merely a hair's breadth away from victory, yet I could not best him." Fang Hanyu gazed at his earnest senior brother, and as he recalled how their master had effortlessly turned the Da Yin Holy Land upside down that morning, a question mark slowly emerged in his mind. Mid-stage of the condensed Dan realm? He discreetly pinched his thigh, doubting whether he had emerged from the Forbidden Grounds with a foggy mind. The youth squatted on the ground, cradling his head, staring at the clouds drifting across the horizon. And for the first time, he found himself deeply questioning the nature of cultivation levels. Chapter 54. Surely, his brother is not oblivious to their master's true prowess, is he? Fang Hanyu turned his gaze towards Xiao Ruobai, and suddenly, his eyes brightened. He thought to himself, with such profound and inscrutable mastery, how could their senior brother have only lost to their master in a single strike? Could it be that his brother is also a peerless expert? With this realization, his heart raced, and he took 2 steps closer, his tone laced with incredulity. "Brother, you only lost to Master in 1 move? How formidable must one be to endure that much under Master's hand? What kind of move was it?" To him, the notion that his senior brother had come so close to victory against their master, who could obliterate the Holy Land with a mere gesture, was nothing short of astounding. After all, even the elders of the Da Yin Holy Land could not withstand a single finger from their master. Xiao Ruobai did not anticipate such a reaction from his junior brother, and felt a twinge of embarrassment in response. His cheeks flushed, and he stammered, "Master only executed 1 move, and it was so swift that I could hardly catch a glimpse." He recalled vividly the moment he had broken through to the condensed Dan realm, excitedly eager to spar with their master. No matter how hard he tried, he could not reach the hem of Master's robe. In the end, Master had made 1 move, and he was left with a bruised face. Fang Hanyu's admiration momentarily faltered, and he blinked in surprise. Just 1 move? He envisioned countless rounds of an earth-shattering battle, with sword energy soaring and battle intent raging, ultimately culminating in his brother's narrow defeat by a single move. Yet, it turned out to be merely that. Otherwise, Xiao Ruobai, noticing his brother's daze, felt his face heat up even more. Master said that sparring should be restrained. Does it really need to last for 3 days and nights? Just admit it, there was only one move. Not a single one more. He had secretly lamented for several days, feeling utterly inadequate. Now, under the gaze of his junior brother, who looked at him as if he were incredibly impressive, he felt as though his toes were about to burrow into the ground. Seeing his brother's demeanor, Fang Hanyu pondered. Could it be that his brother remains unaware of their master's true strength? Surely not. Should he enlighten his brother? Perhaps not. What if his brother could not handle it? With that thought, he hastily scratched his cheek to shift the topic. Brother, I have just arrived in this place and am still unaware of where this is. Could you enlighten me? Xiao Ruobai was momentarily taken aback, then recalled his own bewilderment upon arriving at Zizhu Peak, and his earlier embarrassment dissipated. He cleared his throat. This is the territory of Xian Prefecture. The sect we belong to is the Qingxian sect, and the peak we are currently on is called Zizhu Peak. He gestured towards the main peak shrouded in mist in the distance. The sect leader and other peak masters are over there. However, our Zizhu Peak is rather special. Aside from Master and us, very few people come here. A flicker of complexity passed through his eyes as he recalled the doubts that had surrounded him when Master took him in. Under the immense pressure from all the elders, the Master's declaration, "I choose my disciples solely based on my fondness for them," resonated with conviction, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With the addition of the junior disciple, the atmosphere at Zizhu Peak has become a tad more vibrant. One can only hope for an improvement in the Master's health. Fang Hanyu nodded, committing the names Xianzhou, Kingshuanzong, and Zizhu Peak to memory, before inquiring, "So, are there only the 3 of us disciples at Zizhu Peak? And a bird?" Xiao Ruobai gestured towards a small black bird perched on Gu Changge's shoulder, preening its feathers. The master referred to it as Xiao He, a pet he kept. Fang Hanyu followed his gaze and perceived it merely as an ordinary spirit bird, refraining from further questions. Meanwhile, Gu Changge, reclining on the bamboo couch, listened to their exchange with casual interest when suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Zizhu Ad Seedlings task by recruiting the Chaos Sword Body Possessor, Fang Hanyu. Task evaluation. Perfect. Ding. Reward granted. Invincible domain expanded to 1,000,000 miles. Ding. Additional reward received. A complete spatial avenue. Gu Changge's fingers faltered, nearly spilling the sweet juice of the Bailing fruit onto his robes. He lifted his gaze to the distant horizon, his consciousness unfurling like a tide, instantly bringing the mountains, rivers, towns, and villages of Xianzhou into sharp focus, as well as several nearby states within his perceptive range. 1,000,000 miles and a spatial avenue to boot. What a boon! As Gu Changge observed the deepening twilight, he intended to instruct Xiao Ruobai to accompany Fang Hanyu to the front mountain the following day to procure an identity token. However, just as the thought arose, he suppressed it, recalling Xiao Ruobai's last descent from the mountain, which resulted in a roundabout journey to the back of Danding Peak. Only to be retrieved by the small black bird, he felt a throbbing tension at his temples. Never mind. He tapped his fingers on the armrest of the bamboo couch and retrieved a communication jade slip from his storage ring, infusing it with spiritual energy. Xianfeng, the new disciple of Zizhu Peak, shall accompany the new disciple tomorrow to procure an identity token. Zizhu Peak requires your presence. As the jade slip transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Qingyun Peak, Gu Changge couldn't help but mutter, "Let that lad make the trip. It's far more reliable than relying on Xiao Ruobai to find his way." Meanwhile, at Qingyun Hall, Zuanyangzi was instructing Li Xianfeng in his cultivation. Just as Li Xianfeng was about to respond, the communication jade slip at his waist suddenly grew warm. He retrieved it, and, upon reading its contents, his eyes brightened instantaneously. "Master, it's a message from Uncle Gu. He says he has taken in another junior disciple and wants me to go to Zizhu Peak tomorrow to assist with the identity token." Another disciple? Zuanyangzi straightened up in surprise. It was previously a struggle to persuade him to take in disciples, and now he had taken yet another. Rubbing his hands together, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. "I must accompany you tomorrow to see what additional items may be required." Li Xianfeng nodded in agreement. "Then I shall await you at Zizhu Peak first thing in the morning." As dawn broke and the mist surrounding Zizhu Peak lingered, two light and nimble footsteps echoed. Xiao Ruobai had already returned to the back mountain to further hone his combat intent. Upon Zuanyangzi's arrival, he spotted Gu Changge seated at a stone table, accompanied by a slender youth clad in a plain white robe, whose demeanor concealed a formidable sword intent. This must be the newly accepted disciple. Xian Yangzi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he observed Feng Hanyu, increasingly convinced of the youth's extraordinary potential. Although the boy did not overtly display his cultivation, the sword aura enveloping him sent a shiver through Xian Yangzi's heart. Li Xianfeng also bowed in respect, stating, "Uncle Gu, I have come as per your instructions." Gu Changge nodded, gesturing towards Feng Hanyu. "This is Feng Hanyu. You should get acquainted." Feng Hanyu followed suit, performing a respectful greeting, his voice cold and clear. "Greetings, Sectmaster." "Greetings, Senior Brotherly." Xian Yangzi hurriedly waved his hand. "No need for formalities, just call me uncle." He rubbed his hands together and pulled out a piece of spirit-testing jade. "Hanyu, come here and let your uncle take a look at your aptitude." "There's no need," Gu Changge interjected, placing his hand over the jade with a nonchalant tone. "When it comes to taking on disciples, I never concern myself with aptitude. I only seek a connection. I fear the results might frighten you." Gu Changge mused inwardly. Xian Yangzi paused, then chuckled. "I was being presumptuous, naturally. My junior brother's eye for talent cannot be mistaken." He tucked the spirit-testing jade back into his sleeve and retrieved a gleaming longsword from his storage ring. Its scabbard adorned with swirling cloud patterns, subtly emanating sword energy. "This is the heavenly grade longsword, Liu Shuang, which I acquired from a secret realm in my youth. Its blade can channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it ideal for sword cultivators." Xian Yangzi presented the sword as a gift. "Hanyu, take this. Come visit Qingyun Peak more often. That girl Jinghong is also a sword practitioner. You young ones should exchange ideas and refine your techniques together." Feng Hanyu looked towards Gu Changge and, upon receiving a nod from his master, accepted the long sword with both hands. The moment his fingertips brushed the hilt, the blade hummed softly, resonating with the sword energy within him. "Thank you for your kindness, uncle." Gu Changge observed this interaction and tossed a grape to Xian Yangzi, saying, "Let Li Xianfeng assist him with the token matter. If you have no other business, stay for a cup of tea." Catching the grape, Xian Yangzi's eyes squinted with delight. "Tea? I must indulge." Li Xianfeng, suppressing a chuckle, said to Feng Hanyu, "Junior brother, let us proceed to the front mountain to register." As they turned to leave, Xian Yangzi's voice echoed from the bamboo house. "Wow, this tea is even more infused with spiritual energy than last time." Feng Hanyu paused, glancing at the mist-shrouded Zizhu Peak, while his fingers brushed the hilt of the Liu Shuang sword. "This place is truly wonderful." Chapter 55. Senior Brother, I stumbled upon a token for a secret realm. Gu Changge waved his finger, and a bronze token materialized in his palm. The token, palm-sized, was intricately carved with layers of clouds and mountains. The words Songyun's secret realm shimmered with a faint golden light, a reward from a previous registration. "Senior Brother, I came across a secret realm token a few days ago. Take a look." He presented the token before Xian Yangzi. Xian Yangzi, holding his teacup, glanced down and accidentally dropped it onto the stone table with a clatter, splattering tea everywhere. "A secret realm token? What does this mean? Is it a pass to enter the secret realm?" he exclaimed. The great world of Xianhuang often featured various secret realms, some of which required a token for entry. This was Xian Yangzi's immediate reaction. "It is not merely a pass. It seals a secret realm within," Gu Changge clarified. Xian Yangzi abruptly rose to his feet, nearly toppling the stone table. "The token seals the secret realm. Are you truly so naive, junior brother? How could a secret realm be sealed within? Do you comprehend what a secret realm is? It is a miniature world forged from the powers of heaven and earth, and countless sects have clashed fiercely over even a fragmented secret realm." Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. "Whether it is or is not, you shall ascertain for yourself." With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Xian Yangzi grasped the token, and as his fingertips brushed against the inscribed characters, a torrent of intricate information surged into his mind. 1,000,000 miles of spiritual soil, 100-fold density of spiritual energy, and ancient caverns hidden within the rifts of time and space. The more he observed, the more exhilarated he became, his breath growing heavy. That Songyun's secret realm? Could it truly be a secret realm contained within? This is the innate secret realm born at the dawn of creation. He clenched the token tightly, his knuckles turning white, as he envisioned the disciples of the Qingxian sect flourishing within the secret realm. He imagined the sect's banners planted across every inch of the Xianhuang world, and the elders of the sacred land bowing respectfully before him. Once again, Xian Yangzi turned to Gu Changge, sensing an aura of mystery enveloping him. While the treasures Gu Changge had previously presented were undoubtedly valuable, this exceeded Xian Yangzi's comprehension. Calm yourself, Gu Changge offered a spiritual fruit. Now, how do you intend to utilize this secret realm? Xian Yangzi took a hearty bite of the spiritual fruit, the sweet flesh providing a modicum of tranquility. According to the rules, such a secret realm should either be kept as a trump card or used to train disciples. However, the Cangyin's secret realm was different. It could move. It could be summoned by the token. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Junior brother Changge, what do you think about placing it in the forbidden void? Indeed, Gu Changge traced a line in the air, sketching the contours of the forbidden area. We can overlap the secret realm with the forbidden land, concealing its presence with formations. The 5 ancestors are often in seclusion there. They could guard it and guide the disciples. Xian Yangzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Selecting a batch of upright disciples to train under the watchful eyes of the ancestors is the prudent course. Within a century, Qingxian sect could produce dozens of saints, perhaps even an emperor. His enthusiasm mounted as he paced the bamboo hut. We must establish a rule. Any disciple entering must sign a heart-binding contract and swear an oath to the heavens, ensuring that the secret realm's information remains undisclosed. Gu Changge observed his fervor, a slight smile gracing his lips. There's no rush regarding the placement of the secret realm. We shall address it after the sect competition concludes. Xian Yangzi, still cradling the token with excitement, paused in surprise. Why? Then he quickly realized. Indeed. We should first deal with those lurking spies before proceeding. You are quite considerate, junior brother Changge. He suddenly bowed deeply to Gu Changge. This gratitude, the entirety of Qingxian sect shall remember for eternity. Spare me this formality, and prepare for the sect competition. Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively. Xian Yangzi responded eagerly, clutching the token as he dashed out. Observing his spirited figure, Gu Changge lifted his teacup and chuckled softly. It is time for this old tree of Qingxian sect to sprout some new branches. Gu Changge waved his hand, watching as he briskly departed, his fingertips lightly flicking. The little black bird dropped the purple crystal grape with a soft thud, rolling twice on the flagstone. To purge internal traitors and solidify our foundations. The future of the Qingxian sect is just beginning. Feng Hanyu returned to Zizhu Peak and found Gu Changge seated on a bamboo couch, perusing a scroll of bamboo slips. He approached softly. Gu Changge looked up at him, his fingertip resting on the scroll. Have you completed the matters regarding the tokens? It seems you have gained some understanding of the Qingxian sect. Feng Hanyu nodded earnestly. Yes, I feel this place is quite different. There is no rigid hierarchy like in sacred grounds. Although we engage in friendly sparring, there is no strife among brothers. Even the sect leader feels like a neighborly elder, an atmosphere I have never experienced before. Gu Changge set aside the bamboo slips, his gaze fixed upon him. Hanyu, our Qingxian sect is distinct from those sacred grounds. We abhor internal conflict. Disciples must support one another. If anyone acts against the sect or harms fellow disciples, I shall show no mercy. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Feng Hanyu felt a shiver run through him and responded solemnly, I will bear this in mind. Gu Changge flicked his fingertip, and a jade volume landed in Feng Hanyu's hand, its cover inscribed with the words Chaos Sword Technique glowing with a chaotic hue. The Tianyan sword classic you practiced previously is incompatible with the Chaos sword body. You should abandon it. This sword technique was devised by me based on your constitution, with each move aligned to the essence of the Chaos sword body, capable of harnessing the chaotic energies of heaven and earth, surpassing ordinary imperial-level techniques. The Chaos sword body naturally draws the chaotic energies of the world. Conventional sword techniques cannot confine you. He flicked his finger again, and a grape struck precisely against Feng Hanyu's wrist. Your grip on the sword is too tight, blocking the flow of energy. Feng Hanyu was taken aback and instinctively loosened his grip, immediately sensing a smoother flow of chaotic sword energy within him. Gu Changge rose and paced, his white robe sweeping through the bamboo leaves, creating a flow of air that coalesced into numerous delicate sword shadows in midair, some striking fiercely like thunder splitting stone. while others flowed gracefully like spring waters winding around mountains. Watch closely. As Gu Changge's words fell, his fingertip sliced forward sharply. There were no extraneous flamboyant movements. He did not even appear to gather any spiritual energy, yet the void seemed to be cleaved by an invisible blade. A chaotic ribbon materialized out of thin air, emitting a piercing shriek as it sliced toward a nearby iron bamboo. Upon impact, there was no anticipated clash of metal, only a soft sound. The bamboo, as hard as iron, was cleaved as if made of paper, its surface as smooth as a mirror. More astonishingly, the ribbon did not dissipate but continued to extend forward, severing 5 more identical iron bamboos behind it before transforming into glimmers that melted into the air. This is the sword of severance. Gu Changge withdrew his hand, his tone unruffled, emphasizing the principle of a single sword cutting through myriad laws, condensing the brilliance of chaotic sword energy, unencumbered by matter, unhindered by form, striking when it sees, breaking through when it encounters resistance. Chapter 56. The Ultimate Imperial Weapon, the Primordial Sword. The chaotic sword energy inherently contains the radiance capable of splitting heaven and earth. You need only maintain a focused mind, allowing the sword energy to move as an extension of yourself. Strike when you wish, without hesitation. Feng Hanyu took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the Lu Shuang sword. His eyes ignited with fervent light. He finally comprehended that the essence of the Zhan character technique lies not in brute force, but in an absolute mastery over the sword's aura, a dominance and precision that allows one to sever all things. Before he could ponder further, Gu Changge's figure flickered, and the sword shadows surrounding him suddenly dispersed, transforming into a myriad of luminous points that fell to the ground, inscribing intricate array patterns upon the bluestone slabs. As these points swirled, they subtly coalesced into the ethereal silhouette of a sword, striking gently at the void. In an instant, the waterfall 1,000 zhang away was cleaved asunder by an invisible sword aura, the torrent suspended in midair, crashing down only after 3 breaths. This was the concealed character technique, utilizing chaotic energy to weave a sword array, killing without a trace. Gu Changge retracted his hand, and the sword shadows and array patterns vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. You possess a unique constitution, allowing you to conceal sword energy within the chaotic currents, undetectable even to those at the Sage Realm. Feng Hanyu clenched his fists, beads of perspiration forming on his palms. In his past sword practice, he had only pursued the sharpness of sword techniques, unaware that the sword could be wielded in such a manner, not as a tool of slaughter, but rather as a means of harnessing the laws of heaven and earth. As Feng Hanyu received the jade slip, a surge of overwhelming chaotic energy enveloped him the moment his fingertips brushed its surface, as if he were immersed in the primordial chaos of creation. Gu Changge seemed to recall something at that moment. He flicked his finger, and a glimmer of ethereal light swept through, revealing the Taichu sword, an imperial weapon, hovering before Feng Hanyu. This was the treasure Gu Changge had previously acquired. The sword, radiating a chaotic luster throughout, was sheathed in a scabbard forged from a blend of 9 heavens black iron and chaos stone, adorned with intricate imperial patterns, with faint dragon and phoenix silhouettes swirling upon it. Even unsheathed, it emanated an oppressive aura that commanded the surrounding spiritual energy to stagnate. Just like the 9 heavens dragon soul halberd of Xiao Ruabai, Gu Changge had also sealed this imperial weapon, revealing only its celestial level prowess at present. For the time being, it sufficed. As Feng Hanyu's cultivation advanced, he would gradually unlock the remaining seals. If he were to encounter an insurmountable foe, the imperial weapon would surely break free from its seals to protect its master. Your master uncle has bestowed upon you a greeting gift, naturally. My apprenticeship gift will not be lacking. Gu Changge presented the Taichu sword, its blade refracting countless fragmented rays of light under the sun. This sword shares the same origin as your chaotic sword body, yet its dominance is overwhelming. I have sealed most of its power. As your cultivation progresses, each layer you unlock will deepen your understanding of the true essence of the imperial path. His eyes widened, hands trembling slightly as he grasped the long sword, filled with astonishment and reverence. The moment Feng Hanyu's fingertips touched the hilt, the chaotic sword energy within him surged uncontrollably, as if responding to the chaotic essence within the sword itself. Thank you, master. He took a deep breath, bowed deeply to Gu Changge, and turned towards the waterfall on the back mountain, the corners of his white robe billowing in the wind. exuding a certain sharpness befitting a sword cultivator. Changge observed his departing figure, contemplating that the harmony of the chaotic sword body with the chaotic sword technique should be showcased not only in the Eastern domain, but across the myriad realms. Time flowed hurriedly. Feng Hanyu steadfastly remained beneath the waterfall each day, seated in meditative posture as the dawn light gently illuminated the mist. He allowed the frigid waters to cascade down his back as the chaotic sword energy flowed gradually through his meridians. Once the sun reached its zenith, he drew the Taichu sword, practicing the slicing technique amidst the splashes of water. The little black bird delightedly perched on his shoulder, observing him as he cleaved through the droplets, occasionally pecking at his hairpin as if urging him to hasten his progress. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy of Zizhu Peak and the occasional guidance from Changge regarding the chaotic sword technique, his previously diminished cultivation, resulting from a near deprivation of his essence in the Dian Forbidden Land, steadily recovered. And he now firmly stood at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm. The chaotic sword body within him became increasingly refined, exuding a subtle sharpness in every movement. Since Feng Hanyu began to regain his cultivation, Xiao Ruobai was ignited with fervor, dedicating himself to practice with tenfold intensity. Each day, before dawn, he would charge into the back mountains, targeting demon beasts slightly stronger than himself, often returning with numerous wounds, only to immerse himself once more in his martial training. Finally, on a morning 2 weeks later, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Xiao Ruobai let out a long howl from the mountains. His aura at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm expanding like a tide, sending surrounding demon beasts scattering in terror. Standing atop the mountain with his long spear, he beheld the combat energy coalescing in his palm, now several times more concentrated than before, and could not suppress his joyous laughter. At last, he had caught up to his junior brother. That afternoon, as Xiao Ruobai returned from the back mountains with his spear, he was momentarily blinded by the glint of sword light from the waterfall. He discarded the bloodied cloth and, with hands on hips, called out, "Junior brother, care for a spar?" Feng Hanyu sheathed his sword and turned. Very well. The two moved to a nearby clearing where Xiao Ruobai planted the tip of his spear into the ground. Combat energy rising like smoke. "I shall not hold back. Feel free to strike," Feng Hanyu replied, positioning his sword across his chest. Though the Taichu sword was sealed, it resonated with his intent, glimmering softly in the sunlight. Xiao Ruobai shouted and swept his spear, unleashing a fierce wind that rushed toward Feng Hanyu's face. The strike was both powerful and decisive, the spear tip imbued with a fierce combat energy, rapidly approaching. With a light push of his toes, Feng Hanyu retreated gracefully like a willow fluff, simultaneously twisting his wrist so that the Taichu sword slid along the spear shaft, the spine of the sword accurately striking the crescent tip of the spear. With a clear clang, both retreated 3 steps, equally matched. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Ruobai's eyes. "Well done, junior brother. You've made significant progress." The two engaged in an increasingly fierce exchange of blows. Xiao Ruobai's long spear moved with grandiose motions, each strike carrying immense force that left deep craters in the earth. Feng Hanyu's swordplay was agile and swift, the sword light shadowing his movements, deftly avoiding attacks while countering with precision. After 50 exchanges, beads of sweat formed on Xiao Ruobai's forehead, while Feng Hanyu's breath quickened slightly. However, the intensity of their combat spirit grew ever stronger. With a powerful shout, Xiao Ruobai raised his spear high, gathering combat energy into a colossal phantom that came crashing down towards Feng Hanyu. Feng Hanyu, unwilling to show weakness, summoned a surge of chaotic sword energy from the Taichu sword, forming a robust sword shield, while the sword's tip pointed directly at the core of the long spear's phantom. A thunderous roar erupted as the clash of battle aura and sword energy generated shockwaves that rippled outward, causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously. As the dust settled, both stood their ground. Xiao Ruobai's long spear was planted in the earth before him, while Feng Hanyu leaned on his Taichu sword. Both were panting heavily, neither having gained the upper hand. Xiao Ruobai regarded Feng Hanyu and suddenly burst into laughter. "What a remarkable lad. I never imagined you would be so formidable now. It seems we've reached a stalemate." Feng Hanyu sheathed his sword and nodded slightly. "Your strength exceeds my expectations, senior brother." Xiao Ruobai clapped him on the shoulder, realizing that he must strive harder to maintain the momentum of the elder brother's prestige. On that morning, just as dawn began to break. 3 resonant bell chimes suddenly pierced the tranquility of Zizhu Peak, their penetrating echoes reverberating among the various peaks of Qingxian sect. This marked the commencement of the sect's grand competition. "Let us go," Changge said while seated on a bamboo couch, twirling a purple crystal grape between his fingers, his gaze sweeping over his 2 disciples, who were ready for the event. Xiao Ruobai carried his long spear, its cold glimmer shrouded by a cloth cover, revealing only a portion of the dark spear shaft. Feng Hanyu, with the Lufrost sword at his waist, had also concealed his blade's brilliance, clad in a plain white robe. He appeared even more slender, his eyes harboring a sharper intensity than a fortnight prior. The 2 promptly followed, as a small black bird fluttered into the air, landing on Changge's shoulder, tilting its head to preen its feathers, seemingly eager to witness the spectacle. Emerging from the mist of Zizhu Peak, the sounds of the training ground surged like a tide. Disciples from various peaks donned uniform attire, arranged in an orderly fashion along the edges of the square, their youthful faces betraying a mix of tension and anticipation. In stark contrast, the trio from Zizhu Peak, clad in simple garments, stood out conspicuously among the crowd. "Today, brothers, charge forth." Chapter 57. The competition begins at the center of the training ground. 10 imposing arenas had been erected, each spanning 100 feet. The periphery of these arenas was fortified with formations, enveloped in a transparent barrier that not only mitigated the impact of falls, but also prevented the leakage of spiritual energy that could inadvertently harm spectators. At this moment, disciples from the various main peaks had gathered beneath the arenas, each team led by a direct disciple of their respective peak masters. Li Xianfeng of Qingyun Peak, Lu Qinyu of Jinyue Peak, Lin Maching and Shi Jingxian of Qingyue Peak, Lin Xiaowan of Danding Peak, Mu Qinyu of Jinshao Peak, Yun Qingjue of Feiyun Peak, and Su Qingyuan of Luoxia Peak. All the talented disciples of the younger generation of Qingxian sect were present. Even those who had ventured out for training had returned early for the grand competition. The annual sect competition is a significant event for Qingxian sect. The spectator stands were already filled to capacity, the cacophony of nearly 10,000 disciples threatening to rend the very heavens. Outer disciples stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to peer forward, whispering among themselves about the core disciples standing at the edge of the arenas, occasionally gasping in astonishment. Those positioned at the arena's periphery were the elite chosen from each peak, each possessing at least mid-stage foundation-building cultivation. As Changge's figure appeared at the entrance of the training ground, many turned their attention to the trio. The striking white robe was too conspicuous, even amidst the crowd. It seemed to be enveloped solely by the moonlight. Changge strolled forward with an air of nonchalance, while a small black bird perched on his shoulder, preening its feathers and occasionally pecking at the stray strands of hair that fell. "It's the master of Purple Bamboo Peak." Someone in the stands recognized Changge and whispered. The 2 figures behind him were there to participate in the grand competition. The murmurs spread like ripples cast upon a lake, drawing everyone's gaze to Xiao Ruobai and Feng Hanyu. The 2 employed an inscrutable technique, their true prowess cloaked in an aura of restraint. The former bore a long halberd, its tip reflecting a muted gleam under the sun, while the latter wielded an unassuming longsword, his gaze sharp as a blade. Changge made his way directly to the highest viewing platform, where Xuanyangzi had already risen with a welcoming smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruobai and Feng Hanyu navigated through the throng towards the waiting area by the arena, their figures appearing particularly slender compared to the neatly arranged teams of various peaks. "Isn't that Xiao Ruobai?" Suddenly, a junior disciple from Danding Peak exclaimed. "He entered the sect with me 3 months ago. Back then, he was merely of low-grade mortal talent. Does someone of such low-grade talent dare to ascend the arena?" A man from Qingyue Peak could not suppress his skepticism. The master himself is only at the foundation establishment stage. Surely he cannot transform a mere stone into a gem? To boldly enter the grand competition just 3 months after joining the sect, it seemed like a recipe for ridicule. The female disciples of Luoxia Peak stifled their laughter. Even more astonishing was Feng Hanyu. Who was this lad? When did Purple Bamboo Peak take in another disciple? They had never seen him before. He lacked even a decent robe, perhaps just plucked from the foot of the mountain. The chatter grew louder, drawing sidelong glances from the direct disciples of various peaks. However, those disciples, accustomed to being in the company of their masters, were somewhat aware of Changge's mystique. "Junior brother Xiao, over here." Lin Moching from Qinghua Peak was the first to spot the duo, having just emerged from the preparation area on the other side of the training grounds. He held his trusty black iron axe in hand and waved cheerfully upon seeing Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu approach. Despite the embarrassment of being suspended overnight at Purple Bamboo Peak, it had led to a fortuitous opportunity that could alter one's fate, fostering a sense of camaraderie toward this disciple of Master Gu. The other direct disciples from various peaks nodded in acknowledgement, exchanging greetings. "Greetings, senior brothers." Xiao Ruobai responded with a clear voice. "Junior brother Xiao, who is this?" Shi Jingxian inquired, his gaze landing on Fang Hanyu, having already deduced much from their joint appearance. "This is junior brother Fang Hanyu, a newly accepted disciple of our master," Xiao Ruobai introduced, stepping aside. "I hope to receive your guidance, esteemed senior brothers," Fang Hanyu replied, unconsciously tracing the hilt of his Taichu sword, the chaotic patterns on its sheath shimmering subtly in the sunlight. "Ah, so it is junior brother Fang. I've long heard of you," Lin Moching exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Though he had not met Fang Hanyu before, he had heard whispers from Master Shi Wanshan regarding the recent addition to Gu's disciples. "A few days ago, my master mentioned that Master Gu had taken in a new disciple. Upon seeing you today, it is indeed clear that you possess extraordinary bearing." A few direct disciples gathered around the two individuals, engaging in conversation with an ease that suggested a long-standing camaraderie, showing no signs of disdain for their recent initiation. This scene, observed from the spectator stands, left many disciples bewildered. Who exactly was this person named Fang? From Brother Lin's words, it seemed he was also a disciple of Master Gu. When did Zizhu Peak acquire two direct disciples? The murmurs began to shift in tone, infused with curiosity and inquiry. On the stands, Gu Changge absorbed every detail. "Changge, how much of your disciples' prowess do you intend to reveal?" Xian Yangzi hesitated to speak. Gu Changge took a sip of tea, responding nonchalantly, "We shall see." As soon as his words faded, the central gong of the square was suddenly struck, its deep resonance cutting through the clamor, and the array patterns on the 10 arenas simultaneously illuminated. The grand competition of the sect was about to commence. On the elevated platform at the center of the martial arena, the Grand Elder of Qingxian sect cleared his throat, his spiritual energy gently surging. Projecting his voice throughout the square, "Disciples, please quiet down." The noise instantly subsided, and all gazes were fixed upon the high platform. The Grand Elder surveyed the crowd, proclaiming, "After rigorous selection from each peak, a total of 64 participants have been chosen for this grand competition, all exceptional disciples handpicked from their respective peaks." He paused briefly before continuing. "The competition will proceed in a head-to-head format. The victors will advance while the defeated will be eliminated until the final rankings are determined. The matches will be conducted with restraint, and malicious harm is strictly prohibited. However, as blades are unpredictable, all should prepare adequately." The rules were straightforward, and the disciples had anticipated them, their faces now reflecting eager anticipation. The Grand Elder then shifted his tone to one of solemnity. "Now, I shall announce the rewards for this competition." The disciples in the square collectively held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment, not daring to exhale. The first place will receive a heavenly grade weapon and 10 heavenly spirit pills. As soon as the words left his lips, the martial arena erupted into a frenzy of discussion. "What? The first prize is a heavenly grade weapon? I must be mistaken. Heavenly grade treasures. My goodness, there are hardly any in the entire Qingxian sect. And yet they are being offered as rewards for this competition. Why is the sect master so generous this year?" Expressions of shock adorned the faces of the disciples, their discussions surging like a tide. It is well known that heavenly grade treasures are immensely precious, akin to the treasures that guard the peaks of Qingxian sect, often seen only on rare occasions. The fact that they are now offered as the first prize in this competition is nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 58. The debut of Zizhu Peak. The Grand Elder raised his hand to silence the crowd, waiting for the commotion to settle before continuing. The second place will receive a superior grade earthly weapon and 5 heavenly spirit pills. The third place will receive a medium grade earthly weapon and 5 heavenly spirit pills. From 4th to 10th place, each will receive a superior grade mysterious weapon and 3 heavenly spirit pills. Although the subsequent rewards were not as breathtaking as that of the first place, the earthly grade weapons, mysterious grade weapons, and heavenly spirit pills remained exceedingly valuable treasures, enough to incite fervor among the disciples. The heavenly spirit pills are known for their ability to swiftly cleanse impurities from the body and refine cultivation, significantly aiding in breaking through bottlenecks. Such rewards are indeed lavish. The rewards for this grand competition are extraordinarily generous. This year, the esteemed leader has displayed remarkable generosity. Has he not already fought? For the sake of acquiring a celestial-grade weapon, I shall exert myself to the utmost. Not only the celestial-grade weapon, but the heavenly spirit elixir is equally invaluable. Possessing it may well elevate my cultivation to new heights. The disciples from each peak are poised for action, their spirits soaring with fervor. Their enthusiasm has been ignited, as if they have been infused with vigor. Their eyes shimmering with fervent light. Mu Qinyu from Sword Howling Peak clenches his fists and murmurs, "The celestial-grade weapon is mine for the taking." Lin Shaoan from Danding Peak gazes resolutely, declaring, "Even if I cannot secure first place, I must strive for the top 3 to obtain a terrestrial-grade weapon and the heavenly spirit elixir." Su Qingyuan from Falling Sunset Peak gently caresses her sword, which emits a subtle hum, seemingly responding to her determination. Seated in the observation area, Gu Changge watches the impassioned disciples below, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Grand Elder, satisfied with the disciples' reactions, nods approvingly and proclaims, "Now, I announce the commencement of the Qingxian Sect's grand competition." As his words resonate, the formations on 10 arenas illuminate simultaneously, radiant spiritual light soaring skyward, illuminating the entire training ground. 64 participating disciples, according to the results of the draw, proceed to their respective arenas. The first contest officially begins. As the gong for the competition sounds, the 10 arenas simultaneously burst forth with spiritual light. When Xiao Ruobai steps onto arena number 3, he finds himself facing a disciple from Flying Cloud Peak. The disciple, slightly plump with a cherubic face, exudes an air of harmlessness. Wielding a short blade, he is none other than the emerging genius Chunyun from Flying Cloud Peak, whose mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation positions him among the elite of his contemporaries. He smiles at Xiao Ruobai, noticing that his opponent is a newcomer this year, his lips curling into a smirk. "This match is in the bag. Heaven has favored me indeed." Chunyun flexes his wrists, twirling the short blade on his fingertips. "Junior brother Xiao, I shall not bully you. Why not concede voluntarily to avoid a humiliating defeat? Brother Yun, do be gentle, don't make him cry." The disciples of Flying Cloud Peak kindly advise from the stands. Xiao Ruobai disregards the voices from the stands, his expression impassive, merely striking the ground with his long halberd. At the moment the tip of the halberd touches the arena, the bluestone slab fractures with fine cracks, causing a momentary falter in Chun Yun's smile. "Enough of the chatter. Let us commence." Xiao Ruobai's voice is calm, yet exudes an intense sense of pressure. Seeing the sudden shift in Xiao Ruobai's demeanor, Chen Yun, too, becomes serious. "Junior brother Xiao, be careful." He darts forward with surprising agility for his slightly stout frame, akin to a nimble cat, thrusting the short blade towards Xiao Ruobai's heart with the Flying Cloud Peak's signature technique, the piercing cloud thrust, which emphasizes swiftness. The leader of Flying Cloud Peak, poised to command, witnesses Xiao Ruobai's feet shift slightly. As he employs the shadow step technique, his form glides sideways like a specter, narrowly evading the blade's edge. Simultaneously, the long halberd sweeps across, the shaft slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, striking precisely against Chun Yun's wrist. With a sharp crack, Chun Yun feels a searing pain in his wrist as the short blade clatters to the ground. Without granting him another chance to react, Xiao Ruobai had already closed in. The crescent blade of his long halberd pressed against his throat, its icy touch rendering him rigid. Chun Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom how his once proud speed appeared to the opponent as sluggish as a snail. Xiao Ruobai retracted his halberd and simply stated, "Thank you for the lesson." The arena fell into a momentary silence, which was soon shattered by exclamations of astonishment. What? Xiao Ruobai had actually defeated Chen Yun, who was at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. If memory serves me right, he had only begun his training 3 months ago, and his aptitude was merely of the low-grade mortal level. Am I seeing things, or has my memory failed me? Has he really been in training for many years? Or have I awoken to find myself a decade into the future? One disciple murmured in disbelief. Could it be that I too have crossed over? I distinctly remember him just starting this year, another disciple chimed in. The smiles of the disciples from Feiyun Peak froze on their faces as they beheld Xiao Ruobai, who was calmly sheathing his halberd on the arena. They were witnessing the true prowess of this disciple from Zizhu Peak for the first time. On the high platform, the master of Feiyun Peak, Ji Yanxiu, stroked his beard and remarked to his companion, "Gu Changge, your disciple is indeed a master of concealment." "You jest, senior brother Ji." "It was merely good fortune," Gu Changge humbly replied, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. The might of the war god physique is far from ordinary. As Xiao Ruobai descended from the arena, the gazes of several peak masters in the spectator area converged upon him, their expressions varying. Shi Wanshan, the master of Qingwei Peak, rubbed his round belly and remarked, "This lad's initial assessment revealed a low-grade mortal aptitude. I even suggested to Zunyangzi whether we should scout for a few capable disciples to send to Zizhu Peak." Before he could finish, he was elbowed by Li Murang, the master of Danding Peak, who gestured towards Gu Changge. Shi Wanshan immediately understood and chuckled. However, it appears that junior brother Changge indeed possesses remarkable teaching skills. Considering his unending array of treasures, it is no surprise that he could cultivate a low-grade mortal aptitude into something extraordinary. The peak masters exchanged glances, each recognizing the truth reflected in the other's eyes. Throughout the years, every artifact Gu Changge casually produced could ignite madness across the entirety of Xianzhou. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted from the 7th arena. Fang Hanyu, wielding the Taichu sword, pointed its tip toward the ground, while the opponent, a disciple at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, sat helplessly on the ground, staring blankly at his severed long sword. Fang Hanyu had only unleashed 2 strikes throughout the entire bout, efficiently concluding the fight before his opponent could even react. The first sword parried the incoming attack, effortlessly shattering the adversary's defense, while the second sword cleanly severed the weapon, its point aimed directly at the adversary's throat. It appeared effortless, yet it radiated the unique precision and ferocity of chaotic sword energy. "I concede. Thank you for your mercy. I shall seek your guidance another day." The defeated disciple was forthright, acknowledging his inferiority and leaving the arena. Was that the newly initiated Fang Hanyu? Such ferocity? Chapter 59. Soul-snatching technique. The crowd gazed at Fang Hanyu on the arena, their eyes glinting with shock. This individual appeared to be around 15 years of age, yet he had triumphed over a disciple at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Where is the justice in this? At over 20 years of age, I find myself only at the initial stage of foundation building, a stark reminder that comparison can breed despair. Yet, skepticism arose in response. One disciple remarked, "In my opinion, he merely relies on the prowess of his weapon. Let him try with an ordinary iron sword. If he can endure 3 strikes from Brother Liu, that would be commendable." Although these words were harsh, many nodded in tacit agreement. They believed that Fang Hanyu's victory was predominantly due to the enhancement of his weapon. Had he not severed his opponent's long sword with a single strike, who knows what the outcome might have been. Few were willing to accept that a mere 15-year-old could dominate someone in the late stages of foundation building through sheer skill. Only the few peak masters on the platform discerned the truth. Yi Gaiying's gaze settled upon Fang Hanyu's hand gripping the sword. It was not the weapon that severed the mysterious iron sword, but rather the essence of sword intent. Observe how steady his hand is when sheathing the sword. Such control over strength is a remarkable display. Zunyangzi stroked his beard and chuckled softly, casting a glance at Gu Changge. This second disciple not only concealed his depth, but also exhibited a subtle ferocity in his brilliance. Meanwhile, the subject of the discourse, Fang Hanyu, calmly descended the arena, seemingly indifferent to the victory that had just transpired. As discussions swirled around the crowd, a bright sound of swords clashing resonated from another corner of the arena. Shen Jinghong's soft sword retracted like a serpent, while her opponent, a mid-stage foundation building disciple, clutched his bleeding shoulder, his face pale as he conceded defeat. This spectacle ignited fervor among the spectators. Sister Shun is truly formidable. That was a mid-stage foundation building brother, and yet he faltered in less than 20 exchanges. After all, with her heavenly grade superior talent, the Jinhong sword body, it was hardly surprising that she could challenge opponents beyond her level. Truly, she is a prodigy of Qingyun Peak, personally mentored by the sect leader. As rounds of competition concluded, the list of advancing disciples began to crystallize. Seed talents such as Li Xianfeng, Shi Jingxian, and Mu Qinyu passed through effortlessly. However, many who were once held in high regard had met with failure, leaving the peak masters to ponder in silence. Soon, the final list of 32 victors was established. Among them, Two newly admitted disciples from Zizhu Peak joined Shin Jinghong from Qingyun Peak, becoming the center of attention for all. Some lamented that Gu Changge, with merely foundation-building cultivation, had secured two promising disciples. Others speculated that the seemingly languid peak master, capable of nurturing such remarkable talent, was far more complex than he appeared. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate the mist-shrouded Zizhu Peak. Just as everyone was intently focused on the arena, Gu Changge suddenly paused, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Two faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from the southeastern corner of the training grounds, captured firmly by his spiritual awareness. This was a message conveyed through a special encryption method, imperceptible to ordinary cultivators. It arrived earlier than anticipated. A cold smirk played at his lips as his spiritual awareness, like a fine net, swiftly unraveled the content of the communication. One message was directed to the Wanfa Pavilion, meticulously documenting the battle details of Xiao Ruobai, Fang Hanyu, and Shin Jinghong, with special emphasis that all three were newcomers this year. The other message also reached the Wanfa Pavilion, clearly recording the events of today's grand competition. Gu Changge lifted his gaze towards the observation platform, where Xuanyangzi feigned a routine inspection, approaching each disciple while holding the heart-testing jade. Whenever the jade face emitted a grayish glow, he would discreetly note the appearance of the other party, his movements as cautious as if he were disarming a bomb. Too slow, Gu Changge gently shook his head. Although the heart-testing jade could detect those with ulterior motives, it required close proximity, rendering it somewhat inefficient. A faint golden halo subtly emerged from his brow as the eye of breaking illusions suddenly activated. In an instant, the cacophony of voices seemed to be muted, and the breaths of all disciples became transparent before his eyes. Suddenly, 7 individuals appeared within his perception. With a mere thought, he comprehended the innermost thoughts and pasts of each person. Gu Changge's gaze sharpened as he took out a blank jade tablet, meticulously recording the appearances, auras, positions, and affiliations of the 9 individuals. 2 from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, 3 from the Burning Heaven Palace, 1 from the Array-Breaking Sect, and 3 from the Heavenly Fortune Sect and the Jade Purity Sect. Brother, return. This is the list of spies. Gu Changge's voice resonated directly within Xuanyangzi's consciousness. He flicked his finger, and the jade tablet transformed into a barely perceptible streak of light, weaving through the gaps in the crowd to accurately land in Xuanyangzi's hand. Gu Changge's eye of breaking illusions swept over those individuals once more, observing them as they continued to relay messages in an orderly fashion, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Little did they know, their communications had already been entirely intercepted by Gu Changge. This group of clowns could dance for a while longer. Once the grand competition concluded, he would settle the score. Xuanyangzi hastily returned to the observation platform, and upon scanning the jade tablet, his expression darkened instantly. What a fine Burning Heaven Palace, 10,000 Laws Pavilion, and Array-Breaking Sect. To have embedded so many spies within my Qingxin sect. He clenched the jade tablet, knuckles turning white. Especially the Array-Breaking Sect, daring to extend their reach into the law enforcement hall. The truth should be extracted from them immediately, a group of traitorous ingrates. Gu Changge replied nonchalantly, no need to rush. I possess a secret technique that can instantaneously control their minds, rendering them utterly devoted. Would you like to learn it? Or shall we dispose of them directly? Really? You have such a technique? Xuanyangzi exclaimed with excitement, his voice trembling even in transmission. Steady yourself. These are merely parlor tricks, quite simple. As he spoke, Gu Changge imparted the soul-snatching technique to Xuanyangzi, along with a wealth of cultivation experience, enabling him to swiftly master this skill. Xuanyangzi meticulously absorbed the essence of this technique, becoming increasingly astonished with each revelation. Cultivating this art would significantly enhance his mental prowess, allowing him not only to control others and make them unwaveringly loyal, but also to discreetly probe into their memories. He could even replicate their cultivation techniques and experiences. If utilized properly, it would be no less than an imperial-grade art. Changge, what manner of being has the purple bamboo Taoist truly brought back? Xuanyangzi stole a glance at Gu Changge, inwardly marveling. He tucked the jade tablet into his sleeve, his gaze as icy as steel. Once the grand competition concluded, he would allow these rodents to experience the might of the Qingxin sect. After saying this, he resumed his gentle demeanor, as if the earlier fury had never existed. Only the tightly pressed corners of his mouth betrayed his true emotions. These hidden pests lurking in the shadows would not escape this time. Changge observed the fierce glint in his eyes and chose to remain silent. Soon, the second round of the competition commenced. Shen Jinghong faced a disciple from Jinyue Peak, who was in the early stages of the Ningdan realm. Her Jinghong sword technique flowed gracefully amidst the brilliance of her sword, displaying agility and swiftness. However, as the fight progressed, she suddenly recalled her master, Xuanyangzi's, admonition to halt at the second round. Her gaze flickered slightly as she deliberately exposed a flaw. Her opponent seized the opportunity to counterattack, and Shen Jinghong, unable to withstand the onslaught, surrendered her sword. Although the spectators expressed regret, they deemed the outcome reasonable, considering her opponent was already in the Ningdan realm. Shen Jinghong's performance had exceeded the expectations of the crowd. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu, on the other hand, continued their steady advance. In the second round, Xiao Ruobai faced an opponent from the later stages of the Foundation establishment realm. The adversary wielded a heavy hammer with ferocity, yet he concealed most of his strength, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. His long spear's attacks varied in speed and occasionally revealed vulnerabilities, with beads of sweat forming on his brow as he maintained the guise of struggling. It was not until the fifth exchange that he, seizing the opponent's moment of respite, seemingly by chance, sent the opponent's weapon flying, knocking them off the stage. Had he won? Chapter 60. This performance deserves a perfect score. A moment of silence enveloped the audience before a low murmur of astonishment erupted. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Hadn't he just been at a disadvantage? How had he suddenly claimed victory? Others exhaled in relief, grateful for the narrow win. Had it been an effortless triumph, it would have left no room for hope. As Xiao Ruobai descended from the stage, secretly reveling in his exquisite performance, his peripheral vision caught Shen Jinghong stepping down from the adjacent arena. To his astonishment, she had conceded defeat in the second round. A pang of realization struck him. He had been careless. Sister Shun had withdrawn so early. It seemed his cautious approach was still lacking, and he had grown complacent. Stealing a glance at his master, Changge, who was leisurely sipping tea with a neutral expression, he quietly sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Fang Hanyu also concluded his battle. His second round ended more decisively than the first. As his opponent raised their heavy sword, he stepped forward with nimble footwork. With his first strike, he expertly parried the assault, his sword ridge striking precisely at the opponent's vital point. Before the second blade was fully drawn, merely revealing half an inch of its edge, it grazed the adversary's throat, rendering the Foundation establishment disciple momentarily frozen in place. I concede, the opponent's voice trembled as they relinquished their weapon, descending from the stage while rubbing their numb wrist. The silence in the audience lingered longer than in the first round, followed by an eruption of exclamations that nearly shook the rafters. Again, another victory? This time in just 2 moves, even swifter than the last. That was the Iron Sword Maniac from Jinyue Peak, rumored to withstand a blow from the Ningdan realm. How could he seem as fragile as paper? Among the crowd, the disciple who had previously shouted about relying on weaponry flushed with indignation, defiantly retorting, "It must be the weapon. Did you see how his sword sheath made contact with the opponent's wrist? It went numb immediately. It must have been infused with something." Few echoed these words, for all had witnessed that Fang Hanyu barely drew his sword this time. Amidst the murmurs, the attention of the crowd was drawn to the female disciples in the stands. A few inner disciples from Jinyue Peak huddled together, their gazes seemingly glued to Fang Hanyu, whispering in hushed tones that could hardly conceal their excitement. "Wow, the way he sheathed his sword is so cool. How can he exude such charisma at only 15? Their eyes widened as they fixated on the stage, some blushing as they whispered, "He is so handsome, even more captivating than Senior Brotherly." Many female disciples stood up, their eyes ablaze with fervor, their murmurs carried on the breeze. "His name is Fang Hanyu, right? I wonder if I'll chance upon him when I deliver medicine to Ziju Peak. I'd love to have his child. I heard he just joined. Should I send him a love letter?" These glances felt like countless needles, pricking at Fang Hanyu's discomfort. Unaccustomed to being the center of attention, especially under such fervent scrutiny, he felt his ears grow warm. When he noticed Xiao Ruobai approaching, he instinctively ducked behind his senior brother, tightening his grip on the sword hilt as if its cold touch could quell the heat rising within him. Xiao Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor. "Junior brother, your allure is impressive. You've captured the hearts of so many senior sisters in just 2 rounds. Fang Hanyu frowned. "They're so noisy. That's called popularity, Xiao Ruobai remarked, patting his shoulder before lowering his voice. Junior brother, your performance needs improvement. You can't finish so quickly. Fang Hanyu replied, somewhat helplessly. I also wish to engage more, but he is simply too weak. I've concealed 90% of my strength, yet he still fell in one blow. Xiao Ruobai quickly covered his mouth, glancing around in alarm. If any other disciples overheard, it would surely shatter their resolve. What a thing to say. It's practically heartless. Fang Hanyu pushed his hand away, adding, next time, I'll try using only half my strength. On the high platform, Yi Gang tapped his fingers on the railing. Addressing Gu Changge, this child's sword intent is astonishing. He is truly a promising talent. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. Are you aiming to recruit him, brother Yi? Oh, heavens no, Yi Gang laughed. How could I dare to poach one of your disciples? Would you like my unremarkable disciple, Chen Yu, to visit Zizhu Peak for a few days after the tournament, to exchange sword techniques with Hanyu? Gu Changge regarded Yi Gang with a bemused smile. Oh, I see your intentions are quite transparent. You simply wish for your disciple to benefit from the resources at Zizhu Peak. The second round concluded swiftly. Despite their recent initiation, Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu achieved consecutive victories, advancing into the top 16, leaving many astonished. At this juncture, the advancement list began to reveal a clearer distribution among the peaks. Qingyun Peak boasted 3 representatives, Li Xianfeng and 2 other core disciples. Meanwhile, Qingshan Peak's Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching were on a winning streak. Aside from Danding Peak, which focused on alchemy and lacked combat strength with only Lin Xiaowan making it into the top 16, all major peaks had at least 2 representatives entering the third round. At this moment, those who advanced to the top 16 possessed a minimum cultivation level of the Dan formation realm. After a brief half-hour intermission, the third round of the competition commenced once more. As Xiao Ruobai ascended the stage, gripping his long spear, a murmur of discussion arose from the audience below. His opponent was Lu Qinyu, the eldest disciple of Jinyu at Peak, who stood as solid as an iron tower, wielding 2 heavy iron hammers. The sheer force with which he swung the hammers left many spectators astounded. Notably, he was the direct disciple of the Peak Master, a formidable presence in the mid-stage of the Dan formation realm, rendering Xiao Ruobai's chances rather bleak. Xiao Ruobai's keen ears caught the whispers of the onlookers. Observing the gusts of wind generated by Lu Qinyu's hammer strikes, he felt a tumult within. With his cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm, he regarded the mid-stage Dan formation as hardly a challenge. He thought, even if he stood still and allowed his opponent to strike, Lu Qinyu would be unable to breach his battle god body's defenses. Yet, he pondered, it would be unkind to further demoralize these talented individuals, should he win again. It might leave them questioning their own paths. With this in mind, he deliberately slowed his steps, and when his spear met the heavy hammers, he staggered back 2 steps. Furrowing his brow as if in great distress, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. Lu Qinyu, noticing this, swung his hammers with even greater fervor. Xiao Ruobai dodged left and right, occasionally feigning vulnerabilities, eliciting gasps from the audience. After 5 exchanges, he was suddenly struck in the chest by the King of Hammers, blood spurting forth as he collapsed to the ground. I concede, he gasped. Brother Lu, I apologize, it was my lack of control. Lu Qinyu, alarmed by the sight of Xiao Ruobai injured and down, quickly offered an explanation. Brother Xiao, blades are blind, do not hold it against me. I can endure. With that, Xiao Ruobai forced himself to rise, another spurt of blood escaping his lips as he slowly made his way off the stage, leaving the onlookers in deep sympathy. As he walked, Xiao Ruobai internally mused, what a splendid performance. I shall award myself full marks. Meanwhile, Fang Hanyu faced off against Li Wuling, a core disciple of Qingyun Peak. In the audience, a stir erupted. Brother Xiao actually lost? Came the gasps of disbelief. He was clearly in the lead moments ago. How did it change so swiftly? It seems the new disciples find it exceedingly challenging to triumph over their senior counterparts. Others considered it a given, but just then, their attention was drawn back to the stage. Fang Hanyu's Taichu sword clashed with Li Wuling's long sword, the flashing lights of their blades illuminating the intense focus on the young warrior's face, his jawline sharp as a blade, prompting a chorus of excitement from the female disciples below. Brother Fang is so dashing, exclaimed the female disciples of Qingyun Peak, their eyes sparkling like stars. Go, Brother Fang, cheered several female cultivators from Danding Peak, nodding in agreement. Look at how he wields the sword. It's enough to make one weak at the knees. Xiao Ruobai, overhearing their praises, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. As he retreated, leaning on his dragon soul spear, he deliberately dragged his steps past Fang Hanyu's stage, allowing the bloodstain on his shoulder to gleam conspicuously in the sunlight. Having just relinquished his match, he resembled a defeated rooster, even the tip of his spear drooping dejectedly. Fang Hanyu, engaged in a duel with Li Wuling, caught sight of his brother's disheartened appearance from the corner of his eye, nearly faltering in his technique. Suddenly taken aback, how could his senior brother be defeated with such prowess? Just as he was bewildered, Xiao Ruobai began to make exaggerated facial expressions, his lips curling to one side, and his brows twisted like a knotted rope. His left eye twitched thrice, and his right eye pulled twice, while his mouth gestured towards the spectators below, resembling a precursor to a stroke. Fang Hanyu watched in confusion, wondering what was wrong with his senior brother. Had he suffered a facial spasm? Seeing that he remained unresponsive, Xiao Ruobai, nearly beside himself with frustration, quickly transmitted a message. Be discreet. You've just entered the sect and already forced the elder disciples into retreat. Do you not think the atmosphere at Zizhu Peak is lively enough? Only then did Fang Hanyu snap back to reality, recalling his senior brother's earlier advice to maintain a low profile. Prepare to be struck, Li Wuling suddenly bellowed, his sword gleaming with a blue radiance as it sliced through the air. Experience my newly mastered Qingyun slash. Fang Hanyu swiftly gathered his chaotic sword energy. He leaned back abruptly, as though caught by the sword's wind, staggering 3 steps back until he collided with the pillar of the arena. Such formidable momentum. He clutched his chest, a trace of blood foam escaping his throat, and weakly declared, I can't withstand this. Before he could finish his sentence, he leaped off the stage, moving as if to escape the pursuing sword energy. Xiao Ruobai, observing from below, was left with a dark expression. This performance is far too lackluster. At least endure a few more strikes. Li Wuling stood frozen on the stage, his grip on the sword stiffening. Lowering his gaze to inspect his weapon, he then touched his chest and suddenly realized the strength of this move. So this technique is truly powerful? We were evenly matched before, yet this move rendered my opponent unable to cope? Li Shixiang is magnificent. The disciples of Qingyun Peak erupted in cheers, their voices rising in waves. Li Wuling, buoyed by their accolades, instinctively puffed out his chest and, amidst the applause, vacantly descended from the stage, his steps imbued with a hint of prideful lightness. Xiao Ruobai nudged Fang Hanyu's arm, lowering his voice. Next time, act a bit more convincingly. At least wait until he finishes his technique. Fang Hanyu replied with an impassive expression, you should first wipe away your fake sweat. A collective sigh of relief resonated from the audience, with many seasoned disciples, who had trained for years, patting their chests in disbelief. Is this how it ends? Just moments ago, the fight was going splendidly. The sight of that blood seemed as if it had been drawn from their own pressure. Thank goodness we didn't advance. Otherwise, our faces would have been left utterly humiliated. Indeed, for a newcomer to reach the top 16 is already miraculous. Pushing further would be absurd. Finally, they had lost. Continuing to win would have shattered the pride of those of us in the foundation establishment stage. I told you, no matter how formidable Zizhu Peak is, it cannot truly allow 2 novices to dominate over a group of veterans, although neither had progressed further. The accomplishments of these young disciples had dispelled any underestimation of Zizhu Peak. With 2 talented disciples, once they mature, they would be more than capable of supporting the peak. At that moment, the voices of the female disciples rose again. Is Fang Shidi all right? Do you need some medicine? Even in defeat, you were incredibly handsome. Some even produced healing pills, eager to toss them onto the stage. Fang Hanyu felt his ears burn from the attention, nearly dropping his hand from his chest. Xiao Ruobai rolled his eyes at Fang Hanyu and turned to leave. As they took a few steps forward, they heard Li Wuling behind them still chuckling. So I am really that impressive. As the 2 passed by the audience, they stirred up another round of cheers from the female disciples. Xiao Ruobai sighed. It seems that being handsome ensures that even in defeat, one still garners appreciation. Indeed, this world is governed by appearances. In the stands, several peak masters observed the farce unfolding on the arena, their expressions varying. Gu Changge's gaze lingered on the conspicuous bloodstain at the corner of Xiao Ruobai's mouth, then swept over Fang Hanyu's suspiciously flushed ears, a barely perceptible smile tugging at his lips. These 2 youngsters, one performing with fervor and the other concealing poorly, were rather amusing. Shi Wanshan twirled his beard with a chuckle. These 2 need to refine their acting skills. He recalled the previous incident at Zizhu Peak when he had been suspended by the binding spirit vine for half the night. Observing Xiao Ruobai's disheveled figure now, he felt a sudden realization that this trio of mentor and disciples harbored a certain mischievousness. Their performances might fool the disciples, but the peak masters in the stands had already seen through their ruse. Having only recently entered the sect, their prowess was indeed formidable, and one could not help but feel a sense of awe at their potential. As the central bronze bell tolled for the third time, the third round of the competition concluded. With the smoke clearing, the list of those advancing was announced with great authority by the judges, revealing 8 individuals who would compete for the top 4 positions the following day. Li Xianfeng and Li Wuling from Qingyun Peak both advanced. The former crushed his opponent with thunderous might, while the latter breezed through, buoyed by his epiphany of the Qingyun slash. Grinning foolishly as he absent-mindedly stroked the scabbard of his sword, still reveling in the victory gifted to him by Feng Hanyu. Lin Maching and Shi Jingxian from Qingyue Peak continued their dominance. One wielded a mysterious iron axe with ferocity, while the other turned the tide after absorbing 3 punches from his opponent, brilliantly showcasing the essence of strength. Mu Qinyu of Jinshao Peak unleashed his sword like a dragon. Yin Qingtian from Feiyun Peak executed ethereal movements, and Su Qingyuan of Luoxia Peak displayed a water sleeve technique that balanced softness with strength. Lu Qinyu of Jinyue Peak showcased impenetrable defenses, and the 8 contestants each exhibited their unique skills, eliciting waves of applause from the audience. However, the most unexpected turn of events was Lin Xiaowan from Danding Peak being eliminated in the third round. When she faced Lin Maching from Qingyue Peak, everyone anticipated a protracted battle, given her unparalleled poison techniques and healing methods among the younger generation. Yet, Lin Maching defied expectations, launching a fierce assault with his mysterious iron axe right from the start, forcefully breaking through her poisonous mist formation, compelling Lin Xiaowan to concede. Gasps of disappointment filled the stands, particularly among the male disciples who secretly admired Lin Xiaowan, each lamenting their hearts out. Some clenched their fists around the healing pills they had just prepared, their eyes reddening. That brute Lin Maching. Could he not be gentler with senior sister? Others sighed. Ultimately, everyone has their specialization. Danding Peak's disciples are indeed at a disadvantage against pure strength. The previously written draft had been lost, necessitating a complete rewrite. Please bear with me as I present this. The next chapter will be delayed. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 62. What happened to the ultimate move? The following morning, the dawn spread across the training ground like fragments of gold, and the bell for the top 4 contest resonated through the morning mist, heralding the simultaneous commencement of 4 duels. As Li Xianfeng and Su Qingyuan stood facing each other, a low murmur arose from the audience below. The female disciples of Luoxia Peak clutched their handkerchiefs, a blend of anticipation and anxiety coursing through them. Su Qingyuan, their most exceptional disciple in recent years, stood poised. "Senior brother Li," she said, raising her hand to adjust her flowing sleeves, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Though you are the direct disciple of the sect leader, the position among the top 4 is mine for the taking." Her spiritual energy circulated quietly around her, maintaining a firm grasp at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation Dan realm, her aura denser than that of her peers. Li Xianfeng, with his sword angled toward the ground, let violet-blue sword energy swirl in the morning light, his tone calm. "Then let us see your true skills." His own spiritual energy fluctuated at the mid-stage of the condensation Dan realm, seemingly evenly matched with Su Qingyuan. "Please guide me," she called, her sleeves fluttering as 2 strands of gentle force coiled toward Li Xuanfeng's wrist, employing the Luoxia Peak's flowing cloud technique, appearing tender, yet concealing immense strength. Li Xianfeng lightly tapped his toes, his form retreating like willow fluff. His sword rose in response, carving a graceful arc in the air that perfectly deflected her sleeves. With a muffled thud, a wave of force surged outward, causing the disciples below to hastily withdraw. As they exchanged blows, Su Qingyuan began to feel anxious. Her sleeve attacks were effortlessly countered, while Li Xianfeng's seemingly simple sword energy wove an invisible net, relentlessly closing in on her. After over 100 exchanges, she found herself cornered at the edge of the arena, a faint sword mark now gracing her sleeve. "I can no longer hold back." Su Qingyuan bit down on her silver teeth, her spiritual energy surging dramatically, pushing past the constraints of the mid-stage of the condensation Dan realm, approaching the late stage. Gasps erupted from the audience. Her hidden strength was astounding. Senior brother Li was in peril. Battling across realms was exceedingly challenging. The outcome was uncertain. On the observation platform, Xuanyangzi glanced at the master of Luoxia Peak beside him, a smile gracing his lips. Master Su certainly has kept her talents well concealed. The master of Luoxia Peak stroked his beard, chuckling in response. Sect leader Xinyang, you jest. In competitions, it's only engaging when one holds back a bit. Though his words were modest, pride gleamed in his eyes. On the arena, seizing the momentum from her surging power, Su Qingyuan's sleeves danced like waterfalls. Her offensive now exponentially more ferocious, targeting Li Xianfeng's face. She could hardly believe that with her late-stage condensation Dan cultivation, she could not triumph over a mid-stage opponent. Yet, Li Xianfeng remained unfazed. His sword energy seemed to anticipate the trajectory of her sleeves, deftly avoiding her strikes and countering with precision. As 30 more exchanges passed, Li Xianfeng expertly deflected her sleeves, the tip of his sword poised steadily at Su Qingyuan's throat, the energy coalescing but not striking. Stunned, she stood frozen. Disbelief etched on her face. How could this be? I am already in the late stage of condensation, Dan. Despite her superior cultivation, she had been suppressed throughout the match, never even grazing his robes. Li Xianfeng sheathed his sword, and, noticing the slight reddening of her eyes as if she had suffered a significant blow, quietly transmitted a message. Junior sister Su, do not be disheartened. I too have kept a little secret. Su Qingyuan snapped her head up, only to see Li Xianfeng already turning away, his silhouette as upright as a pine tree. Little did she know, he had merely been revealing his mid-stage condensation Dan prowess. However, with his extraordinary aptitude, he could effortlessly battle across realms. The notion that he had concealed a fraction of his prowess was merely a comforting pretext for her. The murmurs from the audience persisted, with the disciples of the falling sunset peak feeling both regret and pride that their senior sister had reached the late stage of Dan formation, despite her defeat. She remained honorable. Meanwhile, Li Xuanfeng's triumphant victory over a late-stage practitioner instilled a deeper sense of reverence among the crowd for this direct disciple of the sect leader. The clash between Yun Qingjue and Mu Qinyu from the sword-howling peak epitomized a collision of speed and brilliance. Yun Qingjue's movements were as swift as a specter, yet he could not evade the soul-chasing sword light emitted by Mu Qinyu. As the seventh sword shadow grazed his shoulder, Yun Qingjue gazed at the sword intent coalescing at his opponent's fingertips and calmly clasped his hands in concession, acknowledging, the brilliance of sword-howling peak is indeed well-deserved. I concede. The duel between Shi Jingxian of the Qingyue Peak and Lu Qinyu of the Jinyue Peak was equally spectacular. Shi Jingxian, barehanded, clashed fiercely with Lu Qinyu's mysterious iron shield, the thunderous roar of their collision resonating through the air. Ultimately, Shi Jingxian unleashed a devastating mountain-crushing fist, shattering the defense and sending Lu Qinyu flying, thus concluding the battle. While the spectators marveled at Shi Jingxian's audacious display of strength, another arena suddenly erupted with a cry, "Behold my ultimate move, Azure Cloud Slash." Before the cry had fully faded, Li Wuling had leaped into the air, his long sword enveloped in a blinding azure glow, descending like a meteor upon Lin Maching. The ferocity of his attack surpassed that of the previous day's confrontation with Feng Hanyu, causing the stone slabs of the arena to tremble under the sweeping sword wind. The onlookers held their breath, for this move had vanquished the genius of the purple bamboo peak yesterday, and today it seemed Lin Maching would face a formidable challenge. Lin Maching's brow furrowed. He had seen from a distance how this move had defeated Feng Hanyu. He dared not underestimate it. With a swift motion, he positioned his mysterious iron axe before him, channeling his spiritual energy into it, causing a faint golden aura to envelop the axe head as he fiercely swung it against the azure glow. Everyone anticipated a cataclysmic clash between sword and axe, but to their astonishment, the moment the azure light met the axe's shadow, it dissipated like a popped bubble. Li Wuling felt an immense force surging back through the sword blade. Pain shot through his wrist, causing the sword to clatter from his grasp, and he was sent soaring like a kite severed from its string, soaring over the protective ropes of the arena and crashing onto the ground before the audience. Unable to rise for some time, a profound silence enveloped the venue. Moments later, gasps of disbelief erupted. Is that it? What was that? An ultimate move? Li Shixiang's flight was more flamboyant than his sword technique. Lin Maching stood frozen, gripping his mysterious iron axe, the golden light on its blade still unyielding. He glanced at his empty palm and then at Li Wuling, who lay groaning, utterly bewildered. Is this it? He had almost braced himself for a serious confrontation, deliberately channeling 30% of his spiritual energy for defense, only to find his opponent as fragile as paper. Where was the promised ultimate move? Lin Maching murmured instinctively, his voice barely above a whisper, yet distinctly audible to the front-row disciples. On the observation platform, Shi Wanshan had just lifted his teacup when he erupted in laughter, spraying tea across the table, pointing at the arena and exclaiming, "This Azure Cloud Peak lad must be here to entertain us." Meanwhile, Xuanyangzi, seated at the head of the table, tightened his grip on the teacup, his knuckles turning pale with the strain. As the master of Qingyun Peak and the sect leader, he felt a flush of heat on his cheeks and cast a fierce glare at Li Wuling, who was still fumbling on the ground for his long sword. Internally, he cursed, this foolish lad. He must have been deceived by that slippery Fong Hanyu yesterday, genuinely believing he had mastered some extraordinary skill. With great effort, Li Wuling propped himself up on his arms, clutching his numb wrist, and gazed at Lin Maching on the arena, who appeared utterly bewildered, completely struck dumb. Just yesterday, he had decisively forced Fong Hanyu to concede by inflicting a bloody defeat, yet today, he found himself flying through the air before Lin Maching. Was this technique only effective against the disciples of Zizhu Peak? In the distance, Xiao Ruobai observed Li Wuling soar like a kite with its string cut, nearly choking on his tea. Pointing at the pitiful figure below, he chuckled heartily. "Junior brother, you have truly ensnared him, making him believe that his technique is genuinely formidable." Fong Hanyu's lips twitched as he recalled his own feeble retreat from the stage yesterday, his ears flushing with embarrassment. I couldn't possibly let him be truly defeated. He cast a glance at Lin Maching, who looked utterly perplexed, adding, "At least senior brother Lin is sincere." He genuinely stepped up to face the challenge. The final 4 competitors had been determined: Li Xianfeng from Qingyun Peak, Lin Maching and Shi Jingxian from Qinghua Peak, and Mu Qingyu from Jianchao Peak. Each of them, though distinct in appearance, radiated the brilliance of top disciples, adding an air of suspense to the semifinals. On the viewing platform, Shi Wanshan beamed as he watched both of his disciples advance to the top 4, his laughter echoing like that of a benevolent Buddha, his large hand clapping against the armrest with a resounding thud. "Those 2 little rascals haven't brought me shame. In my pride, I could almost engrave Qingyue Peak on my forehead." The master of Feiyun Peak chimed in, "Shi Xixiang is truly fortunate. This batch of disciples has surpassed their predecessors." Yet, the acidity in his tone was palpable. Xuanyangzi lightly tapped his fingers against the teacup, his gaze lingering on Mu Qingyu longer than the others. "This child is well concealed," he mused, nodding to himself. During the previous rounds, Mu Qingyu's spiritual energy had consistently remained at the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm, yet his final strike exhibited hints of the late stage. During the battle with Yun Qingjue, the subtle sharpness in his swordplay clearly indicated he had touched the threshold of sword intent. To comprehend the nascent form of sword intent at such a young age was something even Yi Guiying had struggled to achieve in his time. What a pity, he murmured to himself. Mu Qinyu's swordsmanship had the potential to face Li Xianfeng in the finals. Yet, who could have predicted that Shi Wanshan would venture to Zizhu Peak in the dead of night to seek fortune, inadvertently altering the fates of those 2 foolish boys? Soon, the drums of the semi-finals echoed, intensifying the fervor in the martial arts arena. The first match pitted Li Xianfeng against Shi Jingxian. The clash of titans immediately captured everyone's attention. Li Xianfeng had just triumphantly vanquished Su Qingyuan, a formidable opponent from the late stage of the condensation pill realm, while Shi Jingxuan's prior explosive confrontation had been equally spectacular. Li Xianfeng held his long sword at a diagonal, the purplish-blue sword energy swirling in the morning light like a poised spirit snake. His spiritual energy fluctuated steadily, consistently maintaining a peak level within the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm, making him appear as a remarkably gifted core disciple to anyone who laid eyes upon him. On the opposite side, Shi Jingxian stood bare-chested, his bronze-hued muscles rippling with prominent veins, his fists subtly clenched. Each breath he took resonated with a steady rhythm, reminiscent of the initial stance of the Qiyue Peak's Hunyuan fist. It appeared unremarkable, yet it had already harnessed his spiritual energy to its utmost potential. He too restrained his aura, firmly locking his cultivation at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm. "Senior brotherly, Allow me to witness the flowing cloud 13 styles of Qingyan Peak today, Shi Jingxian grinned, revealing a row of pearly teeth. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his figure shot forth like a cannonball, his fist cutting through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at his opponent's face. Before the punch even landed, the spiritual energy of a mid-stage pinnacle condensation pill practitioner stirred up waves of air. Li Xianfeng lightly tapped his toes, his form drifting back like willow fluff, his sword rising smoothly. The sword energy traced an arc through the air, perfectly colliding with the oncoming fist. With a resounding thud, the airwaves expanded outward, sending the disciples below into a frenzy as their robes billowed. In that instant of collision, Li Xuanfeng's gaze sharpened slightly. The force behind that punch far surpassed the typical mid-stage condensation pill level, the physical strength astonishingly formidable. He mused inwardly. It seems Shi has indeed gained substantial advantages from Master Gu. Shi Jingxian, on the other hand, felt a dense yet robust force surge towards him, causing his fist to tingle slightly. The sword energy, seemingly at the pinnacle of the mid-stage condensation pill level, contained a depth of spiritual power akin to an unfathomable abyss, pressing even upon his physical body at the Purple Mansion realm. What a concealed depth, he thought, using the momentum from his retreat to subtly channel his own spiritual energy. Attempting to gauge his opponent's true capabilities, he distinctly remembered his master stating that his physical strength was exceptional among his peers, and that his Purple Mansion realm energy was tenfold denser than that of an ordinary mid-stage condensation pill practitioner. Yet, that recent strike had yielded him no advantage whatsoever. This battle was exhilarating, yet it increasingly left Shi Jingxian astonished. His punches were immensely powerful, but Li Xuanfeng's swordplay was agile and ethereal, the sword light weaving like a net, always managing to evade the sharpest edges of his strikes and counter with precision. What was more frustrating for Shi Jingxian was that no matter how much strength he exerted, his opponent's spiritual energy appeared inexhaustible, the sword energy remaining as sharp as ever. This kid truly knows how to play the part, Shi Jingxian thought, 3 sword wounds adorning his shoulder, blood staining half of his body, while inwardly he cursed. At least he is at mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, yet he insists on pretending to be at condensation pill stage. His energy nearly overflowing. Does he take me for a fool? He attempted to discreetly release a hint of his Purple Mansion realm power, hoping to test his opponent's limits. But saw Li Xianfeng's sword energy shift slightly, effortlessly dissolving that trace of spiritual energy, his eyes dancing with a hint of mocking amusement. Forget it. I can't win anyway. Shi Jingxian decided to cast aside his distractions. After 100 exchanges, he deliberately exposed a flaw, which Li Xianfeng swiftly exploited with a pinpoint strike to his shoulder. I concede, he declared, turning to leave the arena. The spectators below were fervently exhilarated, believing they had witnessed a peak confrontation between mid-stage condensation pill practitioners, unaware that 2 formidable figures from the Purple Mansion realm had just clashed upon the stage. In stark contrast to the evenly matched first round, the other battlefield was widely anticipated to be one-sided from the very beginning. In the heart of the arena stood Mu Qinyu of Sword Whisper Peak, renowned throughout the sect for his swift swordplay. His blade could, at its peak, unleash 7 strikes in the blink of an eye, often leaving opponents defeated before they even grasped his technique. Clad in garments as white as snow, with his long sword angled poised, he emanated a flow of spiritual energy akin to a gentle stream, clearly having reached the zenith of his state. Opposite him stood Lin Machin, bearing a black iron axe upon his shoulder, the cold gleam of its blade starkly contrasting with his coarse attire. Though disciples of Qingshan Peak were strong, they traditionally triumphed through sheer brute force, often finding themselves at a disadvantage against a speed-oriented adversary like Mu Qinyu. Be cautious, Junior Lin, Mu Qinyu warned, his voice barely fading before his figure transformed into a white shadow, his sword darting forth like lightning. Aimed directly at Lin Machin's heart, a manifestation of his signature technique, the 7 Shadows Thrust. The spectators, including Yi Gaiying, the master of Sword Whisper Peak, nodded in approval, while gasps erupted from the crowd, many closing their eyes as if they could already foresee Lin Machin's impending defeat. Yet, in the next instant, a crisp clang resonated through the arena. The onlookers opened their eyes to witness Lin Machin standing firm, the black iron axe crossed resolutely before him, successfully intercepting the tip of the sword. Despite the ferocity of Mu Qinyu's strike, it felt as though it had struck a mountain, being forcefully deflected back by half an inch. How can this be? Mu Qinyu's pupils constricted, his spiritual power surging dramatically as the oppressive aura of the late stage of the condensation Dan realm radiated outward. The pace of his 7 shadows thrust escalated abruptly. With the second and third strikes following in rapid succession, the blades weaving through the air, targeting the vital points surrounding Lin Machin. The recently comprehended sword intent clung to the blade, causing the air to shimmer with minute fractures. Is that the late stage of condensation, Dan? And sword intent? The crowd erupted in fervent whispers. Lin Machin is finished. At that moment, Lin Machin sprang into action. Spiritual energy surged around him, equally reflecting the late stage of the condensation Dan realm, as a faint golden aura enveloped the black iron axe. Instead of advancing, he executed a sudden pivot, sweeping the axe horizontally at an astonishing angle. This strike, seemingly slow, possessed an inherent rhythm, as if the very heavens and earth were compelled to revolve with the axe's arc, sealing off all avenues of evasion. Another late stage of condensation Dan. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Is this madness? Senior Sister Su is in the late stage, Mu Qinyu is in the late stage, and even Lin Machin? What of senior brothers Li Xianfeng and Shi Jingxian? They were just fiercely battling. Some instinctively glanced towards the two who had just stepped down from the platform, suddenly feeling a chill run down their spines. Could it be? The sect's intricacies run deep. I long for the simplicity of rural life. On the arena, Mu Qinyu felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. His breath caught in his throat. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to parry with his sword, but was met with such immense power from the axe that he was forced to retreat repeatedly until his heels met the edge of the platform, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. The axe's blade halted a mere half-inch from his throat, the icy sensation rendering him rigid. I have lost, Mu Qinyu murmured, his gaze clouded with confusion. He had never imagined that his most prized skill, his swift swordplay, could be so simply and brutally countered. Moments later, the arena erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Lin Machin has triumphed. What manner of axe technique is this? How could it possibly counter the sword intent of the 7 Shadows thrust? How many extraordinary talents are hidden in this competition? Chapter 64. Have the disciples of these peak masters concealed themselves too deeply? The disciples of Qingtian Peak were the first to react, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off. The silence in the observation platform lasted only a moment before it was shattered by Yi Gaing's furious glare. He abruptly turned to Shi Wanshan. You old man Shi, your 2 disciples were just recently beaten down by my Mu Qinyu. How could they have undergone such a transformation in such a short time? Have they received some monumental benefit? Speak the truth at once. Shi Wanshan, caught in his glare, shrank his neck but soon straightened his back, leisurely sipping from his teacup. What you say, Yi Shixiang, is irrelevant. It is the disciples who have put in the effort themselves. Though he spoke dismissively, the corners of his eyes crinkled with amusement, embodying AI won't tell you demeanor that nearly provoked Yi Gaing to draw his sword. Seeing Shi Wanshan's expression, Yi Gaing suddenly had an insight and raised his hand to cast a soundproof barrier. His gaze swiftly darted to Gu Changge, who was engrossed in studying the patterns on his teacup. With a cold huff, he remarked, You Gushidi, it is evident you are playing favorites. I always thought Shi's 2 disciples were rather mediocre. How could they suddenly appear so enlightened? Surely, you have been secretly nurturing them. Upon hearing this, the other peak masters resembled awakened monkeys, all turning their attention to Gu Changge. The master of Feiyun Peak rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming like searchlights. Gushidi, you have hidden your methods well. Why did you not reveal your means of enhancing cultivation sooner? The master of Luoxia Peak nodded in agreement, while the master of Jinyue Peak leaned closer to Gu Changge, his gaze circling him like a pack of bears discovering a honey pot. Gu Changge felt the heat of their scrutiny, his hands nearly dropping the teacup. He internally lamented, I merely came to quietly watch a performance. How did I suddenly become the center of attention? Shi Wanshan's late-night escapade to my Zizhu Peak to steal secrets is none of my concern. The chatter around him became overwhelming, and Gu Changge wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He discreetly tugged at Xuanyangzi's sleeve. Master, save me. I feel like I will be devoured by these old fellows. Quickly, let the disciples below continue drumming and sparring. Xuanyangzi, suppressing a laugh as he observed Gu Changge's predicament, cleared his throat. Ahem, the results of the semifinals are determined. It is time to prepare for the finals. Yet the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable, clearly relishing Gu Changge's plight. When the crisp sound of the gong rang out, Gu Changge finally exhaled in relief, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed Yi Gaing's continued glare, with the other peak master's gazes seemingly glued to him. He felt an immediate chill down his spine, realizing he could not escape this commotion. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "All right, everyone, stop crowding around. Once the competition concludes and I have dealt with my affairs, you may bring your disciples to me, and I shall offer guidance as necessary." At his words, the once boisterous observation platform fell into a sudden hush. Yi Gaing relaxed his grip on his sword, and the master of Feiyun Peak ceased rubbing his hands, all eyes brimming with anticipation. Changge finally exhaled in relief. Yet the thought of the scenes to come after the competition filled her with an unbearable headache. As the gong for the finals resounded, Li Xianfeng and Lin Maching stood resolutely at the center of the arena. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, employing various techniques. Realizing that he could not swiftly overpower Lin Maching, who had already demonstrated the prowess of the late stage of the condensation realm, Li Xuanfeng's spiritual power surged dramatically, unleashing the pressure of his own late-stage condensation realm, leaving the spectators below gasping in astonishment. "I told you the senior brother must be hiding something," one disciple exclaimed, slapping his thigh with conviction. It fell off when he defeated Sister Su. How could a mid-stage condensation realm cultivator so effortlessly suppress one of the late stage? Others immediately agreed exactly. How could the sect leader's direct disciple only possess mid-stage cultivation? After several dozen exchanges, it was ultimately Lin Maching who faltered at a critical moment, finding himself at the mercy of Li Xuanfeng's sword poised at his throat, leading to a swift and decisive concession. The roar of cheers from the audience nearly toppled the arena's roof. "Senior brother, Li, is magnificent. Late-stage condensation realm. Indeed, he is the paragon of our sect's younger generation." The gong for the bronze medal match rang out, though its tone was somewhat muted compared to the finals, yet it still piqued the interest of many. Seeing that Lin Maching and Li Xianfeng had revealed a portion of their capabilities, Shi Jingxian felt no need to conceal his own prowess any longer. Similarly unleashing the power of the late stage of the condensation realm, he incited another wave of astonishment from the audience. Another late-stage condensation realm. Qingyue Peak is truly defying the odds. After a fierce battle spanning over 100 exchanges, Mu Qingyu ultimately faced a regrettable defeat. As the outcome of the bronze medal match settled, an inexplicable heaviness hung in the atmosphere of the arena. A disciple in the front row rubbed his sore chin, muttering, "I'm truly numb." This remark ignited a flurry of discussions around him. "Ever since Sister Su revealed her late-stage condensation realm, my heart hasn't beat steadily," someone said, clutching their chest in disbelief. And now, Mu Qingyu is late stage, Lin Maching is late stage, and even senior brother Li and senior brother Shi are as well. These peak masters' disciples have concealed their depths far too well. What is this game they are playing? An older disciple rolled his eyes but did not retort. Having entered the sect 5 years prior and witnessed 3 competitions, he had never seen so many late-stage condensation realm cultivators appear in one place. Just having one mid-stage condensation realm would be enough to boast about for half a year throughout the sect. And now, it's like pulling radishes from the ground, one after another. Reflecting on over a month ago when the master of the Burning Sky Palace brought his proud mid-stage disciple to provoke them, he felt embarrassed for Lai Tianxiu. Isn't senior brother Li the pinnacle of our younger generation's talents? A disciple gazed at the arena with admiration. Is that even a question? Someone nearby immediately chimed in. Who else in the entire sect could reach the late stage of the condensation realm at such a young age? Amidst the discussions, Shi Jingxian leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, listening to the crowd's awe of the late-stage condensation realm, unable to suppress the curve of his lips. He glanced at Li Xianfeng, surrounded by junior disciples, who was gently responding to their inquiries. If they were to realize that Li Xianfeng had merely utilized a fraction of his spiritual power, this group of individuals, still in awe of the ceiling, would remain oblivious to the fact that the true pinnacle lies far beyond their imagination. As he approached the seat at Qingyue Peak with a light step, Shi Jingxian contemplated the expressions of those who might discover the true extent of their abilities. It could very well lead to their eyes bulging in disbelief. He suddenly perceived that the most intriguing aspect of this grand competition was not the outcome of victory or defeat, but rather the naivety of those kept in the dark. They believed they had glimpsed the summit, unaware that the real peak was still a distant reality. No wonder Master Gu cherished secrecy so dearly. This sensation was indeed exhilarating. At that moment, Xian Yangzi rose from the observation platform, his voice resonating through the martial arena via spiritual power. The current sect competition has reached its conclusion. The clamor ceased abruptly, and all gazes converged upon the main seat. Xian Yangzi cleared his throat, surveying the solemn assembly of the martial arena, and declared in a booming voice, "Now, I shall announce the rewards for this competition. First place, Li Xianfeng of Qingyun Peak, shall receive a heavenly grade weapon and 10 heavenly spirit pills." Li Xianfeng stepped forward with measured grace. As his fingertips brushed against the brocade box, a surge of purple-blue sword energy erupted, intertwining with the spiritual light spilling from within. Lifting the lid, a long sword, shimmering with ethereal glow, lay serenely upon the velvet lining, its cloud patterns appearing to dance with life. As his fingers caressed the blade, a flicker of emotion crossed Li Xuanfeng's eyes, and bowing slightly, he spoke with rare solemnity. "Thank you for your generous bestowal, sect master." Once he had retreated, Xian Yangzi continued. Second place, Lin Maching of Qingyue Peak, shall receive a superior grade earthly weapon and 5 heavenly spirit pills. Third place, Shi Jingxian of Qingyue Peak, shall receive a mid-grade earthly weapon and 5 heavenly spirit pills. For those ranked 4th to 10th, each shall receive a superior grade mysterious weapon and 3 heavenly spirit pills. The disciples called forth stepped forward in succession, each displaying a distinct demeanor as they received their rewards. Su Qingyuan gently caressed the mysterious grade sword, her fingertips gliding over the wrapped hilt. Mu Qingyu gripped his new sword with a firm hand, his knuckles whitening, yet his gaze sparkled with a renewed determination. As the distribution of rewards concluded, the assembly gradually dispersed. Gu Changge, who had been quietly sipping tea, lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was time to cleanse the sect of those pests that had infested it. Chapter 65. A fortunate encounter on the night following the conclusion of the competition. The abandoned stone prison in the back mountain exuded a chilling atmosphere, the damp air mingling with the scent of rust and mildew. Elder Wang Daolong of the Law Enforcement Hall leaned against the wall, his fingertips absently digging into the moss within the stone crevices. He had been imprisoned for several days, surrounded by a faintly glowing array that rendered even his spiritual consciousness impotent. Lu Xian, the steward from Danding Peak, huddled opposite him, his expression tense. Zhang Meng, an outer sect instructor, paced restlessly, the soles of his boots worn and caked with mud. The three had been captured with little commotion. Even if they screamed at the top of their lungs, no one would respond. The eerie blue glow of the array enveloped them like a death warrant, binding them tightly. Since their capture, a figure clad in black had visited daily, speaking not a word, but instead targeting their most sensitive areas to inflict pain before departing. Though the reasons for their capture were unknown, each harbored a flicker of hope amidst their speculations. At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open echoed at the entrance of the stone prison, causing a collective tightening of hearts among the few present. This sound was distinct from the dull thud that accompanied the arrival of the cloaked figure each day. It resembled the deliberate unlocking of an outer barrier. The vibrations, accompanied by the resonant hum of formation patterns, reverberated along the stone walls, causing already taut nerves to coil tightly. Lu Xian instinctively shrank towards the corner, while Zhang Meng halted mid-stride, and even Wang Daolong's fingers, which had been scratching at the moss, froze in place. The trio's gazes converged on the tightly shut prison door, their breaths involuntarily softening. With a thud, a muffled sound resonated from above, and 9 shadowy figures fell to the ground as if tossed like burlap sacks, stirring up dust that choked those nearby. Which wretched scoundrel ambushed us? The first to voice his outrage was a youth clad in outer sect garb. Rubbing his sore waist, he attempted to rise, only to meet Wang Daolong's grim visage. The youth paused for a moment before a sycophantic grin spread across his face. "Elder Wang, what brings you here?" He glanced around, noticing the unfamiliar faces, and lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Elder, what is the meaning of this surprise training? Or is there a new mission? I was wondering why you suddenly went silent these past few days." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together. "But this commotion is quite significant. So many brothers. Are they all from our Burning Heaven Palace? I never imagined we had so many comrades lurking within the Qingxian sect." Wang Daolong's eyelids flickered, and before he could respond, a furious shout erupted nearby. "What? You are from the Burning Heaven Palace?" The speaker was an inner sect disciple from the Danding Peak, pointing accusingly at the youth. "Huh, are you even one of us? Who is from your Burning Heaven Palace? Speak not such nonsense." I am from the Wan Fa Pavilion. Wan Fa Pavilion. The youth sprang to his feet as if his tail had been stepped on. Ah, so you're a dog of the Wan Fa Pavilion. The last time our palace master was beaten, the score remains unsettled. Huh, beating your palace master was merely showing you respect. Brothers, let us finish him off. The youth charged towards his adversary, rallying others to join the fray, while two other bewildered spies from the Burning Heaven Palace followed suit. Stop! Just as a scuffle was about to erupt, Wang Daolong's voice cut through the tension like ice, halting the youth in his tracks. Leaning against the damp stone wall, he regarded the impulsive youth with furrowed brows. The youth's face stiffened as he looked back at Wang Daolong, then scanned the surroundings. The dim light within the stone prison, illuminated by the bluish glow of the Formation S barrier, offered no sense of camaraderie among familiar faces. Elder, he stammered, scratching his head. What is happening here? Fools, Wang Daolong spat disdainfully. Have you not realized? We have been captured, and these individuals are likely spies from other sections. As his words settled, Lu Xian, who had remained silent, suddenly turned his gaze towards a youth dressed as a medicine boy in the corner. Xiao Wu, are you not responsible for drying herbs at Danding Peak? How is it that you the boy shrank back, stammering, Elder Lu? I am from the Yuqing sect. I have been sent here as an undercover agent for 3 years. Yuqing sect? Lu Xian's lips twitched. Your sect can't even gather enough alchemical furnaces, yet you wish to emulate others by sending infiltrators? Xiao Wu retorted defiantly. The last batch of spirit-enhancing pills you ruined was actually salvaged by me, as I secretly replaced the materials without anyone noticing. What did you say? Lu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. You were the one behind that batch of pills. Enough. Zhang Ming suddenly bellowed, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping across the crowd. This is not the time for such discussions. Lu, which sect do you belong to? Now that we are all exposed, we are like crickets on the same string. There is no need for further concealment. I am from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, Lu Xian replied, a hint of pride in his voice, as if the affiliation conferred a superiority over the other sections. And you? Lu Xian shot back. I belong to the Breaking Array sect, Zhang Ming responded. At that moment, a young man from the Burning Sky Palace turned to an outer disciple. Which sect do you belong to? The disciple hesitated, realizing he could no longer hide the truth, and finally admitted, I am from the Breaking Array sect, Zhao Kuei. I am Sun Hao, another voice chimed in. The young man nodded and turned to the herbalist. And you? Yuqing sect, Wu Xiaosan, the herbalist answered softly. I am from the Burning Sky Palace, Lin Zhou, replied an inner disciple from the Falling Sunset Peak. Tianyan sect. Qian Tong, a disciple from the corner, representing the Jinyue Peak, added his voice. In an instant, the stone prison was filled with a chorus of responses, as everyone took turns to introduce themselves, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Sun Hao looked at the scene in front of him, astonished. I never imagined there were so many kindred spirits hidden within the Qingxian sect. Zhao Kuei chuckled. Indeed, we usually keep to ourselves, but today we have come together. Good to meet you all, Qian Tong said, clasping his hands and smiling at the others. Good to meet you, the others reciprocated. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the peculiar harmony. Zhang Ming slapped the back of the Breaking Array sect disciple's head, leaving him dazed. What do you mean good to meet? Zhang Ming glared at him. We are all imprisoned here, and you want to exchange pleasantries? Instead of wasting time, we should be thinking about how to survive. The disciple, holding his head, protested, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Lighten the mood. Wang Daolong couldn't help but curse. The Qingxian sect has captured us all together, clearly intending for us not to leave alive. He turned his sharp gaze towards the disciple from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Aren't you supposed to be well informed? Do you know what they plan to do with us? Just then, a faint sound echoed from above the stone prison. The 12 individuals fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance as they looked up. There, outside the Array-S light screen, stood 2 figures in blue robes. Their arms crossed. Moonlight streamed through the hole in the stone ceiling, illuminating them, though their faces remained obscured, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. You seem to be having quite the lively discussion. A clear voice resonated within the stone prison, laced with a hint of mockery. Since you are getting along so well, why not continue your conversation? The faces of the 12 paled simultaneously as a wave of cold dread surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. A chapter has been updated. The next chapter will be released around noon. Chapter 66. The aspirations of Xian Yangzi. A beam of moonlight poured through the hole at the top of the stone prison. perfectly illuminating the two figures in blue robes standing outside the array's light screen. On the left stood a figure adorned with the flowing cloud pattern of Qingyun Peak. Illuminated by the moonlight that accentuated his slightly raised chin, he was none other than Xuanyangzi, the master of the Qingxian sect. To his right, a man whose spiritual energy was as deep and repressed as a tranquil pool, was Gu Changge, the lord of Zizhu Peak. The 12 individuals in the stone prison fell silent in an instant. Even their breaths became hushed. Wang Daolong fixed his gaze on Xuanyangzi, his throat constricting. Master? What brings you here? Xuanyangzi paid him no heed, his eyes sweeping over the crowd as if they were mere jesters. Why the sudden silence? Were you not engaged in lively discussion moments ago? Pray, continue. Lu Xian, huddled in a corner, suddenly recalled something upon seeing Gu Changge behind Xuanyangzi. You are the lord of Zizhu Peak? Gu Changge nodded indifferently, his fingertips lightly gesturing. Suddenly, the stone walls of the prison illuminated, revealing the identities of the 12 as if unfurling a scroll. Wang Daolong's clandestine correspondence with the Burning Heaven Palace, Lu Xian's transmission of alchemical formulas to the Yuqing sect, and Zhang Meng's discreet reports regarding newly recruited disciples to the Breaking Array sect, all laid bare. Even Sun Hao's concealed token from the Breaking Array sect hidden in his boot was exposed in clarity. Sun Hao's eyes widened. You uncovered this too? What did you expect? Xuanyangzi sneered, his gaze slicing through Wang Daolong. Elder Wang, you have served in the law enforcement hall for many years, drawing a salary from my Qingxian sect. Yet you prostrate yourself for the Burning Heaven Palace. How does it feel? Wang Daolong turned pale, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. And you, Lu Xian? Xuanyangzi turned to the steward of Danding Peak. Have I not treated you well? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Lu Xian lowered his head further, too afraid to meet Xuanyangzi's gaze. Suddenly, Zhang Meng spoke, his voice hoarse. Master, we admit our wrongs. But how do you intend to deal with us? Xuanyangzi's fury intensified. You traitors! My Qingxian sect has treated you with kindness, yet you repay kindness with malice. His anger escalated, and he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon them. Wang Daolong and the others suddenly felt a wave of familiarity wash over them. It dawned upon them that the one who had been mercilessly beating them daily was none other than the sect master. Observing the bruised and battered faces of the crowd, Xuanyangzi's rage remained unabated, wishing to eradicate them all. Betraying the sect was a capital offense. Had it not been for the soul-binding technique that could render them loyal, he would have sent them to meet their demise long ago. Xuanyangzi glared at them, ready to strike again. Gu Changge glanced at the moonlit sky and calmly remarked, Senior brother, cease the idle chatter and proceed with the task. Xuanyangzi nodded, raising his hand to cast 12 golden lines that penetrated each person's brow. This was the soul-binding technique that Gu Changge had just imparted to him. Ugh! Sun Hao was the first to stifle a groan, his eyes gradually clearing yet revealing an uncanny submission, as if an invisible shackle had been added to his very soul. In an instant, the others were similarly ensnared, their gazes reflecting an instinctual reverence. They knelt before Xuanyangzi, bowing their heads. Master, we are willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. In that moment, Xuanyangzi felt an exhilarating power, as if with but a mere thought he could dictate the life and death of those before him. Even compelling them to bark like dogs would be met with unwavering compliance. This sense of control enveloped him in delight. Each of you, give yourselves 10 slaps, Xuanyangzi commanded. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of slapping filled the air in rapid succession. Sun Hao exerted himself fervently, his palm striking the face with the force akin to that of slapping a watermelon. After 10 resounding slaps, both cheeks were swollen, resembling 2 crimson apples adorned with distinct 5-finger imprints. Lu Xian, lacking in strength, drew a frown from Xuanyangzi. Have you not eaten? Apply more force. Startled, he hastily summoned all his might, but mismanaged his strength, landing a slap upon himself that nearly sent him reeling to the ground. Xuanyangzi observed the scene with satisfaction. Feeling a surge of exhilaration, he promptly employed the soul-snatching technique, meticulously probing into the memories of those present. Fortunately, the secrets concerning the sect master's prowess and the mysteries of Zizhu Peak had not been divulged. However, numerous sect secrets had already been transmitted, rekindling Xuanyangzi's previously quelled fury, causing his blood to surge. He fixed his gaze upon the crowd, speaking in a grave tone. In 3 days, you shall return to your respective positions, continuing to masquerade as the original spies and liaising with your sections. However, Any messages you relay must first pass through my scrutiny before being sent out. Should any of you dare to transmit a single word in secrecy, you will find yourselves slapping your own faces until your teeth are reduced to naught." The crowd responded in unison, as commanded. Xuanyangzi, recalling the visages of these individuals, still felt a measure of indignation and gestured towards them. "Divide into 2 groups. Slap each other 1,000 times. Not a single blow less." The 12 immediately formed 2 rows, hesitating momentarily before adhering to his command. The sharp sounds of slaps resonated throughout the stone prison, accompanied by muffled cries of pain. Sun Hao, with a red and swollen face, gritted his teeth and raised his hand to deliver a slap to the opposite Wu Shaosan. Wu Shaosan, dazed, reciprocated the slap, and the 2 continued to exchange blows, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths as they counted. 87, 88. "You shall strike each other 1,000 times daily while inside," Xuanyangzi's voice echoed, imbued with immense pressure. "Only upon reaching the required number in 3 days may you emerge, not a blow less." The 12, despite their instinctual resistance, complied with the command. Changge observed the 12 figures within the stone prison, engaged in their relentless exchange, and remarked calmly, "Let us depart. It is time to return." Under the moonlight, 2 figures clad in azure robes gradually receded into the distance, leaving behind the faint sounds of slapping within the stone prison, slowly dissipating in the night breeze. Upon returning to Qingyun Peak, Xuanyangzi, as soon as he settled into his seat, could not resist tracing the remnants of golden patterns left upon his fingertips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Junior brother Changge, this soul-snatching technique is extraordinary." The awe in those individuals' eyes was no mere pretense. He raised his teacup and took a hearty sip, his tone brimming with astonishment. "With this secret method in hand, should any traitor arise within the sect, we can directly capture and control them, ensuring peace of mind and security, no longer fearing the leakage of sensitive information." Changge, twirling the teacup with his fingertips, smiled and replied, "As long as it proves useful." Yet, the more Xuanyangzi pondered, the more exhilarated he became, suddenly slapping his thigh, not merely for dealing with traitors. "Consider this." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his eyes ablaze like twin flames. "Could we not secretly apprehend core disciples from other sects, especially those with great talent yet restless minds? Employing this soul-snatching technique, we could send them back as undercover agents. Wouldn't we be able to discreetly acquire the elixirs from Wanfagwan, the combat techniques from Finshan Palace, and the formations from Poseman?" As the excitement surged within him, he suddenly rose and paced, gesticulating animatedly. "What's even more marvelous is that we can manipulate their spies in each sect. If we wish to send false information, we shall send false information. If we desire to sow chaos, we shall sow chaos." Changge observed his animated demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Senior brother certainly thinks far ahead." Only then did Xuanyangzi realize his lapse in composure. Chuckling sheepishly, he returned to his seat, lifting his teacup to mask his agitation. However, in his haste, he choked on the tea, turning crimson. It's simply the joy of having discovered a treasure. Yet the brilliance in his eyes remained undiminished, his fingers tracing circles on the table, evidently already scheming which sect to target first. As though envisioning countless undercover agents diligently serving in pivotal positions within each sect, even dreaming of it would bring him joy. Changge lifted her gaze to Xuanyangzi, who was still fervently rubbing his hands together. "Now that the matter of the traitors has temporarily settled, have you considered how to arrange things in the Tsangyan secret realm?" "Senior brother?" Just as Xuanyangzi pondered which sect to strike first, he suddenly slapped his forehead. "I nearly forgot such an important matter." Chapter 67. What? You are on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Realm? The following morning, as the mist shrouding the forbidden area of the rear mountain had yet to dissipate, 5 stone peaks, resembling the shape of a hand, glimmered with a cold, bluish-gray light in the dawn. The 5 ancestors remained in a meditative posture, their snow-white hair cascading over their shoulders, breaths so faint they resembled the flickering flame of a candle in the wind. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle movement of their eyeballs beneath their eyelids, 5 imperceptible strands of consciousness colliding in the air, creating silent sparks. How many days had passed? Yet where was little Changge? The 3rd ancestor's frail fingers lightly tapped his knees, his mind brimming with uncontainable urgency. The last time he mentioned bringing something good, he was thwarted by the barrier and disappeared without a trace. Could he have forgotten? A barely audible cough escaped the throat of the fifth ancestor, a flicker of anticipation flashing beneath his seemingly drowsy gaze. Indeed, what could this good thing he mentioned possibly be? If he dares to forget, I shall surely give him a few good knocks upon his return. The second ancestor swayed his head leisurely, his thoughts tinged with mild reproach. It was all your fault. Last time, you insisted on reinforcing the barrier, which ended up keeping him outside. Now, splendidly, we have neither acquired the items nor any news. How was I to know his timing would be so impeccable? The first ancestor's consciousness carried a hint of discomfort. Suddenly, the fourth ancestor exclaimed in surprise, directing his gaze towards the barrier's shimmering light beneath the stone peak. A faint ripple was forming there, as a familiar surge of spiritual energy cautiously approached, imbued with a sense of probing. At that moment, Xuanyangzi and Gu Changge stood at the entrance of the forbidden area. Xuanyangzi adopted a solemn expression, informing Gu Changge, the esteemed ancestors have fought tirelessly to protect the sect, injuring their foundations, and are now exceedingly frail. Last time, I delivered some spiritual tea to them. I wonder if it had any effect. While speaking to Gu Changge, Xuanyangzi gently released his spiritual energy, keenly sensing the movements of the ancestors within the forbidden area, ensuring not to disturb their cultivation. Gu Changge, sensing the vigorous life force within the ancestors, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. Truly, they are a wily bunch, leaving the sect leader ensnared in their web. Uncertain of how the esteemed leader would react upon learning their true circumstances, Gu Changge could not help but feel a twinge of anticipation. Here they come. The third ancestor suddenly perked up, his once stooped back subtly straightening by half an inch. Even the beard that hung over his chest slightly curling in excitement. I knew this lad wouldn't forget. The fifth ancestor swiftly suppressed his aura, adopting a fade of exhaustion, though the smile concealed in the creases of his lips betrayed him. Keep your voices down. We must not reveal any flaws. Outside the luminous barrier, Xuanyangzi held a heavy jade box, tiptoeing towards the stone peak to peer inside. Noticing that the barrier did not spring up unexpectedly as it had before, he let out a sigh of relief and cautiously stepped through the light curtain. The five ancestors atop the stone peak abruptly opened their eyes, their murky gazes suddenly igniting with brilliance, their focus locking onto Gu Changge like a spotlight. Is this not the lad from Zizhu Peak? The third ancestor's consciousness surged, creating ripples in the air. They had observed him countless times, yet never had they scrutinized him so closely. Gu Changge's aura was as deep and contained as a tranquil abyss, yet when his gaze swept across the stone peak, it seemed to penetrate the very veins of spirit energy within the rocky layers, causing an inexplicable tension in the hearts of the ancestors. The grand ancestor was the first to regain his composure, clearing his throat and shutting his eyes once more, although his fingers, which were twisting his beard, trembled slightly. Years ago, they had been entrusted by the Zizhu Taoist to support the Qingxian sect, never expecting that this descendant would be so deeply concealed. The spirit tea and various treasures previously sent by Xuanyangzi all originated from his hands. Gu Changge ascended the stone steps towards the peak, bowing respectfully to the five ancestors, his voice resonating like the chime of jade. Changge pays respects to the esteemed ancestors. You came in person? The fifth ancestor sat up abruptly, his formerly stooped figure now standing tall like a pine. Just as he reached out to grasp Gu Changge, he suddenly recalled his persona, hurriedly retracting his hand, his fingertips brushing against his knee, while the fervor in his eyes could not be concealed. The other four ancestors also awakened, their gazes flitting towards the food box in Gu Changge's hands, the sound of their swallowing audible in the stillness of the stone peak. Gu Changge observed their evident hunger, yet they pretended to maintain the dignity of their seniority, secretly amused. You may put on a show, but do you truly believe I cannot see through it? He placed the food box on the stone platform, lifted the lid with a smile, and said, hearing that the ancestors have been diligently pondering the Tao of late. I bring no treasures, merely some ordinary meat and light wine. As the contents of the food box were revealed, the eyes of the five ancestors widened in astonishment. On the left plate lay neatly sliced beef, glimmering with a faint golden hue, and wisps of chaotic energy swirling within its texture, sourced from the azure sky wild bull. On the right plate was meat from the jiaolong, pieces of varying fat and lean, carrying a subtle yet palpable aura of draconic might. Beneath it rested a black clay wine jar, sealed with a talisman that glimmered faintly, containing the drunken immortal elixir, brimming with formidable energy. This is the second ancestor's fingers trembled. Having lived so many years, he had never encountered such pure beast meat. Just the aroma alone sent his Dantian's spiritual energy into a frenzy. Changge appeared oblivious to their indiscretion as he deftly placed a piece of beef brisket onto the iron plate over the stone stove. The sizzling sound erupted, and golden droplets of fat splattered, releasing an aromatic essence that mingled with the ethereal fragrance of the meat, instantly filling the air. He then produced a jade knife, slicing the dragon meat into delicate pieces, which he dipped in a mystical chili sauce and arranged neatly on a plate. Finally, with a decisive motion, he popped the seal off a wine jar, and as the amber liquid poured into a jade bowl, it transformed into twinkling starlight swirling within, accompanied by a rich aroma imbued with energy waves that could make even a king tremble. Care for a taste? Changge offered a bowl of wine to the esteemed elder. The elder's Adam's apple bobbed fervently, abandoning all pretense as he lifted the bowl and gulped it down. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from his being. What a fine wine! The elder seized the jar, filling his bowl once more, his eyes shimmering with excitement. And the aura of his peak saintly realm subtly intensified due to the wine's potency. The other 4 elders could no longer contain themselves. The third elder grabbed a piece of beef brisket and stuffed it into his mouth, exhaling in surprise from the heat, yet reluctant to release it. As it slid down his throat, the peak of his kingly power stirring at this moment. The 5th elder clutched the plate of dragon meat, devouring it greedily. His once gray hair now glimmering with youthful vigor, the vitality radiating from him belied his advanced age. The 2nd and 4th elders fought over the wine jar, the clinking of the jar's mouth resonating amidst their laughter. Their strength belied their apparent frailty. Xianyangzi stood by, utterly astonished, dropping the jade box in his hand with a clatter. It finally dawned on him why they had received such treasures. They had been feigning a state of impending demise. Initially, Xianyangzi had believed the elders' foundations had been grievously damaged. Now, he realized that these old rascals were merely putting on an act, waiting for him to bring forth treasures. You, Xianyangzi stammered, pointing at the voracious elders, his face etched with disbelief at having been so thoroughly deceived. Changge added another piece of beef brisket to the iron plate, chuckling as he observed Xianyangzi's flushed face. You've been so secretive about your progress, nearly on the verge of breaking through to the saintly realm while keeping it from the sect. Now you can truly understand what it feels like to be kept in the dark, can't you? Xianyangzi abruptly turned to Changge, his eyes wide as saucers, pointing at his own nose, his voice rising an octave. What? You actually knew I was close to breaking through to the saintly realm? What? You're on the verge of breaking through to the saintly realm? The 5 elders exclaimed in unison, their astonishment far surpassing Xianyangzi's initial reaction to their gluttony. Chapter 68. The elders' astonishment. The revelation struck like thunder, reverberating across the stone peak. The 3rd elder, who had been savoring the beef brisket, suddenly paused, half a piece still in his mouth, turning to look, grease dripping from the corner of his mouth without a care to wipe it away. The 5th elder, having just scooped a spoonful of dragon meat, froze mid-action, his previously rosy face now a mask of shock. Even the usually composed elder laid down his wine bowl, his aura slightly fluctuating, his gaze filled with disbelief. Xiaoxuanzi, you've hidden your progress remarkably well. When did you approach the threshold of the saintly realm? How do we not notice a thing? Xianyangzi felt somewhat flustered under the intense gaze directed at him, instinctively taking a step back and scratching his head. Old ancestor, are you not also at the pinnacle of quasi-saint, on the verge of entering the realm of saints? Why are you criticizing me? He muttered. Do not concern yourself with me. I am inquiring about you, the great ancestor retorted, maintaining a calm demeanor. Just recently, after drinking the spiritual tea offered by junior brother Changge and consuming a cleansing marrow pill, I suddenly felt as if I were on the threshold of a breakthrough. I thought I hadn't completely succeeded, so I kept it to myself. Cleansing marrow pill? The 4th ancestor's eyes instantly sparkled with curiosity. What sort of elixir is that? It's nothing extraordinary, merely capable of enhancing one's innate qualities, Xianyangzi replied. What? Enhance one's qualities? The 4th ancestor's withered fingers gripped his robe tightly, his spiritual energy, at the peak of the king's realm, becoming chaotic with excitement. The 3rd ancestor nearly spat out the beef brisket he was chewing as he leaned in for clarification. By how much can it enhance? Is it to the heavenly level or? If the foundation is solid enough, reaching the saint level is not out of the question, Changge said. twirling a jade knife with a tone as nonchalant as if discussing the pleasantness of the weather. Yet, to the ears of the five ancestors, this statement was even more alarming than the previously mentioned drunken immortal do. The great ancestor suddenly rose to his feet, his quasi-saint aura erupting, causing the spiritual veins on the stone peak to tremble. Saint level? Changge, do you comprehend the significance of this? In the vast expanse of the Xianhuang Great World, for millions of years, there has never been a case of anyone enhancing their qualities to the saint level through elixirs. He had encountered countless rare herbs and treasures, yet had never heard of such a miraculous pill. If it truly had such effects, how could the Qingxian sect not rise to prominence? The fifth ancestor, clutching an empty ceramic jar, found his hair, which had once been tinged with green, trembling slightly from excitement. Little Xuanzi, speak truthfully. How many cleansing marrow pills have you consumed? What is your current level of innate quality? Xian Yangzi's cheeks flushed, scratching his head again. Just one now. I'm at the mid-level of the saint rank. Mid-level of the saint rank. The five ancestors collectively gasped in astonishment. The third ancestor even reached out to examine Xian Yangzi's pulse, and upon touching his wrist, his pupils constricted sharply. The spiritual energy circulating within his pulse faintly resonated with the rhythm of the saint realm, a clear indication of the extraordinary quality of a saint. You rascal! The third ancestor was both angry and amused, raising his hand to give Xian Yangzi a light slap on the back of the head. You've kept such significant news from us. The great ancestor fixed his piercing gaze on Gu Changge. Changge, do you still possess the cleansing marrow pills? I am willing to trade my treasured purple cloud thunder crystal, which I have safeguarded for a millennium. The fourth ancestor was even more direct. I have the nine-turn soul returning flower. As long as you can provide me with one, I will obey your every command. At that moment, Xian Yangzi raised his finger, pointing to the jade box that had fallen to the ground in the shock of the moment. They are all right there. I originally intended to present them to the ancestors, but seeing that there was a barrier protecting you, I didn't want to disturb your cultivation. The gazes of the five ancestors swiftly shifted to the jade box on the ground, their previously eager expressions freezing in place, only to erupt into more intense accusations. The third ancestor rushed over in a flurry, cautiously picking up the jade box, his fingertips trembling as they brushed against its surface. As it opened, 5 luminous pills lay within, radiating a gentle spiritual light, and the unique, crisp fragrance of the cleansing marrow pills wafted forth. He abruptly turned his head and glared at Xuanyangzi, his beard bristling with indignation. You rascal, why didn't you mention this treasure earlier? How could you let such a precious item fall to the ground? The 5 ancestors gathered around, their eyes fixated on the jade box containing the cleansing marrow pill, their once dull hair now quivering with excitement. A barrier? That was hastily added by me to prevent spies from the burning heaven palace from intruding. Couldn't you have called out? Did you just stand there watching the treasure lie on the floor for so long? The 4th ancestor, tracing the intricate patterns on the pill, suddenly recalled something and turned to Xuanyangzi. Did you just say that consuming one would elevate one's aptitude to the mid-tier of the saint level? Upon receiving a nod from Xuanyangzi, he couldn't help but exclaim, Good heavens! That is indeed mid-tier saint-level aptitude. The grand ancestor held the jade box, his fingertips gently caressing the luminous white pill as the aura of his peak quasi-saint gradually calmed, though his gaze became more contemplative. He looked up at Gu Changge, his tone turning serious. Changge, I am aware that this cleansing marrow pill is extraordinary, but if the supply is limited, it may be prudent to prioritize the young talents within our sect for consumption. We old fellows are already halfway into the grave, even if our aptitude improves. The path ahead is finite. It would be wiser to reserve it for the younger generation, thereby strengthening the foundation of the Qingxian sect. Upon hearing this, the other 4 ancestors nodded in agreement. The 3rd ancestor set down the pill he had almost brought to his lips, sighing, Elder brother speaks wisely. We have lived long enough. It is time to pass the opportunities on to the youth. The 5th ancestor directly returned the pill to the jade box, his eyes reflecting reluctance, but also a consideration for the sect. Gu Changge observed the restraint in their eyes and could not help but laugh lightly. Elders, you worry too much. Although the cleansing marrow pills are scarce, there are indeed enough for all of you to use. I still have some reserves. The 4th ancestor's eyes sparkled instantly, the suppressed excitement flaring back up as his frail hand tightened around the pill once more. Is what you say true, Changge? Just as Gu Changge was about to nod, Xuanyangzi suddenly slapped his thigh, his expression one of dawning realization, pointing at Gu Changge and exclaiming, Wait a minute. Changge, I have kept my breakthrough to the saint level tightly under wraps. Not even the ancestors noticed. How did you see through it at a glance? What level are you at now? At this, the 5 ancestors all turned their gazes sharply towards Changge. He raised his eyes, a casual smile curling at the corners of his mouth. My cultivation? I fear it might frighten you. I'm merely at the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment? Xuanyangzi rolled his eyes. You dare claim to be at the foundation establishment? The tea leaves you casually brewed for me allowed me to touch the threshold of the saint level. If you were truly at the foundation stage, wouldn't my breakthrough to the saint level be in vain? Do you think I would believe that? Changge regarded his earnest expression, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he continued. Then perhaps the condensation pill stage? As soon as these words left his lips, the 5 ancestors shook their heads in unison, with the 3rd ancestor bluntly retorting. A condensation pill stage that can produce cleansing marrow pills and enlightenment tea? Changge, that is quite a jest. The 5th ancestor nodded along, forgetting to lower the empty ceramic jar in his hand. In all my years, I have never seen a condensation pill stage that could conceal its cultivation level from a quasi-saint. Changge sighed in resignation, raising his hands in a gesture of defeat. All right. How about the celestial human stage? Surely that would be believable? Xuanyangzi crossed his arms, adopting an expression that seemed to say, you keep making up your stories. Changge, noticing their disbelief, lost interest in teasing them further and casually remarked, All right, I won't play with you anymore. My cultivation is about on par with yours. About on par? How much is that? The Grand Ancestor immediately pressed, his aura of peak quasi-saint radiating a sense of urgency. He was eager to ascertain the true prowess of this junior capable of wielding extraordinary treasures. Changge twirled a jade knife between his fingers and nonchalantly uttered 3 words. 8 billion. Give or take. A bit? Xuanyangzi asked, perplexed. Yes, 1 billion. Give or take. Chapter 69. The emergence of the secret realm. As everyone observed Changge's reluctance to elaborate, they understood that further inquiries would yield no answers, and thus tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing cultivation any longer. However, their minds were anything but tranquil, each consumed by a myriad of speculations. The Grand Ancestor stroked his beard, his gaze lingering on Changge for an extended period, his peak quasi-saint consciousness quietly probing, yet sensing nothing at all. He mused inwardly. If he claims to be on par with the quasi-saint, just how far behind or ahead is he? Or has he already reached the realm of a saint? The 3rd ancestor continued to munch on beef, his thoughts entirely occupied with the depths of this young man's concealment. Xuanyangzi was growing increasingly anxious, eager to unveil Changge's secrets. Changge, keenly aware of their thoughts, chose not to prolong the teasing. Instead, he picked up a jade spoon and added a ladle of spiritual pepper sauce to the iron plate, the sizzling aroma of meat quickly overshadowing the tense atmosphere atop the stone peak. Suddenly, Xuanyangzi slapped the stone table, recalling the main event of their gathering, and hurriedly retrieved a bronze token inscribed with Songyun's secret realm from his storage ring. The 4 seal characters glimmered in the morning light, and as soon as the token was produced, the surrounding spiritual energy instinctively surged towards it. Grand Ancestor, Junior Brother Changge, this token contains an entire innate secret realm. Xuanyangzi exclaimed, his voice trembling as he pointed at the token. It holds 1,000,000 miles of spiritual soil, with a spiritual energy concentration 100 times that of the outside world, and ancient inheritances are hidden within. Junior Brother Changge and I have discussed placing the secret realm in the void of the forbidden area, overlapping it with formations, so the ancestors can reside within the secret realm. An innate secret realm? The Grand Ancestor was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively reached for his forehead, his withered fingers brushing against his warm skin before he touched his own forehead. I say, little Xuanyangzi, your alcohol tolerance is lacking. How much have you had to drink to start spouting nonsense? A secret realm must span at least 10,000 miles, and this token is no larger than a palm. How can it contain such vastness? Have you mistaken it for some formation token? The 2nd ancestor chuckled as he stroked his beard in agreement. Indeed. We have lived for over 1,000 years and have only heard of secret realms hidden within mountains and rivers. We have never heard of one being sealed within a token. Xuanyang, perhaps your longing for the secret realm has clouded your judgment. Observing the reactions of the ancestors, Xuanyangzi appeared unsurprised. He then deliberately furrowed his brow and pushed the token into the Grand Ancestor's hand, his tone urgent. Grand Ancestor, please do not doubt. Try infusing your spiritual power into it. He was already elated internally, eagerly anticipating their astonishment when they perceived the wonders contained within. The Grand Ancestor, compelled by the urgency of the situation, reluctantly accepted the token, as he infused it with a mere wisp of quasi-saintly energy. The previously unremarkable token erupted into a dazzling golden radiance. Vistas of vast spiritual soil, floating stone peaks shrouded in mist, and springs where even stone could grow moss surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. The palpable richness of spiritual energy in the air was unmistakable. This revelation caused the Grand Ancestor to tighten his grip on the token, his knuckles turning white from exertion, as the overwhelming aura of quasi-saintly power radiated from him, shaking the veins of spiritual energy on the stone peaks and causing fine cracks to appear in the slate beneath his feet. Indeed, a hidden realm existed, and it was contained within the token. Noticing his unusual reaction, the second ancestor hurried over, and upon merely brushing his fingertips against the token, he was startled back by the spiritual pressure emanating from it, his withered hands trembling with excitement and turning pale. By the heavens, 1,000,000 miles of spiritual soil that could easily rival the expanse of several mystical territories. If this is true, our Changge sect is destined for greatness. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the two, the fifth ancestor seized the token, and the moment he sensed the vision of the hidden realm, his previously smiling countenance froze, his voice choked with emotion. An innate hidden realm that could rival the creation of the heavens. How many ancient sanctuaries, with their legacies spanning millennia, would vie for such a treasure? Changge, witnessing the ancestors rendered speechless and incoherent, could no longer contain his pride. Look at you all, moments ago dismissing my words, and now you are nearly paralyzed with fear. The Grand Ancestor took a considerable time to regain his composure, and his gaze towards Changge was transformed. He had not anticipated the existence of a token capable of containing a hidden realm. Perhaps it was he who had underestimated the world. Changge observed the excitement radiating from the crowd, and, with a gentle flick of his fingertip into the void, a pale azure spiritual light flickered, causing faint rays to appear around the stone peaks, only to vanish again, further concealing the aura of the forbidden land. I have already discussed the arrangement of the hidden realm with the sect leader, and we plan to divide it into 3 distinct sections. 3 sections? The Grand Ancestor's anticipation grew. Pray tell, how will you organize it? Taking the floor, Changge lightly gestured again, and the ethereal silhouette of the hidden realm unfolded above the stone peaks. Within the apparition, the hidden realm was partitioned by 2 invisible barriers into 3 zones, each suffused with different spiritual energies. In the innermost area of the hidden realm, where the spiritual essence was most concentrated, lay a natural comprehension platform, serving as a sanctuary for the ancestors' cultivation and daily life. Changge pointed to the innermost region, where mist coiled around and several floating stone peaks could be faintly discerned. This area, imbued with innate Taoist resonance, would greatly benefit the ancestors in their pursuit of higher realms, and its concealed location would render it less susceptible to disturbance. The Grand Ancestor gazed at the comprehension platform, his breath growing heavy, and the quasi-saintly energy within him rippled with excitement. Excellent. A splendid location. With this comprehension platform, I shall soon break through to the saint realm. The central part of the hidden realm, while not as rich in spiritual energy as the depths, was still several hundred times denser than the outside world. Changge directed his fingertip toward the middle area, as a sacred space for the peak masters and core elders. This secluded area serves as a retreat for practitioners. On ordinary days, should any of the senior brothers wish to engage in secluded meditation or delve into the study of techniques and combat skills, they may do so here, benefiting from the abundant spiritual energy while avoiding the distractions of mundane affairs within the sect. However, entry and exit from this sanctum must be sanctioned by the sect leader or several esteemed ancestors. As for the outer perimeter of the secret realm, the concentration of spiritual energy is 100-fold greater than that of the outside world, and it is populated by numerous beast lairs and remnants of ancient legacies. Changge pointed towards the outermost region, where dense forests stood and occasional flashes of spiritual light could be seen. A selection of 100 disciples may be chosen to enter, with the sect focusing on their individual cultivation. Once they enter, they must not leave easily, as they are to be nurtured as the sect's reserve force. Suddenly, the Grand Ancestor recalled something and inquired about the criteria for selecting disciples. Should there be an admission threshold? Indeed, there must be, Xian Yangzi interjected. Priority will be given to those whose temperaments are stable and whose roots are strong. Before entering the secret realm, they must sign a bond of unity and pledge an oath to the heavenly path, ensuring that no information regarding the secret realm is leaked. If the elders have the time, they may also offer guidance to the disciples within the realm from time to time. The Grand Ancestor nodded vigorously, his grip on the bronze token trembling, his knuckles whitening from exertion, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Let us commence at once and strive to complete the arrangements for the secret realm as swiftly as possible. With that, he raised his hand to gather spiritual energy, intending to reinforce the barrier surrounding the sanctum with his own cultivation. The array protecting the sanctuary must be reinforced threefold before establishing the secret realm. This matter is crucial to the future of the sect. If even a trace of its aura were to be leaked during the preparations, it could attract the keen eyes of formidable forces, rendering our prior efforts futile. The ancestors nodded in agreement, each of them eager to begin. Chapter 70. The Imperial Guardian Array. The significance of the Zhongyun secret realm was paramount. None wished for a minor oversight to jeopardize their grand undertaking. Observing the flurry of preparations among the gathered individuals, Gu Changge's lips curled into a subtle smile. With a delicate lift of his fingertip and without any extraneous gestures, the void around the sanctuary suddenly shimmered with fragmented spiritual light. This ethereal glow swiftly coursed along the stone peaks of the sanctuary, coalescing into a translucent array pattern. The runes upon the luminescent screen were intricately woven, resonating faintly with the rhythm of the heavens and earth, firmly sealing the aura of the sanctuary, ensuring that not even a wisp of spiritual energy escaped. Even more astonishing was the fact that, upon the manifestation of this array, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, rendering even the consciousness of those approaching the Saint Realm incapable of penetrating its depths. No one realized that this array, which appeared to be conjured in the moment, was in fact the Imperial Guardian Array, the Zhou Tian Xing Chun, which Gu Changge had established many years prior. The foundation of this array was deeply embedded within the Earth's veins beneath the 7 main peaks. Akin to an iron fortress firmly rooted in the depths of the earth, unyielding and indomitable. Sustaining the operation of this array were 10 imperial spirit veins, rarest of existences in the world, their value surpassing imagination. Even the most renowned sacred lands find it difficult to possess even a single imperial spirit vein. The immense spiritual power they contain is akin to an endless ocean, inexhaustible and inexhaustibly abundant. The Zhou Tian Xing Chun array, drawing upon 10 imperial spirit veins, would withstand the full might of an emperor's assault, impervious to breach. In ordinary times, this formation remains concealed in the void, akin to a dormant dragon, revealing no trace of its presence. It is only when the sect senses danger that it awakens like an ancient beast, displaying its astonishing might to safeguard the sect's safety. At this moment, the Grand Ancestor, gathering spiritual power, suddenly halted, and a look of astonishment ignited in his murky eyes. Having lived for over a millennium and witnessed countless formations, he had never encountered such an exquisite barrier. Merely relying on the rhythm of the formation itself, it could completely seal the aura of the forbidden zone. Such mastery denotes at least a sacred-level formation. Xian Yangzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the luminous curtain, his voice trembling. "Junior brother Changge, is this you're doing?" A mere grand formation, hastily arranged before, could stabilize the aura of the forbidden zone, averting mishaps during the arrangement of the secret realm. This statement stirred a tempest of shock among the onlookers. The 4th ancestor, clutching the cleansing elixir, trembled, nearly dropping the pill, gazing at Gu Changge in disbelief. Hastily arranged? Changge, do you realize that a formation capable of sealing the aura of a forbidden zone so tightly requires at least centuries of accumulated spiritual materials? The 5th ancestor, equally agitated, stomped his feet, his previously dark hair quivering in shock. With such a formation in place, not only would the aura of the secret realm remain undisclosed, but even spies approaching the forbidden zone would find no trace of activity. Observing the astonished expressions of his companions, Gu Changge maintained a calm demeanor. "It is merely a precaution. There is no need for such alarm." He turned to the Grand Ancestor, gesturing towards the depths of the forbidden zone. "There is no need to dwell on the formation. We can commence the arrangement of the secret realm now." The Grand Ancestor took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and bowed deeply to Changge. Your foresight is commendable. With this formation as our safeguard, we can proceed with the arrangement of the secret realm without concerns. Changge, watching the eager yet uncertain expressions of the crowd, smiled more broadly as he reached out to take the bronze token from the Grand Ancestor's hands. The arrangement of the secret realm involves the connection of spiritual veins and spatial overlap. Any misstep could trigger spatial turbulence, so it is best left to me. Before his words faded, he gathered a wisp of faint golden spiritual energy at his fingertip and gently tapped it on the central characters of the token, Songyun's secret realm. In an instant, the characters radiated a brilliant golden light, and layers of spatial ripples emanated from the token as the illusion of the secret realm rapidly expanded above the stone peaks. The floating stone peaks shrouded in mist. The gently flowing spiritual spring and the ancient cave hidden within the forest became increasingly vivid, with the spiritual energy in the air thickening like honey, as if one could reach out and touch the flora of the secret realm. With a swift motion, Changge gestured outward, causing the token to transform into a streak of light that surged into the void of the forbidden zone, simultaneously exclaiming, "Secret realm, return to position, conceal." In that moment, a violent wave of spiritual energy surged through the void, precisely aligning the illusion of the secret realm with the spiritual veins of the forbidden zone. 3 invisible barriers expanded like ripples in water, distinctly delineating the secret realm into inner, middle, and outer domains. In an unseen dimension, the array patterns of the celestial stars formation seamlessly interlocked with the barriers of the secret realm, creating a dual-layered protection. Soon after, the entire secret realm slowly vanished as if consumed by the void, with even the last wisp of spiritual light dissipating entirely. Had it not been for the lingering, rich spiritual essence in the air of the forbidden zone, and had the witnesses not personally beheld the ethereal shadows of the secret realm, it is likely that no one would believe that this seemingly desolate void concealed an innate secret realm capable of driving the entire Xian Huang continent into madness. The venerable ancestor trembled as he extended his hand toward the void, his fingertips merely brushing against the chill of the atmosphere, his astonishment nearly spilling over. Is this truly established? Not even a trace left behind. Changge's methods are indeed miraculous. Changge retracted his hand and returned the bronze token to the venerable ancestor, his tone remaining unperturbed. The secret realm had completely overlapped with the void of the forbidden zone, hidden from sight, unless one possessed the exclusive token. Even a sage-level cultivator would be unable to find a single trace. He tapped the void with his fingertip, and several bronze tokens appeared. These tokens were bound to the essence of the ancestors and the sect master, and from now on, by merely infusing spiritual energy, the void would reveal a golden portal, allowing only them to enter freely. Others, even if they possessed the tokens, would be unable to activate it without their essence. The venerable ancestor hurriedly accepted the tokens and attempted to infuse a trace of spiritual energy. Indeed, a golden portal, approximately 10 feet high, shimmered before him, with the suspended Tao enlightenment platform and the swirling innate Tao rhythms faintly visible behind it. A surge of joy filled his heart as he retracted his spiritual energy, causing the portal to vanish in an instant, restoring tranquility to the air. Marvelous, truly marvelous. The venerable ancestor clapped in admiration, his gaze towards Changge filled with respect. Moreover, when disciples approach the entrance of the secret realm, they will first pass through a cleansing heart array. This array can assess the disciples' hearts. Should any harbor malicious thoughts or be prone to agitation, the array will automatically block them, ensuring that those with impure intentions cannot enter the secret realm. Holding the bronze token, the venerable ancestor bowed deeply to Changge. Thank you on behalf of the entire Qingxian sect for your diligent efforts. With this secret realm, this protection, and these regulations, our Qingxian sect's future is bound to be radiant. The crowd echoed in agreement. The atmosphere atop the stone peak as vibrant as a celebration, each face alight with aspirations for the future. Changge surveyed the scene, discreetly withdrawing the final remnants of the array's resonance. The imperial-grade protective formation, the celestial star array, continued to operate silently, firmly safeguarding the sect and the secret realm within. Yet, he had no intention of revealing this assurance, treating it as a hidden strength for the Qingxian sect. Changge mused inwardly. Sect Master, venerable ancestors, I shall refrain from disclosing the true power of the formation for now, lest you become overly proud. What are we waiting for? Let us venture inside. At that moment, the voice of Xian Yangzi resonated. Chapter 71. Entering the Secret Realm. Before Xian Yangzi's words had faded, he had already tightened his grip on the bronze token, infusing it with spiritual energy. The golden light of the Forbidden Zone surged once more, the portal rippling like water. Let us go. The venerable ancestor stepped forward first, instinctively restraining the aura of his peak quasi-saint level, fearful of disturbing the spiritual rhythms within the secret realm. The others followed closely behind, and the moment they passed through the portal, all could not help but emit soft exclamations. Enveloped by the gentle spiritual essence, it felt as though they were immersed in melted spiritual jade, their exposed skin acutely aware of the spiritual energy penetrating their pores, sending tingling sensations throughout their bodies. As they stepped into the secret realm, the crowd halted in unison, their eyes filled with awe and bewilderment. The concentration of spiritual energy here was indeed 100-fold greater than that of the outside world. The second elder could not resist crouching down, his fingertips gently brushing the spiritual soil. As his spiritual force penetrated merely half an inch, it was repelled by a tremendous wave of spiritual resonance. He abruptly raised his head, disbelief evident in his gaze. Having cultivated for a millennium in the Qingxian sect, he had never encountered such pure, innate spiritual energy. Merely standing here allowed his cultivation to gradually advance. As soon as his words fell, the Grand Elder suddenly raised his hand and pinched the second elder's arm sharply. The second elder yelped in pain, leaping to his feet while clutching his arm, glaring at him. "What was that for, you old fool?" The Grand Elder, however, was not angered. Instead, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with a dazed excitement. "I must see if I am dreaming. This secret realm, this spiritual energy, is 100 times more miraculous than the ancient spiritual realms described in the remnants I saw in the Forbidden Grounds." Just as the fifth elder was about to respond, his attention was suddenly captured by a distant patch of spiritual fields. He swiftly approached, parting the waist-high spiritual grass, and gently stroked the leaves of a 9-leafed spiritual herb. The leaves shimmered with a warm jade color, and faint golden light flowed through the veins. It was indeed the king-level spiritual herb, 9-leaf grass. This is 9-leaf grass." The fifth elder trembled with excitement, his voice quivering. He had seen its depiction at Danding Peak. This herb ripens once every 1,000 years and can nourish the essence of a king, possessing immense value for them. He bent down to examine the roots of the herb and noticed the soil glimmering with the sheen of an innate spiritual spring. The roots of the 9-leaf grass had deeply penetrated the spiritual veins, and the golden light on the leaves was several times denser than what was recorded in the illustrations. It appeared to be over 10,000 years old. While 1,000 years was already rare, if left unharvested, it would wither away. He had never heard of anything capable of surpassing the 1,000-year threshold. The Grand Elder leaned in for a glance, but waved his hand dismissively. What a trivial matter to make such a fuss over. He swept his hand over the spiritual fields, revealing that amidst the patches of spiritual grass, there were numerous other spiritual herbs, including the 1,000-year-old Zhugua. This was indeed an innate secret realm, where the spiritual energy was so abundant it could awaken the consciousness of plants. It was no surprise to find a 10,000-year 9-leaf grass, or even rarer treasures. Just as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder's gaze suddenly froze, as if immobilized by a spell. In the center of the spiritual fields stood a half-human-tall spiritual herb glowing with a pearly light. Its petals were as translucent as crystal, each exuding a sacred radiance. Within the flower's core floated a wisp of pale purple soul light, gently swirling with the flow of spiritual energy. It was none other than the legendary sacred herb recorded in ancient texts, the Tai Su Ningxian flower. Tai Su Ningxian flower. The Grand Elder's composure shattered in an instant, his voice rising sharply. He rushed forward, carefully parting the surrounding spiritual grass, fearful of damaging the petals. Ancient texts claimed this herb could coalesce a shattered soul. As long as a wisp of a remnant soul remained, it could be reassembled. This was a sacred herb. It belonged to us. All of it belongs to our Qingxian sect. Ha ha. The Grand Elder laughed so heartily that the corners of his eyes crinkled with joy. His hands trembling slightly, his gaze fixed on the Tai Su Ningxian flower, reluctant to divert his attention even for a moment. With this sacred herb, even in the face of adversity, they would possess a crucial lifeline. The 5 ancestors stood aside, observing with a trace of disdain flickering in their eyes, muttering to themselves. Just moments ago, one had feigned an air of worldly wisdom, yet upon encountering the sacred herb, their excitement surpassed even mine. How ironic. Where is your composure now? Xian Yangzi also approached, gazing at the sacred herb and the royal-grade spiritual herbs in the spiritual field, suddenly feeling a wave of warmth in his eyes. The mere value of this spiritual field was enough to drive the 7 major sects of Xianzhou into a frenzy. The elder ancestor was still enveloped in astonishment when, in the next moment, he suddenly clutched his chest, his face turning crimson. He was already at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. And after consuming some sacred beast meat and drunken immortal dew, he was on the verge of losing control. Now, amidst the dense spiritual energy of this secret realm, the intertwined power began to assail the barrier at the threshold of the saint realm, causing the spiritual energy within his meridians to surge almost uncontrollably. And his breathing became rapid. No, this is untenable. The spiritual energy is too concentrated. If I stay any longer, I fear I shall be unable to resist breaking through. The other elders nodded in agreement, their faces etched with anxiety. Their internal conditions mirrored that of the elder ancestor. As the secret realm's spiritual energy combined with the lingering effects of the wine and meat, striking against the barrier of their realms. Gu Changge observed the tense expressions of the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. He lifted his gaze toward the depths of the secret realm, where a veil of mist cloaked the air, revealing the ethereal floating jade platform. Indeed, the core Tao Enlightenment platform of the secret realm. The Tao Enlightenment platform deep within the secret realm was the key. Elders, let us pause for a moment. We should venture deeper into the secret realm, where it is more fitting to break through on the Tao Enlightenment platform. Upon hearing this, the group hurriedly suppressed the surging power within them and followed Gu Changge towards the inner sanctum of the secret realm. The further they ventured, the more concentrated the spiritual energy became, eventually coalescing into a tangible spiritual mist, allowing them to sense the resonance of the Tao flowing through their consciousness with every breath. Soon, a colossal floating jade platform came into view, inscribed with ancient runes, emanating a golden halo of Tao resonance. The spiritual energy so rich it seemed almost ready to drip. Standing beneath the platform, they could all feel the transcendent force capable of driving those in the quasi-saint realm into madness. This is the Tao Enlightenment platform. The elder ancestor trembled as he reached out his hand, the moment his fingertips brushed against the Tao resonance emanating from the platform. A wave of clarity washed over his consciousness, dispelling the chaos previously wrought by the tumult of spiritual energy. Gu Changge nodded, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Esteemed elders, this moment presents the optimal opportunity to enhance our innate qualities. First, consume the marrow-cleansing elixir to elevate our potential. By doing so, not only will we seamlessly absorb the spiritual energy of the secret realm and the resonance of the Tao Enlightenment platform, but our breakthroughs will also be less encumbered, paving a smoother path for our future cultivation. Excellent. I am eager to witness the miraculous effects of this elixir that enhances one's potential. The elder ancestor, no longer hesitating, stepped onto the Tao Enlightenment platform with a somewhat hurried pace, settling into a cross-legged position. Even the motion of his robe brushing against the jade patterns was executed with greater care. He retrieved a luminous white marrow-cleansing elixir from his storage ring. And as the elixir touched his palm, the crisp fragrance of the medicine filled his nostrils, easing his previously tense nerves. The second elder and the fifth elder followed suit, each taking a seat at the edge of the Tao Enlightenment platform, retrieving their own marrow-cleansing elixirs from their storage rings. The luminous elixir shimmered under the golden radiance of the Enlightenment platform, casting a delicate halo that captured the attention of the gathering crowd. Their faces alight with barely contained anticipation. Having lived for a millennium, they had never heard of a pill capable of enhancing one's innate abilities. Thus, they were filled with both curiosity and trepidation, their fingertips trembling as they clutched the elixir. Gu Changge observed the trust and yearning in their eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as his fingers gently caressed several ancient jade slips hidden within his sleeve. Rest assured, esteemed ancestors, consume the elixir without hesitation. Once you transcend to the sage realm, I have several techniques here that will surely resonate more harmoniously with you than the Qing Xian classic you currently practice. Oh, more techniques? The Grand Ancestor paused just as he was about to ingest the elixir, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Changge, what grade of techniques are these? The next chapter will be released at noon. Chapter 72. All six saints emerge. Changge merely smiled and waved his hand, his gaze drifting back to the golden halo of the Enlightenment platform. After you all achieve your breakthroughs, you shall know. For now, the most crucial task is to utilize the marrow-cleansing elixir and the essence of the Enlightenment platform to achieve a dual elevation of both aptitude and cultivation. Upon seeing this, the Grand Ancestor ceased his inquiries and promptly consumed the marrow-cleansing elixir. As the elixir slid down his throat, it transformed into a stream of refreshing warmth, flowing slowly into his dantian. Although he intended to focus on guiding the medicinal power, a moment later, he suddenly clenched his fists, feeling the warm current from the Enlightenment platform erupt within his dantian, bursting forth as countless golden threads surged towards his meridians. The stagnation of spiritual energy dissolved instantly, and even his sea of consciousness became so clear that it could reflect the ancient inscriptions of the Enlightenment platform. However, he could hardly savor the change in his aptitude, as the force enveloping him, infused with medicinal energy, spiritual essence, and the rhythm of the Tao, rushed violently against the barrier of the quasi-saint pinnacle, causing his meridians to thrum as if buzzing with life, rendering any attempt at restraint a mere luxury. What a formidable opportunity for breakthrough. The Grand Ancestor's throat bobbed, his voice thick with suppressed excitement. The golden threads around him coalesced into a cocoon of light, his quasi-saint aura soaring uncontrollably. Even the ancient inscriptions of the Enlightenment platform were stirred, radiating a flickering golden light. The other ancestors also immersed themselves in their cultivation. The second ancestor stood with a straightened back, his palms glowing with a pearlescent light. The fifth ancestor's fingertips danced with a faint azure essence, his gaze sharp and intense. The remaining two ancestors were enveloped in a mist of spiritual energy, clearly swept away by the impulse to break through, none of them diverting their attention to assess their own aptitudes. Xian Yangzi stood at the edge of the platform, observing the extraordinary manifestations of the ancestors' breakthroughs, feeling his own dantian heat up in response. He had already approached the threshold of the sage realm, and the residual effects of the marrow-cleansing elixir he had consumed earlier, combined with the 100-fold spiritual energy of the secret realm and the ancestors' breakthrough aura, ignited the long-suppressed power within him. Enough. Today, I shall break through alongside the ancestors. Resolutely, he sat cross-legged at the edge of the Enlightenment platform, channeling his technique to draw in spiritual energy, a pale violet light emanating from him, intertwining the exhilaration of breaking through with the intense pressure of ascending realms, causing him to involuntarily emit a low groan. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resounded. The cocoon of light surrounding the Grand Ancestor shattered suddenly, and golden Tao rhythms surged forth like a tidal wave, yet were firmly locked in place by the array of the Enlightenment platform. He opened his eyes wide, golden light flashing within. And though the pressure of the sage realm had not fully been unleashed, it had already sent the surrounding spiritual mist swirling, culminating in a long-awaited breakthrough. I have broken through. I have transcended to the sage realm. The venerable ancestor let out a resounding roar, his voice brimming with ecstasy and exhilaration, as his robes fluttered wildly, empowered by spiritual energy, and even his hair danced in the wind. Yet, before the echo of his cry faded, a sudden crackling sound reverberated through the air above the secret realm. Dark purple and black thunderclouds gathered at an astonishing speed, swiftly cloaking the entire sky. Golden arcs of lightning weave through the clouds like ferocious thunder dragons, emanating a destructive aura that made even the recently ascended ancestors' heart race with trepidation. Although the secret realm could shield them from the perception of the tribulation, it could not erase the heavenly decree's mark on the transition between realms. If the tribulation was not faced today, it would inevitably descend upon the sect after exiting the secret realm. Changge focused a strand of spiritual energy at his fingertips, penetrating the barriers of the secret realm to invoke the heavenly response. In an instant, lightning flickered above, and the dark purple tribulation clouds hastily converged. Here, facing the tribulation would not only stabilize their foundation with the secret realm's spiritual essence, but also spare the ancestors from being immediately confronted by 5 heavenly tribulations upon their exit. It was the tribulation of a sage. The venerable ancestor's eyes ignited with fervent light as he prepared to confront it, only to see Changge raise his hand and wave towards the Enlightenment platform. A pale azure barrier rose instantaneously, isolating the other 4 ancestors and Xuanyangzi, while even the pressure of the tribulation was kept at bay outside the barrier. First, concentrate on your breakthrough. Do not let the tribulation affect you. Gu Changge's voice resonated in their minds. The four ancestors and Xuanyangzi regained their focus and promptly returned to their cultivation. Observing this, the venerable ancestor clasped his hands in gratitude towards Gu Changge, then turned to charge into the thunderclouds. Today, he would harness this tribulation to temper the essence of a sage. The first bolt of lightning struck down with a thunderous roar, a thick violet golden arc descending with a sense of annihilation. The venerable ancestor conjured a golden light shield in his palm, ancient runes swirling upon it. And at the moment of impact with the lightning, golden light and shards of thunder erupted into the air, causing ripples to spread throughout the secret realm. As the arc dissipated, the second bolt of tribulation swiftly followed, this time presenting two entwined thunder dragons. Yet, the venerable ancestor remained unfazed, his sage-level spiritual energy coalescing into a protective armor as he surged forward to meet the thunder dragons. The clash of his fists against the arcs shattered the dragons into fragments. With each strike, his excitement grew, with every bolt he faced. The essence of sage within him solidified, and the brilliance in his eyes intensified. Just as he braved the fifth bolt of tribulation, the enlightenment platform suddenly erupted with two beams of breakthrough light as the second and fifth ancestors simultaneously ascended to the sage realm. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld the tribulation in midair, their eyes igniting with fervor. The tribulation has arrived, splendid. Noticing this, Gu Changge raised his hand to withdraw the barrier before the two, fortifying the protection around the remaining two ancestors and Xuanyangzi. The second and fifth ancestors leaped towards the thunderclouds. As the venerable ancestor endured the ninth bolt of tribulation, two more resounding breakthroughs echoed from within the clouds, signaling the success of the remaining two ancestors in their trials. In an instant, for clouds of sage tribulation converged high above, with violet golden lightning entwining like frenzied dragons, the terrifying pressure compelling all beings below to bow in reverence, even causing the very fabric of space to fracture. A glint of brilliance flashed in Gu Changge's eyes as he unfurled his long sleeves. An invisible barrier unfurled like a celestial canopy, precisely segmenting the four clouds of tribulation into independent domains, firmly restraining the raging lightning within their respective realms, preventing any further tumultuous interaction. He stood amidst the void, his garments fluttering gracefully, single-handedly stabilizing a tumultuous storm of thunder that could annihilate the heavens and earth. After half a day, for venerable ancestors successfully transcended the thunder tribulation. Though battered and bruised, they were enveloped in the essence of sagehood, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The eldest ancestor let out a hearty laugh. This is the power of a sage. Before his laughter could fade, a faint hum resonated from Xuanyangzi's direction. He too had broken through. A soft lavender light surged skyward, instantly drawing forth the thunder tribulation anew. The dark purple clouds gathered once more, and the arcs of lightning were threefold thicker than before, evidently fueled by Xuanyangzi's intensified aura. Xuanyangzi took a deep breath and soared toward the impending thunder tribulation. Three arcs of lightning intertwined into a net and struck down upon him, yet he stood resolute, neither flinching nor retreating. Utilizing the tribulation to refine his sage essence, the lightning arcs, rather than inflicting harm, further honed his aura. After withstanding 9 bolts, he landed and waved his hand. The sage's spiritual power transformed into a blade of light, effortlessly severing an ancient tree that had stood for a millennium. His eyes sparkled with incredulous joy. I have also attained sagehood. Gu Changge observed the aura of sagehood surrounding the 6 individuals and produced a jade measuring stone, offering it to them. At this moment, measuring their aptitude would reveal the efficacy of the marrow-washing elixir. The eldest ancestor was the first to accept, and the jade surface erupted with resplendent golden light. Medium-grade sage-level aptitude. As the other ancestors tested in turn, 2 possessed medium-grade sage-level aptitude, while 3 were of low-grade sage-level aptitude. 6 sages, all of them of sage-level quality. Xuanyangzi cradled the jade measuring stone, repeatedly tracing the sacred patterns on its surface with his fingertip, his voice filled with euphoric disbelief. It had been a millennium since the Qingxian sect had witnessed such grandeur, and all of this was due to junior brother Changge. For generations, the 7 major sects of Xian Prefecture had sought sagehood in vain, Yet our Qingxian sect had suddenly produced 6 sages, all of sage-level quality. It felt like a dream. The eldest ancestor's fingers trembled slightly. Earlier, upon hearing Changge mention that the marrow-washing elixir could aid breakthroughs, he had harbored expectations. But witnessing this sage-level aptitude left him in disbelief. For a millennium, not a single sage had emerged, and now 6 had appeared simultaneously. Truly, our Qingxian sect's ancestral tomb is ablaze with prosperity. The 2nd and 5th ancestors also bore expressions of shock and elation. With 6 sages, combined with the inheritance and treasures from the secret realm, the foundation of our Qingxian sect is poised to multiply exponentially. The eldest ancestor offered a deep bow to Changge, his voice imbued with reverence. The grace of Changge is something we shall never forget. The other ancestors echoed his sentiments, their eyes reflecting admiration. Yet Changge waved his hand, his gaze directed toward the depths of the secret realm. Attaining sagehood is merely the beginning. Within the depths of the secret realm lie inheritances and treasures sufficient for you to strive for even higher realms. As he spoke, Changge deftly summoned several volumes of techniques into his hands, specifically prepared for the venerable ancestors. Chapter 73, Imperial-level techniques with a flick of his fingertip. 10 ancient golden jade slips floated like stars in the air. The imperial patterns swirling on the surface of the jade seemed to possess life, each line exuding a faint, ethereal glow. The moment they materialized, the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm surged forth like a tide, coalescing around the jade slips into a visible vortex, even illuminating the ancient inscriptions etched upon the ground of the Enlightenment platform with sparkling golden flecks. The gaze of the Grand Ancestor and the 2nd Ancestor was instantly captivated by the jade tablet, their breaths synchronously becoming lighter. These ancient beings, each having lived for a millennium, had yet to touch the jade tablet, yet they could already sense its extraordinary nature. A shared thought flickered in their minds. What Changge produces must be of exquisite quality. As this thought settled, the Grand Ancestor could not contain a chuckle, the sound oddly lewd. Realizing his indiscretion, he hastily covered his mouth with his hand, clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor, striving to suppress the grin tugging at the corners of his lips. However, the light in his eyes blazed like 2 flames, his tone revealing an unmistakable urgency. Changge, is this the cultivation method you claim is suitable for us? With a delicate tap of his fingertip, the foremost jade tablet slowly floated before the Grand Ancestor. The imperial pattern on its surface blazed to life the moment his spiritual energy made contact, the golden inscriptions flowing like a living entity upon the jade. It was precisely because of the marrow-cleansing pill and the resonance of the Tao at the Enlightenment platform that the Ancestor not only broke through to the Saint Realm, but also ascended his physique from the golden body to the profound golden sacred body. This profound golden Emperor's scripture can awaken the primal essence of your profound golden constitution, allowing the full potential of your sacred body to manifest, perfectly aligning with your current physique. The Grand Ancestor's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively turning inward to inspect himself. Indeed, the spiritual resonance deep within his dantian had transformed from a pale gold to a more profound hue, interwoven with intricate golden glimmers. A clear sign of the profound golden sacred body. Changge, your insight is truly commendable. The Grand Ancestor held his breath, his fingertips barely grazing the jade tablet, when an overwhelming imperial pressure surged through him, causing his newly attained saint mind to tremble uncontrollably. In a flurry, he infused his spiritual energy, and waves of golden inscriptions flooded into his consciousness. The 4 characters profound golden Emperor's scripture standing out prominently, followed closely by the designation of its level, Emperor Grade. Emperor. An Emperor Grade cultivation method. The Grand Ancestor's head shot up, his eyes widening like brass bells, nearly dropping the jade tablet onto the Enlightenment platform. Having lived for over 1,000 years, the highest level cultivation methods he had encountered were merely of the King Grade, with Emperor Grade methods only mentioned in fragmented ancient texts. Regarded as the exclusive domain of emperors, capable of dominating an entire realm. Now, to hold one truly in his hands. The chilling sensation at his fingertips intertwined with the imperial essence in his mind, made his breath grow heavy. The 2nd Ancestor's pupils constricted. Is this truly Emperor Grade? Changge, do you comprehend what that signifies? In the Xianhuang Great World, the Emperor represents the ultimate realm. Any object associated with the Emperor is a supreme treasure for which even holy lands would vie. The fifth ancestor, overwhelmed with excitement, was stomping his feet, his once flowing hair standing on end from shock. In the entirety of Xianzhou, not even half a page of emperor-grade cultivation methods has ever surfaced. Yet you have brought forth several volumes. If this were to leak, the ancient beings of the entire eastern region would undoubtedly go mad. Standing aside, Xian Yangzi found his joy at recently breaking through to the Saint realm swiftly eclipsed by the impact of this emperor-grade cultivation method. He had anticipated that Gu Changge would present at most a Saint-grade method, as Saint-grade had already become the treasure of various sections. However, these 10 jade tablets adorned with imperial patterns utterly subverted his understanding of what constituted a treasure. A bitter taste surged in his throat. Junior brother Changge, are you certain you haven't misspoken? Is this truly an imperial-level technique? In your hands, it appears as if a mere cabbage one might pluck from the roadside. Calm yourself. It is merely a modest acquisition. Gu Changge then turned to the two venerable ancestors, his fingers deftly gesturing as another jade slip, shimmering with a verdant glow, floated towards them. You, esteemed second ancestor, are inherently of the Qingling constitution. After your breakthrough, nourished by the Shishui Dan, your physique has ascended to that of the heavenly Qingling body. This tome, Heaven and Earth Qingyun Scripture, harnesses the essence of the cosmos to nurture your Qingling origin, allowing you to advance further in the ways of the wood law and healing path. In the future, your alchemy and healing endeavors shall yield more fruitful results. The second ancestor accepted the jade slip, his hands trembling with excitement as he stroked his beard. The other elders approached, and Gu Changge distributed the corresponding imperial techniques to each. The third ancestor received the Void Emperor's art, the fourth ancestor the 10,000 Ways Returning Scripture, and the fifth ancestor the Burning Heaven War Codex. Each tome was perfectly tailored to their constitutions and paths, as if meticulously crafted for their individual needs. Standing at the edge of the Enlightenment platform, Xian Yangzi, who had just broken through to the Saint realm, felt his elation dissipate in the face of the term imperial. He gazed at the jade slips in the hands of his peers, then accepted the crimson flame burning heaven cannon that Gu Changge proffered. This technique was ideally suited to his awakening of the burning heaven flame body. A bitter taste welled up in his throat. Junior brother Changge, how much thought have you truly invested? You have discerned each of our constitutions and favored paths with such clarity. This is not mere compatibility. It is an exquisite tailoring. Listening to Xian Yangzi's words of astonishment, Gu Changge maintained his serene demeanor, though inwardly he chuckled. Tailored? Yet, Xian Yangzi spoke truthfully. During their breakthroughs, Gu Changge had utilized the resonance of the Enlightenment platform to glean the trajectory of each person's ascension in clarity, as if revealed through a vivid chart. The elemental fluctuations of the gene attribute during the metamorphosis from the Jinj body to the Xianjin sacred body, the swirling wood essence during the elevation of the Qingling body to the heavenly Qingling body, and the searing flames of the law of fire during the awakening of the Yin Yu sacred body, all unfolded before him like the clearest of diagrams. Crafting imperial-level techniques was not inherently difficult. With his cultivation and understanding of the laws, it merely required tracing the source veins of each person's constitution, outlining compatible pathways for spiritual energy operation and methods for law integration to swiftly construct a framework for the techniques. In fact, naming these techniques consumed far more of Gu Changge's mental faculties than the creation process itself. Compared to the meticulous effort of devising names that harmonized with the constitutions while retaining an imperial grandeur, the actual creation of the techniques felt as effortless as drinking water. Observing the astonished expressions of his peers, Gu Changge twirled the remaining jade slips with his fingers, his tone remaining as calm as if discussing mundane matters. As long as these are beneficial to the elders, you have just breached the Saint realm, and your foundations remain precarious. These techniques will assist you in refining the imperial origins, enabling you to navigate the path to the Great Saint and Saint King realms with fewer detours. The second ancestor took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock within him, and bowed deeply to Gu Changge. This favor, Longa, we shall find no way to repay. With the imperial-level cultivation technique tailored to one's physique, not only is the foundation solidified, but there is also newfound confidence in striving for higher realms in the future. The five ancestors bowed in respect, their gazes now tinged with awe. Previously, they had merely regarded him as possessing numerous treasures, but today they realized the sheer abundance was astonishing. Gu Changge nodded slightly and began to distribute the remaining jade slips, his mind already calculating. He had intended to present several supreme imperial weapons, but observing their current state, the eldest ancestor's hand still trembling around the jade slips, the second elder oblivious to his fallen beard, he feared that revealing the imperial weapons would incite excessive excitement. Thus, he decided to withhold them for now and seek another opportunity to present them. He lightly tapped the surface of the Enlightenment platform, adopting a tone imbued with gravity. Esteemed ancestors, while the cultivation techniques are exceptional, they require calm contemplation. The foremost task at hand is to stabilize the newly achieved Saint Realm cultivation. Do not rush to achieve results, lest an unstable foundation lead to hidden perils. The elders nodded in agreement, their expressions solemn. Seeing that the elders had heeded his counsel, Changge chose not to linger further and turned towards the exit of the secret realm. His white robes brushed against the light spots by the Enlightenment platform, and his figure gradually melded into the hazy glow at the entrance of the secret realm. Just as he was about to step beyond the boundary of the secret realm, he faintly heard the elders' suppressed laughter behind him, followed by the eldest ancestor's exuberant voice. We've struck it rich. Truly, we have struck it rich. With the imperial-level cultivation technique and the blessing of the saint body, how can our Qingxian sect not rise in prominence? This child, Changge, is indeed an unprecedented boon for our sect. The second elder could hardly conceal his excitement, his voice trembling. This heaven and earth azure essence technique can even invoke the primordial forces of nature. With further cultivation, we may even contend with a Saint King. The fifth elder was in a state of ecstatic glee, his beard quivering, after merely circulating my heavenly burning battle classic for a single cycle. My internal spiritual energy has surged by 30%. Those sacred lands and ancient sects will inevitably bow before us. Eastern domain, prepare to be under our dominion. Changge halted in his tracks, a sudden shiver coursing through him, instinctively glancing back. With their laughter and words, why did it suddenly feel as though his sect resembled a villain? Chapter 74, Azure Sky Bull. I disdain my current self. As Changge returned to Zizhu Peak, he heard a mournful and indignant bellow from the direction of the spiritual field, intermingled with a youth's urgent argument, resembling a chaotic domestic scene. He followed the sound and soon witnessed a comical sight. Xiao Ruobai brandishing the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear, its tip aimed at thin air, as if guarding against a bull's charge. Feng Hanyu stood beside, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, wearing a cold expression, embodying the reluctance of a mediator who did not wish to intervene. In the midst of this, the azure sky bull puffed its azure golden neck, its eyes wide as saucers, nostrils flaring with white mist, hooves digging into the ground and sending dirt flying, looking more aggrieved than if it had lost half its life. A small black bird perched on the bull's horn, tilting its head and chirping, as if reveling in the spectacle. Moo, you little rascal. You think you can trample my spiritual rice and have the right to complain? The azure sky bull's coarse voice carried a hint of a sob as it swung its head towards the spiritual field. Look, those few plants that were trampled. After much effort, I managed to extract a bit of space from the corner of the spiritual field to cultivate some private grains. It was already unfortunate that your master had taken away 90% of the spiritual rice. Now, even this small hope is being snatched away. Xiao Ruobai's face flushed crimson as he pressed down the tip of his spear. I have witnessed my master tending to this spiritual field daily, and with him absent these past few days, I have come to assist in caring for the spiritual herbs. Who would have guessed that you, old specter, would be lurking about? The more he spoke, the more justified he felt. Besides, what right do you have to occupy my master's spiritual field? Are you here to pilfer the spiritual herbs? Steal the herbs. The azure bull, infuriated, flicked its tail, causing a clattering sound. Tears nearly welled up in its eyes. I have been treated as a mere mobile meat store by you and your master for a decade. Now, even as I attempt to cultivate some spiritual rice, I am faced with such slander. Life has become unbearable. Feng Hanyu frowned. Senior bull, being treated like a meat store? Just as the azure bull was about to voice its grievances, it caught sight of Changge sauntering over, and the words caught in its throat. It merely drooped its ears, resembling a pitifully bullied little wife. Changge, your disciple trampled on my spiritual rice, and then turned the tables. Changge stifled a laugh as he approached the edge of the spiritual field, observing the trampled spiritual rice, which lay askew, with several plump grains scattered on the ground. Indeed a pitiful sight. He turned to the azure bull. noticing its eyes reddened as it discreetly wiped away tears with its hoof, and teasingly said, "Old Huang, it's not such a big deal. You can just replant." Replant. The azure bull's head shot up, its eyes wide with disbelief. "You know just how difficult this is to cultivate." Changge retrieved a translucent porcelain vial from his storage ring and tossed it to the azure bull. "Here. This is innate spiritual essence, 10 times more effective than innate spiritual spring. Enough for you to plant an entire field of spiritual rice." The azure bull caught the vial, and as its fingertips brushed against the surface, it felt the warm spiritual energy within. Its eyes brightened considerably, and much of its grievance dissipated. Yet it still attempted to maintain its pride. "This is more like it. Next time your disciple tramples my spiritual rice, I won't just be glaring." Only then did Changge turn to Xiao Ruabai, saying, "This is old Huang, my old companion, who helps me manage the spiritual field. Though its temper is a bit explosive, it cultivates rice with more finesse than those at Danding Peak." Xiao Ruabai scratched his head, murmuring, Old Huang, how about I help you replant the damaged rice?" The azure bull snorted, flicking its tail. "At least you still have a bit of conscience." Suddenly recalling something, it glared. "Wait, do you know how to plant spiritual rice? Never mind, just don't ruin the remaining seedlings." With that, it dashed off, clutching the porcelain vial, its hooves light and bouncy, shedding all semblance of grievance. "However, Ruabai, your intention to help watch over the spiritual field is commendable, but next time, do ensure you understand its layout before acting impulsively," Changge advised. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruabai let out a sigh of relief, though guilt still lingered. "Master, I understand my mistake. I will certainly inquire before taking action in the future." Observing the somewhat reserved demeanor of Xiao Ruabai and Feng Hanyu, Changge chuckled and waved his hand. "If you truly care, take the time to converse with old Huang more often. Learn how to manage the spiritual field alongside it. And we can all ensure this land is well tended. It would save me considerable worry." As soon as he finished speaking, the azure bull, now secretly licking the spiritual essence, mumbled under its breath, "You save worry? You haven't even bothered to worry at all. Every time I enter the spirit field, it is either to have my flesh severed or to procure spirit rice. Not once have I tended to the weeds. How about acting like a decent person, Changge?" Though I complain vocally, I secretly contemplate other matters. Ever since Changge invited me to Zizhu Peak, I have ascended from the early stages of the Sacred King realm to the current Great Sage realm, with my body, which had been stuck at a bottleneck for years, also making considerable progress. Although each flesh harvesting session inflicts considerable pain, when I consider that several pieces of flesh can be exchanged for great sage cultivation, this transaction does not seem to be a loss. With such thoughts, I find myself somewhat anticipating the next time Changge comes to harvest flesh, even secretly pondering whether I should fatten up my tenderloin a bit more. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the azure sky bull suddenly jolted, lifting its head abruptly and striking its own hoof against itself with such force that it nearly stunned itself. Am I losing my mind? I stared in disbelief at my hoof. Am I actually looking forward to being harvested? How lowly am I? I despise my current self. Nearby, Xiao Ruabai vaguely heard the cow's call and curiously glanced over. "Master, what is wrong with old Huang? Why is it hitting itself?" Changge followed his gaze and happened to see the azure sky bull covering its face with its hoof, appearing utterly disenchanted, which made him chuckle. "It's nothing. It probably thinks the spirit rice isn't growing well and is grappling with itself." Feng Hanyu observed the comical old bull, and a hint of amusement surfaced on his typically serene face. This old companion seems to be far more entertaining than I had imagined. Just as the smile lingered at the corner of Feng Hanyu's mouth, a clear sound of a sword resonated from the bamboo path in the distance, accompanied by two familiar figures striding towards them. It was none other than Yi Gaiying, the master of Sword Soaring Peak, followed closely by the white-clad Mu Qinyu. Upon seeing them, Changge's previously relaxed expression darkened instantly, and he couldn't help but grumble internally. Having just dealt with the issues of the ancestor and the secret realm, here comes another disturbance. "Can I have a moment of peace?" Yi Gaiying called out from afar. "Junior brother Changge, finally found you. I was worried sick." Behind him, Mu Qinyu saluted with his hands, but his gaze discreetly darted inside, clearly tagging along with the peak master to seize opportunities. Before Changge could speak, a brief cow call suddenly interrupted. The azure sky bull, clutching a porcelain bottle with its hoof, froze abruptly, its previously light footsteps halting instantly. its bovine face contorting as it instinctively touched its tenderloin. It muttered softly, "Something feels off. Why am I suddenly in pain all over?" Chapter 75, Xianyangzi. Return my tears. Upon seeing Yi Guiying approach, Xiao Ruobai and Feng Hanyu quickly ceased their cultivation postures and simultaneously saluted. "Greetings, Master Yi, Brother Mu." Yi Guiying observed the two, sensing the aura they emitted from their physical cultivation, and noted their obedient demeanor, appearing no different from ordinary body refinement disciples. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. What a joke, the so-called body refinement realm. He had witnessed Feng Hanyu, during the sect competition, standing firm against opponents in the core formation realm without losing ground. Xiao Ruobai had also defeated disciples at the late foundation establishment stage in just a few moves. What kind of body refinement disciple possesses such prowess? However, upon reflection, it is still better than those disciples who flaunt their power as soon as they gain an advantage. It is indeed better under the guidance of junior brother Changge. He cast a fleeting glance at his disciple, Mu Qinyu, and inwardly murmured, "My apprentice still has much to learn in this regard from these two." Gu Changge led the group towards the bamboo pavilion, while Mu Qinyu silently followed, his gaze sweeping over the ethereal energy enveloping the purple bamboo peak, his heart already stirred by tumultuous waves. The spiritual essence of this purple bamboo peak is astonishingly rich. Despite my late stage of Dan condensation, merely being here for a brief moment makes my sword intent feel significantly more liberated. No wonder my junior brothers, Ruo Bai and Hanyu, have made such rapid progress. This must be the great opportunity Master spoke of before his arrival. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his knuckles whitening with the pressure, recalling the stagnant sword intent he had experienced during his half-month seclusion at Sword Cry Peak. Now, under the nurturing of this spiritual energy, he sensed a faint indication of a breakthrough, confirming that this trip to Purple Bamboo Peak was indeed worthwhile. Ushidi, you must have put in considerable effort for Xianyangzi and Old Stone's disciples to progress so swiftly, right? Yi Guiying sidled up to Gu Changge, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. I brought Qinyu along. You cannot show favoritism, and must also guide him. Gu Changge felt a surge of irritation, but nonetheless nodded in agreement. Rest assured, he shall not be neglected. Now, that sounds more reasonable. Yi Guiying's face instantly brightened. Ruo Bai, Hanyu, you should first engage in discussion with Brother Mu. Gu Changge turned and instructed, his gaze inadvertently landing on the glimmer of azure gold peeking through the crevices of the spirit field, and a subtle smile tugged at his lips. Today, I shall let you off easy. With a flick of his finger, a flash of azure light darted through the bamboo forest, vanishing in the direction of the 10,000 great mountains. Moments later, the azure light returned, and Gu Changge held a substantial piece of beast meat, shimmering with faint golden patterns. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that was undeniably intimidating. It was the flesh of the winged tiger king, a saint king he had previously summoned to the 10,000 great mountains. Today, let us indulge in a different flavor. Let us taste tiger meat. As Yi Guiying drew near, he was forced to step back by the residual saint king pressure emanating from the beast meat, instinctively channeling his peak-level spiritual power. Observing Gu Changge casually lifting the tiger king's meat, his expression shifted entirely. Just how much strength does this fellow conceal? Gu Changge placed the tiger meat beside the stone stove, igniting a faint golden flame with his fingertip. The sizzling sound of grease dripping into the fire filled the air, blending the rich aroma of the meat with the sweet fragrance of spiritual energy, prompting Yi Guiying to involuntarily sniff the air. Gu Changge beckoned everyone to gather around the stone stove, just as he removed the glistening tiger king's meat from the rack. Feng Hanyu and Mu Qinyu could hardly control the involuntary movement of their throats, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Feng Hanyu's hands, resting at his sides, clenched tightly, and he felt a faint swallow rising in his throat. His time at Purple Bamboo Peak had been brief, and he had only tasted Gu Changge's roasted meat once. That experience, with its pure spiritual energy coursing down his throat, not only revitalized his damaged body, but also invigorated the essence of his chaotic sword body. Not to mention, the Tao enlightenment tea brewed by the master, the moment the broth touched his throat. The obscure sword techniques within the chaotic sword manual unfolded like a tide in his mind, elevating his comprehension of the sword path to new heights. Now, as he inhaled the fragrance of the Tiger King meat, he felt as though even his breath had turned fervent, filled with the exhilarating anticipation of once again savoring his master's roasted delicacies. Mu Qinyu could hardly contain himself, leaning forward slightly as the tantalizing aroma of meat mingled with a faint trace of spiritual energy wafted around him, causing a light sheen of sweat to form in the palms of his hands. He had never encountered such delectable food at Swordcry Peak. Merely inhaling the scent made the spiritual energy in his dantian stir with excitement, compelling him to yearn for a taste immediately. Only Xiao Ruobai maintained his composure. Having dined on roasted beast meat with Gu Changge on several occasions, he had grown accustomed to this exquisite flavor, yet could not resist gazing at the golden brown skin of the meat, familiar anticipation flickering in his eyes. The meat roasted by his master always enhanced his warrior physique, and this Tiger King meat appeared even more extraordinary than the previous beast meats, promising even greater benefits. Once the meat was perfectly charred on the outside while remaining tender within, Gu Changge distributed the portions among the group. Yi Gang could hardly wait to take a bite. The Tiger King meat melted in his mouth, a surge of vitality cascading down his throat. The once sluggish flesh resonated with a crisp sound, even loosening the barriers of his physique that had been stuck at the peak of the kingly realm. His eyes widened in astonishment. Forgetting to chew, what kind of beast meat was this? Just one bite could nourish the body. Mu Qinyu also took a piece. The juices erupted on his tongue, instantly easing the tension of his sword intent. The spiritual energy in his late-stage essence condensation realm began to surge wildly, his meridians expanding under a gentle force. Even his sea of consciousness became markedly clearer. He could not help but close his eyes, feeling the upheaval within his body, his heart filled solely with amazement. This opportunity surpassed even his master's descriptions. In the crevice of the spiritual field, the azure sky bull, having overheard the astonishment outside, cautiously poked its head out, its nostrils twitching. Not my meat. It immediately breathed a sigh of relief, yet still dared not emerge, keeping its ears perked to catch the sounds outside, fearful that Gu Changge might suddenly decide to feast on beef. As the group finished their meal, Gu Changge retrieved a luminous white jade vial from his storage ring and poured out a pill glimmering with a pearly sheen, offering it to Mu Qinyu. This is a bone-washing pill. It can enhance your aptitude. Please take it. Yi Gang's pupils constricted at this scene. The bone-washing pill. This is a legendary elixir capable of defying the heavens and altering one's aptitude. At that time, senior brother Xianyang had mentioned that Gu Changge had only given him two. He had consumed one without hesitation, completely transforming himself, and was cautioned to keep this matter discreet, lest other peak masters take notice. Reflecting on this, Yi Gang felt a surge of gratitude. Gu Shidi, the sect leader actually bestowed such a treasure upon me. This kindness I shall never forget. Yet, seeing Gu Changge casually hand one to Mu Qinyu, he could not help but speak up. Shidi Changge, this bone-washing pill is so extraordinary. Shouldn't it be given to someone in greater need? Such as the peak masters. They are the pillars of our sect, and enhancing their aptitude would benefit the entire sect. Gu Changge placed the bone-washing pill into Mu Qinyu's hands and casually replied, "No worries, I have plenty of these pills. Previously, I gave some to the sect leader. I'm sure he has already administered them to the various peak masters." Just as he finished speaking, Gu Changge suddenly froze. Oh no. He recalled that Xianyang had mentioned only one last pill for each peak master. In his heart, he silently prayed to Xianyang, "Brother, forgive me. I truly did not mean to let that slip. How could I have accidentally let that information out?" Yi Gang was taken aback, and then suddenly slammed his hand on the stone table, roaring, "You gave him some? That old fox Xuanyangzi told me earlier that you only gave him two. How could you, Xuanyangzi? I was moved by you for so long, and now you make me shed tears. I will not let this go." Gu Changge watched the farce unfold before him, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Today, this mouth has completely exposed Xuanyangzi's true colors. Mu Qinyu listened to their conversation, his heart already shaken, his hand trembling as he held the cleansing elixir. Seeing Yi Gang nod, he unhesitatingly swallowed the pill. As the elixir entered his throat, it dissolved instantly, a warm current sweeping through his limbs. A thunderous sound echoed in his consciousness as the barrier of mid-tier, heavenly qualification shattered. Golden light spreading from his dantian, soaring to low-tier saint level. More astonishingly, the barrier of late-stage condensing pill realm cracked, propelling him directly to mid-stage purple palace realm. His spiritual energy flowed more than 100 times faster, and even his sword intent was sharpened multiple times, broadening his entire path of cultivation. Could this truly be the legendary saint-level qualification? Mu Qinyu's eyes shot open, his fingers trembling as he peered within himself, his voice tinged with tears. He had never imagined that he could possess the mythical saint-level qualification. Chapter 76. The Tower of Eternal Prodigies. The Emperor as a sparring partner, a day passed amidst the bustling atmosphere of Zizhu Peak. As Yi Gaiying harnessed the immense energy from the Tiger King's flesh of the Saint King realm to break through his shackles, firmly standing at the pinnacle of the King realm. Before leaving, he did not forget to pester Changge for a couple of insight tea leaves. Resembling a squirrel guarding its food, Mu Qinyu not only solidified his cultivation in the mid-stage Purple Palace realm, but also began to reveal the advantages brought by his saint-level qualification. In the following days, visitors flocked to Zizhu Peak, with several peak leaders, including Li Muran, continuously arriving with their disciples to seek opportunities. Disciples from various peaks experienced rapid progress under the enhancement of spiritual resonance and spiritual artifacts, witnessing significant improvements in both qualification and cultivation. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu also took this opportunity to elevate their cultivation to the pinnacle of the Purple Palace realm. Their divine warrior physique's might and the chaos sword physique's sharpness becoming increasingly refined. After finally sending off the last wave of visiting peak leaders, Changge was finally granted a moment of tranquility. He gazed at the two disciples before him, their breath steady, and flicked his fingers, sending forth a black light. It was a palm-sized dark tower, its surface engraved with intricate imperial patterns, the lines flowing with ancient Tao rhythms that transcended time and space. This was the Tower of Eternal Prodigies, acquired through recent sign-ins. This tower, named the Tower of Eternal Prodigies, contained the projections of all the prodigious talents from the Xianhuang Great World over millions of years. Changge pointed at it, and the small tower suddenly soared into the air, rapidly enlarging in the skies above Zizhu Peak, eventually transforming into a 10-zhang-tall, exquisite tower. As the tower doors slowly opened, a vast aura surged forth, revealing not a cramped space as imagined, but an expansive and boundless realm. Distant stars twinkled, while nearby mountains rose and fell. Countless lights and shadows hovered in this realm, as if numerous dazzling figures were practicing their divine abilities within. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu's pupils constricted, their minds captivated by the scenes within the tower, instinctively softening their breaths. The tower formed its own space, vast and limitless, capable of automatically matching suitable opponents based on the challenger's cultivation level. Changge's voice echoed through the wind, casual yet resonant, sending waves of shock through the hearts of the two. Should one find oneself in the Purple Mansion realm, the opponent matched could very well be the projection of a youthful emperor from millions of years past. Each adversary is a being who once reshaped history, their understanding of the Tao and mastery of combat techniques reaching the pinnacle of their realm. This statement struck the two like thunder, and Xiao Ruobai tightened his grip on the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd, a spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes. The prospect of clashing with an emperor from millions of years ago stirred his blood more than slaying beasts in the 10,000 mountains. Fang Hanyu also gripped the Taichu sword, a fervent glimmer flashing in his cool gaze. The chaotic sword body, seemingly sensing the true essence of the sword path within the tower, trembling slightly in its sheath. Upon entering the tower, each challenge is a random match. Victory accumulates battle experience and tempers the heart of the Tao, while defeat results in being expelled by the tower's rules. Devoid of mortal peril, Changge elaborated. You are now at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. Ordinary beasts can scarcely evoke your potential. You must refine yourselves through battles with prodigies. Only when you achieve 10 consecutive victories in the tower shall you contemplate a breakthrough. The disciples understood. They responded in unison, their voices brimming with irrepressible excitement. Xiao Ruobai took the lead, stepping forward. The moment he crossed the threshold of the tower, he was drawn by a gentle force, landing in a desolate ancient battlefield. Before he could steady himself, a golden radiance streaked from the heavens, revealing a youth clad in crimson gold armor, suspended in midair, wielding a spear that exuded imperial might. Indeed, it was the projection of the Qi Shao Emperor, who had ascended to greatness through the spear's path millions of years ago. Who dares to trespass upon my Qi Shao battlefield? The young emperor's voice boomed like thunder, and with a flick of his spear, he thrust it towards Xiao Ruobai. The spear's wind, infused with fervent battle intent, compelled Xiao Ruobai to instinctively clutch his halberd in defense. The The clash rang out with a crisp sound. He felt a jolt in his arm and staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. This was the might of a youthful emperor. Feng Hanyu followed closely, stepping into the tower and finding himself amidst a forest of swords. A swordsman in white stood with hands clasped behind his back, though his long sword remained sheathed. Countless sword shadows swirled around him. He was the Qing Feng Emperor, renowned for his swift sword techniques, a projection of the Purple Mansion realm. A swordsman should wield the heart as the sword. Before the white-clad swordsman finished speaking, the long sword was suddenly unsheathed, and a beam of sword light rushed towards Feng Hanyu's face. The speed was such that he could barely summon the chaotic sword energy to defend himself. At the moment of impact, he felt his consciousness tremble, his understanding of sword intent sharpening instantaneously. The tower doors slowly closed, faint sounds of metal clashing resonating from within. The sounds of weapons colliding between the two and the projections of prodigies, mingled with the low growls of the youthful emperor and the battle cries of the two, weaving into a stirring symphony under the morning light of Zizhu Peak. Changge raised his gaze to the towering edifice of the 10,000-year prodigy tower. Twirling a spirit fruit between his fingers, a slight smile curling upon his lips. A small black bird took flight from his shoulder, landing atop the tower's pinnacle, tilting its head and chirping curiously at the commotion within. As the night deepened, the shadows of Zizhu Peak transformed under the moonlight into a mosaic of shattered silver, while Changge reclined against a millennium-old purple bamboo chair, drifting into a light slumber. The wind at the third watch suddenly faltered. Changge's previously gentle breaths stilled abruptly, and his eyes flew open. A presence far surpassing that of all members of the Qingxian sect loomed, heavy as an abyss. Though it had been deliberately restrained, it could not evade Changge's perception. The unique pressure emanating from a peak saint-level cultivator surged swiftly from the direction of the border of Xianzhou, causing even the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to tremble slightly in its wake. This force moved like a silent shadow, encroaching upon the Qingxian sect. Almost the instant this aura penetrated the territory of the Qingxian sect, the protective formation, the starry sky array, spontaneously sensed danger, and the imperial sigils deep within its foundation glimmered quietly. Countless subtle ethereal starry images flickered in the clouds above the sect, on the verge of being fully activated, ready to envelop the entire Qingxian sect in an impenetrable barrier. Changge remained seated on a bamboo chair, motionless, merely lifting a fingertip. A wisp of faint azure light silently swept by, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, instantly suppressing the formation that was poised to awaken. The starry images dissipated, and the imperial sigils fell silent, as if the previous tremor had merely been a figment of imagination. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. A peak saint-level cultivator was an existence capable of traversing the Xianyuan world with ease. Ordinary sects would be unable to curry favor. Yet this one had chosen to visit the Qingxian sect in the dead of night. He was curious about their intentions. Within half a stick of incense, a figure clad in white robes silently hovered in the clouds above the mountain gate of the Qingxian sect. The individual had long hair cascading to their shoulders, surrounded by an indistinct halo of sacred light, wielding an ancient longsword, the very embodiment of the peak saint-level aura. They gazed down at the serene Qingxian sect, their eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Yet, they remained entirely oblivious to the fact that they had almost triggered the protective formation capable of ensnaring an emperor. Nor did they notice that the formation's sigils had briefly awakened before being suppressed. Chapter 77. Is this Zizhu Peak? The figure in white hovered amidst the clouds above the mountain gate of the Qingxian sect, their gaze sweeping across the outline of the sect concealed in the night. With a gentle flick of their fingertips, a finely honed essence of saint-level spiritual power quietly extended, slicing through the protective formation like a razor through thin paper, effortlessly breaching the original barrier. This was the protective formation enhanced by Xuanyangzi at the pinnacle of the King realm. Now, before a peak saint-level cultivator, it crumbled like thin ice dissolving in warm water, silently cracking open a fissure. In a flash, the figure stepped into the Qingxian sect, their halo of sacred light becoming increasingly faint, nearly merging with the night itself. Soon after, an invisible consciousness unfurled like a tidal wave, meticulously sweeping over every inch of the sect's land. Wherever this consciousness passed, whether it was sleeping disciples or secluded elders, none were aware, as if this consciousness were merely a part of the night breeze. Is this the Qingxian sect? Nothing remarkable, lacking even decent defenses. Moments later, their consciousness reached a mountain peak adorned with purple bamboos. In their perception, this peak, aside from its vast expanse of purple bamboo, exuded only a faint spiritual aura from the spiritual fields, with the presence of any guarding cultivators nearly imperceptible, appearing no different from an ordinary mountain. At this moment, a small black bird resting atop the ancient tower, originally curled up and dozing, suddenly opened its round eyes, its black, bean-like pupils flashing with a glimmer of ferocity as it sensed the foreign consciousness. It fluttered its wings and flew to the edge of the tower eaves, tilting its small head slightly as it gazed in the direction indicated by its divine sense, as if murmuring to itself, "Who dares to intrude here?" To recklessly probe the divine senses of the Qingxian sect is truly a death wish. In the spiritual field, the azure sky bull was dozing off, cradling a porcelain vial containing innate spiritual essence. The moment it sensed the intrusion, its eyes flew open, and the golden blue hairs on its body bristled. However, it soon relaxed, shifted its position, and resumed its slumber. The bull's mouth twitched, as if reveling in misfortune. "TSK, TSK, a peak saint dares to wreak havoc on Changge's territory? Just wait, your misfortune is coming." It was all too familiar with Changge's methods. Back in its own time as a saint king, it had been easily invited to Zizhu Peak. This white-robed man likely had no inkling of the formidable presence he had provoked. Unaware of the unfolding circumstances, the white-robed figure paused momentarily on Zizhu Peak. The mountain seemed unremarkable, devoid of heavy defenses or high-level formations, resembling a forgotten corner of the sect. Yet, a confident smile crept onto his lips as he mused. "At last, I have found you, Zizhu." No longer hesitating, he transformed into a faint shadow, gliding towards Zizhu Peak. His steps were light, yet imbued with the unique steadiness of a peak saint. Each stride felt as if he were treading upon emptiness. The halo of saintly light surrounding him flowed gently with his movements, casting a soft white glow in the night. He calculated inwardly, "Once I locate that object, I shall seize it directly. With my peak saint prowess, no one in the Qingxian sect can obstruct me." Little did he anticipate that his clandestine visit had not escaped the keen eyes of the mountain's master from the very beginning. As the white-robed man stepped into the domain of Zizhu Peak, the bamboo at his feet had yet to quiver when a languid voice suddenly drifted from ahead. "Welcome, brother." The tone was neither hurried nor slow, casual as if greeting an acquaintance, yet it caused the white-robed man to freeze, his hair almost standing on end. His peak's saintly divine sense had swept the area, yet he had failed to detect any presence hidden within the mountain. Not a single fluctuation of spiritual power or trace of breath had been captured. "Who is it?" He abruptly halted, drawing forth an ancient sword from his hand. The peak's saintly energy erupting in a dazzling display, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding radiance as he warily focused on the source of the voice. A tempest of alarms surged within him. To conceal oneself so deeply beneath my very nose must be a master of unparalleled skill. At the very least, they must possess the cultivation of a saint king. When did the Qingxian sect acquire such a figure? He had yet to catch a glimpse of his opponent's face, but the instinct for self-preservation overwhelmed all other thoughts. After years of navigating the vast world, rising from the foundational stage to peak saint, he had thrived on the principle of avoiding danger at all costs. Whenever faced with a potentially overpowering adversary, retreat was imperative. There could be no hesitation, not even for a second. "Farewell." The white-robed man uttered a perfunctory farewell before turning to flee toward the mountain gate, his speed now exceeding that of his arrival by more than threefold. The night breeze stirred by his robes caused the bamboo leaves to rustle, and even the once certain thought of treasure hunting vanished, eclipsed by the primal instinct to survive. Yet, just as he had taken 2 steps, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced from above, and a golden light shot down from the pinnacle of the eternal heavenly prodigy tower. In an instant, he transformed into a magnificent golden-winged rock with a wingspan spanning several zhang. The dark beak glimmered ominously, and with a powerful flap of its colossal wings, it obstructed his path. Thinking of fleeing? The voice of the golden-winged rock, imbued with the distinctive clarity of the little black bird, resonated with an overwhelming dominance. "Have you sought my permission to wreak havoc on the territory of the Qingxian sect?" The man in white felt his pupils constrict in alarm. The golden-winged rock, the legendary ancient divine beast. How many secrets does this Qingxian sect conceal? Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully altered his course, propelling himself towards the spirit field with a singular thought: escape by an alternate route. As long as he could clear the Zizhu Peak, his peak saint-level speed would surely allow him to elude his pursuers. Yet, after just a few steps, a dull thud resonated as if he had collided with an invisible wall of copper and iron, sending him hurtling backward, disoriented upon impact with the ground. A heavy pressure enveloped his chest, causing his grip on the sword to falter. As he rubbed his forehead and looked up, he beheld a blue-gold old bull standing before him, its hooves trampling the soil of the spirit field, a half-eaten ear of spirit rice clutched in its mouth. It was the Qingtian. The old bull squinted its eyes at him, a tone of schadenfreude lacing its words. "Oh dear. Is this not a prominent figure at the peak of the saint level? Why are you crashing into me?" The man in white's heart sank as he discerned the faint yet formidable aura of a great sage emanating from the Qingtian. Panic ensued. First, he encountered a master capable of concealing their presence, then the ancient divine beast, the golden-winged rock, and now a sage-level bull. Was Zizhu Peak truly just an ordinary mountain? Was it his approach that was flawed? Ignoring the pain in his chest, he struggled to rise, intent on darting into the nearby bamboo grove. Yet suddenly, he felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, an indescribable pressure that rendered him immobile, as if an unseen hand had firmly pinned him down, leaving even his fingertips paralyzed. Changge emerged slowly from the bamboo grove, a handful of sunflower seeds in hand, his tone laced with resignation. "Stop running, you're exhausting me. Tell me, did you think you could intrude upon another sect in the dead of night, sweep through with your divine sense, and still escape unscathed? Such fortune is hardly to be had." The man in white, his knees weakening under the pressure, felt cold sweat trickle down his cheeks as he gazed upon the composed young man before him. He then glanced up at the golden-winged rock, poised menacingly above, and at the Qingtian, casually munching spirit rice while observing the spectacle. Despair consumed him. Had he truly breached the Qingxian sect? It was evident he had trespassed into the most forbidden realm of the Xianhuang Great World. Had he known the peculiarities of Zizhu Peak, not even 100-fold courage would have compelled him to approach. The white-robed man's garments were drenched in sweat as he confronted the encirclement. Realizing that further flight would be futile, he could only muster a smile more grotesque than tears, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Excuse me, may I ask if this is Zizhu Peak?" Upon uttering these words, he found them absurd, yet in this moment, feigning ignorance was the only recourse he could fathom. Changge gazed at the figure clad in white robes, a fleeting glimmer of pale golden light flashing in his eyes as the illusory, divine eyes quietly activated. Instantly, the information regarding the individual before him became vividly clear. Name: Ling Su. Identity: Elder of the Lingxiao Sacred Land. Region: Central Domain. Cultivation: Pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Aptitude: Inferior Grade Saint. Technique: Lingxiao Thunder Control Art. Upon examining this information, a thread of doubt stirred within Changge. The Lingxiao Sacred Land? Far removed in the Central Domain, it bore no connection to the Qingxian sect of the Eastern Domain. Why would they dispatch a peak saint elder specifically to seek out Zizhu Peak? In a heartbeat, his consciousness expanded, traversing countless miles of void, swiftly enveloping the Lingxiao Sacred Land in the Central Domain. Deep within the Sacred Land, only 3 great saints emitted faint auras, radiating a sense of lingering decay, while an imperial weapon suppressing the sect occasionally emanated traces of imperial might. There was some foundation, yet it was regrettably scant. Changge withdrew his consciousness, his tone calm, yet imbued with pressure. "Speak. What brings you to Zizhu Peak at this late hour?" As Ling Su felt the penetrating gaze of Changge scrutinizing him, a sense of exposure washed over him, as though his secrets had been laid bare. Yet, the innate pride of a sacred land elder lingered. Struggling to maintain his composure, he raised his head, stammering, I merely wish to pay a visit." "Very well, if you prefer silence, then do not speak," Changge interrupted, his fingertip subtly moving, intensifying the pressure weighing upon Ling Su, rendering his breaths labored, as if a mountain pressed upon his chest. Ling Su's complexion turned ghostly pale as his previous bravado evaporated, hastily pleading for mercy. "I will speak. I will speak. I came for the Zizhu Taoist." "The Zizhu Taoist?" Changge paused, his movements arrested, a notable ripple of emotion surfacing in his eyes for the first time. "Master?" That was the one who had brought him to Zizhu Peak upon his arrival in this world, bestowing upon him the title of Peak Master. Though their time together was brief, Changge held deep affection for him. Later, as he ascended to the Emperor realm, his consciousness spread across the Xianhuang Great World, seeking the Zizhu Taoist, yet he could never uncover his whereabouts. To his astonishment, today he learned of his master's news from the lips of an elder of a sacred land in the central domain. Seeing Changge's expression soften, Ling Su hastily continued. The Zizhu Taoist was a wandering cultivator from the central domain, unparalleled in talent, with no peer among his contemporaries. He swallowed hard, reminiscing about the past. Later, when an ancient secret realm was unveiled, all major sacred lands dispatched powerful figures to seize treasures. The Zizhu Taoist single-handedly claimed the most vital artifact from amidst the throng of sacred land experts. From that moment on, the major sacred lands united to hunt him down. He fought and fled, sustaining numerous injuries, until he ultimately vanished. Ling Su's voice lowered, imbued with complexity. Until a decade ago, an elder from our Lingxiao sacred land fortuitously ventured into the eastern domain and sensed the Zizhu Taoist's aura, engaging him in battle. That elder was my dear friend. Ultimately, he was slain by the Zizhu Taoist. Yet, before his demise, he transmitted a message with his life essence, stating that the Zizhu Taoist had also sustained grievous wounds and was hiding in the eastern domain. The eastern domain is vast beyond measure, and with only a fragment of information, it is impossible to ascertain his whereabouts. For a decade, we sought the sacred land, where the Taoist of purple bamboo holds an ardent affection for the purple bamboo. It was only recently that I discovered a grove of purple bamboo within the Qingxian sect, prompting me to journey through the night. Changge listened in silence, the ethereal fruit at his fingertips having ceased its rotation. What might that treasure be? Ling Su, perceiving Changge's grave demeanor, dared not conceal any details and hastily elaborated. Indeed, it is a spatial treasure known as the Chaos Realm Crystal. Legends speak of its ability to traverse spatial confines and forcibly breach the barriers of realms. In the past, various factions vied for it in a frenzy, hoping to utilize it to explore the hidden mysteries beyond the realms, only to have it ultimately seized by the Taoist of purple bamboo from a throng of sacred land experts. The Chaos Realm Crystal? Changge's ethereal fruit abruptly halted, a storm of astonishment surging within him. A treasure capable of dismantling the barriers of realms. No wonder his master had been pursued so fervently. He had long wondered how, with his peak emperor strength, his master could remain unfound within this realm. Previously, he had assumed that his master had suffered grievous injuries and had perished. Yet now, it dawned upon him. Could it be that his master had utilized the Chaos Realm Crystal to break through the barriers of this world and ventured into other grand realms? This thought brought both a sense of relief and a tinge of concern to Changge's heart. It appeared that his master had not fallen. He pondered how long it would be until he could reunite with that guide, who had led him onto the path of cultivation after only a brief acquaintance. Suddenly, he recalled Xianyangzi, with whom his master had shared a deep bond in the past. Now, with news of his master, it was only fitting to inform Xianyangzi. Without further hesitation, Changge's consciousness bypassed the layers of restrictions surrounding the Qingxian sect, delving directly into the secluded sanctuary deep within the sect. Inside the sanctuary, Xianyangzi sat cross-legged, enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy, having just broken through to the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. Upon sensing Changge's consciousness, he was initially taken aback, but upon hearing the name of the Taoist of purple bamboo, his eyes flew open, and his spiritual energy surged chaotically as he unhesitatingly concluded his seclusion. He spared no time in stabilizing his cultivation and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the purple bamboo peak. In mere moments, Xianyangzi appeared above the purple bamboo peak, his mid-stage Saint Realm pressure not yet having been fully concealed. As he landed, he grasped Changge's arm with urgency. "Changge, is what you say true? Is there news of Brother Purple Bamboo?" At that moment, the golden-winged Dapeng overhead had quietly retracted its aura, transforming into a palm-sized little black bird, flapping its wings innocently upon Changge's shoulder. The azure sky cattle in the spiritual fields had already fallen into slumber, with only its azure golden rear, invisible, feigning a deep sleep. Ling Su, who had initially been sprawled on the ground, panting, suddenly lifted his head upon sensing Xianyangzi's presence, his pupils constricting in shock as he involuntarily exclaimed, "What? Another Saint Realm expert?" He stared at the mid-stage Saint Realm aura emanating from Xianyangzi, completely immobilized. Before arriving, he had specifically researched the factions of the eastern region, and the Qingxian sect was merely a mid-tier power among the 7 great factions in Xianzhou, lacking even a noteworthy King Realm expert, let alone a Saint Realm one. Yet now, what had transpired? Initially unable to comprehend the situation, yet effortlessly subduing mysterious powerhouses, followed by ancient divine beasts such as the golden-winged roc and the celestial bull of the great sage realm, now another practitioner of the Saint Realm appears. Ling Su pinched his own thigh with force, wincing in pain, yet he still could not bring himself to believe the spectacle before his eyes. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind as he could not help but scream inwardly, "Am I the one who has lost my sanity? Or has this vast world of Xianhuang gone mad? How can such a seemingly inconspicuous small state in the eastern region harbor so many formidable characters? Had I known that the Qingxian sect was this terrifying, even if the sect master of the Ling Shao sacred land were to personally wield a blade against me, I would never have come." Chapter 79. The one pursuing my master is a pity to spare. As Xianyangzi landed, his gaze fell upon the crumpled Ling Su on the ground. Upon sensing the peak Saint Realm aura emanating from him, his eyes widened in astonishment. This fellow at the peak of the Saint Realm was effortlessly subdued? A storm of shock surged within him. He had just recently broken through to the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, and there was still a significant gap to the peak. How could this person have been so easily subdued? What realm does Changge actually belong to? Stealing a glance at the composed Gu Changge beside him, his mind was a tumult of confusion. Was it not said that the difference in our cultivation was merely slight? Yet how could such a small difference allow him to so casually dominate someone at the peak of the Saint Realm? No. Could it be that the initial claim of a slight difference was, in fact, an overwhelming disparity? As this thought crossed his mind, the more he pondered, the more astonished he became. Gu Changge, seemingly oblivious to his thoughts, gently patted the back of his hand, his tone calm, yet penetrating, each word striking at Ling Su's heart. This man is named Ling Su, an elder of the Ling Shao sacred land in the central region. Gasp. The Ling Shao sacred land? The central region? Xianyangzi's brows furrowed sharply, instinctively repeating the words. It was far too distant. He had never heard of it. How could a sacred land of the central region be associated with Zijou? Having known Zijou for many years, he had never heard of any connection between him and the sacred land of the central region. Then Gu Changge recounted to Xianyangzi the events of Zijou Daoists seizing the chaos crystal in the central region, being pursued by various sacred lands, and fleeing to the eastern region. This is outrageous. Upon hearing this, Xianyangzi could no longer contain his fury. He struck his thigh with great force, the pressure of his mid-stage Saint Realm erupting, causing the surrounding Zijou leaves to rustle violently. Were it not for the array protecting Zijou Peak, capable of isolating all fluctuations of aura, this pressure alone would have rendered everyone in the Qingxian sect prostrate on the ground. The sacred lands of the central region are truly overstepping. Treasures rightfully belong to those with virtue. Since the chaos crystal was acquired by Zijou, it is his destiny. You lofty sacred lands, with your virtuous facade, have banded together to pursue a lone cultivator, even traversing vast distances to the eastern region. Do you have no shame? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, pointing at the prostrate Ling Su, his voice trembling. You Ling Shao sacred land are truly no good. Even after Zijou has been gravely injured and retreated to the eastern region, you still refuse to relent? Ling Su trembled in fear at his wrath, shrinking on the ground and daring not to speak. Xianyangzi was about to scold further when Gu Changge gently tugged at his sleeve. Senior brother, let us remain calm. Since they have delivered themselves to our doorstep, it is only fitting to eliminate them to relieve your anger. Moreover, it would be an opportune moment to test the sensation of slaying a peak saint. Gu Changge spoke in a calm tone, as if merely suggesting the picking of a spiritual fruit, his fingertips casually brushing against the armrest of the bamboo chair. Xianyangzi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the figure of Ling Shu on the ground, his brow furrowing even tighter. Killed? This was a venerable elder of the sacred ground, a pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Such figures were exceedingly rare in the entire Xianhuang world. To have slain one would be a lamentable loss. Moreover, if the Ling Shao sacred land were to learn of this, they might dispatch even more formidable individuals. Before he could finish his thought, the Wangu Tianjiao tower beside them suddenly sprang open with a click. Xiao Ruobai burst forth, wielding the Jiutian Longhun spear. its tip still stained with the lingering spiritual essence of the phantom. Just as he was about to exclaim, "I remember you, Emperor Qi Shao," he caught wind of the words "pinnacle of the Saint Realm killed," and instantly froze in place, the spear's shaft clattering to the ground, causing the soil of the spiritual field to quiver. He blinked vigorously, rubbing his overheated ears, and stared at Lingshu on the ground, his voice trembling. Master, uncle, did you just say pinnacle of the Saint Realm? The kind capable of shattering half of Xianzhou with a mere slap? And you wish to kill him?" As he spoke, he leaned closer to Lingshu, crouching down to scrutinize. This old fellow looks so wilted. He hardly resembles the legendary saint at the pinnacle of power capable of turning rivers and seas. Without waiting for Changge to respond, he looked up, scratching his head. "Wait a moment, Master. Our Qingxian sect does not even have a king-level expert, yet we aspire to slay a pinnacle saint? Am I hearing things?" Changge cast him a sidelong glance, effortlessly releasing a gentle force that sent him back towards the tower as if lifting a chick. Adults' matters should not involve children. Go in and practice 20 more rounds. The tower door slammed shut with a thud, and Xiao Ruobai's voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, echoed from within. "Master, I was just asking. The pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Let me see just one more time." Lingshu listened to Xiao Ruobai's cries and observed Changge's nonchalant demeanor. A wave of despair surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Suddenly, he recalled something, his hands frantically rummaging through his storage ring, his nails turning white from the pressure, his voice laced with a whimper. "Fellow Taoist, spare my life. I possess treasures. I shall give you all my treasures. Please, do not kill me." He waved his fingers, and several items emanating rich spiritual energy cascaded to the ground. A heart-protecting mirror embedded with fragments of stars glimmered faintly. A jade vial containing liquid spiritual energy pulsed with a golden halo, and a half-bone inscribed with ancient runes exuded an ethereal resonance. "These are all my cherished sacred-level treasures. And this." Trembling, he produced a dark golden token, the words Lingxiao prominently engraved upon it. "This is the Elder's token of the sacred ground. It can mobilize all resources from the periphery. I will give it all to you. Every last bit." He fixed his gaze intently on Changge's face, not daring to breathe loudly, fearful of rejection. Yet Changge merely glanced at the treasures on the ground, his fingertips still languidly brushing against the bamboo chair's armrest. His tone laced with mockery. "Are you foolish? Once you are dead, these treasures will all become mine. Is there any need to haggle with you?" Her words fell like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing Lingshu's flickering hopes. He shuddered, cold sweat cascading down his spine, his mind racing. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward, his voice shifting in pitch. "I am of use. I still have value. I am at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. I can fight. I can infiltrate the Lingxiao Holy Land for you." As he spoke, he furtively glanced at Changge, his fingers tightly gripping the hem of his garment. This was his last chance. If he were to be rejected again, death was inevitable. At that moment, Xuanyangzi's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly tugged at Changge's sleeve, instinctively pointing towards Lingshu with his fingertip, his voice barely above a whisper. "Changge, what if we use the soul-seizing technique to control him? Keeping him as an undercover agent would allow us to probe the depths of the Lingxiao Holy Land and deliberately spread false information to mislead them. If we kill him now, the Holy Land may send stronger individuals to investigate, which would only complicate matters further." His eyes brimmed with hopeful anticipation, casting a furtive glance at Lingshu, feeling that at last, this peak saint might prove useful, preventing a complete waste of potential. Upon hearing undercover with the soul-seizing technique, Lingshu's previously despondent eyes suddenly sparkled with life, his breath quickening. "Yes, I am willing. I will absolutely obey. I beg you." However, Changge's voice resonated leisurely, only to abruptly shift, the weight of his footfall suddenly intensifying. A crisp crack echoed sharply across Zizhu Peak, as Lingshu's dantian was instantly reduced to powder, the residual pressure of a saint retreating like a receding tide. He collapsed to the ground, a rag doll devoid of strength, coughing blood, the light in his eyes freezing in an instant. Xuanyangzi's words caught in his throat. His mouth, which had just opened, had yet to close when he saw a streak of azure light flicker from Changge's fingertip, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Lingshu did not even have the chance to utter a final plea for mercy before his body disintegrated into a cloud of ash, leaving only a pile of saint-level treasures on the ground, still emanating a faint, neglected spiritual glow. The pursuers of the master would be a pity to leave alive. Chapter 80. The bewildered lord of Lingxiao Xuanyangzi stared at the treasures still shimmering on the ground and the remnants of the battle, his pupils constricting for a prolonged moment. He exhaled slowly, his voice tinged with a hint of stiffness. Your actions were rather swift. He rubbed his brow, not dwelling on why Changge had acted so suddenly, but instead furrowing his brow and pacing a few steps, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against his palm. This was troublesome. The Lingxiao Holy Land had lost a peak Saint Elder and would certainly pursue the matter. Although our Qingxian sect has grown stronger, we are still far from being a match for a Holy Land with an ancient legacy. If they send someone at the Saint King level, we would be utterly defenseless. The more he thought, the more anxious he became, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding purple bamboos, his mind racing with calculations. We must fortify the sect's formations and gather the core disciples near the forbidden area. Also, we need to send someone to probe other forces in Xianzhou to see if the Lingxiao Holy Land has eyes in the eastern region. Changge, while you are formidable, the extreme imperial weapons of the Holy Land are not to be trifled with. If a confrontation were to arise, before he could finish, he noticed Changge leaning against the bamboo chair, looking at him with a half-smile, his gaze imbued with a gentle sense of helplessness. Xuanyangzi finally realized just how tense he had been, his face flushing with embarrassment, yet he insisted, "It's not that I'm overreacting. The depths of the sacred land are too profound, and one must exercise caution." His senior brother, Changge, suddenly interjected, his tone imbued with genuine commendation. However, it need not be so troublesome. Rising to his feet, he placed a reassuring hand on Xuanyangzi's shoulder. "Follow me." Before Xuanyangzi could comprehend the meaning behind "not so troublesome," he felt a sudden shift, as a gentle yet irresistible force enveloped him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He barely had time to close his eyes before the soothing breeze of Zizhu Peak transformed into an unfamiliar wind, rich with spiritual essence. In the blink of an eye, the vertigo subsided. Xuanyangzi steadied himself instinctively, channeling his spiritual energy to shield his body. Upon raising his gaze, he found himself frozen in place, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a spiritual fruit. Beneath him lay a magnificent expanse of undulating architecture, the palaces adorned with white jade, while wind chimes at the eaves emitted a faint yet divine resonance. In the distance, peaks shrouded in mist revealed glimpses of cultivators traversing their heights. What astonished him further were the oppressive auras that flickered ominously from deep within the sacred land. These were the fluctuations of the sacred king realm, perhaps even the great sacred realm. Additionally, a dormant artifact lay concealed within the depths of the palace, its mere presence sending chills through his very soul. "Well, what is this?" Xuanyangzi stammered, his voice trembling. Confirming that this was not an illusion, he abruptly turned to the composed Changge. "Changge, where exactly are we?" Changge casually pointed to the white jade palaces below, where the four gilded characters Lingxiao Sacred Land shone brilliantly in the sunlight above the palace entrance. His tone was as relaxed as if he were introducing his own backyard. "This, my friend, is the Lingxiao Sacred Land." As Xuanyangzi followed his gesture, the moment he beheld those four characters, his mind buzzed as if struck by a hammer. He staggered back a step, staring incredulously at Changge. Disbelief etched across his features. You actually brought me directly above the Lingxiao Sacred Land. This is the sacred land of the central region, a billion miles away from the eastern region. How could you?" His words trailed off incompletely. To teleport such a vast distance, while silently evading the sacred land's formations and the senses of those in the great sacred realm, was a feat that transcended his understanding of cultivation. Xuanyangzi felt parched and bewildered, gazing at Changge as though he were a monster. Observing Xuanyangzi's astonishment, Changge smirked slightly, offering no further explanation. He simply raised his right hand and casually gestured toward the Lingxiao Sacred Land below, as if picking up a stone from the roadside. Before Xuanyangzi could discern the movement, he witnessed a soft glow emanating from Changge's palm, penetrating the clouds and cascading toward the heart of the sacred land below. In the next moment, the light surged upward, carrying a figure that swiftly descended before the two of them. Xuanyangzi focused his gaze and was instantly rendered speechless. Before him stood a figure clad in a silk nightgown intricately embroidered with golden threads, hair disheveled, and a face still bearing the confusion of sleep, with a corner of the mouth stained with remnants of drool, resembling a child forcibly dragged from the warmth of their bed. "Who dares to disturb my peaceful slumber?" The person rubbed their eyes, their voice laced with drowsiness and the inherent languor of a ruler. Yet, as they lowered their hand and comprehended the scene before them, they became as still as a statue. First, they blinked in bewilderment, then glanced down at their own nightgown, and finally surveyed the vast emptiness of the sky and the sacred land of Lingxiao below, their mind completely derailed. Who are you? They pointed at Changge, their voice wavering, and suddenly touched their own face. Who am I again? Oh right, I am the master of Lingxiao. No, wait, wasn't I asleep? The more they spoke, the more disoriented they became, even pinching their own thighs sharply, wincing in pain, yet instantly awakening to the reality. It was not a dream. The biting cold wind at this height stung their face, the familiar palaces of the sacred land of Lingxiao below, and the imperceptible pressure emanating from the two unfamiliar cultivators before them all signaled that they had been abducted. Who could this person be? How could they silently bypass the formations of the sacred land and evade the detection of the ancestors, directly seizing him? The master of Lingxiao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, straightening his back, and even in his wrinkled nightgown, he endeavored to project the authority befitting the ruler of the sacred land. Who are you two? Why have you brought me here? Do you not know that I am the master of the sacred land of Lingxiao? With such actions, do you wish to declare enmity against the entire Lingxiao sacred land? His words were assertive, yet his fingertips quietly gathered spiritual energy within his sleeve, attempting to activate the communication jade talisman concealed in the dark pocket of his nightgown to summon the ancestors of the sacred land for rescue. Simultaneously, he subtly urged the connection with the divine weapon of the sacred land, hoping to awaken the slumbering artifact. Even a hint of its might could serve to intimidate his captors. However, in the next moment, he discovered that his spiritual energy had vanished into the void. The communication jade talisman remained unresponsive, and the connection with the divine weaponess spirit was severed by an invisible barrier, leaving him with no sense of connection whatsoever. The expression of the master of Lingxiao shifted dramatically, and he abruptly looked up at Changge, only to find that the latter was gazing at his sleeve with an amused expression, casually twirling a strand of azure light with his fingertips. Master seems quite composed, even when captured here, still pondering communication and summoning the divine weapon. Upon finishing his words, Changge lightly snapped his fingers, and that strand of azure light descended upon the master of Lingxiao. The master felt a sudden numbness coursing through his body, his internal spiritual energy instantly confined, rendering him incapable of moving even a finger. He could only watch helplessly as Changge effortlessly retrieved the communication jade talisman from the hidden pocket of his nightgown and crushed it with ease. The master of Lingxiao was both astonished and enraged, yet he could only maintain a facade of calm. What do you wish for? If it is resources or treasures, the Lingxiao sacred land can provide. If it is due to grievances, feel free to state them plainly. Chapter 81. I am Ling Kenglin, and I pay my respects to the master of Xianyang. Changge did not respond, yet a fleeting glimmer of faint golden light flashed in his eyes. The eye of illusion unfurled quietly, revealing the intricate patterns of spiritual energy swirling around the body of the celestial sovereign. The protective insignia hidden deep within his sea of consciousness, along with the aura of sacred lineage imprinted in his bloodline, became utterly transparent before him. Name: Ling Kenglin. Cultivation: Mid-Stage Saint King. Talent: Mid-Grade Saint. Physique: Celestial Spirit Body. Comprehension: Superior. Disposition: Cunning and Devious. Changge's gaze lingered momentarily on the phrase cunning and devious. What manner of character is this? He raised his eyes to regard Ling Kenglin, who was still desperately maintaining the dignity of the lord of the sacred land. Yet his eyes darted about, clearly seeking a means of escape. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Changge. Indeed, he was no ordinary figure. I shall observe how cunning you truly are. Noticing that Changge remained silent, the celestial sovereign felt an inexplicable chill creep into his heart as he was scrutinized by those penetrating eyes. Just as he was about to threaten, "Should you dare to move against me, the celestial sacred land shall retaliate with full force," he found Changge directing his gaze at him. A vast and starry consciousness surged forth like a tidal wave, and before he could react, it crashed into his sea of consciousness. "You dare?" The celestial sovereign was struck with astonishment and fury as two brilliant lights erupted within his sea of consciousness. One was the soul-settling jade he had acquired from a secret realm in his early years, capable of shattering the consciousness of Saint Kings. The other was the protective array insignia of the celestial sacred land, which had withstood the full-force assaults of late-stage Saint Kings for millennia. Yet, these two layers of protection, which he regarded as his lifelines, crumbled before Changge's consciousness like fragile paper before a razor, shattering into oblivion without even a moment's resistance. His consciousness penetrated seamlessly into the sea of awareness, and the celestial sovereign felt a searing pain akin to being pierced by countless steel needles simultaneously. He attempted to mobilize his spiritual energy to resist, to scream for help, but found himself bound in an invisible restraint, unable to move even a fingertip. He could only watch helplessly as Changge's consciousness unfolded within his sea of awareness, transforming into a massive azure golden hand that began to perform the soul-seizing technique. No, I am the celestial sovereign. I am the master of the eternal sacred land. How can I be controlled by you? He struggled frantically within the confines of his consciousness, his remaining will coalescing into a gilded small sword, the heart sword he had forged with the power of the sacred land's inheritance, which had once severed heart demons and shattered illusions. However, as the gilded sword brushed against that azure golden hand, it was met with a seemingly gentle yet overwhelmingly fierce force that tightened its grip. The pressure was as light as crushing a withered leaf, yet it shattered the celestial sovereign Ling Kanglin's will to resist in an instant. As the small sword disintegrated into countless specks of light, the last vestige of his struggle crumbled like a sandcastle washed away by the tide, leaving him entirely under Changge's control. Seizing this opportunity, Changge's consciousness expanded within the sea of Ling Kanglin's awareness, probing into his memories. As he brushed against the dark barrier deep within those memories, he unexpectedly breached a realm untouched by any prior presence. This exploration caused even Changge to inwardly exclaim, "What a revelation!" Hidden within Ling Kanglin's memories lay another identity capable of shaking the central region, the Lord of the Nether Palace. In her early years, Changge, while exploring the vast and enigmatic world, had heard whispers of the name Invincible. It was a clandestine organization of assassins, notorious for their ruthlessness, to the extent that even the most powerful saints dared not provoke them lightly. 3 decades prior, a venerable patriarch from a first-rate power in the central region had just ascended to the realm of the Saint King, only to be ambushed and slain by an assassin from Invincible during the dead of night. His severed head hung at the gates of his sect for 3 days, silencing the entire central region for half a month. Rumors even suggested that a revered saint from the sacred grounds had fallen victim to their specially crafted poison needles. In the depths of this memory, Ling Kanglin was the helm of Invincible. The imagery was vividly striking. In his early days at Lingxiao's sacred land, Ling Kanglin, endowed with mid-tier saint-level talent and a heavenly spirit physique, was appointed as a candidate for the Holy Sun by the elders. Yet, none could foresee that this promising candidate would, during an excursion, discreetly conceal his identity and adopt the name Tsang, infiltrating Invincible. He deliberately suppressed the formidable aura of a sacred land cultivator, presenting himself merely as an ordinary rogue cultivator. By starting at the very bottom as an assassin and leveraging his exceptional insights and ruthless nature, he quickly distinguished himself within 3 years amidst the trials of life and death. Ascending through the ranks by treading upon the corpses of countless adversaries, he climbed from a mere assassin to the esteemed position of left envoy of Invincible in just 50 years, earning a degree of respect even from the seasoned elders within the hall. A century ago, seizing an opportunity during the old hall master's seclusion, he instigated a rebellion. Employing the secret arts of Lingxiao's sacred land in conjunction with Invincible's soul-corrupting poison, he ruthlessly obliterated the millennia-old hall master, ascending to the throne of the hall master atop the remnants of his soul, all while the most loyal elders remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly. His dual operation was even more intricate. By day, he portrayed himself as the exalted lord of Lingxiao's sacred land, utilizing the influence of the sacred land to suppress competitors within Invincible, executing the fade of eradicating the assassin organization flawlessly. By night, he transformed into the master of Invincible, orchestrating assassinations against dissenters within the sacred land. Changge's consciousness traversed this memory, observing as Ling Kanglin simultaneously nurtured the assassins of Invincible with the resources of the sacred land while utilizing their hands to eliminate obstacles within the sacred land, mastering the art of leveraging power to his advantage. Changge marveled internally, recognizing the ingenuity of the central region's inhabitants. She had initially thought that Xianyangzi, the venerable ancestor of Qingxian sect, was adept at concealment. However, Ling Kanglin proved to be even more formidable, steadfastly holding the position of Hall Master of the Assassin Organization while bearing the identity of the Sacred Land's Lord, with even the core elders of Lingshao's Sacred Land oblivious to any flaws. No wonder the broken illusion divine I marked his disposition as cunning, not merely sly, but truly masterful in manipulating the entire central region. Had it not been for her encounter with a figure like Changge, it might have been a straightforward affair for Ling Kanglin. With his dual identities, he could genuinely enjoy the reverence of the Sacred Land while secretly wielding control over the shadows of Yinming Hall, turning the central region into his personal garden. Changge had initially intended to employ the soul-snatching technique to control this individual, turning him over to Xianyangzi for judgment. Although the technique could firmly ensnare him, given his cunning, the sect master might not be able to maintain control over him in the future. It would be prudent to add an extra layer of security, Changge thought to herself. Since you revel in such a multitude of identities, it would not be excessive to bestow upon you yet another. Changge's consciousness meandered through the ocean of his mind, commencing the alteration of memories. The images of being abducted to lofty heights and coerced by others were gradually obscured, replaced by a past so vividly etched in his very bones. Within this tapestry of recollections, he was revealed as a covert agent of the Qingxian sect, intricately planted in the sacred land of Lingshao from a tender age, nurtured in secrecy by a mysterious elder, gradually ascending to command the sacred land of Lingshao. He meticulously adhered to the directives of the Qingxian sect, enduring humiliation and patiently awaiting the call. His ascension to the Lord of the Nether Palace was also discreetly supported by the Qingxian sect. Are you of the Qingxian sect? The resistance within the mind of the sacred Lord of Lingshao dissipated entirely. His gaze transformed from sheer terror to bewilderment, gradually suffused with reverence, ultimately morphing into a complete and unwavering loyalty, his voice trembling with uncontainable excitement. In less than the span of an incense stick, Changge retracted his consciousness, the azure glow at his fingertips quietly vanishing. He raised his hand to brush away non-existent dust from his sleeve, and with that, the confinement of spiritual power within the Sacred Lord's body was likewise released. The Sacred Lord stumbled slightly, yet did not harbor a single thought of escape. Rather, he knelt before Xianyangzi with a resounding thud, his head bowed low, hands pressed upon his knees, his spine straight, yet exuding absolute submission. His voice steady yet quivering with suppressed emotion. I, Ling Kanglin, pay my respects to the Lord of Xianyang. For 3 centuries, I have lurked within the sacred land of Lingshao, day and night yearning for the day of reunion. Today, I am finally graced with the sight of the true countenance of the Lord. I am profoundly honored. In the next chapter, updates will be provided at noon. Chapter 82, Prosperity. This is truly prosperity. Xianyangzi stared at the kneeling Ling Kanglin, his entire being frozen in place, fingers unconsciously digging into his palm, forgetting even to breathe. His eyes widened, his throat bobbing several times, before he managed to force out a tremulous utterance through gritted teeth. What in the world? His voice was both urgent and hoarse, tinged with disbelief. What is happening here? Xianyangzi took 2 steps forward, only to abruptly retreat half a step, his gaze flitting back and forth between Ling Kanglin and Changge as though he had encountered a specter. Just moments ago, he had contemplated how to address the sacred land of Lingshao. How had this formidable sacred lord, who instilled trepidation among the powers of the central domain, suddenly addressed him as subordinate? Particularly upon hearing of Ling Kanglin's 3-century-long infiltration of the sacred land of Lingshao and his enduring hope for reunion. Xianyangzi felt a deafening buzz in his mind, the world around him momentarily blurring. His thoughts erupted like a whirlwind. The Qingxian sect could still be considered a prominent sect in the eastern domain of Xian Prefecture. Yet in the grander scheme of the entire eastern domain, they appeared rather ordinary. From whence had this capability to place agents in the sacred land of the central domain 3 centuries ago arisen? However, upon further reflection, he clenched his hands tightly. Could it have been the work of the sect's ancestors? Had they possessed such foresight and strategically laid this hidden chess piece long ago? 3 centuries of infiltration, with an agent at the helm of the sacred land of the central domain and controlling the Nether Palace. Was this not a staggering feat? Yet, Considering the capabilities of the ancestors, he could not help but lower his gaze to his sect's robe, casting a glance at Ling Kanglan. A throbbing sensation pulsed at his temples as he turned to gaze at Changge, his tone imbued with uncertainty. Changge, what on earth is happening? Does our sect truly possess such formidable trump cards? Observing the astonishment and confusion etched on Xianyangzi's face, Changge felt an urge to smile. There was no ancient ancestor orchestrating hidden strategies. It was merely the soul-snatching technique that had ensnared him, coupled with slight alterations to his memories, ensuring his unwavering obedience. Altered memories? Xianyangzi's voice rose sharply, only to be quickly subdued as his gaze fixated intently on Changge. This individual was undeniably a formidable Saint King, to wield authority over the Holy Land in the central domain. The strength of his consciousness was beyond that of an ordinary sage. It was no small feat to manipulate memories. Even breaching the sea of consciousness was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet now, Ling Kanglan knelt before them, his back straight as a rod, his eyes reflecting an unwavering loyalty, devoid of any pretense. Clearly, he had accepted the fabricated past as truth. To think one could alter the memories of a Saint King. The moment Xianyangzi looked back at Changge, his expression transformed entirely, as if beholding a deity of unfathomable depth. Changge, your prowess is truly terrifying. Is this still my adorable little junior brother? How could he have transformed into such an extraordinary figure in the blink of an eye? Recalling the days atop Zizhu Peak, when he had often watched over his junior brother alongside several peak masters, he marveled at how swiftly roles had reversed. Xianyangzi clenched his fist discreetly, his thoughts racing like a swiftly turning abacus. Previously, he had shielded his junior brother. Now, it seemed prudent to cling tightly to this newfound pillar of strength. Observing the myriad of emotions flickering across Xianyangzi's face, Changge casually added, by the way, this person's identity is rather extraordinary. Not only is he the holy master of Lingxiao, but he is also the lord of the Underworld Palace. The Underworld Palace? Xianyangzi's eyes widened momentarily, followed by a slight furrow of his brow, as if rummaging through the fragments of distant memories. Are you referring to that shadowy organization notorious for assassination? I have spent the majority of my life in the Eastern Domain and have heard of them in my youth. This force is known for its ruthless actions, unafraid to take on even sage-level cultivators, yet their operations are shrouded in secrecy. Aside from the name Underworld Palace, no one seems to know their exact whereabouts. At that time, he had dismissed it, never imagining that the leader of this organization would be the very holy master of Lingxiao kneeling before him. Changge lifted his chin, gesturing toward Ling Kanglan. You may inquire directly. He knows more than I do. Xianyangzi immediately turned to the still kneeling Ling Kanglan, suppressing his astonishment as he endeavored to maintain the dignity of his position as sect master. What is the nature of the Underworld Palace? As the holy master of Lingxiao, why do you also preside over this establishment? Ling Kanglan bowed his head in response, his tone respectful. In response to the sect master, the Underworld Palace is a clandestine assassin organization in the central domain. I infiltrated it under an alias years ago, gradually gaining control over its influence. With each word, Xianyangzi's pupils constricted further, and upon hearing that even a Saint King could be targeted for assassination, he gasped in shock. He had initially thought that acquiring a holy master of Lingxiao was already astonishing. Yet he realized there was even more explosive news. This hidden card was far weightier than he had imagined. So, he had not merely recruited a holy master of a holy land, but also the head of an assassin organization? As Ling Kanglan's words trailed off, he immediately raised his hand to touch his left index finger. A ring, entirely obsidian and engraved with esoteric spiritual patterns, adorned his finger. Although it appeared unremarkable, it subtly emanated the aura of a sacred artifact. He cautiously removed the ring, cradling it in both hands as he presented it to Xianyangzi, his tone imbued with reverence. Master, within this storage ring lies the treasures I have amassed over the years while overseeing the Lingxiao sacred land and the Underworld Palace. Today, I humbly offer them to the sect, contributing my modest efforts to its expansion. Xianyangzi, returning to his senses, reached out to accept the ring. The cool touch at his fingertips had not yet faded before his spiritual consciousness eagerly delved inside. In the next instant, his pupils dilated, and he nearly gasped. A singular thought racing through his mind. We have struck it rich. The space within the ring was far more expansive than he had anticipated, and the treasures piled within dazzled the eyes. Most prominent among them was a sacred weapon displayed upon a jade pedestal, accompanied by 3 additional sacred arms, each radiating an oppressive aura that would send shivers down the spine of even the most formidable sage. Adjacent to them, a jade box contained hundreds of bottles of sacred-grade elixirs, with lesser elixirs forming a mountain. Several sacred herbs with leaves shimmering like gold were present, which even he, having lived for centuries, had only encountered in ancient texts. The plethora of other treasures was staggering, an overwhelming sight. Xuanyangzi's spiritual consciousness traversed the mound of riches, and even his fingers began to tremble slightly. This was hardly a modest contribution. Truly, this master was extravagantly wealthy. Instinctively tightening his grip on the ring, as if fearing the treasures might escape, his astonishment transformed into barely contained joy, causing his previously authoritative demeanor to crumble. "It is my honor to serve the sect. Should you require further resources, Master, I shall return and procure more from the storerooms of the Lingxiao Sacred Land and the Underworld Palace, ensuring you are not disappointed." Only then did Xuanyangzi regain his composure, hastily raising a hand to gesture for restraint. "Enough. This is already ample. You must rise. This matter must remain a secret, known to no one. Upon your return, we must carefully deliberate on our course of action." His gaze upon Ling Kanglin was akin to that of a treasure-seeking hawk, fervent and nearly overwhelming. This was no mere master of the sacred king realm. He was evidently a fortuitous envoy sent by the heavens to bestow opportunities upon the Qingxin sect. Changge turned to the still-kneeling Ling Kanglin and remarked, "I have just examined your memories and confirmed your non-involvement in the past assassination of Master Zizhu Daoist. That is why I spared your life and granted you a reprieve. Upon your return, 2 tasks must be accomplished. First, cleanse the Lingxiao Sacred Land and the Underworld Palace of anyone who participated in the pursuit of Master. Regardless of their status, leave no one behind. Second, maintain your position diligently as an undercover agent for the Qingxin sect, ensuring no one discovers your true identity." Ling Kanglin shuddered, his tone imbued with even greater respect. "I obey your command." Chapter 83. Master, what exactly is your cultivation level? As Changge and Xuanyangzi alighted upon Zizhu Peak, Xuanyangzi clutched the storage ring and approached the stone table beneath the bamboo pavilion. His spiritual consciousness probed within, and his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars. He observed, unable to suppress his astonishment, "Goodness! The Lingxiao Sacred Land's resources are truly abundant. We need not worry about cultivation resources for the foreseeable future." Clearly, Xuanyangzi had yet to emerge from his exhilaration over controlling the Lingxiao Saint Lord. Changge leaned against a bamboo pillar,